Only $1,500. You seriously valued my year-long labor at only $1,500.
Zhang Zhou, your research has no commercial application. What do you want? A Nobel Prize? Get out of my sight or you won't even get that money, you ungrateful dog.
I had worked hard all my life, hoping for success, but in the end, I couldn't get any fame or money. It was hard and frustrating because I had invested so much time and effort into my dreams. First, I graduated from a prestigious school with honors, entering the best university in the country. There, I managed to get my doctorate, which was sort of the culmination of my academic career. My research was innovative and challenging. I spent hours in the lab, surrounded by volumes of scientific literature and complex formulas. Despite the enormous amount of time and energy invested in this research, none of it was ever recognized in the form of awards or significant publications. It felt like my accomplishments were dissolving into invisibility despite my best efforts. In an effort to achieve professional success, I completely eliminated personal relationships from my life. Any relationships with girls seemed like a distraction from my main goal. And I ended up lonely. This loneliness turned out not only a mental emptiness, but also material difficulties because I could not provide for myself even at the level of the middle class. My last days were spent in the office, among piles of books and papers, with a sinking heart, lying on the cold floor. I felt life leaving me. I tried to take a breath, but my lungs refused. In the back of my mind, I knew I was dying of overwork. But my last thoughts were of improvements in the new study that could bring it to its cherished goal. But time was running out, and instead of the lively joy of discovery and recognition, only the deafening silence of an empty classroom awaited me. In a school classroom, middle school students sleep on their desks at recess. One of them wobbles in his chair and begins to wake up. Changju rubs his eyes with his hands and realizes they are small and tender. Am I in middle school? Have I gone back in time? Even if it's a dream now, I'll do my best not to be a loser in the future. Chen Ruya, the class teacher, stepped into the classroom wearing high heels, and the students then sat up one after another. Looking sleepily at the blackboard, since the students have just woken up, I'll use this time to tell the students one thing. This semester's final exam will be a citywide joint exam, and will be given by the city's special teachers. The questions may be more difficult, especially in math, so everyone be prepared. I'll be looking for some targeted exercises for you to work on these weeks. The classroom erupted in a chorus of sighs. The topic is difficult. Isn't it favorable to those in the middle school of Zhangjiang Road Middle School, the foreign school, and the junior high school of the first affiliated school of the Ziashi? They are the ones who organize competitions. So doing this kind of contents for the Chinese language examination is no different from playing. Although the third junior high school in Zhangcheng City is also a key junior high school in Zhangcheng City, and can even be ranked in the top 10 junior high schools in Zhangcheng City, there is still a gap between it and the top 3 junior high schools in Zhangcheng City. The biggest difference lies in the fact that those 3 secondary schools are able to achieve outstanding results in various competitions, and students who win prizes in these competitions can be directly admitted to top high schools, regardless of their scores in the Hong Kong Certificate of Education examination HKC. Quiet, the noise subsided only when the squad leader, sitting in the first row, shouted at the top of his voice to maintain discipline. Chen Ruya began to lecture in the morning. She is an English teacher, part-time class teacher, with the successive students have achieved good results in the midterm examination, which is only qualified to take the second year of class 19, such as the school experimental class. Today we're going to learn about future completion time together. Zhang Zhu quietly looked at the blackboard, occasionally flipping through the textbook, but actually had a tearful feeling compared to his doctoral career. This kind of life has given him a great deal of peace of mind. Having a definite goal and working towards it to achieve visible results is a life that can only be found in high school. English in middle school can be really easy. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but lament, though the voice was small. It was still heard by Liu Hanjiang, who was at the same table. She is listening attentively to the lesson and taking notes from time to time. Although she has studied in advance and understands this new knowledge, she is not yet able to utilize it flexibly. At this moment, hearing Zhang Zhu's words, he jokingly said, "Zhang the genius is really powerful. The small third middle school can't accommodate you anymore." Zhang Zhu turned his head to look at her. This former schoolgirl, the azure blue school uniform, the dark ponytail tied with a pink rubber band, the milky skin, and the features that looked like a flawless work of art, carved out by a national sculptor. They were at the same table for 1 year in junior high school and had a very good relationship. But unfortunately, they were no longer at the same school in high school and have not kept in touch with each other since then. At that moment, a voice rang in Zhang Zhu's head. The host is detected to be learning. The all-purpose learning system has been activated. English level LV0 progress 100. When the host learns any skill, the corresponding skill upgrade progress bar will be activated, and the system will give the host mysterious rewards for each level upgraded. Since this is the first activation, the system is giving the host an extra reward, and the host can make any one request. System. Zhang Zhu could not believe that such a thing could happen to him. So he made a tentative offer in his mind. Give me the proof of the Riemann conjecture. Okay. The system is generating a proof of the proposition. All non-trivial zeros of the Riemann function lie on a line in the complex plane, with Re-S12. Immediately afterward, a large amount of information appeared in Zhang Zhu's mind, like a book spread out in front of him, entitled Proof of the Riemann Conjecture. Hundreds of pages of testimonials, the front of which is in Chinese with an English translation at the back. Zhang Zhu scanned the contents of these certificates in his mind, and had only one feeling: he could not understand them at all. He is a doctor of engineering, and his math is still at the high math level. How can he understand this kind of proof? But his heart was beating harder and harder without him realizing it. If these hundreds of pages really prove the Riemann conjecture, what does it mean for you? You to read on May 24, 2000. The Clay Mathematics Institute announced 7 Millennium Grand Prize puzzles, and the first person to answer any of the puzzles would be awarded a $1 million prize. The Riemann conjecture is one of the 7 difficult problems. Another of the 7 conundrums, the Poincare conjecture, was proved by Russian mathematician Grigory Perelman in 2003. And John Bauer, president of the International Union of Mathematics (UMA), came to Perelman's house in St. Petersburg and begged him to receive the Fields Medal. The Fields Medal is the highest honor of the Blue Star mathematics community, and the Nobel Prize in the natural sciences, the Turing Award in the computer world. Compared to this honor, the idea of being reborn and coming back to start a business, to make money, instantly pales in comparison. Failing low to burst, proving the Riemann conjecture is something that will truly live in infamy, just as Zhang Zhu's hands were trembling. A voice continued to ring in his head. The certificate requires the host's math skill level to be raised to LV4 in order to be fully comprehended. Warning: if the host is subject to an official investigation due to the secular world suspecting the existence of the system will be automatically deactivated. Zhang Zhu instantly calmed down. For a moment, he thought of publishing the proof in the form of a paper. But a 13-year-old publishing such a paper is bound to be suspicious. Moreover, he could not even understand this piece of proof, and the slightest question asked by others could put him down. If the system is lost due to the official investigation, it will be a big loss. Zhang Zhu, why are you staring at me for so long? When Zhang Zhu came back to his senses, a fragrance-like orchid suddenly came in front of his face, and Liu Huanzhang, with a slight pinkish color on his face, looked at him with a strange expression. Zhang Zhu, why are you staring at me for so long? Oh, nothing. Just saw a cockroach on your shirt. Ah, Liu Hanjing screamed in terror, drawing the eyes of everyone in the classroom. It's bad, the joke's on you. Zhang Zhu screamed in his heart. Who knew she could scream? What happened? The class teacher, Chen Ruya, walked down from the podium and came to Zhang Zhu's desk, asking in a stern voice, Teacher, it's like this. Just now a cockroach flew onto Mr. Liu Hanjing's clothes. Zhang Zhu responded calmly. On hearing this, the surrounding circle of students all stood up and lowered their heads to look for the cockroaches. At that moment, Yan Maodong, the English class representative, whose seat was 1 corridor away from Zhang Zhu's, said there's no such thing as a cockroach. It's just something Zhang Zhu said to scare people. Chen Ruya looked at Zhang Zhu and asked, Is that what she said? Zhang Zhu made a concession and said, Maybe I just misread it and scared a mess. Liu Hanjing, I am sorry, Yan Miotong muttered in a low voice. The two of them flirted in class, like young lovers. Although the voice was small, it was heard by the homeroom teacher who was standing beside her. Chen Ruya, with a serious expression and some anger in her heart, pointed to the back of the classroom and said, You two, go stand in the back of the classroom and listen to the lesson, and come to my office after class to explain the situation. A few lazy students around them are giggling, and the joy on Yan Meotong's face is even more unstoppable. With a look of triumph and a cunning plan, Zhang Zhu recalled Yan Meotong, this girl. This person is also considered a small beauty. The results are not bad, but the climbing heart is very heavy, especially like to stare at the Liu Huanzhang. Whether it is with a stationery bag, school bag, neutral pen, wear shoes, or appearance, results, she has to be compared to the Liu Huanzhang. Unfortunately, Liu Hanzhang doesn't care about these things and doesn't bother to compare with her. As for looks and grades, although Yan Meiyotong is not bad, but compared to Liu Hanzhang is still a step behind. He also heard a rumor in junior high school that Yan Meiyotong liked a boy from another class who was madly pursuing Liu Hanzhang. So it's no wonder she likes to secretly give Liu Hanzhang some bad. Zhang Zhu calmly took his textbook and went to the penalty station. Liu Hanzhang also silently walked towards the back of the classroom. The two stood at the back of the classroom on the left and the right, separated by desks, students and the blackboard hanging on the back wall. Zhang Zhu glanced at Liu Hanzhang, only to see her holding her textbook, her mouth flattened and aggravated, as if she was about to cry. Seemingly sensing Zhang Zhu's bespectacled light, Liu Hanzhang also looked at him with glaring eyes, looking as if she wanted to eat him, and Zhang Zhu just smiled and made a face as he waved his textbook at her. The classroom bell soon rang. Zhang Zhu noticed that the progress bar for his English level was still LV01100. It seems that the progress bar is not going up too fast. When all the students got up to enjoy the 10 minutes between classes, Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanzhang went to the homeroom teacher's office with fear and trepidation. To be precise, only Liu Hanzhang was trembling with fear. In the office, the class teacher Chen Ruya sat on a chair, took a sip of tea from a teacup, and then said, "What's going on with you two? Teacher, it's my fault. I was just trying to have a little fun and scare her." Zhang Zhu showed great remorse and guilt. "Well, you write a review of this matter today, no less than 1,000 words, and give it to me tomorrow. But I'm not just talking about this matter. There's another thing, the other thing." Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanzhang glanced at each other, and each saw the bewilderment in the other's eyes. "Are you two in love? Tell the teacher the truth. Teachers like honest kids." "Oh, so this is the matter," said Zhang Zhu with a bland smile. "Teacher, you're mistaken. Liu Hanzhang and I are just having fun amongst our classmates. We're not in love." Chen Ruya looked at Liu Hanzhang and asked, "Is he telling the truth?" Liu Hanzhang hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "You are still young. It is the time for you to study, and you will be distracted if you talk about love. Your main task now is to study and grow your talents, so that you can have the ability to lead a good life in the future. If you fall in love now, do you have the ability to be responsible for each other's life?" Chen Ruya was giving the two of them a lot of thought. "It is time for you to recognize the priorities of the matter and devote yourselves to your studies. And if I find similar situations again, I will have no choice but to communicate with your parents." From the class teacher's office, Liu Hanzhang has been lowered, bored, no matter how Zhang Zhu said, but ignored him, still mad. "Ms. Liu, Zhang Zhu, solemnly apologize to you. Never scare you again, or I'll eat the cockroach." Zhang Zhu stalked her all the way to the classroom door, and Liu Hanzhang suddenly smiled at him. "If you're going to apologize, you need to show some sincerity." "What sincerity? You're coming with me." Liu Hanzhang pulled him back to his seat and pulled out a stack of Yin Manguo from his drawer. "You're going to have to read all of Duluo Land in this pile of books for me, or I won't forgive you." Zhang Zhu had a question mark on his face. Liu Hanzhang smiled evilly. "Don't you like to pretend to be noble and only read the 4 great masterpieces or something? Usually I recommend you those online comics. You say they are all garbage fast food. I just want to force you to read them today. I'm going to ask you about the progress of the plot every day, and if you can't answer, I'll never forgive you." Fine, I promise. In my previous life, when I was in high school, I really did not see how to read the net. Until I went to college when the comic book The Great Land of Duluo was on fire, and I was only able to watch a few episodes of The Roommate's Drive. And I was so excited that I could not get out of hand, and I was able to read the book, The Great Land of Duluo, in one breath. Until now, he still remembers a little bit of the plot of Duluo mainland. Zhang Zhu pretended to turn to the page of The Great Kingdom of Duluo. "Well, Tang-san, it doesn't feel like anything decent. What are you thinking? Tang-san is the main character. How can he not be a decent character? Okay, I'll watch, so you're not mad now. Still a little bit. You're going to have to do better for me today." This afternoon, there was another math and physics class, and the system activated the corresponding skills. All-purpose learning system, math skills activated. All-purpose learning system, physical ability activated. English level LV0 progress 100. Math level LV0 progress 1. 0 100. Physical rating LV0 progress 1. 0 100. Zhang Zhu also made a special effort to write assignments for math and physics classes, and the progress basically did not increase much. Is the homework too easy? Then I'll find something more difficult to do. Well, go find some math and physics competitions to do. Speaking of the competition, although Zhang Zhu is a doctor of engineering, but usually considers some engineering problems not too difficult to use the mathematical knowledge, so his level of mathematics only stays in the higher mathematics. You look at the book, and now most of them have forgotten. To go to the naked examination of the National Middle School Student Competition is almost impossible to get good results. The following is a list of the most important things you can do to improve your math skills. Can get a gold medal in the National Middle School Student Competition above. Are the country's top high school students. Is the kind of high school has been to the university's knowledge of the ultimate gift of the monster. These people, without exception, at least to go to the Metropolitan University or the Kingxia University of the top two universities in the country. Although Zhang Zhu's grades are not bad, he still pales in comparison to the gifted monster, but with his current foundation, he will have no problem brushing up on some competition questions and making it to the provincial team for the competition. As long as the provincial team, top 2 university will have the corresponding points policy if you get the gold medal. Top 2 university will even be down to a line admission. The top 60 in the gold medal will join the National Olympic Training Team and be directly guaranteed admission to top 2 universities, with science and technology majors at their disposal, without having to take the college entrance exam. With the support of the system, Zhang Zhu believes that he will not have much problem to enter the national training team. And even take the first place in the International Olympic competition is also possible, as long as you can make a name for yourself in the training team. Be given a genius evaluation by your classmates and team teachers, and then deliberately show some genius temperament in the university. Then when you publish a paper proving Riemann's conjecture, there won't be a lot of people to question. The Riemann conjecture will not be questioned by many people when he publishes a paper proving it. Instead, there will be a lot of people worshipping online or offline, membrane God. When will you take me with you? When Zhang Shen becomes an academician, don't forget me as a classmate. Considering this, he walked into the math teacher's office. Teacher, I want to sign up for the National Middle School Math Contest. Teacher, I want to sign up for the National Middle School Math Contest. Zhang Zhu's math teacher's name was Guo Yuan, the only teacher with a special grade in the whole school. And his wife was also the principal of the school, so he had a lot of status in the Zhongcheng City 3 Junior High School. Mr. Guo was also very surprised to hear Zhang Zhu's request. After all, most of the participants in the competition were high school students, and a very small number of middle school students were top students from the top 3 middle schools in Zhongcheng City. Zhongcheng Junior High School 3 has never considered such a thing as a competition. You want to enter a contest. Competitions are hard. Do you know what's tested in math competitions? Guo Yuan is a typical bull teacher who speaks in dialect. I know, I've done all the math in high school, and I've taken some of the math competitions as well. I've studied elementary number theory, combinatorial math, inequalities, plane geometry, all that stuff. In the next 10 minutes, Guo Yuan asked some high school math questions, and Zhang Zhu naturally answered them as well as he could. The more he asked, the more surprised he became. Holding up his glasses, Guo Yuan said, "When did you start learning these things? Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? If you had told the teacher earlier, the teacher would have started to train you." Although he is a teacher extraordinaire, he has yet to take any of his students to the competition. If Zhang Zhu achieves success in the competition under his tutelage, it will be a very important honor for him in his professional career. Guo Yuan rummaged through a drawer and found 2 thick books and handed them to Zhang Zhu. You can read these 2 books in the next few days. The preliminary exams for the math competition are in early July, about 2 weeks after the final exams are over. So get ready. I'll go back today and sign you up. Zhang Zhu took the book and glanced at the cover. The High School Mathematics Competitive Excellence Curriculum. A first book and a second book. It should be an introductory book. Just the thing to pick up and see how much the math progress bar grows. After school, Zhang Zhu returned home. This is the house that his parents rented near the school. Zhang Zhu used to live in a distant city district of Zhongcheng, but it was too far away from the school, so he had to rent a small house near the school. Fortunately, the location of the school is said to have been a cemetery. Away from the commercial center is relatively remote. Around the house, rent is not expensive. Zhang Zhu parents can afford. Mom, I'm back. Alas, Ziyuzhu is back. Today the traffic jam. Mom came later. Wait for the mopping of the floor and then cook for you. Mother Ho Wai Lai is bending over. Mopping the floor with a mop. Zhang Zhu's parents both work in the far city area. In order to facilitate the convenience of coming to this side of the rented house, they saved tens of thousands of dollars to buy a sedan. Every day after work, Kelly would drive for nearly an hour and then get up early the next morning to drive to work. Sometimes it takes even longer in traffic jams. Zhang Zhu's father is a bit busier with his work, often working overtime, and only occasionally comes here with him when he is free. In his previous life, when Zhang Zhu was studying for his bachelor's degree, his mother's company closed down and he lost his job, and his father was laid off because the company had to optimize its talent. In order to let Zhang Zhu peace of mind to study the doctorate, parents are hiding him, but finally was found by Zhang Zhu. But fortunately do not need to pay tuition fees. Zhang Zhu also outside to find part-time jobs to earn money. From time to time will send some money back, whenever he saw his mother working all day, rushing here, doing housework and cooking. He felt bad. Mom, why don't you go make dinner? And I'll do things like mopping and wiping the table. He Hewley smiled happily. It's enough that you have this heart. I'll finish mopping up right away. I don't need you to come. You quickly go to write homework. Tonight strive to go to bed earlier. Every day to study stay up so late. It is not good for the body. Zhang Zhu knew that although his mother had a gentle character, she was a bit stubborn, and it was difficult for him to persuade her to do anything. So he returned to his room in silence. In the future, I will support this family, and I won't make you work so hard anymore. Putting down his bag, he took out his homework first, since he didn't really need to listen to the class. He secretly finished most of his homework during class, and when he came home, there was only a little bit left, and it only took him half an hour to finish it very easily. Then came the main event. He took out the two thick books, High School Mathematics Competition Training Tutorial, and began to study. Let's see if swiping this book will make the progress bar go up faster. As an introductory book, the first few chapters are relatively simple. When Hewley called him to eat, he has already learned 2 chapters. Glanced at the system panel, Omni Learning System. Language skills activated. Language level LV0 progress 1, 0 1 100. English level LV0 progress 1, 0 1 100. Math level LV0 progress 3 100. Physical rating LV0 progress 1, 0 2 100. Math went from 1, 0 1 100 to 3 100. I can't believe it's so fast. Compared to language arts, English and physics, which only went up by a little more than 0 after completing their homework. This is a huge increase. Hewley looked at Zhang Zhu staring at the air and smiling stupidly and asked, "What is it? So happy." "Ah, this. I thought of something inside the school. Tell me about it." "It's when a student didn't do his homework and lied about it being eaten by the family dog." Hewley couldn't help but smile and said, "You can't be like this. If you really can't finish writing today, then go to bed early, and the next day you can just talk to your teacher directly and make up for it later." "Got it, got it. You can't tell your parents that you have a system. If one more person knows about it, there's more risk of leakage. If the system is cancelled by itself, it will be a big loss." After dinner, Zhang Zhu studied until 10 o'clock and finally finished the first 4 chapters of the textbook. Math level LV0, progress 5 100. Math progress bar went up another 2 100. That's all for today. Early bedtime is necessary. In his previous life, staying up too late had led to sudden death, and he didn't want to repeat that mistake. The next morning, when the alarm clock rang, Hewley had already left the door to drive to work, leaving him breakfast on the table. Hot milk, chicken wings, whole wheat bread, and roasted vegetables are all about nutritional balance. After the first class, Zhang Zhu was about to go out to fetch water when a student sitting at the door shouted at him, "Zhang Zhu, there are people outside looking for you." "Looking for me?" Zhang Zhu was a bit puzzled. Who could it be? I don't know many people from other classes who would come to me at this time, outside the classroom. 3 unfamiliar male students were leaning against the corridor railing, and one of them, after seeing Zhang Zhu come out, walked up and said, "Are you Zhang Zhu? It's me. What's up?" Zhang Zhu observed the 3 people in front of him. Said, "This person is relatively thin, wearing a junior high school uniform. Unpleasant." The other 2 were both wearing junior high school uniforms and were tall and athletic. Zhang Zhu junior high school height of 1.78 m. Later height stabilization is 1.85 m. And these 2 junior high school height than Zhang Zhu even slightly higher. "You're not on the school basketball team, are you? Let me introduce you first. These 2 are my good buddies. Both are from the varsity basketball team. They are very strong. If the 2 of them go at it, you won't be able to beat 10 of them." Zhang Zhu frowned. "What exactly are you trying to express? I'm not happy to hear that you're getting close to Liu Hanjiang from your class, And I'd like to advise you that Liu Hanjiang is one of mine, and if you don't stay away from her, the consequences won't be something you can afford. A guy from the junior basketball team responded, Kid, our big brother Zhao is a man of his word, if you know what he's talking about. You'd better do as you're told, Zhang Zhu wondered. You are 1 year older than him, and you still recognize him as your elder brother. The basketball player laughed coldly. That's for sure. You recognize him as the big brother, of course. Others want to recognize the big brother, has not had the opportunity to do so. Zhang Zhu recalled that in his previous life, the person who was frantically pursuing Liu Hanjiang did hear that he had some background, and he did not think that it was this kind of background. So are you threatening me? Aren't you afraid I'll sue the teacher? The basketball player snickered. You can sue if you want, but let me make it clear. If you dare to sue your teacher, I won't do anything to you in school. But when you leave the door after school, you'll be ready to take a beating from society. Zhang Zhu laughed coldly and said, That's good. We are one thing to one thing. First of all, I did not talk to Liu Hanjiang about love. This point I also clarified with the teacher. You don't have to worry, in addition, about you threaten me this matter. I need you to immediately apologize to me. Otherwise, I will definitely tell the teacher. Kid, you brought this on yourself. The basketball player said grimly, All right, you guys apologize to him, and let's just forget about it. The gangly skinny guy from the second year spoke up. The basketball player's eyes are rounded in disbelief. Brother, why? I have come here today just for Liu Hanjiang. Since this matter has been clarified, the other can be less of a thing. The gangsta skinny man said besides, I have to make a better impression on Liu Hanjiang. The basketball player bowed his head and apologized to Zhang Zhu. Before leaving, Plankton said to Zhang Zhu, I hope you remember what you said today. If I hear that you are entangled with Liu Hanjiang again, I will not be soft. Zhang Zhu looked at his back as he left, and there was a sudden flash of inspiration in his mind. TKN, perhaps it's time for me to learn some fighting skills. After returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu sat in his seat and continued to study the high school mathematics competition cultivation tutorial. What kind of book is this? Can I see it? Liu Hanjiang explored his head, and his hair ruffled Zhang Zhu's neck. There's nothing to see. It's just a workbook. I've agreed to lend you my homework to copy, and you dare to hide it from me. Liu Hanjiang faced slightly with some angry color. Not by, Zhang Zhu said, directly from the hands of Zhang Zhu to snatch this thick book over. Zhang Zhu can't help it, although he knows all the homework, but if you do it yourself, it still takes a lot of time and is much slower than just copying it. Get your assignments done in the fastest time possible, and spend the rest of your time working on competitions to upgrade your progress. Finished reading it, can I have it back? But see Liu Hanjiang eyes bulging look at the book, said Zhang Zhu. When did you start to learn such esoteric things? This book, how I cannot understand. What are those strange symbols above? Why are there arrows above the letters? You'll learn that in high school. What? You've started learning about high school? Liu Hanjiang's small exclamation of surprise was just heard by Gao Yifan, who was sitting in the front row. Gao Yifan turned around and said solemnly, What's the use of learning high school knowledge in advance? Junior high school knowledge has not learned the essence of the knowledge. Run to learn the knowledge of high school. Not only in the examination is not beneficial, but also a waste of time. Zhang Zhu, I advise you to focus on the content of the class. Do not think of in front of people in the limelight. Deliberately spend time to learn some of the current useless things. Gao Yifan has been ranked first in his grade all year long, and is known throughout the second grade for his ability to score high on tests, no matter how hard they are. However, he is arrogant and likes to teach others like an old man. So many students do not like him very much. Thanks for the heads up, haha. I know, after that, in front of Gao Yifan, Zhang Zhu continued to start studying the competition questions. Gao Yifan was a little embarrassed and said in a serious manner, Zhang Zhu, listen to my advice. We don't test these things in the midterm. So what's the use of learning them? Moreover, even if you learn these things, does it mean that your grades will improve a lot and you will be the first in your grade? I'm just more interested. It won't affect my in-class learning. Zhang Zhu at the moment just want to quickly get rid of this annoying guy. There's enough knowledge in the classroom. You'll be chewing on more than you can chew. Gao Yifan wants to continue his nagging, but he is interrupted by Liu Hanjiang. Come on, Gao Yifan. I'm tired of yakking. Zhang Zhu's test scores are among the highest in his grade, so it's not like he can't get into a major high school. So what's wrong with learning a little extracurricular knowledge? At that moment, the bell rang, and Gao Yifan couldn't say anything to refute. This is a language class. Today's class is reading class, and I've requested with the grade level director that we go to the library for free reading this class. Just after the language teacher had finished speaking, a round of cheers went up from the bottom. This is what middle school is all about. Students are happy to get out of the classroom whenever they can. School library is not big. Weekdays are basically closed state. It seems that this library is not done for the students to read books, but for the inspection of the leaders at the upper level to show them to see. Zhang Zhu rummaged around and found a book with a yellowed cover in a corner. Sanchu Fighting Grappling. Well, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if studying this book will open up new skills. He found a table and sat down. Slowly flipping through it, Omnipotent Learning System, Fighting Ability activated. The first time the host activates a skill in the physical qualities domain. A bonus will be randomly selected, randomized. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The speed of upgrading skills in the physical qualities domain has been increased by 10 times. Fighting level of E0 progress 10-100. That's okay. To be able to improve your fighting skills by reading a book. Zhang Zhu was shocked just thinking about it, not to mention the fact that the speed of upgrading could be increased by 10 times. What are you looking at? So serious. Liu Hanzheng took a copy of essay materials and found a seat beside Zhang Zhu. Sanchu Fighting Grappling. Liu Hanzheng read it out word for word. You're really good at finding books. Netting the odd ones. Speaking of which, have you watched the Dula Continent I told you to watch yet? Don't tell me you haven't. Ah, Dulio Continent ah. Of course I watched it. It's so good. Tang San Ga Fierce. Really? Then tell me what drama you watched. Zhang Zhu scratched his forehead and struggled to remember the plot of the Dulio Continent anime he had once watched. I saw Tang San has a dual life martial soul. That's a lot of reading in one day. Very good. You still listen to me. Liu Hanzheng said, then I will reluctantly lend you the homework to copy. By the way, was Zhao Junyan the one who approached you during last class? You mean the gangster who hangs out with the junior varsity basketball team? Liu Hanzheng nodded, frowned slightly and sighed. He's been pestering me, and I can't do anything about it. He buys me stationery and drinks from time to time, but I refuse. But he still won't give up. He heard that I enrolled in the training class. Specially, and I enrolled in the same. He does not study. All day to come over and talk to me. Last week he even said that if I married him, he would buy me 2 houses. The real estate certificate is only written in my name. Zhang Zhu was a bit shocked and said, You still haven't agreed. Liu Hanzheng blankly glanced at him. You don't think I'm the type of person who worships gold, do you? On the other side of the bookshelf from them. And Gan Myorong poked the draft paper hard with her pen. On the draft paper, there is a small figure with the words Liu Hanzheng written next to it. Brother Zhao, why will like you this kind of little bitch? Really deserve to die. Brother Zhao should have been in love with me. Yan Myorong gritted her teeth in hatred. What part of you little bitch is better than me? Yesterday, I even told Big Brother Zhao about the ambiguous relationship between you and Zhang Zhu. And Big Brother Zhao even still hasn't given up on you. She tore off the piece of draft paper and crumpled it into a ball fiercely. Taking a few deep breaths, she tried to calm her mind. Though the anger subsided, the jealousy deepened. You little bitch and Zhang Zhu are having an ambiguous relationship. As long as I go and talk to Big Brother Zhao every day and stick around for a while. I don't believe that Big Brother Zhao still misses you. After class, Yan Myorong rushed to the corridor outside the classroom of the second-year Class 4. Pretending to walk carelessly, a skinny guy with some gangliness came out from the classroom, and it was Zhao Junyan. And Gan Myorong just happened to collide with him and exclaimed, Ah, what a coincidence. I've met Brother Zhao. A little pink blush appeared on her face just in time, revealing a blushing expression. So it's Yan Myorong. Zhao Junyan responded with a smile, and Gan Myorong wanted to say something, but stopped short and just sighed. Then continued walking forward. Wait, Myorong, is there something you want to tell me? Zhao Junyan saw Yan Myorong's unusual behavior. Yu Look Book cannot help but ask. This. Yan Myorong 2 forefingers in front of his body to beat. A hesitant look. Say it out, I'm afraid that Brother Zhao will be hurt. Or do not say it is good. Zhao Junyan was a bit anxious. What is it? You quickly tell me. Is it related to Liu Hanzheng? He ran into the classroom and came out with a bag of pens. This is a new pen pouch. Imported. A few days ago, more than $300 to buy. To give you. Your class in the future, there is something must be the first time to say to me. Geez, how can this be? Yan Myorong pushed the pen bag towards Zhao Junyan's side with both hands. I won't take other people's things casually. Brother Zhao, you'd better use it yourself. It's okay. You can buy the stuff anytime you want. I'm not bad with this money. Just take it. After several rounds of pushing and shoving, and Gan Myorong managed to take the pouch. Alas, Brother Zhao, to say it out loud, I feel sorry for you. Brother Zhao, you are such a good person. But Liu Hanzheng did not even look at you. If you say that she concentrates on her studies, then it's okay. But what is that Zhang Zhu? Not even a hair of Zio's big brother can't compare. But Liu Hanjiang and Zhang Zhu have been eyeballing each other. So it's not easy to be happy. Zhao Junyan frowned and said, "Are you telling the truth? I just warned Zhang Zhu to stay away from Liu Hanjiang. And he also said clearly that he doesn't like Liu Hanjiang. So how come he got entangled with Liu Hanjiang again?" Yan Miarong snorted coldly. "You don't like Liu Hanjiang, Zhang Zhu. I'm afraid he doesn't believe it himself. After class, he and Liu Hanjiang are talking and laughing, so close that they are almost close to each other. Even in the reading class, he doesn't even read. He chats with Liu Hanjiang for the whole class. I know." "Thanks for telling me," Zhao Junyan said with a gloomy face. For an entire language reading class, Zhang Zhu scanned through Sanchu fighting takedown. After class, Zhang Zhu stood up and stretched. Suddenly, his mind was jolted. Why don't you feel the same way physically? He touched his whole body and felt that his muscles had become much firmer, and he seemed to be more powerful when he raised his hands and threw his feet. Zhang Zhu checked the situation in his head. Fighting level LV0, progress 5100. What? How can the progress increase so fast? He couldn't resist throwing a few punches into the air to test his skills. This kind of force and speed. Even a veteran martial arts practitioner would be just like this. Giggle, giggle. Liu Hanjiang covered her mouth and laughed. "Why are you playing monkey-ish fist here?" Zhang Zhu stretched his body and said, "I've been sitting for too long. I need to exercise." The day went by as usual. Zhang Zhu studied 3 more chapters of the high school mathematics competition cultivation tutorial in the back of the school. Math level LV0, progress 13100. The tutorials get harder as you go along, and the math level progresses faster. With the school bell ringing, students walked towards the school one by one. Near the school gate, Zhao Junyan paced back and forth. From time to time tilted his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, in addition to the gangster, he also seems to reveal a trace of sadness. He's waiting for someone. Finally, the silhouette in the crowd stopped him in his tracks. He stepped forward and spoke in the gentlest of tones. "Liu Hanjiang, come with me for a moment." The two came to a remote corner. Zhao Junyan from the school bag took out a small box with exquisite packaging. There is a Sisley logo. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it." "What is it?" Liu Hanjiang asked. "I see that you usually study very seriously. Worried that you stay up late and hurt your skin. So I want to buy you a set of skin care products. I see that my mom usually used this family, so I also bought a set to give you. I appreciate your thoughts, but I can't accept this gift. No, this is a great set of skincare products. Heathleys, this set costs tens of thousands of dollars." Liu Hanjiang still did not accept, but took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Zhao Junyan, I know you want to chase me, and I also understand that you have spent a lot of effort. You are a good person, but we don't really fit in. I still have to study and get into a good high school, and I don't want to get stuck in a relationship quagmire. Let's not see each other again." After that, Liu Hanjiang walked straight towards the school gate. "Ha ha 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 ha. Liu Hanjiang, I knew you wouldn't accept it." Zhao Junyan smiled, but it was extremely sad. Liu Hanjiang stopped and looked back. "What do you mean, what study? What don't want to fall into the emotional swamp? All the damn are pretext. I see you now as to Zhang Zhu, that little white face loved to death only." Liu Hanjiang was silent. "Ha. I was right. It's okay in your eyes. I'm just a punk who has a little bit of money and only relies on his parents. How can I be compared to a good student like Zhang Zhu? You're overthinking it. Zhang Zhu and I are just normal friends. We're not in a relationship." Liu Hanjiang left without looking back. "I don't believe it, Liu Hanjiang. What do I have to do to impress you?" Zhao Junyan shouted, but he couldn't call back another turn from Liu Hanjiang. Sadly, he would rather Liu Hanjiang fall in love with Zhang Zhu, instead of being as indifferent as he is now. Then he would have a chance to win her heart. The little incident at the corner of the campus went unnoticed, and Zhang Zhu returned home as usual. The sound of stir-frying in the kitchen greeted him, and one by one the food came to the table. "Mother," he Huli said while she was busy. "Zhao Zhua, tomorrow Saturday your father is working overtime. I'll send you to the tutorial class. Mom, can you quit that tutoring class? I feel like I'm doing so well now that I don't need it anymore." Not to mention the fact that with Zhang Zhu's current level of knowledge, those tutorials outside can no longer teach him. Even in his previous life, Zhang Zhu also regretted that he followed the trend of junior high school to take a few tutorials. It was only when he went to university that he realized that his major secondary school had enough educational resources, and that there was nothing wrong with his learning method, which was more than enough to cope with the SSC examinations in terms of in-class learning, and that tutorials were a complete waste of money and time. Well, Huli hesitated for a moment, and then said Zaoju, when you decided to enroll in this tutorial class, you have to think about dropping out of the class. You know best about your own learning. But if you really want to withdraw, Mom will support you. Mom trusts your judgment. Zhang Zhu pulled a few mouthfuls of rice to eat, thinking for a while, and said I think well, or not to return it. Tutorials do not have a few classes left. This door on the end, and then do not enroll in the tutorials on the line. He could hear that a mess. Ho Wai Lai did not really want him to quit the class, of course, if he insisted on dropping out of school. His mother would certainly agree, but he thought about it. In his previous life, he was a bit rebellious at this age, and he had lost his temper with his parents, and he was a bit upset about it when he was born again. He didn't want to let his mother worry about him anymore. Tutoring is not much of a waste of time, and he can study the high school mathematics competition tutorial while he is tutoring. Saturday, sunny morning. Zhang Zhu got out of the car, said goodbye to his mother, and then walked toward the building where the tutorial class was located. Passing a basketball court on the way, he casually glanced at it and saw two acquaintances. On the basketball court, two men are playing basketball. One is a little fatter, the other a little leaner. I can't believe I ran into them again. Yesterday morning when Zhao Junyan called him out of the classroom, it was these two people who followed Zhao Junyan and said something threatening to him. These two are members of the junior varsity basketball team at River City 3. The two of them also stopped playing ball and walked over to Zhang Zhu's side and said, Yo, I can meet you here. Why don't you play with us? Zhang Zhu has no time to pay attention to them. If we don't go faster, we will be late for the tutorials. Mingzin training class, one of the several high-end training classes in Zhongcheng City, is not a big reputation. Zhang Zhu hurriedly broke into the classroom and saw Zhu Koko next to his seat. Yu Keek is a student in the 5th class of the 2nd year of the 3rd middle school in Zhongcheng. She is a very mature, unsmiling, and a very cold beauty. Maybe it's a genetic problem. She's already 1.70 meters at this age. Wearing a pair of relatively short jeans, slender straight long legs stretched out, and other places that should be full of development are very perfect. The body is hot. It's just that she usually wears very loose clothes in front of her classmates, covering up her figure a lot. Zhang Zhu once happened to bump into her on the street, wearing light makeup, wearing navel-gazing haughty outfits. What impressed him was that Zhu Koko had a waistline when she was in junior high school, and that she was able to work out under the intensity of her studies in middle school. Zhang Zhu had to admire her self-discipline as well. Zhu Koko and Liu Hanjiang, and known as Zhongcheng 3 Big School Flower. Naturally, not for nothing, when she came to her seat, there was a cup of Starbucks coffee on the table. Coco Chu said, Here's your coffee. Bought downstairs, thank you. How much? You look book, I'll pay you. No, count me in. Well, next time don't buy Starbucks. Coco Zhu froze for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. The two of them made a pact with each other that if one of them was late, they would have to buy a cup of coffee for the other one the next week in class. As a result, Zhang Zhu had already bought Coco Zhu an unknown number of cups of coffee, and Coco Zhu had never had the chance to buy any for him. He buys portable coffee from convenience stores in bottles, which is not very expensive, and gradually he got used to it. Last weekend it was not easy for Zhu Koko to arrive late once, but he was so happy that he did not think Zhu Koko directly bought him a cup of Starbucks, the price of which topped his purchase of 10 bottles of convenience store coffee. He wasn't the type to take advantage of others. And if this trend continued, he'd have to buy Coco Zhu a Starbucks every week, and he wouldn't have enough money for his allowance. How can this be? This trend of buying Starbucks must be killed. Coco Zhu's family has money. He owns a company. And he has a lot of pocket money, so he probably doesn't even feel like buying a cup of Starbucks. But Zhang Zhu's pocket money is very tight. Taking a small sip of coffee, Zhang Zhu's features twisted together. This is too bitter. I'm sorry. I usually drink iced Americano. I bought it by the way this time. I didn't pay attention to your taste. No, it's okay. It's hard for you to drink something so bitter every day. I'm used to drinking it. It's not that bitter. Looks like those saccharin coffee drinks I usually buy are not to your taste at all. Coco Zhu smiled gently. That's why it's better for you to be less late. Soon, Mr. Zai, the teacher of the training class, started to give a lecture. The students here should all be in the 2nd year of junior high school. You are about to take the final exam of the 2nd semester of the 2nd year of junior high school. I got the news that this time the final exam is a citywide joint exam, and the questions will be very difficult. So today, we will first put aside the lectures of junior high school knowledge and help you to focus on reinforcing the solution ideas of the difficult questions of the second year of junior high school. Teachers of Mingxin's training courses are in close contact with the education sector in secondary schools, and all kinds of information are exchanged. Zhang Zhu vaguely remembers this examination in his previous life, because it was too difficult, resulting in 120 points full of mathematics. He did not even get 100 points. Coupled with language, English and physics results are relatively mediocre. The final total results also fell out of the top 30 grades. But he was now disinterested in this level of examination, and continued to take out the thick book and brush up on the math competition questions. Mr. H.C. gave each of them a paper. There are 6 questions on the paper. Students do it first. The questions are more difficult. Which can be made to do which? Half an hour later, we will come back to the explanation. Zhang Zhu casually scanned the questions on the paper and basically could tell the answers at a glance. So he picked up a pen and wrote out the solution to each question in brief. As for the specific calculations, he did not want to waste the time. Oops, wrote a word wrong. Coco Zhu, lend me the correction tape. You take it. After 5 minutes, Zhang Zhu had finished writing 6 questions. Then he put the paper on the side of the table and continued to read the competition book. A look of surprise appeared on Zhu Coco's always cool face. You finished writing? Yeah. Gao Yifan, who was sitting in front of Zhang Zhu, turned around and said, What did you just say, Zhang Zhu? Have you finished writing? It's only been 5 minutes and you've finished. Show me the test paper. Coincidentally, Gao Yifan sat in front of Zhang Zhu in the 19th class of the second year. And when he arrived at the Mingxin training class, Gao Yifan still sat in front of him. He is like an old man who likes to lecture. But he has not changed a bit. What is it? You are only the solution to each question is roughly written out. Away from the real make. It is still 100,000, 80,000 miles away from it. You know, the examination is not only the test method, but also the calculation ability, and the format of the problem also has requirements. Your solution is right or wrong regardless of the idea. Cannot calculate the correct answer is also hard to say. But you do not even have a process of solving the problem. No one will give you points on the examination. I know how to write all the problem-solving steps. I'm just being lazy. Don't say you know how to write. If you don't get into the habit of writing, how can you write quickly and fluently during the exam? Brother Gao, I know I'm wrong. Let me go. Then Zhang Zhu continued to read his high school mathematics competition training tutorial. Gao Yifan was also a bit angry at Zhang Zhu's promise, but actually did not listen to his teachings, and continued to speak in a serious manner. You're still learning this stuff. I told you yesterday that learning this stuff ahead of time won't help you on the midterm.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video.
But you didn't listen. Brother Gao, don't say that. The competition is still useful for further studies. Useful? What's the point? Will the middle school exam test that kind of knowledge? While Gao Yifan was nagging, a girl sitting next to Gao Yifan suddenly turned back and looked at Zhang Zhu with a hint of surprise in her expression. You're studying for a competition. For what class? Her name is Qiu Linling, and she goes to the junior high school of the Zia. She first affiliated middle school, one of the top 3 junior high schools in Zhongcheng City. Qiu Linling is one of the top students in the training class, and is often called to the podium by Mr. Zai to solve problems. In his previous life, the top student in the year of Zhang Zhu's middle school exam was Qiu Linling. Math tournament, Gao Yifan sneered. After learning the math competition, you can't even write down the process of solving the problem. Qiu Linling said, Gao Yifan, what you just said is wrong. Learning competition is indeed helpful for further study. If you have achieved results in the competition, some key high schools can even admit you without looking at the results of the midterm examination. Gao Yifan's expression was stagnant. How come I haven't heard of it? Although he was the grade 1 of Zhongcheng No. 3 middle school, he was still very humble when talking to the top students of Zia Shiyi High School. You're in Zhongcheng 3rd middle school. Information is closed. Of course you don't know. If you come to our school, you'll know. Qiu Lingling's calm tone had a hint of arrogance in it as she asked Zhang Zhu, What textbook are you studying? I'll take a look. It turns out to be the high school mathematics competition training course. Then she turned her head away with little interest and said no more. Gao Yifan asked in a low voice, Qiu Linling, what is the level of the textbook that Zhang Zhu studied? Is it very profound? Qiu Linling said with some contempt. It's just an introductory textbook, and not many people in our school are learning it. I thought you Zhongcheng 3 middle schools are ready to make a big fuss about the competition, but I did not think that it is still a group of grassroots team in the blind mess teaching. Gao Yifan relaxed a breath. I said this kid usually only hovered in the top 30 of the grade. How could he all of a sudden learn more deeply than me? You think you learn very deep, in fact, not only learned a little fur. In Zhangsheng, 3 honestly prepare for the examination on the line. Do not think of some superfluous. Q Lingling didn't give him any face. Gao Yifen's face turned red. But he couldn't say anything to refute him, although they were whispering. Zhang Zhu could hear them. Zhang Zhu suddenly recalled that Q Linling was also a student of the competition, but not the math competition, but the biology competition. She was also a member of the national training team for the biology competition in her senior year, and was guaranteed a place at the Metropolitan University after the end of the college entrance examination in his previous life. Q Linling established a Kingxia University and the Metropolitan University Love Exchange Group. The rules of this group are students who are guaranteed admission to a top 2 university through the competition training team have priority in choosing their spouse. Students who enter top 2 universities through competitions, independent enrollment, and other preferential policies have the right to make a second choice. Only students who have passed the entrance exams of top 2 universities have the right to make the final choice of their spouse. Then Q Ling's fame spread to Zhangsheng. It cannot be said that it is a legacy of infamy, but it can be said that it is notorious. With the 2 oddballs sitting in front of him, Zhang Zhu had to feel that he was really lucky. Half an hour later, Mr. Zai said, "Time's up. Now we'll start the topic. Q Linling, you should have finished writing, or you come up and talk about it." Q Linling confidently walked up to the podium and said, "Teacher, half an hour is too tight. I didn't finish all 6 questions and only made 4. The words just fell. The classroom rang a burst of gasps. Woe even. How come I only made 1 question? What? How could you even make a question? I have no idea what to do with this question. Mr. H.C. maintained his discipline for a moment and then said, "Then tell us about the 4 questions you made." Q Lingling nodded and began to write on the blackboard. After 3 questions in a row, Mr. Zai praised them all. Q Linling's solutions to the first 2 questions were the same as the answers, and although the solution to the 3rd question was different from the answer, the result was also correct, if not a bit more concise. As for the process of solving the questions in the mark answer, I'll give the students a talk first. Q Linling, you also sit down and listen. The students in the class were listening and taking notes, and Coco Zhu was also listening with his eyes fixed on the lecture, sometimes frowning deeply and getting into thought. After Mr. Zai finished, Q Ling started the 4th question, after Q Lingling finished writing the solution. Mr. Zai said, "Well, Q Linling, you're only half right on this question, and there's a step in the process that's a little bogus, so you'll probably only get half a mark on the exam. This geometry problem is indeed very difficult. It's good that you've made it this far. Go down and rest for a while. Which other student made this question?" The students at the bottom laughed. If Q Linling can't do it, who else can? Teacher, you can start speaking directly. Well, then I'll get right to it. Mr. Zai picked up the chalk and was ready to start. Suddenly, Gao Yifen, who was sitting in front of Zhang Zhu, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I made this question. I can go up to speak." Gao Yifen, you made it. So come up on stage and explain. Gao Yifen came on stage, made 2 weird auxiliary lines, and then gave a speech. Mr. Zai nodded frequently and praised him after he finished. The auxiliary line of this problem is very difficult to come up with, but Mr. Gao Yifen is still very quick-witted, and he can do such a difficult problem. The students at the bottom couldn't believe it. Is Gao Yifen that good? How can he do something that Q Ling can't do? He's the first in his year in the junior high school of Zhangsheng 3rd Middle School, so it makes sense that he would make it. Even Coco Zhu couldn't help but say, "How did he come up with this kind of auxiliary line?" Zhang Zhu echoed in his mind, "Gao Yifen's math is still quite strong. I remember this final exam in my past life. The math became very difficult, especially a geometry problem. Not many people in the city to make it. Zhangsheng 3rd Middle School, only Gao Yifen did it, and as a result, in the end, Gao Yifen scored 118 out of a perfect score of 120 in mathematics, the first in the city, and did well in other subjects, and the total score was also the first in the city, making Zhangsheng 3rd Middle School greatly out of the limelight." Yukoko glanced towards Zhang Zhu's side and suddenly said, "Ha, Zhang Zhu, your auxiliary line is exactly the same as Gao Yifen's. Did you make this question too?" Zhang Zhu lightly smiled. "Nothing, just a little bit of luck. Suddenly thought of it, on the podium." Mr. Zai asked, "Gao Yifen, have you made the other questions? Do you want to talk about it?" Gao Yifen shook his head. "Teacher, I wrote out the complete solution format for each question, and I didn't have that much time, so I could only write out 2 questions in half an hour." "Okay, Then I'll do the rest of the 2 questions. Gao Yifan said, Teacher, in fact, I know someone who has written out all 6 questions. Oh, who is it? Mr. H.C.'s expression was one of surprise. Gao Yifan said, Not only did that guy write out all 6 questions, it only took him 5 minutes. The students in the class burst into laughter. Gao Yifan, you're being funny. Write it in 5 minutes. Even teachers can't do that. Right, Gao Yifan? You don't want to tell a cold joke that the person you know is the reference answer. Do you? That's right. Only someone like Gao Yifan, who lives like an old man, would tell such a boring, cold joke. Gao Yifan said, Zhang Zhu, the student sitting in the seat behind me, took less than 5 minutes to write out his thoughts on how to do each question. So the teacher can ask him to come up to the stage to talk about it. Mr. Xi said, Oh, really? Then please ask Mr. Zhang Zhu to come up to the stage and tell us about the last 2 questions. The students in the class started to ask each other questions. Who is this Zhang Zhu? Which school is he from? Could it be any of the schoolboys from the junior high school, of the first affiliated school, of the summer teacher? Don't guess blindly. People are also from Zhangcheng 3rd Middle School. What are his regular grades? Is he a solid player in the top 3 in his grade? I've heard otherwise. Zhang Zhu's grades seem to hover around the top 30 in his grade all year round. Some people couldn't help but begin to doubt the truth of Gao Yifan's words, and some even smelled Gao Yifan's intentions. Could it be that Gao Yifan and Zhang Zhu have a grudge? He wants to trick Zhang Zhu on purpose, so that he can make a fool of himself in front of the whole class. Qiu Linling also smiled at this time, echoing Gao Yifan. I think it's really possible for Mr. Zhang Zhu to do it. He's currently studying the novice introductory textbook for the math competition. He might be a hidden math genius. Zhang Zhu is a bit helpless. I am brushing the question. You call me on the podium for what? But still. I took the paper and went to the podium. Let's talk about the last 2 quadratic function problems. I will only talk about the idea of solving the problems, and leave the specific calculations to the students to do by themselves. The quadratic function y-axis 2bxc curves in a straight line with a fixed slope. The intersection of the straight line and the curve with the points on the quadratic function to form the triangle when the area of the maximum. The conventional solution to this problem is this. After the conventional solution, we simply do a little expansion. In fact, here involves the knowledge of high school derivatives. Students do not need to know the principle of its derivation. Just remember some of the conclusions on the line. At any point above the quadratic function, the slope of the tangent line is 2a. After Zhang Zhu spent about 5 or 6 minutes talking through the 2 questions, he returned to his seat and took a sip of his iced Americano. Well, a few more sips of this iced Americano, and I think it tastes okay. The classroom was silent. All the students were digesting what Zhang Zhu had just said. Gao Yifan sat on the seat, face uncertain, because he also some did not follow the Zhang Zhu solution ideas. Qiu Linling muttered, How could that be? How could he have learned all about conducting math? That's senior year content. Mr. Zai cleared his throat and said, Mr. Zhang Zhu spoke very well, but maybe he spoke too fast, and we can't keep up a little bit. So I'll come and tell you again. After Mr. H.C. finished his speech, the students were only able to get back to their senses. Yu Koko knocked on Zhang Zhu's desk and said, I still don't understand some places clearly. Can you give me another talk after class? No problem, Zhang Zhu said. He is a good student who is willing to help others. After the class, the students left the classroom one after another, and Zhang Zhu answered Yu Koko's questions. Koko Zhu thanked politely, smiled politely, and then left the classroom with Zhang Zhu. You can tell she's very domesticated and spaced out. On the 2nd floor of the building, Yu Koko said goodbye to Zhang Zhu. I have a voice class this afternoon, so I'll be on the 2nd floor here. Let's say goodbye. It's so hard. You only have 1 day off on weekends. Yu Koko shook her head. I still have dance and piano lessons tomorrow. But the piano lessons are a little easier since the piano teacher comes to my house. I'm impressed. I'll take my leave. She can be so tired. Mindfulness training classes. After Zhang Zhu and the other students left, Mr. Zai picked up his cell phone, found Guo Yuan in the address book, and dialed a phone number, drip. Drip, drip on the other side of the phone. Guo Yuan's voice rang, Hey. It's Mr. Thanks, what's up? Mr. Guo, there is a student named Zhang Zhu in Zhangcheng 3rd Middle School. Do you know him? Zhang Zhua. Ned, I remember, is the 19th class student I brought. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Well, congratulations on bringing up such an amazing student. Oh, did he do something? Even you praise him so much. It's like this, Mr. Guo. Today I found 6 very difficult questions. Zhang Zhu made them in 5 minutes. And it looks like he finished his high school content. I want to ask him if he has any idea of studying for the competition. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Lao Zai, you can be a step too late. Zhangzhu has already approached me in advance to indicate his intention to participate in the competition. I've already enrolled him, and I'm the one who filled in the name of the instructor when he enrolled in the preliminaries. Teacher Zai was a bit disappointed and continued. That's all the more reason to congratulate you. Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School has never produced a competition seedling. Don't say it all yet. Let's see what award he can get. The provincial first prize is not realistic. But as long as he can get a provincial third prize, it's a great honor. Alas, don't be modest. Mr. Guo. Maybe Zhangzhu can win the provincial first prize, or even make the provincial team. Lao Zaya. You can really promote people. He can get a provincial award, I'm happy to death. Into the provincial team are the summer teacher, a subsidiary of those talented high school students. I do not dare to have so much hope. Mr. Guoa, can you give Zhangzhu a recommendation for our Minx in training classes competition course? With a competition master teacher personally coming to teach the class. Ha 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 ha. Lao Zaya, you are now starting to snub me to be your Mingzin sales ah. I can ask him what he thinks. As for whether he is willing or not, I can't make the decision. Thank you then. Hanging up the phone, Mr. Zai took a drag on his cigarette and shook his head. It's a pity that Guo Yuan beat him to it. Zhangzhu walked out of the building where the training class was located and walked towards the subway station. His parents sent him here in the morning to hurry up in case he was late. After class, he usually sits on the MTR by himself and doesn't want to bother his parents. After walking through the basketball court, you will come to a small alleyway, and then walk through this alleyway for a short distance to the entrance of the MTR station. Just as I walked into the alley, I saw a thin man standing in front of me holding a steel pipe. Seeing that this person was not a good person, Zhangzhu stepped back, intending to take the long way to the subway station. After taking a few steps back, his body suddenly crashed into a soft mass. Zhangzhu looked back and saw a tall, slightly chubby man standing behind him, holding a steel pipe in his hand. These two men were attacking from the front and the back, in an encircling position. Zhangzhu had no way to escape at this point, although the alley was dimly lit. Zhangzhu recognized that these two people were the same two people who followed Zhao Junyan and shouted themselves out of the classroom yesterday morning. Also a member of the junior varsity basketball team at River City 3. I also saw them this morning at the basketball court next to the tutorial class. Zhangzhu said in a heavy tone, "Two big brothers. What do you mean by this?" The skinny guy in front of him smiled grimly. "Nothing. Just tired of playing basketball and looking for a change of scenery. Then please give way a little. And I will cross this road. Ugh, don't. I still want you to play with us. Sorry, I'm not available." The tall and strong man behind him said, "Don't waste your time with him. Kid, you were the one who caused Brother Zhao to force us to apologize yesterday. And today, since you've fallen into our hands, you should be more conscious. What are you going to do?" The tall and strong man said fiercely, "You now kneel down and kowtow immediately. And if we don't say stop, you will keep kowtowing to us." Zhangzhu sneered. "What if I don't do it?" The tall man slammed the steel pipe against the wall next to him, making a loud zheng sound. "If you don't do it, then you'll be in for a beating, and the high and low will have to leave a few scars on you. In that case, according to the rules of the road, you have to report your names." The two basketball players glanced at each other, and the tall, strong man said, "It wouldn't hurt to tell you the names. I'm Lung Taoyi, and he's Song Bingjia. Don't try to stall any longer. In 10 seconds. If you don't get down on your knees in kowtow, I'm going to do it." Lung Taoyi, I kept rubbing the steel pipe in his hand, and his tone was ferocious. Zhangzhu's nerves were tense. His fists unconsciously clenched, and his mind checked the system panel. Fighting level of E0, progress 55-100. Yesterday, he practiced the fighting techniques in the book Sanchu Fighting Grappling at home, and his progress went from 5100 to 55-100. He didn't know what to expect at this level of fighting, but two gym students a year older than him with steel pipes in their hands made it a tough fight. The fat man should be very strong, can only find a breakthrough in the front of the thin man, Song Bingjia. Later I directly through the side of Song Bingjia. As long as the run out of this alley, they will not dare to move. If you want to get past Slim, you can't get tangled up in him. I'm going to grab his pipe, and I'm going to throw his center of gravity off. And I'm going to have to take advantage of that momentary opportunity to get through. Otherwise, he'd be screwed if he hugged his body. Zhangzhu has thought of several scenarios in his head, although the risk is greater, but it is not impossible to take a shot. 10, 9, 8. Zhangzhu's right shoulder sank slightly. letting the bag's shoulder strap loosen a little, and his right hand grabbed the left shoulder strap so that he could later use the bag as a weapon to wield. 7, 6, 5. Zhang Zhu took a deep breath. His whole body's adrenaline soared, and his leg muscles tensed. 4, 3, 2, open. Zhang Zhu took off his shoulder bag and ran forward furiously. Song Bingjie saw Zhang Zhu charging towards him and swung the steel pipe in his hand towards him. Cold metal cuts through the air, creating a sharp wind noise, when the steel pipe was only 3 feet away from Zhang Zhu's body. It was suddenly held by one of his hands. Zhang Zhu pulled violently behind him. Song Bingjie felt a huge force coming from her hands pulling her. Her body tilted forward unconsciously, and her feet moved forward quickly to balance her center of gravity. It's now. Zhang Zhu slammed his shoulder bag into Song Bingjie's back, and Song Bingjie, who hadn't yet adjusted her center of gravity, fell to the ground while Zhang Zhu was stalled for a few breaths by the inertia of the bag. When he saw that he had won, Zhang Zhu threw down his bag and ran away. Before he could run 2 steps, he suddenly stumbled over something on his foot, and his whole body fell forward. Luckily, Zhang Zhu supported the ground with both hands in time. Otherwise, his teeth would have been knocked out. When I looked back, it was Song Bingjie who jumped over and hugged one of my legs. Let go or I'll step on your head. You step on my head, and I'll bite a piece of flesh off your leg in a few seconds. Long Tao, you rushed here, and Zhang Zhu realized that it was not good. It's all over now. I can't get away. Without saying a word, Long Tao Yi raised the steel pipe and smashed it on Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu also stretched out his hand and gripped the steel pipe with precision. The two stalemated. You're pretty strong for a kid. Long Tao Yi kicked directly at Zhang Zhu's body. Zhang Zhu had to use his other hand to protect his head, and his body could not help but receive a few kicks from him. Aha, Zhang Zhu grunted. You Roman 20. You're not going to eat the punishment. Long Tao Yi cursed and kicked Zhang Zhu's body with all his strength. At that moment, a middle-aged man shouted from the entrance of the alley. Who are you? What are you doing there? The 3 of them looked toward the sound, only to see a man in a security uniform running from the entrance of the alley. Oh no, the security guards are coming. Let's run. Long Tao Yi pulled Song Bingjie up and ran away towards the other end of the alley. Don't run, stop me, the security guard yelled, and the 2 of them fled without stopping for a second. The security guard had no choice but to run to Zhang Zhu, who was lying on the ground, as he couldn't catch up. Are you all right, little man? Zhang Zhu struggled to get up from the ground. The body is still very painful. There are many wounds on the hands. The security guard uncle helped Zhang Zhu and said, Little man, I'll take you to the infirmary. The doctor cleaned and bandaged Zhang Zhu's wound in the district clinic. Fortunately, there were no head injuries and only a few bruises on his body, but the most bruises were on his hands. Hey buddy, want to call your parents and have them come pick you up? Zhang Zhu shook his head and said, Uncle Security, I'm actually in good health now. I'd better take the subway back by myself. Big deal. I won't take the small roads. You this situation to not go to the police station to report it. You look book well. I'll go back and talk to my parents about this one. Thanks a lot, Uncle Security. Are you worried about getting back at those 2 guys you just met? Zhang Zhu has repeatedly put up excuses, and the enthusiastic security guards can only do nothing about it. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Zhu did not have anger or hatred on his face. On the contrary, he was actually very happy. He did not report to the police because it was too troublesome and time-consuming. Of course, the most important reason is the voice that appeared in Zhang Zhu's mind. Fighting level LV0 progress 100. The progress of the host's fighting level has been detected to be full, and the host will be upgraded. Fighting level LV1 progress 0100. When the fighting skill reaches this level, the host's fighting level is equivalent to the general level of a member of the Xia National Wushu Sanchu team. The system will take the upgrade reward for the host. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the talent Rapid Recovery. The host's ability to recover from injuries and illnesses is significantly enhanced. At this moment, Zhang Zhu felt that the cells of his entire body were reorganizing. The energy in his body was expanding, and his entire body was full of strength. Walk into the MTR station. Swipe your card through the gates. Get on the MTR, get off the MTR, exit the gates, and leave the MTR station, facing the bright sunlight. Zhang Zhu examined his body. After less than an hour, the bruises on the body are gone, the wounds on the hands are gone, and the original skinny body is now all muscle, biceps, pecs, abs, thigh muscles, and a body now that he would never have thought of before. The whole person is much more hardened and refreshed. Why are you so late today? The food is cold, asked her mother. Emily Ho, Mom. I ran into my classmates after class and played a little ball with them, and I got really sweaty. Who are you playing with? Is it Chen Yun's guys again? Yeah, who else? Chen Yuni is a classmate of the 19th class of the second year of junior high school. He is usually on good terms with his classmates and often plays soccer together. Then you can change your clothes first. Okay, after changing clothes, after eating, Zhang Zhu returned to the room. Cannot help but start again according to the memory of the sparring fighting tackle to fight a little boxing. I looked at the system panel with great anticipation and realized fighting level LV1 progress 0, 0, 0, 1, 100. When the fighting skill reaches this level, the host's fighting level is equivalent to the general level of a member of the Zia National Wushu Sanchu team. Yesterday, I was able to increase my progress by 1/100% with a casual punch. Why is my progress so slow today? It looks like it's getting a lot harder to increase progress after a level up, with a little disappointment in his heart. He turned to mathematics, level LV0, progress 35/100. It went up pretty fast, so I'm glad it did. Mathematics skills are not like the skills in the physical qualities field that have a 10x upgrade speed bonus. So Zhang Zhu is already very satisfied to have reached this level of progress. Opened the cell phone. Entered the QQ space. The first glance saw the Liu Hanjing's dynamic. Super cute girl yesterday. 1900 were not meant to be. So please take care of yourselves. There is a sad picture here. Huh? What does she mean by that? A comment was posted by another Nick, named She Only Belongs to Me. Why are you so desperate? My thoughts of you are deeper than the sea, but you would rather be stranded on the beach than live in the sea of my heart. Likes 169. Good guy. Who is this guy? Is he so obsessed with Liu Hanjing? When I clicked on the homepage of She Belongs to Me Only, I was so impressed that I was blinded by it. The yellow diamonds, red diamonds, green diamonds, purple diamonds, blue diamonds, black diamonds, pink diamonds, superstar diamonds all open through the QQ level a crown. Fancy cannot see the person's ID. Seeing this kind of number, even if Zhang Zhu is a fool, he can guess that this person is Xiao Junyan. And C0 going back to Liu Hanjing's space. There are many more comments under Xiao Junyan's comment. Brother Xiao, don't be too sad. I'm always by your side. There are many other similar comforting comments. Interspersed amongst the many comments from the Shaw brothers is a comment if you're feeling bad and want to talk to someone. I'm always here for you, but don't keep things bottled up. But don't keep things to yourself. It's bad for you. Nickname Kiri loves to sleep. The first time I saw this, I was able to get a good deal on a new product. Suddenly, the phone vibrated and a friend request popped up. She belongs to me only apply to add friend. Why did Xiao Junyan friend me? Without much thought. Zhang Zhu agreed. She only belongs to me. I just saw you visit my homepage, and I guess you are Zhang Zhu. But no mistake. Your homepage is quite gorgeous. She only belongs to me. I know that Liu Hanjing definitely has you in his heart. And you don't seem to like her, so I want to make a deal with you. What's the deal? She belongs to me. Tell me everything you know about Liu Hanjing's hobbies and interests, including her favorite clothes, dolls, TV dramas, movies, etc. Then ask your homeroom teacher to change your seat to one farther away from Liu Hanjing. Then you will ask your homeroom teacher to change your seat to one that is far away from Liu Hanjing. In exchange, I can allow you to join my Yenshin gang. Boat, what's Yenshin gang? She only belongs to me. I created the gang. Currently in the initial stage, only me, Song Bingjia, Long Tao Yi 3 people. If you join now, is my Yanshin gang of senior members. The Yanshin gang development and growth will not be able to lessen the benefits of your. Both your dreams are great, but I'm not interested. Song Bingjia and Long Tao Yi are 2 people that he can't even take revenge on. So how can he be willing to join their small group? The first thing you need to do is to ask for a price. As long as I can accept it, I can give it to you. Boat, sorry. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. You find someone else. Goodbye. She belongs to me. How dare you reject me? Zhang Zhu exited the chat box with Xiao Junyan. And Xiao Junyan still madly sent messages. Zhang Zhu had no choice but to set his message as no interruption. Then I went to Liu Hanjing's space and liked her post. After a while, QQ popped up a message. Boat, hey. Hey. Send emotion somehow. Is Xiao Junyan harassing you? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. But I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. So I'm not going to be able to do it. Boat, well. I've just realized the intensity of his entanglement. Super cute beauty girl, huh? Did he contact you just now? Boat, yes, yet. What did he say to you? Boat, he said he wants me to join his Yenshin gang. You shouldn't know what the Yenshin gang is. When he was chasing after me, he described to me in detail the grand blueprint for the future development of his Yenshin gang. Boat, super cute beauty girl. Have you ever been chased by a girl since you were a child? Boat well. I don't think there is one under my impression. I thought there would be a lot of girls chasing you. Zhang Zhu vaguely sensed that Liu Huanzhang was playing tug of war, so he then tugged repeatedly with Liu Huanzhang. So let's leave it aside for now. While chatting, Zhang Zhu also took the opportunity to brush the space. She belongs to me. 001 today every sleepless night. Thinking of you. Tong Tong loves to sleep 9:37 today. I love the pencil case that Shaw gave me. Photo Zhao Junyan sent more than $300 for the pen bag. The corner of the picture, inside the inadvertent appearance of the computer screen. The top of the screen only reveals a very small part of the Taobao store interface. And a few words, Paradise, Pen Bag, Evaco, branded new, simple, large capacity, high color value, of junior high and high school students. The price of 388 yuan. Alien 1411 today bad touch. Shot 2, 103s and only hit 79. Photo Sun, basket. Basketball, mineral water. This is the QQ feed of Zhang Zhu's classmate, Chen Yunjian. Coco 1543 today. I've been learning the road to heaven all afternoon. And it's too hard to sing. Let's have an iced Americano to moisturize my voice. P.S. Today I realized that the person sitting next to me is a big math guy. Illustration, a white hand holding a Starbucks extra large iced Americano. Zhang Zhu had been brushing up to the latest article, then put down his cell phone and began to write his homework. It's Monday again, and the principal did the midterm mobilization on top of the usual flag-raising ceremony. Unlike previous years, this time also dedicated a few minutes to mention the second-year final exam citywide joint examination. Said the examination is very important. The school attaches great importance to this examination. Students must treat it as a midterm examination. After the flag-raising ceremony, good buddy Chen Yuni came over and said, Zhao Zhang, a second year of the end of the school year. The principal even gave me a little nervous. Zhang Zhu patted his chest and laughed. Zhao Chen ah. The mentality still needs to be practiced again. By the way, 2 gym classes are in a row this afternoon. Make sure you play ball with us. I practiced a lot over the weekend, and I'm going to blow you away this time. Egu, so powerful, called Dad who lost this afternoon. Come on, whoever shuts down is a grandson. Back in the classroom. Zhang Zhu didn't study competition books anymore. After a weekend of study, the math level has come to LV0 progress 5100. Zhang Zhu found that the further back the study, the slower the progress rose. Simply put it down first. Adjust the mood. So he took out a newly purchased book in the bookstore, MMA Mixed Martial Arts Practical Skills Training Book, and casually flipped through it. Since the fighting level reached LV1, the book Sanchu Fighting Takedown has not been able to play much of a role. Have to come to this more fierce fighting materials. Next time if he encountered Song Bingjia, Long Tao Yi and the others. He would not run away again. Liu Hanzheng looked at Zhang Zhu with wide eyes. Zhang Zhu, last time you were reading that book, Sanchu Fighting Takedown, and now you're reading this kind of fighting book. You shouldn't be a violent maniac. I'm just taking a casual look. Maybe I can use it for defense later. Nowadays, the social security is so good. How can we still need this kind of thing? I think you are just a violent maniac. You call me violent again, and I'll beat you up. See? I told you were violent. When the bell rang, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom and announced to the class, Students, this week the grade has decided to hold a practice test before the final exam, which is scheduled for Thursday and Friday. This practice exam will be similar to the final exam, and the questions may be more difficult. So please be prepared. There was another woe is me at the bottom. It was hard to wait until the class period before the physical education class, and the students ran downstairs one after another. Zhang Zhu walked slowly down the stairs when suddenly a roar came from his back, while a jade hand patted his shoulder. Almost subconsciously, Zhang Zhu's shoulder sank slightly, and his hand turned into a claw and grabbed the hand on his shoulder like lightning. Egu hiss! A cry of pain came from behind him. Zhang Zhu turned around and said in surprise, Liu Hanzheng, how come it's you? I'm just trying to scare you. What are you doing? It hurts. Zhang Zhu immediately let go of his hand and apologized. Sorry, I overreacted. I didn't hurt you. Let me take a look. Saying that, he cupped her jade hand and rubbed it heartily. Liu Hanzheng also did not resist. Let Zhang Zhu need. Just because of pain. The eyes seeped out a few drops of tears. Hanging in the elastic skin, very pitiful, Zhang Zhu had a realization in his heart in the past. I would never react so quickly. It seems that the enhancement of my fighting skills has led to corresponding changes from my body to my nervous system. The brain may have built up a collection of neurons that are compatible with fighting. You bullied me. Liu Hanjing broke her hand out of Zhang Zhu's hand, and then rushed down the stairs without looking back. Yo, Chang, what's wrong with her? Zhang Zhu's classmate and best friend, Chen Yunjian, came over with a basketball in his hand. I only scratched her by accident. She must be angry. Zhang Zhu scratched his head. He is now full of muscles. Just grabbed that force is really a bit big. Liu Hanjing, that small body may not be able to withstand. Girls are like that, don't worry about her. She'll forget about the pain in a few minutes. We've got 2 gym classes in a row. I'm so excited. Let's go play basketball together. Chen Yunliang spun the basketball in his hand and pulled Zhang Zhu towards the basketball court. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but wonder how this good brother of his found a girlfriend. Physical education classes are basically free time, except for running and warming up at the beginning of the class. Zhang Zhu went to play basketball with his buddies. There were 6 basketball courts in total, and one of them was empty at the moment, and several people were playing happily. It didn't take long to hear the system beep. Omni Learning System. Basketball ability activated. Basketball level LV0, progress 2100. Zhang Zhu remembered to look at the fighting books to rise that little bit of progress. It seems that this kind of sports projects the progress of the actual training, then simply read the books to rise much faster, with his physical qualities at this point in time. This group of small partners is completely unable to stop him, so Zhang Zhu intentionally let go of the water and seldom made any physical confrontation. After a bit more of a fight, the guys were going to take a few minutes to rest. Everyone take a break. I'm going to the kiosk to get water, and if any of you still want water, I can get it for you, Zhang Zhu said. A few of his buddies unanimously slipped Zhang Zhu a few dollars. Ice Coca-Cola. Ask for Pepsi. Big bottle of iced tea. Just buy me a bottle of mineral water. While Zhang Zhu went to buy water, the remaining few people walked around the venue to catch their breath. A group of 6 men arrived at the basketball court, all dressed in basketball uniforms and Air Jordans. And all of them were tall. Yikes, look, it's the school basketball team. There were a lot of people in the basketball court, including many girls who came to watch, and at that moment, a girl screamed, what do I see? Their captain Chu Haiyuan is here too. What? Chu Hao Yuan is here too. I have to see. Oh, my God, it's so cool. This kind of face can go to play the No. 1 in a Korean drama, right? If Zhang Zhu were here, he would have realized that 2 of the 6 basketball players are Xiao Junyan's little brothers, Song Bingjia and Long Taoyi. After the security guards found them beating Zhang Zhu last week, they were worried that Zhang Zhu would call the police under the encouragement of the security guards. But after waiting for a long time, the police did not come to find them, so their hearts settled down. At the same time, he also looked at Zhang Zhu more lightly. He doesn't even dare to report to the police for bullying. Captain, there's a field there, just right for practicing. The lean Song Bingjia pointed at the field where Zhang Zhu's buddies were resting and said. After the basketball team came over, Song Bingjia said to a few people in the court, if you guys don't want to play, don't stay in the court. It's hindering us from playing. Chen Yunyan was not happy. We are just taking a break. We have to fight again soon, but we can just play 1 half, and you guys can play the other half if you want. Song Bingjia said, that won't do. Our school is going to participate in the city middle school's basketball tournament soon. We need the whole court to train. Otherwise, we can't simulate the real battle situation. Chen Yunjian threw out his 2 hands and said, that can't be helped. We came here first. So if you guys want to train, you can wait until we're done fighting. At this time, Long Taoyi said righteously, is this the way you want to play? We walked from the field to here. All the way you did not even shoot the ball, and when we arrived here, you said you want to play. Is not this intention to find trouble? Your words are like farts. What's wrong with your brain? Chen Yunjian is a person with a strong temperament. And at this moment, his temper came up, and he raised his sleeves, ready to go up and give Long Taoyi 2 punches. What? Why don't you say a few words? You want to fight. I'll go all the way. Immediately. Long Taoyi and Chan Wanchu struggled. With Long Taoyi's strong body, there was nothing Chan Wanchu could do to him. Luckily, it didn't take long for the surrounding students to get them out of the way. And they didn't hurt each other. Long Taoyi, don't be so impulsive next time, basketball team captain Chu Haiyuan said. Long Taoyi turned his head and snorted coldly, walking away alone. Chu Haiyuan ignored him and spoke to Chen Yunjian and the others. You are the second-year students. Right, earlier, this member of my team was a bit impatient, so don't take it to heart. Since you've taken over this field and we need to use it for training, why don't we play a game so that we can warm up and you can play? Of course, if you have lost too many games and want to admit defeat and give up, you can also leave the field early. To be fair, we can give you a little bit of a break will only put up 5 people. You can put up 6. What do you think at that moment? A circle of junior high girls gathered around them to observe their basketball team's heroes from close range. Screaming in amazement, "Did you hear that? The boy wonder is going to play ball. Junior high school students. Promise to come down quickly. We want to watch Chu Hae-yuan play." Chen Yunjian knew in his heart that Chu Hae-yuan's proposal was obviously a great advantage for them. Originally, this venue is only a few of Chen Yun's partners to play happily together. But in the end, this Chu Hae-yuan intervened, forced to intervene in the venue, not to mention, but also to play some kind of game, causing them to be in a very bad mood. He wanted to say no, but the uproar from the circle of people around him made it hard for him to get off the stage. Chen Yunjian asked his brothers, "Do you want to fight?" "Of course I'm going to do it. Wouldn't it make me a tortoise to admit my guilt?" Chen Yunjian nodded and said towards Chu Hae-yuan, "We shall fight." On the way to the convenience store at the basketball court, Zhang Zhu met Liu Hanjing. Liu Hanjing was walking aimlessly along a quiet path dotted with trees. Zhang Zhu walked up and waved at her. "Why are you skulking around here alone? Not going to play with your classmates?" The moment Liu Hanjing saw him, he turned his head away, grunted and ignored him. "What's wrong with you? Don't you usually play badminton in gym class? My wrist hurts. I can't fight." Zhang Zhu apologized. "I'm really sorry. I hurt you in the first place. Do you want to eat ice cream? Do you want to eat ice cream?" "No," came to the great aunt. "Cannot eat. Really not eating." As a person with a very good memory, Zhang Zhu clearly remembered that Liu Hanjing's great aunt is not these days. It can be seen that she is still angry at. "Why are you so nagging? Can you walk away from me? Don't bother me." Liu Hanjing quickened his pace and walked towards the other end of the forest path. "If we really go far away from here, then Zhang Zhu will become that." So he silently followed behind Liu Hanjing, without taking a few steps. Liu Hanjing stopped. "What the hell do you mean? Why do you keep following me? I just don't want to see you alone. I know you're still mad at me. I can take it whether you scold me or want to hit me. I just hope you don't keep that feeling bottled up in your heart." "I'm mad at you. You think too much. Do you really think you have such a big face?" At this time, Zhang Zhu could clearly hear from her tone that her attitude had softened a lot. This time, it is necessary to give her a step down. "Give me some face. You're the only one who's willing to copy my homework. What am I going to do if you ignore me?" Liu Hanjing just snorted coldly and turned his head away. In no time at all, her expression changed from seriousness to feigned irritation, and finally she couldn't hold back her laughter. "Alas, do you think that if there was another who was willing to copy your homework, you would have treated her with the same attitude?" "No, of course not. Fine. I'll allow you to buy me ice cream to make it up to me. Huh? Aren't you on your period? Ask again and watch out for my hammer." The two sides are facing each other on basketball court 6. On the varsity basketball team, there are 5 juniors, and on the sophomore class of 19, there are Chen Yunjian and his 5 best friends. There were many onlookers. Most of them were junior high school girls, and Chu Hae-yuan had a lot of fangirls. With Chu Hae-yuan's 3-pointer, there was another round of screams from the court. The first quarter of this not-so-regular game came to a close. The score was 17-4. The difference was obvious, even though the school basketball team was playing 5-6. The team members who had received long-term training were not comparable to the wild team of Chen Yunjian. During the break, Chen Yunjian and 6 other people get together. These guys are so strong, they can't compete with each other. And they're all pitching so well. It's outrageous. Chi, isn't it just because your body has developed 1 year more than ours? And you came here when we were tired of fighting. If it comes down to a real fight, it's not sure who's going to get the better score." Long Taoyi, who was observing the battle, heard their discussion and snorted. "If you are not skilled, don't make excuses. If you are not good enough, why occupy the field?" Since the basketball team had agreed to play 5 against 6, Lung Taoyi was assigned to watch the game from the sidelines, right near the rest area of Chen, Yun Yan, and the others, and couldn't help but taunt them when he heard them speaking out of turn. If they were just in the morning, they might have rushed up to fight with Class 19, but now they were physically and mentally exhausted and had lost most of their energy. So they did not have the strength to argue with him anymore. In the distance, 2 middle-aged men in sports walked towards the basketball court. "Mr. Hao, I heard that there's a guy named Chu Hae-yuan on the basketball team of Zhongcheng-no, 3 middle school, who has good basketball skills." "Old Fang, I didn't think that even you would hear that Chu Hae-yuan. This little fellow is indeed the best basketball player in our Zhongcheng 3rd middle school. Mr. Hao's full name is Hao Dongshan, and he is the coach of the basketball team at Zhongcheng-no, 3 middle school, where he leads the team in the city's annual middle school basketball tournament. The old Fang he referred to was Coach Fang Wenhua of the Tingbei basketball team's coaching staff. Fang Wenhua said, "This time to your Zhongsheng 3 middle schools. One is to give your teammates guidance. Another purpose is the provincial basketball team want me to find a youth training seedlings." How Dongshin was surprised so. "My teammates have the hope to enter the youth training." Fang Wen. "You laughed, may as well tell you a little news. The leadership of the provincial team inside your school Chu Heiyuan is very important. Want me to focus on his ability to see. If you can meet the requirements of the youth training, the first to be recruited him." Fang Wenhua's smile was very meaningful, and his words implied very clearly. The leadership of the provincial team has already decided that Chu Heiyuan will enter the youth training. How Dongshin, how many years of old oil, of course, understand, but also more than happy. Their own students, no matter what way, can enter the provincial team's youth training, that have to remember their own part of the credit. The two basketball coaches walked over to the basketball court. Fang said, "Mr. How? Why are there so many people around here?" "It's probably the students competing." The two of them squeezed into the crowd and saw the members of the basketball team taking a break. How Dongshin recruited the basketball team and introduced them to Coach Fang, but didn't talk to them about the provincial team recruiting youth training. After all, if other members of the team hear about this, it will inevitably attract some jealous people. "It will not be a good time to do so," Fang Wenhua said. "You guys play a game to try it out, and I'm going to develop a targeted training program based on your performance." How Dongshin said, "Well, it just so happens that we're playing a game right now. Who are your opponents?" "What's the score?" It's Junior 19, and it's 17-4. After all, Chu Heiyun was still a little embarrassed to be fighting such a weak opponent. How Dongshin said, "The people in class 19. The impression is that their basketball is very strong. In the second year of junior high school is also one of the best. You must not take the enemy lightly, Although he didn't know what the basketball level of the 19th class was, there was always no problem in promoting his hand. And how could he realize the strength of his own basketball team if he didn't make his opponents sound very strong? Fang Wen, Yua is also on the sidelines as a comic since the opponent is so strong. Then I hope you play the strongest strength. I have long heard that your Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School's basketball team is very powerful, and today it is just right to observe and watch. Why is Mr. How here, and a provincial coach too?" One of the people beside Chen Yunjian complained, looking at them. "It seems like we really have to fight the basketball team all the way to the end." Another person said, "At this rate, don't make a tenfold score difference. If you ask me, 10 points is a win." Chen Yunjian spat and said, "Damn, I'm thirsty from the fight. Why isn't Zhang Zhu guy back yet?" Another person said, "Yes, the best players among us are Chen Yuni and Zhang Zhu. And today he has a surprisingly good touch. If he comes over, we should not have too much trouble hitting 10 points. So at least we won't be too humiliated. This kid can't be afraid of losing face because he saw the school team coming and ran away without his brothers." Chen Yunjian shook his head. "Zhang Zhu is not such a person. Come on, we're going on. Zhang Zhu, why did you buy so much water?" "This is for Chen Yunjian and the others. They are still waiting to play with me." "What? You said you'd stay with me, and now you're not." "Big sister, I bought the ice cream, and I know I'm wrong, so please let me go." Liu Hanjing licked the ice cream and laughed. Okay, I'll let you off this time. Go on. I'll go to the basketball court too." Seeing Zhang Zhu leave, Liu Hanjing suddenly thought right. Yukoko seems to be in gym class this session. I'll ask her to go with me to take a look. Yukik is Liu Hanjing's elementary school classmate, but also boudoir, junior high school, although not in the same class. But the relationship does not reduce the slightest bit. On the playground, a tall silhouette was running and sweating. Although she looked a bit tired, her eyes were very determined. "Big beautiful girl, I've come to find you." "Don't run away," Liu Hanjing called out. The tall silhouette's footsteps slowly stopped, wiped her sweat with her wrist guard, and walked towards Liu Hanjing's side, which was Yukoko. Yukoko's beautiful appearance with some English. Worthy of being, and Liu Hanjing the same name as the Zhongsheng 3 big school flower one. You just think about losing fat every day. You're still years away from the art exam. Can't you take a break?" Yukoko gasped and said, "Usually sit too long in class." "Have to exercise. What's the matter? You want me to play badminton with you today?" "No, my wrist is injured today. I can't play. I want to go and see that group of boys playing basketball. You accompany me to go and have a look." "That's fine. It just so happens that I need a break too. So let's go together." On the basketball court, as Chen was about to make a layup, there was a muffled sound of bang and Chu Heiyun jumped up to cover him directly. Then the basketball team's 5-man smooth counterattack was like a waterfall, and the goal was scored without any obstacles. Chu Hae-yuan as a point guard, usually almost do not go to do this kind of thing Cap, today saw the provincial team coach came. Thinking to perform well, grab the rebound these hard work are beginning to do up personally. Halfway through the second quarter, Chen Yunyan only scored 2 points on his side of the court, but on the other hand, a couple of guys on the varsity side of the court clanked the ball as if they were playing chicken blood. Every time Chu Hae-yuan scored a goal, Coach Fong was full of praise. This Chu Hae-yuan's physical quality is indeed very top at this age. No better than the top players of our provincial team's youth training. Chu Hae-yuan's running sense is quite good. It's really a natural talent. Coach Hao on the side deeply felt that Fang Wenhua attached great importance to the task assigned to him by the leadership of the provincial team. And in his heart, he could not help but have some more awe and speculation about the background of Chu Hae-yuan. Some of the girls beside the two coaches didn't understand much, and when they heard the coaches say that, they naturally deepened their admiration for Chu Hae-yuan by a few more points, so their cheering became even more enthusiastic. When the two teams scored, a girl ran into the field with a bottle of drink, shoved it into Chu Hae-yuan's hand, and then shyly turned around and left. "Ah, Chu Hae-yuan is so cool on the field," Song Bingjie asked as if she didn't mean it by the way. "That one called Zhang Zhu, isn't he in your junior class 19? "So what?" Chen Yunjin said. "Oh, nothing much. Just asking." Then, Song Bingjie's offense became much more ferocious than before, shaking down Chen Yunjin several times in a row, and facing several people from class 19. All of them scored points by isolation, which was extremely insulting. Fang Wen, Yua on the sidelines frowned and said, "Who is this person? He's so undisciplined. Many balls should be passed to Chu Hae-yuan. But he wants to play alone." Hao Dongshin raised his eyebrows and said, "Maybe young people are more exuberant. He does lack some discipline, but I see that he's playing all right." Then he came to Fang Wenyua's ear and said in a low voice, "Although the moves he made in the morning were good, he didn't steal Chu Hae-yuan's thunder in the whole match. And Chu Hae-yuan still scored the most points." Fong nodded and said, "All right, but after the match, we must emphasize this matter with him and not make the same mistake again." The circle of junior girls around them heard this and yelled back, "Do you know how to play the ball or not? Quickly pass the ball to Chu Hae-yuan. If you don't know how to play, get off the court. Chu Hae-yuan's team can win even with only 4 players." When Song Bingjie heard the people on the side shouting like this, she glared at the girls who were leading the yelling with a fierce look on her face. Taking out a socialite's air, the girls were unafraid and continued to shout, "Why are you so fierce? You won't admit that you're wrong. The coaches say you're not right, and you're still justified." At that moment, Chu Hae-yuan walked over and patted Song Bingjie's shoulder, comforting her well. "They don't know much about soccer, so don't get into it with them." Song Bingjie still had some respect for the captain, and after a cold snort, she ignored the girls. The girls who took the lead couldn't help but flutter their hearts when they saw Chu Hae-yuan stop Song Bingjie from getting angry. "Wow, he's so cool. He's really going to stand up for us fans. He's so leading. I love it. He really. I'm crying my eyes out, to be reasonable. He should be considered the best basketball player and the most charismatic among the junior high school students in Zhongcheng City." Some of the second-year boys on the sidelines couldn't stand to watch and said, "Look at you guys. You're not just bullying the lower grades. Are you? How come you're the best basketball players in middle school?" Chu Hae-yuan's female fans said with disdain, "What do you know about being a second-year kid? Our brother's skills are still questionable to you." Coach Hao said that the students in the 19th class of the second year are very good at basketball. How come they are the ones being bullied in your mouths? Yes, I see that the group of students in the 19th class of the second year did play very well. It's just that they were beaten so badly because they met my brother. Why don't you guys try to fight with the guys from class 19? I guess you guys can't even get 10 points. Fang Wenhua saw that the surrounding students on Chu Hae-yuan's public opinion is still on the whole favorable. His heart is very satisfied, so that he later recruited Chu Hae-yuan into the youth training. Public opinion resistance will be much smaller. The leaders of the provincial team will surely be touched by his efforts. On the field, 6 people from the 19th class of the second year are in low morale. They've scored 5 goals in a row, and we can't even touch the ball. One of the students sighed. Can't beat them for rebounds. They bounce too high. Chen Yunjian, I'm so thirsty. Why don't we take a break? Why don't we just admit it today? One of the students was crouching down to tie his shoes and stalled for a while. Chen Yunjian gritted his teeth and said, "No, we have to wait for Zhang Zhu to come back no matter what. What if he doesn't come back?" Chen Yunjian was silent. "If he doesn't come back, Do we really have to fight to the end? I think he just saw a bad situation and didn't want to lose face. So he just found a place to hide. I think that even if Zhang Zhu comes back, the situation will not change much. After a while, Chen Yunyan said firmly, if he doesn't come back, let him pay for the drinks, and let's make sure we Aruba him and find the thickest tree in the school. A small circle of friends looked at each other and then laughed. Yes, we are all good friends who know each other well. Why should we use such great malice to speculate about Zhang Zhu? Everyone knows what kind of person Zhang Zhu is. He was the one who volunteered to run for drinks when we played, and even if he did sell us out, just that favor of running errands was enough for me to forgive him. Zhang Zhu gave me my homework to copy, and even took the initiative to give me the blame, saying that he copied mine. I just suspected him, and I was really hit in the head. Lao Chen, we believe you once, and also Xin Chang boat for once. Sweat seeped into his eyes. Chen Yunjian picked up the corner of his coat and wiped it off. His eyes swept over his sidekicks one by one, nodded solemnly, and said firmly, when Zhang Zhu comes back, we must get 10 points. We're going to fight for this. When Zhang Zhu was running towards the basketball court, he was holding too many drinks and accidentally dropped them on the ground. Because they were scattered so widely, Zhang Zhu had to organize the stacking order of the bottles after picking them up, and had to hold them carefully and walk slowly, trying to keep his balance. Therefore, it was Liu Hanjiang and Zhu Coco who arrived at the basketball court before Zhang Zhu. Beauty, why is it so busy over there? Let's go over and take a look. Liu Hanjiang took Zhu Coco's hand and ran towards basketball court 6. When they arrived at the scene, the two of them had a general understanding of the situation. Aren't these varsity players bullying people? Liu Hanjiang said angrily, hearing the senior girls around her frantically cheering on Chu Heiyuan again. She felt bad in her heart, so he also shouted, Go junior class 19, you're the best. The voice was so unusual that it drew the eyes of the people around them. Coco Zhu was so embarrassed that her toes dug into the ground, but Liu Hanjiang continued to yell as if no one else was there. Gradually, surprisingly, some more junior high school students joined in and yelled together. There are both men and women, and some of them are good friends of the group of people in class 19 on the field. Junior class 19. Don't give up, give me hard goals. If you guys score 10 goals, I'll say out there that you guys won. Don't let those guys on the basketball team get too cocky. It is getting bigger and bigger, and it has a tendency to compete with the junior girls. However, the situation on the basketball court is still very clear. The score was 638 for the junior class of 19, and it had been a long time since a goal had been scored. With another layup by Chu Heiyuan, the score came to 640. Chen Yunjian and others were trying their best to steal breaks, grab rebounds, and break through, but time and time again, they came up short. Finally, a small companion forced one in against a large man, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. The score came to 840, but the team wasn't happy, and neither were the sophomores around them. This is because the partner has a sprained leg. This means that there are only 5 people left in the junior class of 19. 6v5 was crushed by the basketball team. And it's hard to say whether 5v5 can score another goal. I'm fine. I can still fight. But he could not even stand up steadily. Get your ass to the school hospital. We can still fight them. Chen Yunjian asked 2 students to pick up his injured partner and send him to the school hospital for treatment. Liu Hanjiang suddenly said, Where is Zhang Zhu? Didn't he say he was coming to bring water? Why hasn't he come yet? If he had come, he could have taken over the field. Coco Zhu was surprised. Zhang Zhu also plays basketball. Liu Hanjiang was also surprised. You know Zhang Zhu. Coco Zhu nodded. I was in the same training class as him. Liu Hanjiang said indistinctly, So that's how it is. In fact, there is one more point of jealousy in his heart. And he continued to say Zhang Zhu and I were at the same table and talked more on weekdays. He told me that he was pretty good at basketball and often played with his classmates. Coco Zhu said, What a coincidence then. He and I were also at the same table in the training class. Liu Hanjiang laughed a few times in that case. It's really quite a coincidence. Coco Chow, if he's so good at basketball. Why isn't he here yet? Liu Hanjiang, who knows where he went. Maybe he fell on the road and couldn't get up. On the court, Song Bingjie laughed coldly and said, Do you guys want to continue? The quality of the game we played with you is too low. And it doesn't feel like it has any training effect. You'd better surrender and give up the court. It's better for our basketball team to train by themselves. It's a good thing you can't play anymore. Ooh, can't you? Net Chen Yunjian said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Nagging, do you play basketball with your mouth? Song Bingjie also laughed. You're really a stiff upper lip. I'm going to dunk you a few more times. Will you be able to handle it? Chen Yunjian's blood rises. I'll beat you to death if you do it again. Song Bingjia, come on. Think labor is afraid of you, ah. Chen Yunjian still held back. This time fighting is just a waste of energy. Only Song Binga's taunts intensified. At that moment, there was a burst of shouting and yelling from the side of the field. Guys, come and help us catch our drinks. We've dropped them several times. The sound was so loud that both basketball players and non-basketball players looked toward the sound. I saw a very strong boy, holding a dozen bottles of drinks in his arms, walking cautiously toward the basketball court. Why don't you come back? Don't blame me if you break it. There's a Coke. Open the lid and watch out for the Coke. Someone in the crowd of onlookers asked, who is this guy? Why did he buy so many drinks? Don't know him. But he's pretty strong. The people from junior class 19 recognized it. It's Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu is here. Hu Koko said. Zhang Zhu finally came. Liu Hanzheng snorted coldly. Zhang Zhu is also too dilly-dallying. Why did he come in the nick of time? I've been waiting for him for a long time. Her heart is some small anger. No reason to be angry. She did not know why. The 5 people from junior class 19 on the field breathed a sigh of relief. And Chen Yunjian greeted him somewhat wearily, taking several bottles of water from Zhang Zhu's hands, and not forgetting to pound him heavily on the chest. You're finally back. Drip, drip, drip. Cell phone rings. Basketball court. Coach Fang Wenhua received a call from the provincial team leader. Hello, leader. Is there something you want to tell me when you call? Fang's voice is very loud, and his tone is very warm. Coach Fang, where are you now? Back to the leader. I'm studying in Zhongcheng Middle School right now. Are there many people on the side? I'm up at the basketball court watching the students practice, on the other side of the phone. The leader nodded his head and said that he had a general understanding of the situation. Coach Fang. It's like this. I want to ask. Last time I let you go to the city's various secondary schools to find the matter of youth training. How is it done? The leader's words and deeds have always been watertight, and he said this as if he was doing official business, not letting Chu Heiyun go through the back door in the slightest, and even if there was someone beside him, he would not be able to find any handle. Coach Fang took a few steps away from the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Oh, it's this matter. Please don't worry, leader. I've already found a very good youth training seedling in Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School. Yo, you found it so quickly. Coach Fang is still quite reliable. What's the name of this youth training seed? What's the name of this youngster? How's his game, leader? This seedling I'm looking for is called Chu Heiyun. He's one of the best players in the Zhongcheng No. 3 middle school's basketball team, and he's one of the best in the entire Zhongcheng city's middle school students. After hearing this, the leader couldn't help but nod his head, very satisfied in his heart. That's good. If we can find good seedlings and can cultivate good basketball talents for the provincial basketball team in the future, then Coach Fang is definitely going to take credit for it. Fang Wenhua is happy. The leader not only praised him for his ability, but also remembered his credit. If he is going to be promoted in the future, he will be the first one to be considered. Hey, it's all what I should do, and I'm honored to be able to make a contribution to the provincial basketball team. The leader on the other end of the line took a few seconds to weigh his words and said, by the way, Coach Fang, I heard you just said you are watching the training of the basketball team of Zhongcheng No. 3 Middle School. And Coach Huang is here with me. He also wants to see how the new youth trainee you found is doing. Is it convenient for you to make a video call? If it's not convenient, then forget it, and give us a brief description of the technical characteristics of the Chu Heiyun you found. This paragraph is very informative, and even an experienced person like Mr. Fang had to ponder over it for a while before he could realize the meaning of the leader. First of all, the leader mentioned that Coach Wang is beside him. This Coach Wang, known as the Iron-Faced Judge, is most impartial and upright, and he has offended a lot of people, but his qualifications are old enough and his credits are high enough. And he has led the provincial team to win the national championship twice, so no one has ever touched him. No one could touch him. Secondly, the leader said, Coach Huang wants to see Chu Heiyun's skills, which means that if Chu Heiyun's skills don't meet Coach Huang's eyes, then given Coach Huang's character, he will probably directly prevent Chu Heiyun from entering the provincial team's youth training. This is certainly not what the leadership wants to see. That's why in the end, the leader asked, is it convenient to make a video call? Obviously, it was Coach Wang's request to make a video call. The leader was implying that if Chu Heiyun was doing well, then Fang could make the video call, and if Chu Heiyun was not doing well, then Fang should find a reason to say it's not convenient to make the video call. Fang Wenhua, who has been in the brain for decades, pondered for a few breaths of time, and finally figured out the meaning of the leader, and immediately said, of course it's convenient. Leader, let me tell you, Chu Haoyuan can play very well. I'll give you a video call right now. On the other side of the phone, the Provincial basketball team in an office. The leader of the heart, a long sigh of relief. The leader's name is Shen Renfa. In the Provincial team is responsible for the introduction of talent and training work. Reputation is very good. Has always been seriously responsible for the paradigm. Coach Wang came to the door to confront Fong, and he immediately contacted Fong. Leader Shen said to Coach Huang, who was beside him, Coach Wang, "You have to trust Coach Fong's vision. After all, he has been in this business for more than 10 years. Don't you think so?" Coach Wang, a dark-skinned man, sat squarely on the sofa in his office and said with a determined expression, "You have to see for yourself what kind of person Coach Fong is looking for and whether he's qualified for youth training." Coach Huang actually went into the leader's office with a wave of anger. The reason is very simple. He saw a technical, physical or very good seedlings, want to recruit him into the youth training team to cultivate. Unfortunately, he does not have this power, but he heard that Fang Wenhua recently to go to the city's high school recruiting, thinking, with his eyes on the strength of the seedling, how Fang Wenhua must be recruited. As a result, when he heard that Fang Wenhua saw the seedling but did not move, instantly angry, broke into the leader's office on the name to find Fang Wenhua Confrontation. If it were anyone else, Leader Shen would have told him to get lost, but Coach Wang is different. He is a decorated coach of the Provincial team, and his qualifications are even older than the leadership of Shen Renfa himself. So Shen leader first patiently pacified Coach Huang. With his decades of experience in the officialdom, will Coach Huang's anger to wear down a large portion, and then repeatedly communicate, exchange until finally, only reluctantly to do Coach Huang's ideological work. But Coach Wang was still adamant about meeting the talented young man that Fong was looking for. Leader Shen had no choice but to contact Fong Wenhua by phone, and through the dripping language, he conveyed the meaning he wanted to express to Fong Wenhua, who lived up to his expectation of a thorough understanding of the meaning. Coach Wang was kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. Soon, the video call came through. "Leader, can you see it clearly?" Fang Wenhua asked, holding up his cell phone, in the office. Leader Shen and Coach Huang looked at the picture coming from the computer screen. Leader Shen sighed. "I can see clearly. There are so many people on your side." Coach Wang asked, "Coach Fong, where is that Chu Hao Yuan you found? Can you point him out to me?" Fong held up his cell phone with one hand and pointed at Chu Hao Yuan on the basketball team's side of the court with the other leader. "Coach Fang, he's Chu Hao Yuan, also the captain of the school basketball team of Zhongcheng No 3 Middle School. And right now their school basketball team is playing against another team." Coach Huang asked, "Who are the other team?" "Is it also the basketball team of Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School?" Mr. Fong said, "No, the other team is from the junior high school. But they are the best players among all the students in the junior high school, and all the students in the junior high school, except for the basketball team, can't beat this team of junior high school students. They're probably going to be on the basketball team next year." Fong's ability to praise his opponents has always been at a high level. "So what's the score now?" Fong said. "It's 48. The basketball team here scored 40 points. Chu Haeyuan alone scored 20 points. Coach Wang was shocked. "The difference in score is so big. Coach Fong, your opponent can't play, right?" Fang Wenhua said. Coach Huang, "Don't believe me. You see, I casually find a student to ask what level the opponent is. Then I know the situation." Fang Wenhua patted one of the junior girls on the sidelines and asked class, "Do you know which team is playing the basketball team right now?" The junior girl said, "Of course I know. They are the second best basketball team in our school. If it wasn't for our god Chu, the school basketball team wouldn't even be able to beat them. Our Mr. Chu is definitely the best basketball player among all the middle schools in Zhongcheng City." Fang Wenhua has approached 3 junior high school girls in a row and got similar replies. Junior high school class 19 is very strong. But Chu Haeyuan is even more invincible. Fang Wenhua said, "How is it? Coach Huang, this time you believe it. The reputation may have water content, but it must not be for nothing, if you still want to see the technology. I can also let you see it in the video." At this point, Coach Huang had to pull up his evaluation of the strength of the crowd of the basketball team's opponent, the 19th class of the junior high school, but was still half-hearted about Chu Haeyuan's skills. After seeing the situation on the field, Coach Huang asked suspiciously, "Coach Fong, how come there are 6 people on the side of junior class 19 on the field?" Mr. Fong smiled. "Of course they need 6 players. If they only have 5 players, they will lose even worse. The basketball team is letting them go now, in the morning. One of the students sprained his foot because of the intensity of the game against the basketball team. Now there is another person, Seems to be quite popular. The name seems to be Zhang Zhu anyway. I'm too old to remember. Coach Wang took a close look at the 11 men on the court. The basketball team is generally taller and stronger, and the junior class is not too short, but their physique is still not as good as the basketball team's. The basketball team's body is not as good as the junior class. That Zhang Zhu you mentioned, is he the strongest guy in the 19th class of the second year? Coach Wang asked. Yeah, just got on the court. Haven't started fighting yet, but I heard the skills are very impressive. Fang Wen, Hua said. In fact, Zhang Zhu was now wearing the school uniform of Zhangcheng No 3 Middle School, which was very loose, so his national sparring team level body could not be fully revealed at all. From his upright posture and the curvature of the muscles that appear when the uniform is fitted to his body, the onlooker can only deduce that the man is quite strong. Coach Wang said, when are they going to fight? I would like to realize how powerful that Chu Hao Yuan you mentioned is. Fong said, they just finished a session and were still resting. And they started right away. Shen Renfa's leadership had been on the edge of their seats when they opened the video, and were instantly relieved to see the score was 48. It seems that Chu Haiyuan's side is crushing the situation. Then no matter what Coach Huang says, I will have a reason to refute him. Fong Manhwa is really reliable. I'll invite him to dinner when he comes back. Shen leader opened the insulation cup, took a sip of wolfberry water. Cozy smile, said I trust Coach Fong's vision. Let's take a look at Chu Hao Yuan. This little guy's performance is not bad. Don't you think so, Coach Wang? Coach H. Wang nodded his head without making a sound. Already a little unsure of himself after seeing the score and seeing multiple students bragging about the basketball team and their opponents, could it be that this Chu Hao Yuan is really better than the one I've been eyeing? River City 3, Basketball Court 6. Zhang Zhu and Chen Yunjian gave the water to a few students, and each took a small sip to rinse out their mouths. Then spit out the water. We're going to do some strenuous exercise later. This water is for gargling, not for drinking. Egu, isn't this Zhang Zhu? What a coincidence. We meet again. Long Taoyi, a basketball player who was watching the game from the sidelines, walked up to Zhang Zhu and patted him on the shoulder, saying, I remember the last time I saw you. You were on the ground getting beat up. Oh, is that so? I'd kind of forgotten. Zhang Zhu grinned. But the next time you see me again, it will be you on the ground. Long Taoyi's face changed, and he spoke contemptuously. Go back and learn how the Qing dynasty people kneel and salute. Next time you see me, if you don't kneel in a standard way, you'll bear the consequences. Long Taoyi walked over to one of the basketball players and said, Go down and take a rest. Replace me on the court. The basketball player was bored and accepted. Song Bingjia and Long Taoyi glanced at each other, and both of them knew what the other was thinking from the other's expression later in the match. They are going to humiliate Zhang Zhu in the roughest way possible. At this time, there were still 2 or 3 junior high school girls who took advantage of the break in the game to bring water and towels to Chu Haiyuan. There was also a girl who took a book and a pen and asked Chu Haiyuan to sign it for her. Chu Haiyuan had no choice but to use his poor handwriting to label his name on the book. The girl took the book, squealed with excitement, and leaped back into the crowd. This scene was seen by Zhang Zhu and others, by the students on the sidelines, and naturally by Liu Hanjiang. Liu Hanjiang pouted, crossed her arms with her waist, and grunted in anger. What's wrong with you, pretty girl? Why do you feel like you want to eat someone? Yukoko asked. You wait here. I'll go get something. Before Yukoko could respond, Liu Hanjiang ran away in small steps. Yukoko held her forehead and helplessly said, What does she want? It's weird. Zhang Zhu came to the edge of the field and put the water on the ground, just in time to run into Yukoko. Hey, isn't this Coco Chow? You're looking here too. Yeah, I was dragged here by Liu Hanjiang. I didn't think that you, a big math guy, would even play ball. Zhang Zhu laughed. What? Math students can't play basketball. That's not what I meant. It's true that I'm biased. Yukoko always speaks in such a breezy manner, and Zhang Zhu is used to it, just as Zhang Zhu had gotten used to her proud figure, although I was wearing a loose school uniform. My body sweated after running, and it inevitably got on my clothes. Even if only a small portion of the silhouette is shown, it is still impressive enough, with her hair held back by a sports headband and white towel wrist guards. She has a gallant aesthetic. Soon, Liu Hanjiang came back, carrying a big bag in his hand, a white shirt and a marker. You're here too. Why do you have so much stuff? Cut the crap and get your asses on the field. Liu Hanjiang commanded Zhang Zhu and 5 other small partners. Zhang Zhu and the other 6 people looked at each other eye to eye, not knowing what she was going to do. But they did as they were told. Liu Hanjing handed the bag in his hand to Coco. You look at the book, big girl. You help me distribute these drinks inside to those 6 guys on our field. But don't they already have water? Geez, just do it, and remember, you have to act like you're their fangirl. Huh? Go, go, go. Under Liu Hanjing's urging. Coco Zhu surprisingly did as she was told. I saw Zhu Coco run onto the field with small steps, excitedly handing over water to a few people from the second year 19 class, even jumping up and down with excitement, and then covering her face and shyly running back to Liu Hanjing's side. How's it going? I'm not bad, am I? When she came back, Coco Zhu instantly regained her coolness, but she also felt a bit excited. Her heart pounding. Very good. I think you'll have no problem getting into the capital city film school afterward. Liu Hanjing gave her a thumbs up. Next, you'll see my acting skills. I saw her take the white shirt and walk to each of Zhang Zhu's side, and said with a slight panic, can you? You tag me. She bowed her head and held her white shirt and marker high in both hands. After Zhang Zhu signed, Li, Liu Hanjing approached 5 other people for their signatures in the same manner. Finally, she came bouncing to the edge of the field, waving her white shirt. How was it? Wasn't it a good performance? Liu Hanjing was overjoyed. Choco laughed. It's pretty much perfect, except for a few maybe exaggerations. On the scene, Zhang Zhu and the others only felt puzzled and unable to make sense of it. As the break ends, Fong holds up his cell phone to announce the continuation of the match. Who are those 2 guys who went up in the morning to give water to the sophomores and ask for their autographs? Let me see, surprisingly, it's the 2 school beauties of our Zhongsheng No, 3 middle school. Are you talking about Liu Hanjing and Zhu Coco? Oh my God, is this true? The school's flower is not in love with those guys from the second year. Is she? I didn't realize that our sophomores had their own fangirls. Liu Hanjing and Zhu Coco's 2 fan behavior around a circle of boys began to envy the junior 19 class a few people, but also let the junior girls have some hostility. What they did just now was so unkind. Aren't they stealing my brother's thunder? That's right. I don't know who gave them the title of school flower. You can't be a school flower just because you're pretty. You have to have good character. Yes, their hearts are so evil. I can't even watch them. All the ill will towards my brother. Many of the second-year boys on the sidelines couldn't hear it anymore, and one of the tougher boys said, you say brother. Brother? Why do your words smell like a toilet? Your brother can only play in the lower grades. If he goes to the city tournament, he'll be beaten into a pig's head. The junior girls heard this and collectively booed, and began to violently output, do you know how hard my brother works? Who are you to talk about him? Have you finished your lessons? Are you first in your grade? If you're not, go back to your studies. You don't get to talk here. My brother is the #1 basketball player in the whole school. You can't even get #1 in your grade. How dare you come over here and hack my brother? You're not one of brother's hacks hiring a sailor. Are you? The boy was so devastated that he silently left the basketball court. My guys, we must all stick together. And if there are any more voices like this black brothers, we must snuff them out in the cradle. All the junior girls nodded their heads, and their sense of belonging to the group became stronger. The coach's whistle interrupts their argument, and the game begins. The varsity basketball team has the right to serve the ball. The one holding the ball is Song Bingjie, who is dribbling the ball and leisurely coming to the 3-point line. And there's only one man up here in the second year, 19 class, to guard him. How dare you come to my defense all by yourself? Song Bingjie smiled contemptuously, took a small half-step back, and drained a 3. The defender didn't expect him to be so determined and jumped up to intercept him. But it was too late. The moment the ball came out, the corner of Song Bingjie's mouth slightly hooked up. With his many years of basketball experience, this 3-point shot will cut through a beautiful arc and hit the basket. He has even thought of turning around directly after his feet hit the ground, and when the ball goes into the frame, he will make a handsome pose to the crowd around him. That painting must have been beautiful. Bang! A huge force came from nowhere and smothered the 3-point shot within 0. 5 seconds of the ball leaving his hand. The corners of Song Bingjie's hooked-up mouth instantly froze. His eyes widened in a bit of a daze. And it was only when his feet landed back on the ground that he immediately turned around to look. I saw a 5'8" boy with a strong body holding the ball through the varsity basketball team's defense. To be precise, the varsity basketball team has no defense at all. They were so confident that they didn't even consider that the ball would be cut off. So much so that when Zhang Zhu gave Song Bingjie a big hat, the rest of the varsity basketball team was at a loss for words. Zhang Zhu easily crossed the line of defense and made a layup in a leisurely manner. It's like playing house with a child. Score 10-40. Yes, first a junior boy cheered loudly. Then more sophomores joined in. That's 10 points. In my mind, you've won. Those guys on the basketball team are so arrogant. It's time to show them. The junior varsity beat the sophomore varsity. The pros beat the amateurs, and they got a 10 out of 10. And the basketball team lost face. On the side of the junior girls, they all rebuked Song Bingjia, you idiot. I told you to pass the ball to your brother, but you had to show off. Yeah, well, you don't play well, and you like to pretend. So why don't you just quit the basketball team yourself? You've got all the credit for this one. Apologize to your brother when you get off the field. Let my brother shoot the ball. And I'm still getting covered like this. Liu Hanjiang also heard it. First sneered, then raised the signed shirt, waved it dramatically, and shouted Jiangju's ball in the morning was so cool. Go for it. We are always behind you. Hukoko really couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Don't just laugh, shout with me. Ryu Hanjiang grabbed her hand and swung it with a flourish. Hukoko had no choice but to be led by Liu Hanjiang and shout along with her in a sweet voice. After Zhang Zhu scored a goal, several of his buddies surrounded him with excitement and hugged him fiercely. Too strong, worthy of being a Zhang Zhu. I, Zhang Shen, gave them a kick in the pants as soon as I returned. Chen Yunjian squeezed his arm and said in awe, After a few days, you have grown so strong. Now I really may not be able to beat you. Zhang Zhu waved his hand modestly no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. There's a system beep in my ear. Basketball level of E0, progress 3100. That's a 10-point increase in progress. Basketball team this side. Zhang Zhu's cap made Song Bingjia's face a little difficult to see, and could not say anything. Chu Heiyuan basketball team, a few people gathered together. Training said you guys played too loose in the morning. You have to pay attention to your defense. Don't give us a chance when we are attacking. Yes, Captain. Seeing that they were gathered together, Chen Yunjian smiled and came over to them, saying in a very underhanded tone, Yo. Are you discussing tactics? I'm sorry. The sound of our cap was too loud in the morning. We'll pay attention to lowering the sound next time. Song Bingjia said angrily, You didn't do it. Why are you so arrogant? You were dunked by me in the morning. How many times do you still have the face to come over? Long Tao Yi also said Chi, but because you are too weak. Resulting in a moment of carelessness, you stole a ball, really fight. You think you still have a chance to score. You, Song Bingjia, was so angry that she was about to rush up and beat him up, but Chu Heiyuan stopped her. Well, let's continue the game. I hope you can have the same luck as you just had. Oops, too careless. On the sidelines, Coach Fang Wenhua called out with great regret. Leader, Zhangcheng no. 3 middle schools basketball team has a huge lead, but they really don't have any discipline. So I'm going to go through the MSD after the game. Coach Hao, you need to pay more attention to team building. Coach Fang's reaction was quick, and the first thing he did was put the pot on the entire 3rd grade basketball team. It's the basketball team as a whole that is playing without discipline, not Chu Heiyuan's lack of skill and poor play. Coach Fang has a point. I do usually control them too loosely. Coach Hao Dongshin was very cooperative in his self-criticism. This ball really has little to do with Chu Heiyuan, so Coach Huang, who leads the office, didn't say much, but only paid a little more attention to Zhang Zhu. The student who has just turned his head is called Zhang Zhu. I think his jump is very top. His body quality is not normal good, only that layup in the sky is unguarded. I can't tell if it's good or bad. Shen Leader also agrees with the same approach. That's right. I see that this Zhang Zhu really did not play badly. So it can be seen that Chu Heiyuan is indeed facing a difficult opponent. The strength is not to be underestimated. Shen's leadership hit the nail on the head when it came to the crux of the problem. The opponents were too strong. What is behind this is self-evident. With such a strong opponent, Chu Heiyuan was able to score more than 20 points by himself. How could he not enter the youth training program? Coach Wang said, well, let's see what happens next. This round is served by Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu presses with the ball and is single-handedly defended by Song Bingjia. This time, Song Bingjia put on her best foot forward and stared at Zhang Zhu. He wanted Zhang Zhu to bear his wrath. Zhang Zhu moved, lowered his center of gravity, and shifted to the left. Song Bingjia reacted quickly and immediately followed, blocking his line of attack. At that moment, Zhang Zhu's body quickly changed its center of gravity to the right with an unbelievable speed. And in a flash of lightning, he had already missed Song Bingjia by a body position. Song Bingjia's body had already failed to adjust and could not keep up with Zhang Zhu's rhythm. The rest of the basketball team was on Zhang Zhu's teammates, and the gaps in the defense were too small to fill. Zhang Zhu ran across the room, jumped and shot from a position inside the three-point line near the top of the arc. The junior class of 19 scored 2 more points. Score 12-40. Nice shot, nice. The 5 teammates cheered loudly and walked up to celebrate with a high five. Song Bingjia was chagrined and slapped her thighs. The junior girls on the sidelines have exploded. Can you do it or not? If you can't, get off the field. It's more annoying than staying on the field all the time. Playing like a dork, get off the basketball team. You're a pit 4. Don't let your teammates lose in the end. You can't shoot. You can't play defense. What's the point of having you? Some of the boys on the sidelines who know about soccer came forward and said a fair word in fact. Song Bingjia's skills are quite good in the basketball team. Not as bad as you guys said. It's just that the opponent this time is really a bit strong. Chu Hao Yuan's female fans scolded ouch. He's all beaten up like this, and he's still washing the floor for him. Huh, you're the one who hacked my brother before. Right. The boy who knew about soccer hastily shook his hand and said, I've never hacked Chu Hao-yuan. I get it. Blackie pretended to be a passerby and came here to bring the beat. I'm laughing my ass off. Does Song Zai-ozi like jumping that much? The boy made a few more arguments, but was drowned out by a sea of abuses. Zhu Koko pulled Liu Hanjiang's hand. Hey, pretty girl. He does seem to be playing quite well. Liu Hanjiang was a little proud in his heart and said, of course, I already know he is a great player. So I just gave him a chance to build up his momentum. Actually, she didn't know much about it, but she was quite happy. Chen Yunjian came to Song Bingjia with his head held high and said, how is it? So easily broken through. Is that all you've got? Song Bingjia said angrily, yeah, but I was just tricked by this kid Zhang Zhu. Plus I was a bit tired from the fight, so I didn't react for a while. Chi, last ball you said it was stolen by Zhang Zhu. This ball you said it was cheated by him, and the next ball is not going to say it was robbed by him. Long Tao you walked over, patted Song Bingjia's back, comforted his brother, and said in a cold voice to Chen Yunjian Jr. boy, don't go too far, or you'll get your ass handed to you. I've gone too far. How dare you say that? Chen Yunjian laughed disdainfully. Oh yeah, you guys are on the basketball team. That's fine, the language, gestures and actions are all very unpleasant. He is definitely a master of provocation. Chu Hei-yun came over and said it doesn't matter. We're going to attack in the next round. You guys work with me on this one. We won't miss again. He also said to Chen Yunjian, I hope that when the match is over, you will still be able to act like such a punching bag. Oh, you're saying I need a beating. I think you're pretty beat up too. Chu Hei-yun gave him a cold look, then gathered his teammates together and arranged the next round of tactics. Feeling bored, Chen Yunliang returned to the team. Mr. Hao, what's the level of Song Bingjia on the basketball team of Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School? Coach Fong was a bit anxious and asked Hao Dongshin. Hao Dongshin was also sweating straight and explained in a panic. This Song Bingjia has performed very average in our basketball team, often not coming to training. Indeed, the level is a bit worse. Then you have a problem with the tactics. Why would you use such a poor teammate to single-handedly defend one of the strongest guys on the other side of the field? Hao Dongshin replied coyly, our skill level really needs to be improved, and I hope that Coach Fang can give us more guidance at our school. Fang Wen, Yua, at this time there is a little bit of panic in the heart, not because Song Bingjia performance is very dish. Song Bingjia dish does not matter, anyway, will not involve Chu Hei-yun. Chu Hei-yun wouldn't act like Song Bingjia was such a dish. At least that's what he thought. He was worried that Zhang Zhu would steal Chu Hei-yun's thunder if he performed too well. Chu Hei-yun's performance is certainly very good. You look at the book, but if Zhang Zhu is more powerful, then why the youth training does not recruit Zhang Zhu, but go to recruit Chu Hei-yun? Therefore, he had to make Song Bingjia sound like a very good cook, so that Zhang Zhu's level would be lowered accordingly, to his delight. Mr. Hao Dongshin was very cooperative with him, making up a statement that he didn't know whether it was true or not, and creating a persona of Song Bingjia as a person who didn't actively participate in the training. In the leader's office, Leader Shen is starting to feel a little bad. Even Fong Manhwa could think of something. How could he, Shen Renfa, not think of it? Coach Wang, what do you think of Zhang Zhu's game? Shen Renfa asked tentatively. Coach Wang was looking at the computer screen in the morning and kept nodding his head. He responded to Leader Shum's question, physical function is really top. Just the speed of the change of direction. The pressure on the body's muscles and organs is very big. But he showed a very easy way, really is a good talent. Hearing Coach Huang's words, Shen Renfa's heart was tight, and he was thinking about how to do Coach Huang's ideological work. And Coach Huang went on to say, but his dribbling skills are really a bit mediocre. With the speed of the change of phase in the morning, He can quickly find an open shot, but unfortunately he dribbled the ball slightly uncoordinated body, resulting in half a beat slower rhythm. It's a good thing the basketball team didn't make up enough defense here at the end and let him get open for a shot. Shen Renfa's tense heart instantly relaxed again. Coach H. Wang is not sending ammunition to the barrel of his gun. He immediately knew how to argue with Coach H. Wang. On the basketball court, by Zhang Zhu's ear, a system beep came again. Basketball level LV0, progress 45-100. Basketball level LV0, progress 45-100. As his basketball skills progressed, Zhang Zhu could really feel that his touch was getting better and better. Last time I fought with Long Taoyi and Song Bingjie, I upgraded my fighting rank to the first level. This time, if I can also upgrade my basketball rank to the first level in the basketball tournament, it will be a big profit. In the following round, the basketball team serves the ball. This time, all 5 members of the basketball team felt a certain amount of pressure and showed the same focus that they did when they played against other schools' basketball teams. It was still Song Bingjie who took the ball and organized the offense, while the other 4 basketball players took their positions. Song Bingjie didn't dare to be as loose as she was earlier, her eyes scanning the situation on the field. Being a good organization defender, he had a good pass line in his head and pressed the ball at speed. And it was none other than Zhang Zhu who single-handedly defended him. Song Bingjie tried to sway Zhang Zhu, but Zhang Zhu's steering speed was much faster than his. 2 seconds later, Song Bingjie still can't break through. At this moment, Zhang Zhu's hand came out like a thunderbolt and broke Song Bingjie's hand. The ball is off. Zhang Zhu pounced on the ball like a tiger or leopard. Song Bingjie was half a step slower, but didn't give up to catch up and grab the ball. Zhang Zhu was about to grab the ball, but a big hand collected the ball and Zhang Zhu pounced on it. After he adjusted his center of gravity and stood up to turn around, he realized that it was Long Taoyi who ran over and grabbed the ball in time. Zhang Zhu tried to go for the defense, but Song Bingjie came over in time and blocked Zhang Zhu's path. Just 2 or 3 steps behind, Long Taoyi had already passed the ball to Chu Haoyuan. Chu Haoyuan took the ball and jumped directly from the 3-point line in the corner to make a basket. The basket was hit accurately. Basketball team score 43-12. At that moment, the decibel count of the sound wave in the basketball court may have reached an unprecedented high. The junior girls on the sidelines are killing it. Brother, man God, I love you. I love you so much. Show the blacks what a true 3-center basketball player really is. Who in the name of the young questioned it? Do you dare to come forward now? The blacks are afraid to talk, aren't they? Who are all the basketball teams at sea? You see what I mean. He's really tired of carrying the whole 3rd-grade basketball team forward by himself. A die-hard fan of Chu Haoyuan's began to shout Chu Haoyuan's name loudly and with some frequency. Chu Haoyuan. Gradually, the junior girls united as one, shouting at the same time, at the same frequency. In synchronization, Chu Haoyuan. Chu Haoyuan. The sound was so loud that the entire Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School could hear it. Some of the boys wanted to brag about Tisha Long's passes, but with this kind of power, they didn't dare to output against the wind. A few other basketball courts have long since stopped playing and have come to join in the fun. Inside the building, the students who were attending classes were very eager to see what was happening outside. But because the teacher was present, it was inconvenient to go out of the classroom. Some of the teachers sitting in the office came out into the hallway and looked up toward the basketball court from above to see what was going on. Some of the teachers even ran to the grade-level director to complain that the people above the basketball court were too noisy and interfered with their normal teaching. And the grade school director has long received a notice from the school today. There will be a coach from the provincial team to come over to instruct. Everyone cooperate. Therefore, these teachers have no alternative but to return home. Some teachers who are more stubborn even went to the principal to seek clarification. But they got the same answer. A very young male teacher in the 2nd year, Maths Teaching and Learning Study Group, had heard something about what was happening on the basketball court and was sharing it with his colleagues. This male teacher is called Zhu Shanyu, and he is known for his love of gossip. Mr. Zhu, from what you're saying, that student in our grade named Zhang Zhu can still compete with the school basketball team. Yeah. I heard from the students that he seems to be the best basketball player out of the junior class. Of course, their discussion on Zhang Zhu was not because of basketball, for this group of mathematics teachers is not that interested in basketball. The reason why we talk about Zhang Zhu is that when Zhang Zhu came to the special grade teacher, Guo Yuan, to register for the competition, these math teachers were watching from the sidelines. From Zhang Zhu's words, they did hear that Zhang Zhu was definitely ahead of his time. Having learned at least a little bit of high school math, that day, teachers in the office were congratulating Guo Yuan for raising a student who could participate in the competition. Zhu Shanyu also verbally expressed his congratulations, but in his heart he was a bit unhappy. He especially disliked the old teachers who did not speak standard Putong Yue, and whose teaching methods were old-fashioned and not up to date. In his words, those old teachers should move out of the way. Teaching performance depends on the students, and the good student body is their cover. He also disliked Kwok Yu Man. In particular, it would be very difficult for Kwok Yu Man's students to still be able to achieve results in competitions. It's worse than being stabbed with a knife, but Guo Yuan's title as a special teacher is there, and his wife is also the principal of Zhongcheng Third Middle School. Zhu Shanyu naturally did not dare to say a bad word. Therefore, it was natural for him to target Zhang Zhu. Moreover, today it happens that Mr. Guo Yuan went to the Education Bureau to have a meeting, not in the office. Zhu Shanyu will talk a little more unrestrained than before. Zhang Zhu, this student came to the office that day and was able to talk about so much high school math knowledge. I'm still quite surprised, Zhu Shanyu said at that time. I was very surprised when he said he wanted to participate in the competition. And I would especially like to see him achieve some results and add an honor to our third grade. Other math teachers agreed. Zhu Shanyu continued, so he should now use all the time to concentrate on the content of the competition. Such as basketball, which is not so important, should be put aside. He played basketball so well, usually certainly spent a long time in this. It is not right, since Mr. Guo have to find connections to help him enroll in the competition. Then he should cherish the opportunity given by Mr. Guo, up to the trust of Mr. Guo. How can he play basketball in PE when it's such a good time to study? If I were Mr. Guo, I would be very angry. I think Mr. Guo should control him more. It's really not decent to let him go on like this. If Zhang Zhu doesn't get any results in the competition, how embarrassing it will be for Mr. Guo, Zhu Shanyu actually wanted to say. Mr. Guo's vision is really too bad. However, in front of so many colleagues, he still put up a great deal of resolve and held his tongue. The math teachers in the office, after listening to his talk, some nodded slightly, some just smiled lightly, and then went about their business. They didn't want to take any more of Zhu Shanyu's words. After all, they didn't want to get involved in matters involving Mr. Guo Yuan. Zhu Shanyu saw his own speech reverse flat. Also not interested in further, only in the heart of the spit, a sentence this group of colleagues, who have been teaching for so many years, cannot utter a single word of insight, so they are really useless. By the basketball court, Liu Hanjiang's small hand lightly patted her chest. That was close. I almost thought Zhang Zhu was going to fall to the ground. The way he jumped for the ball was so fierce. It's going to be a little bit of trouble for Zhang Zhu and the guys next, and I feel like the basketball guys are getting serious. Coco Zhu frowned slightly. Liu Hanjiang looked at Yukoko's serious look, but also for the 19th class a few people worried up. Ugh, they just have to do their best. I just hope they don't get anyone else hurt. Yukoko suddenly laughed and pinched both sides of Liu Hanjiang's neck. It's good that they got 10 points. After all, the 5 guys on the basketball team are all top-notch high school players, so we don't have to worry about that. Liu Hanjiang was afraid of tickling and couldn't help but laugh at Yukoko's pinch. Stop scratching. It tickles. You don't look too happy just now. But it's just a ball. No need. We should take it easy. Okay, I get it. Don't scratch. It really tickles. On the basketball court, Chen Yunyi was in charge of defending Chu Heiyuan. And after letting Chu Heiyuan score a 3-point shot this time, he didn't dare to pick on the basketball team for a while. But on the basketball team's side, it's not so easy. Long Taoyi came in front of Chen Yunjian and said, "Kid, what's up? Still dare to be mad? If you've got the guts, come back now. Get out of here." Chen Yunjian didn't want to pay any attention to him. "I'm standing here talking about you. Do you have an opinion? You are a vegetable chicken. Your father." "Mother, here omit a lot of swear words. Lung Taoyi, why? I swears and spits all over the place." Song Bingjia also came over and said, "How many goals have you been scored? You are as good as no arms. And you still dare to give us a face in the morning." Yang Zhu pulled Chen Yunyan to the side. He knows Chen Yunyan's temperament. This time not to pull away. May immediately basketball court will be a peace. Don't get on their bad side. Trust me. We can fight our way back. Zhang Zhu's words were very gentle, but there seemed to be a force in them that could convince people sincerely. A few teammates from the surrounding area also came close and cheered each other on. We have one more person we can put in place to bag Chu Heiyuan next turn. They discussed in whispers and rearranged their defense strategy. Song Bingjia, who was not far away, shouted, "Chickens, Don't discuss it. Can you still come up with any advanced tactics at this level? The gap in strength between us cannot be bridged by a few more words from you now. Hurry up and serve. Zhang Zhu faced him and stared quietly into his eyes. Zhang Zhu's eyes are not ordinary eyes. In many fights, there is a pre-match visualization session. If the eyes of the athlete has any dodge, is a kind of cowardly behavior. Cowardice in combat is a very shameful behavior. Zhang Zhu's level of fighting was comparable to that of a member of the Xia National Wushu Sanchu team. The eyes are no exception. What Song Bingjie saw at that moment was the most ferocious look he had ever seen in his life. Even though he is currently working as a gangster and is a man of the road, he has followed Xiao Junyan to meet some of the people of the road. He's seen the look in many people's eyes. There are those who are gangly, dangling, erratic, and even a little hostile. But no one can have the look in Zhang Zhu's eyes at this moment. This kind of look can only be described as fierce. Completely subconsciously, Song Bingjie's eyes immediately dodged and looked away, and she couldn't speak well. Seeing this, Long Taoyi spoke up. He's got a fierce look. But what's the point? Last week I was beaten up so badly that I didn't even recognize my mother. And Zhang Zhu just looked at him, and he shut up. On the sidelines, Fong Manhwa jumped up and down with joy, almost dropping his cell phone on the floor. Talent ah. Chu Heiyun really talent ah. This 3-point accuracy. I have never seen which junior high school students can compare to him. His voice trembled with excitement, and his heart cried out wildly, leader. As you can see, I have a good reason for saying that this video call can be made. Without full confidence, how dare I agree to make this video call, when Zhang Zhu scored 2 goals in front of him. He was so sorry for what he had done. Mr. Fong knew that the leader must be scolding him for agreeing to take the video call, and he himself wanted to turn off the video. But now that Coach Wang has seen it, he has to continue to make this video call. Chu Heiyuan's goal is a kind of redemption for him, relieving the huge pressure in his heart. Coach Hao, you 3 middle schools are so lucky to have such a talent. Hao Dongshan nodded his head repeatedly and said Chu Heiyuan has a lot of potential. When I first joined the basketball team, I could see that his strength was much higher than the others. It's the kind of obvious breakaway lead, provincial basketball team, Shen Renfo office, Coach Huang. Now you can be sure of Chu Heiyuan's strength, right? Leader Shen picked up the glass. You look at the book. Cozy blowing the air, slowly sipping a mouthful of wolfberry water. While talking to Coach Wang, he came to the sofa and sat on his butt. The soft sofa bore his weight and seemed to remove all the pressure from his heart. Coach Wang was staring at the screen and commenting on the natural spots the basketball team of Zhongcheng know. 3 middle school is actually working well together. Unlike the undisciplined team that Mr. Fong has just mentioned, and this Song Bingjie, the reaction is quite fast. After the ball was broken, immediately ran to block. Coach Fang just said that his skills are poor, is not so accurate. Long Taoyi's pass is really wonderful. Chu Heiyuan's running awareness is also very good, and the last shot is really beautiful. Overall, the goal was well coordinated, and was not the work of Chu Heiyuan alone. Shen leadership heart is not happy, Yu Huang coach. Everything intentionally want to be contrary to me. Is not it? Coach Wang continued. What surprised me was Zhang Zhu. His pace on defense seemed to be much better than before, as if he had suddenly improved his skills on the court. This talent has a limitless future. Shen leader thought to himself as he leisurely crossed his legs, what's the point of saying that Zhang Zhu is gifted? As long as his skills can't crush Chu Heiyuan in terms of perception, I have reasons to recruit Chu Heiyuan into the youth training. River City 3, Basketball Court 6. Zhang Zhu looked at the system panel and was very satisfied. Basketball level LV0, progress 65-100. At this rate, I'm sure I'll be able to get to LV1 after this basketball game. After Chu Heiyuan's goal, the morale of the school basketball team was boosted. It's time for Zhang Zhu to serve again. And it's not like before for the basketball team. At this moment, they do not have the slightest intention of belittling. In their eyes, Zhang Zhu is now the best of the best. When the 6 men of the junior high school class 19 pressed on, the basketball team used 2 men to pin down Zhang Zhu. The rest of the team, they don't give a damn about. The 2 people in the bag are none other than Long Taoyi and Song Bingjie. Zhang Zhu moved left and right, changing speeds and steering continuously. The defense line of Long and Song retreated step by step, and it looked like Zhang Zhu was very dominant. However, the 2-man pack is really a flawless defense, and Zhang Zhu can hardly break through. Should I pass the ball to a teammate? The team is playing 5-on-3, which should give them a big advantage, and the pressure on Zhang Zhu's offense will be much less. If it was before, Zhang Zhu would have passed the ball, but with these 2 men in front of him, The idea of passing the ball vanished in an instant. What's the big deal about 1 against 2? I'm still at liberty to fight. Zhang Zhu's body bent low. Suddenly changed speed to the flanks. Long Tao Yi and Song Bingjie are watching closely. The nerves are highly tense. At this moment also immediately followed the defense. Long Tao Yi was half a length ahead of Zhang Zhu, and was able to keep up with him despite a late start. The two of you are not bad for joint defense, but it won't work. Zhang Zhu's eyes flashed a hint of arrogance. The body instantly stopped forward. Turn around 360 degrees backward jump shot. His perfect posture seemed to have stopped in the air in this instant, his body forming an oblique angle with the ground. The angle is also perfect. Long Tao Yi and Song Bingjie want to jump up to cover the ball, but their hands can't touch the ball at all. The bent arm stretches slightly, the wrist launches, and the basketball leaves the palm of the hand and shoots into the air at a 58-degree angle. Under the force of gravity, the ball travels in a beautiful parabola, hits the center of gravity of the basket, and falls through the net. Score 14-43. The ball is hollowed out into the net with a splash-like sound. The voice was very soft, but could be heard very clearly in the silence of the basketball crowd at school. Zhang Zhu landed on his butt and fell to the ground, but he was smiling happily. A 360-degree backward jump shot with a sharp stop and turn is nothing but awesome. Basketball falls, bounces, falls, bounces with each stroke. It hit the hearts of the basketball players. Long Taoyi and Song Bingjie looked at each other and were silent. There were also 2 basketball players who had their hands folded in front of them, saying that there was nothing they could do. After a short period of silence, the junior high school girls on the sidelines started cursing again. What's the use of having 2 losers? You can't beat them 2-for-1. Go play in the Pee Wee League. But the sound is obviously much smaller than the previous rounds. Because of this ball, even people with brain problems can see that it's not Long Taoyi and Song Bingjie who are too good. It's the people they're facing that are too strong. More junior girls are beginning to admit that Zhang Zhu's skills are strong. I don't blame either of them. The opponents were really too strong. Well, I feel the same way. I feel like I'm already as strong as our brother. This schoolboy is indeed the sharpest spear on their side. Our brother is also the sharpest spear on our side of the ball. And no team on either side of the ball can defend against those 2 guys. I think we have to give him some respect. He's really a player who deserves to be taken seriously by our brother. At this point, a junior high school girl suddenly realized that she had found the truth in the world, and said angrily, I see what's going on here. This junior is the absolute centerpiece of their team, and our brother is the one who is being sacrificed tactically because of an incompetent coaching staff. That's why this student is so popular, even overshadowing our brother. The other girls also had a moment of realization. Listen to you so really makes sense. I have long felt strange. Obviously our brother's skills are so strong. Why start to let that last name Song holding the ball? The coaching staff really do not understand basketball. I've thought about this for a long time too. I just couldn't find the exact words to accurately articulate it for a while. And now I see that indeed the coaching staff is taking over the whole pot. I don't think the coaching staff can take the whole pot. The guy named Song should have a little bit. A boy nearby explained to them Song Bingjie is the organizing guard, responsible for organizing the offense. So he usually holds the ball at the beginning. Chu Heiyuan is the point guard. The 2 of them have a different division of labor. You can't criticize the coaching staff from this point. The junior girl was dismissive. What do you think you're doing? You know what you're talking about. That Song can organize an attack. Can't my brother, right? Is my brother worse than Song? Don't wash it. Don't wash it. Seeing Song Ziozi's face like this makes me sick. The boy had no choice but to walk away in a rage, leaving behind only a couple of expletives. XXXXXXX. XXXXXXX. Ah, that ball in the sky is so cool. Liu Hanjiang hugged Zhu Coco's arm and called out in agitation. Zhu Coco also watched with enthusiasm and said, do you think there is anyone in the world who can be the best at 2 things at the same time? Huh? What do you mean? Zhang Zhu has the best math skills of any middle schooler I've ever met, and I learned today that he's also the best at basketball. Aren't there people who get first place in every subject? Zhu Coco shook her head. It's different. If you can get first place in every subject, you're only at the top in this aspect of learning, and this kind of sports like basketball is a completely different thing. Oh, beautiful girl, you are good at everything, but you like to think too much. Now let's just be happy. Don't you think that the ball in the morning is very cool? Zhu Coco looked at Zhang Zhu out of her mind and said, of course he is handsome. Yeah, much more handsome than that Chu Heiyuan. On the basketball court, Chen Yunjian walked over to Zhang Zhu and extended his hand. Zhang Zhu also tacitly extended his hand, allowing Chen Yunjian to pull himself up from the ground. Clapping his hands, Zhang Zhu said it's just a breath of fresh air, thinking that he was just celebrating after scoring a goal. Chen Yunjian said, "Yeah, that shot just now was more beautiful than all the goals scored by Chu Heiyuan combined." Zhang Zhu smiled faintly, "But this breath is not enough. Well, there's more to come. The system sounds in your head basketball, level LV0, progress 78-100. Progress has reached the back of the line, and the rate of increase is a little slower than the front of the line. But it's enough to beat them." A shout goes up from the provincial team office. "Beautiful, great shot." Coach Wang was so excited that he clapped his hands. "This shot, it's like I saw the god of basketball." The corners of Leader Shen's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he tried to speak several times, but stopped. Finally, his heart burst with inspiration, and he said, "Indeed, he played well. I remember he seems to be in his second year." "Right, alas, it would have been better if he had been a year older. He is still too young now," Coach Wang said. "I think how this kid keeps getting better. Every round he plays. It feels like he's stronger than the last round." Later Shen said, "Yes, he does have a lot of potential, and if we wait for him to grow into his junior year, it will be unimaginable." On the other side of the screen, Coach Fong is racking his brains, unable to find a good angle to put the blame on Hao Dongshan, and can only watch without saying a word. In fact, Hao Dongshan's heart is happy. Next year, the 3 middle school basketball team to enter a tough man. Get the city's championship should not be too big a problem. But Fong did not say anything, and neither did he. After a short break, the varsity basketball team regrouped and continued to attack. After all, they're still way ahead, so there's no need to rush anything. Another round of basketball, this time with Zhang Zhu defending Chu Heiyuan. But Zhang Zhu is not the Monkey King. No way to split. The basketball team's other people really cannot defend. Not to mention the fact that the basketball players on this side of junior class 19 are generally not as physically fit as those on the varsity basketball team, and they're already doing their best to make it this far. It is difficult to form an effective defense. This time, it was Lung Taoyai who scored. The score came to 45-14, when it was Zhang Zhu's turn to serve. The basketball team couldn't stop him, even with a 2-man pack. So they simply ignored it completely and put a 3-man pack on Zhang Zhu. Of course, Zhang Zhu will not be a fool and throw the ball hard, but find the right opportunity to pass to Chen Yuni. No matter how strong the basketball team is, it's still not realistic for them to use 2 guys to defend 5 guys. So Chen Yuni received the ball, seized the opportunity, and scored a 3-pointer as expected. WTD Gano score 17-45. The next situation was a scoring show for both teams, 47-17, 20-47. The varsity basketball team kept scoring, and so did the sophomore class of 19, and the system beeps in Zhang Zhu's head kept ringing. Basketball level LV0, progress 85-100. Basketball level LV0, progress 91-100. Basketball level LV0, progress 93-100. On the side of basketball court no. 6. There were more and more spectators, including some young teachers who also loved to play basketball. This basketball court has never been so crowded. TTKNO, whenever the varsity basketball team scores a goal or someone from the junior class of 19 scores a goal, there is always a cheer. It is only that different groups of people are cheering. The sun was hot, and the score was very tight. However, the difference between the 2 teams could not be reduced. When the score came to 59-33, the game went into another break. Someone on the sidelines said with regret, "It's a shame. It's down to the last quarter, and a 26-point spread can't be saved by the gods." I'd like to see a junior beat the varsity basketball team once. It would be great to see that kind of drama. They deserve a lot of respect already for fighting like this. Yeah, I was thinking 10 points would be a win. And now it's way beyond my expectations. The junior girls had changed their tune by now. What a respectable group of opponents. The opponents are indeed formidable, and although they inevitably fell to our archdemon, in time they may not become the new king. They lost with honor, although they were already bragging about the junior class of 19. They tried to focus on the fact that the sophomores would lose. They are indeed a group of very smart fans. I wish I could recruit the student named Zhang Zhu inside the youth camp. In the provincial team office, Coach Wang said firmly, Shen leader sighed in his heart, what should come is coming after all. Coach Wang, I know what you mean, and I agree with you. It's just that this Zhang Zhu is really quite young, and we can absolutely wait until next year to recruit again. That Chu Heiyuan, I see that the technology is not bad. This year first Chu Heiyuan recruited into the next year, and then go to recruit Zhang Zhu. So you can also, and Zhongsheng 3 middle school basketball team to get a good relationship. And later, if there is quality, youth training talent, you can also let them the first to send us here. Coach Wang asked, couldn't both be recruited together this year? Leader Shen's face showed a very regrettable, very hesitant, very tangled emotions. I also want to do, but the leadership above this year to our youth training index has to be full. I cannot recruit 2 people. Coach Wang frowned and said, can't we apply for an additional indicator from the top? Shen leader said with a long and serious voice, Coach Huang, you have to understand the arrangement of our provincial team. The arrangement of the above have their intention, more recruitment of a youth training, to coordinate the number of departments. You are not unaware of, but Coach Huang, you don't have to worry. Next year's youth training, I'll definitely be the first to recruit this student you're interested in. Since he has this strength, what's the hurry to wait another year? Years of experience have made Leader Shen's ability to do ideological work very superior. And Coach Huang's eloquence is obviously not comparable to Leader Shen. As a result, he did not know how to refute the remarks made by Leader Shen. In fact, Coach H. Wang easily falls into a trap of thinking, which is to try to refute Shen's leadership in the logic of Shen's leadership. You look at the book. Chen Yunjun sipped a small amount of water and said it was a really good game today. To score so many goals, the guys did their best. A few other partners were also very happy and spoke much more cheerfully. Don't worry too much about winning or losing. That varsity basketball team has been disgraced to be beaten by us. Chen Yunjian encouraged everyone in the last quarter. Just play as usual. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Zhang Zhu came to his side and put his hand on his shoulder and said, I think we can win this game. The boys looked at him and smiled quietly, not saying a word. They all know in their hearts that this is Zhang Zhu joking with everyone. 26-point spread, how to win. Even though they were chasing the score so hard before, they only managed to stabilize the score difference. When Zhang Zhu saw their expressions, he knew that they didn't believe him, so he didn't say anything more. And the system beeps once again. Basketball level LV0 progress 101. The progress of the host's basketball level has been detected to be full and will be upgraded for the host. Basketball level LV1 progress 0100. When basketball skill reaches this level, the host's basketball level is equivalent to that of a top player in the Summer China University Basketball League Zuba. The system will take the upgrade reward for the host. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the talent Super Bounce. The host's ability to bounce beyond the limits of his current body allows him to ride and buckle anyone. Chu Heiyuan took a few bottles of water and came to the place where the second-year class 19 was resting. What are you doing here? Chen Yunjun asked. Bring you guys a couple bottles of water. With that, Chu Heiyuan gave each of the 6 a bottle of water. Unsure, the 6 looked at each other with inquiring eyes, and all of them could see the doubt in each other's eyes as well. You're a weasel paying homage to a chicken, and you probably don't have any good farts in your heart. Chen Yunjun directly returned the water he had given him, and said you might as well take it yourself. I wouldn't dare take it. Chu Heiyuan's heart was angry, but on the surface, he was as calm as water. You don't have to be so hostile to me. I wouldn't dare to be hostile to a third-form boy. I came to talk to you guys. What's there to talk about? Chu Heiyuan took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing the uncomfortable feeling of talking to Chen Yunjian, and continued, I expect you to concede immediately. Ooh, I've never seen you so arrogant as to let someone else concede with 1 quarter left. Originally, this group of junior high school students didn't have much hope, but when Chu Heiyuan said that he wanted them to admit defeat, the stubbornness of the teenagers arose again. Listen to me to finish. The basketball level that you have just missed has fully gained the respect of our varsity basketball team. If you can admit defeat immediately, our varsity basketball team will contact the semi-official or official organizations such as the White Wall of Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School and the Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School Students' Union to make a statement, openly admitting that you are the strongest opponents that the varsity basketball team has ever encountered. That's it. I don't care if you guys make some stupid official statement. Chen Yunjian cursed disdainfully, not to mention the fact that it's not certain which one of us will lose and which one of us will win. Do not make unnecessary struggle. 26 points of the gap is not the last quarter of the time can catch up. Since you will lose sooner or later, it is better to earn some fame for themselves. At this time, Zhang Zhu opened his mouth and said, Fame is not something you can give me just by saying a few words, but it is something we can fight for by ourselves. Chen Yunjian clapped his hands and said, Zhang Zhu is right. The dogs won't even look at the statement on the confession wall. Chu Heiyuan gritted his teeth and said as if he had made a great sacrifice, tell you what, then. Our school basketball team will also publicly apologize for taking your court on top of the confession wall in Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School. This offer was more tempting to Chen Yunjian and the others than the previous one, which was just an empty talk. After all, it's the varsity basketball team slapping themselves publicly, and it does make them feel a little bit better psychologically. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but ask curiously, since you think you're bound to win, why did you come here specifically to beg us to admit defeat? Chu Heiyuan looked at him, a trace of jealousy flashing under his eyes, but still said very naturally, of course, it's to protect the basketball team's reputation. If this game ends and the basketball team doesn't take a big lead over you guys, the JC3 basketball team is bound to be a joke in the city. As the captain of the varsity basketball team, of course I can't let this kind of thing happen. Not to mention, with your strength, next year is also very likely to enter the varsity basketball team. Can you not bear to sit back and watch the varsity basketball team being watched by other people's jokes? Even if we take a million steps back, you do not want to enter the school basketball team, that you as a member of the Zhongsheng 3, belonging to the Zhongsheng 3, this big family, is not even this collective sense of honor are not there. Chen Yuni and others have no sense of collective honor in Zhongsheng 3. Chu Heiyuan's words are certainly not because he wants to preserve the reputation of the school basketball team. In fact, his mind is very subtle. He knew that Coach Fong would come to recruit youth training today, and he also knew that the youth training that Fong had recruited would definitely be Chu Haoyuan himself. So when Fang Wenhua held up his cell phone, he could roughly guess in his mind that there might be some problems on the provincial team's side. When the match turned out to be like this, the two people who panicked the most in the crowd were Chu Heiyuan and Fang Wenhua. Chu Heiyuan was so anxious in his heart that he couldn't wait for the match to end. If the fight goes on, I am afraid that the youth training quota that his father got through his connections will not be guaranteed. That's why he came to negotiate with Zhang Zhu and the others on behalf of the basketball team, using school justice to get them to admit defeat. And he made what he considered to be the biggest concession of all, a public apology from the varsity basketball team. This step, Chu Heiyuan feel that he played very good, even if his father, this Zhongsheng Sports Institute of a hospital director over, cannot be better than his performance. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Chu Haoyuan asked. When we win, no one will laugh at your basketball team. They'll just sigh that River City 3 is getting stronger by the generation. Well, you go back. We won't admit defeat. Don't waste your breath. A bunch of stubborn donkeys, obstinate and incomprehensible. Chu Heiyuan walked away angrily. Soon the last session will begin. It's Zhang Zhu's turn to serve. It went through a similar three-man pack, passing and crossing as many previous rounds. Zhang Zhu breaks through with the ball into the lane. At that moment, there was only Chu Heiyuan in front of him for defense. Chu Heiyuan flexed his knees and bent his back, his mind highly concentrated, his muscles ready to listen to the dispatch, though he was aware that he was not quite able to defend Zhang Zhu. He had to make a defensive move, after all. There are still coaches standing on the sidelines. He can't just lay down the law. Instead, he should work harder on defense to show the coaches his hard work and determination to not give up. Why isn't he shooting? Why is he coming straight at us with the ball? Does he want to go up? He is still too confident. His height is not as high as mine. I am still a few points in the basket. And he rushes to the basket. It is not to give me a cap. Chu Heiyuan is ready to jump for the cover, when Zhang Zhu jumped up. He also jumped up at the same time. Then two voices sounded at the same time. The sound of Chu Heiyuan's ass hitting the ground, and the sound of the basketball going in. Until a long time after the pain in his buttocks had been transmitted to the nerves in his brain, Chu Heiyuan kept his eyes open, his face full of disbelief. Silence, very short silence. The scene in the morning was imprinted in the minds of all the people in the room, and will become one of the most memorable images of their junior high school career. Zhang Zhu seemed to fly up. His body pulled into a bow, jumped to the top of Chu Heiyuan's head, and violently dunked the ball into the basket. Later, this image was spread by this group of students in a simple sentence, and it became popular. There are only 7 words in this sentence. The boat is riding on the button of Chu Haoyuan. The first one to voice out was Chen Yunjian. Crap, then the rest of the team. Crap, and then the rest of the neighborhood crap. This shot has caused a lot of surprise. On the basketball court, there are a few happy and a few sad. This time, the junior girls were a little confused, temporarily unable to form an effective fighting force in public opinion. They still need time to settle down for a while. Looking for a new angle, on the other hand, many of the male students shouted and cheered with excitement at the sight of this extremely tense basketball scene. Coach Fong's forehead was sweating, and he lost his strength. The cell phone fell from his hand, luckily. Hao Dongshan, who was beside him, reacted fast enough and quickly crouched down to catch the cell phone. Coach Fong, here. Your cell phone. It's still intact. Thank you, Hao Dongshan said thoughtfully. Coach Fang. If you're tired of lifting the handheld, then take a break. I'll help you lift it. Coach Fang smiled sourly, and 4 words popped out of his teeth. I thank you. He couldn't wait for the phone to fall to pieces right now. Basketball Provincial Team Office Area. Shen Renfa Office. The ashtray was full of cigarettes, and the office was a cloud of smoke. Leader Shen has quit smoking for a week. But now he can't help but smoke again. This is a half-pack. His mouth had dried up with spittle, and Coach Wang, who was sitting opposite him, kept chanting over and over again, if we don't get this student in, the youth coaching staff can be disbanded right there. Suddenly, Coach Wang stood up. Coach Wang, what are you doing? Leader Shen also stood up alertly. I will now immediately go to Zhangcheng 3rd Middle School. Have a talk with Zhangzhu. Coach Huang, the matter of recruiting youth training is not under your control. Even if we do have to recruit Zhangzhu in, I will send someone to find him in a few days. I can't wait. There'll be more trouble in a few days. Leader Shen took Coach Wang by the hand and told him to sit down. Coach Huang, since you're in such a hurry, I'll let Coach Fong win. You will contact Zhangzhu now, and you don't have to go in person. Coach Wang hesitated, but stood up. No, I can't trust Fong Manhwa. Last time he missed out on the seedling I had my eye on. I'll have to go myself this time. After that, he left the office in a hurry. Meh. Leader Shen sneered and stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. In the office, he was pacing back and forth, his mind in turmoil. After taking an unknown number of consecutive steps, he suddenly roared angrily, picked up the ashtray, and slammed it down on the carpet. Grass. It was so loud that the secretary in the office next to us heard it. A few seconds later, she was at the office door. The female secretary was dressed in standard work attire with a black hip-hugging skirt underneath and gold-rimmed eyes, giving her a very smart image. Leader, is there anything I can do for you? In the office, Leader Shen has long sorted out his emotions and sat calmly on the sofa. Oh, nothing. Just a little situation at work that I can fix myself. So go on about your business. The female secretary looked at the ashtray that fell on the ground and had some guesses in her heart, but in the workplace, she would not ask what she should not ask. If it were any other secretary, she might have left, but she was different, since Leader Shen said he could solve the problem himself. She tacitly recognized that Leader Shen could solve the problem himself. However, she has encountered some problems at work which she cannot solve on her own. So she walked into the office and started to report on the week's work to Leader Shen, hoping that he could give her some guidance and solve her problem. It just so happens that Leader Shen is in a bad mood because of his frustration with Chu, Hao Yuan, and desperately needs to find fulfillment by pointing out problems to others. Therefore, this time, like many times in the past, Leader Shen also solved her problem before leaving the office. The female secretary helped Leader Shen pick up the ashtray on the carpet and cleaned up the ashes on the floor. 5 minutes ago, no one could have possibly imagined that the situation on the No. 6 basketball court of Zhongcheng No. 3 middle school would be reversed one way or the other. Zhangzhu had 3 consecutive steals and 2 caps, rode the bucket 7 times, and hit 3 three-pointers. The junior varsity class of 19 scored 23 straight points, while the varsity basketball team was held scoreless. The score came to 56-59. After bucking off Chu Heiyuan, Zhangzhu bucked off Song Bingjia and Long Taoyi 6 times. Then, no one on the basketball team dared to defend him, and he got a little tired of the dunking, so he made 3 three-pointers at will. It's a change of pace. Hey, don't hang your heads like that. Keep fighting, Zhangzhu yelled at the varsity basketball team. Chu Heiyuan, Long Taoyi, and Song Bingjia have long been shattered and demoralized, and the other 2 basketball players, though they have never been dunked, know that the tide has turned in just a few minutes. What Zhangzhu showed was not at the level that can exist at his age. For the junior varsity basketball team, it's a blow that goes down a million dimensions, since you all don't want to fight. I'll allow you to concede. Many of the students around us laughed at this remark. You're still behind. Why are you surrendering to each other? Some of the junior girls still have one last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Chu Heiyuan, you haven't lost yet. We all believe in you. Give your full strength. You can still win this game. Don't give up until the end. In my heart, you've always been that strong, courageous, spirited teenager who never loses. They hoped that their blessings would turn into light and give Chu Hao Yuan strength. In a fairy tale, Chu Heiyuan would have been able to receive these powers and defeat the evil dragon. Zhangzhu, some junior girls put their hands together and made a wish to God somewhere. Suddenly, the sunlight reached a certain angle, and the sunlight that had been blocked by the school building was now shining on the No. 6 basketball court. The environment suddenly became much brighter. Look, it's light, really, it's light. Our wish is valid. God answered us. Please, Sun God. I would give my tablemate 10 years of my life in exchange for Chu Hei-Yuan being able to win this match. Failing the warmth of the sun, these girls were moved to tears. It's the first time I've felt such a warm sun. Clunk, basketball in the hoop. Knock, knock, knock. The basketball falls to the ground. Zhang Zhu lifted his shirt and wiped his sweat. Just now, he made another three-pointer. Now we're even. Zhang Zhu smiled at Chu Hei-Yuan, while Chu Hei-Yuan's face was only dull. Boss, we can really win. The boys from class 19 gathered around, and this time, they all changed their names to Zhang Zhu as the boss. It's really convincing. Don't worry. We have to wait for us to score another goal. Didn't the sisters around us say that Chu Hao-Yuan hasn't lost yet? We can't be happy too early. When Zhang Zhu scored one more goal, the basketball team conceded the game and ran away in disgrace. On the sidelines, Liu Hanzheng excitedly came to Yukoko's ear and whispered, I just saw Zhang Zhu's abs. Right when he lifted his shirt, that body is too good. Okay, take the flavor out of it. Yukoko touched Liu Hanzheng's head and said, if you want to see it, find him to show it to you after returning to the classroom. P.S. Today's work is too busy. A little tired, really can't hold out. Liu Hanzheng and Yukoko, this paragraph is still a little short of finishing. The rest of tomorrow to write. Sorry, hey, leader, can you hear me? Coach Fong spoke respectfully and loudly into the cell phone. But no one on the other end of the line talked to him. He heard the voice of the leader talking to Coach Wang, the voice of the leader shouting angrily, and the voice of the female secretary. Drip, drip, drip. The phone hung up. Coach Fang, we have another basketball talent in Zhongsheng No. 3 middle school. Coach Hao took his hand and said excitedly. At the moment, Fang Wenhu's brain is running fast. He has already screwed up one thing. Shen leader must have a big opinion about him. But the game is over. He needs to do something to make up for the loss he just suffered. WTANO Coach Hao. Congratulations. The last few years have trained a lot of sports talent. For our Zhongsheng sports construction has made contributions. Fang Wen, Yua smiled and congratulated Hao Dongshan as if he was very sincerely congratulating him. Coach Fang is overpraised. Our Zhongsheng No. 3 middle schools P.E. team has to continue to work hard and strive to get stronger year after year. Coach Hao was also modest. Fang Wenhua rubbed his hands together, organized his wording, and asked Brother Hao, I have something I want to ask of you, and I also ask that you can help little brother me. Dare not when dare not. Coach Fang just say is. I Hao Dongshan try to do. Can you please ask Brother Hao to take me to meet that student called Zhang Zhu? I think this kind of talent is what our provincial team is in dire need of. Coach Fang, didn't you recruit Chu Hei-Yuan for your provincial team? Now you want to replace him. Hao Dongshan is actually not too happy that the provincial team has recruited Zhang Zhu now. He thought in his mind, is this year first recruit Chu Hei-Yuan, next year, and then recruit Zhang Zhu, so that under his hand there are 2 people can enter the provincial team training in the entire Zhongsheng Junior High School sports coach. That is also one of the best. If this year's recruit is Zhang Zhu, then next year Chu Hao-Yuan graduated from junior high school. Even if recruited into the provincial team, cannot be counted on his Hao Dongshan head. It is hard for him to accept the fact that his credits are directly halved. Coach Hao, you have seen the course of the match in the morning. Zhang Zhu's strength is a breakaway lead. There is absolutely no reason for our provincial team not to recruit him. Hao Dongshan, although reluctant, but do not accept cannot. The provincial team can directly bypass him to contact students, and now also willing to go through him to lead the line, are considered to give him face. So I had to agree to Mr. Fang Wenhua's consideration at this time is very simple. If he can recruit Zhang Zhu in, then this recruiting talent credit can be given to him. And if Zhang Zhu does not have the idea of entering the provincial team, he can go along to recruit Chu Hei-Yuan into the boat. All of these things need to be done before Coach Wang gets here. That's why Mr. Fang is particularly anxious at this time. As class ended, the students who had been watching the basketball court had already left. Zhang Zhu is also ready to go back to class with his classmates. At that moment, Hao Dongshan came over with the physical education teacher of the 19th class of the 2nd year. Your name is Zhang Zhu, right? Just watched you play basketball. You played too well. Hao Dongshan said. I only play occasionally. Mr. Hao overpraised. You're playing so well. Have you ever considered a career in basketball? Like playing professional basketball or something like that? I haven't thought about it. I just play basketball all the time. I don't practice much. Besides, I still want to go to college. I see. Coach Hao nodded and continued. Now a coach of the provincial basketball team has taken a liking to you and wants to recruit you into the youth training. So you can go to my office and have a chat with him. Mr. Hao, I have class next period. I've already called your homeroom teacher and got you a vacation from your next class. Zhang Zhu had no choice but to agree. Chen Yunjian, who was beside him, heard their conversation and bumped Zhang Zhu's shoulder. You kid are going to enter the provincial team. In the future to soar, don't forget brother Mia. Hao Dongshan's office. Fang Wen, Yua opened the door to see the mountain, asked Zhang Zhu students. I think your talent in basketball is unparalleled. If you can enter the provincial team training, it will not take long to absolutely can play in the XBA. And even if in the XBA can become the head of, and there is a possibility that the other side of the Pacific Ocean of the country to see. Join their NBA. You have to know that Leiku is the #1 power in the world today, and Leiku's basketball standard is also the #1 in the world. And the NBA stars are world-class sports stars. Don't you have a dream? Fong is very good at planning this kind of grand blueprint for junior high school students. Teenagers, listening to him speak so impassioned, has long been a hothead, announced on the spot to join the youth training. He had also heard about Zhang Zhu's family background, a well-off family, and he wanted to convince the children of such a family that visionary ideals are the first choice, and money is only a distant second. But Zhang Zhu seems to be not moved at all. Coach Fang, I am not very interested in this matter. All he wants to do now is study fast, improve his math grades, and get his hands on the field's medal. What a stubborn guy. Fang Wenhua could only come up with a second set of explanations. I'll tell you what. You're going to make a lot more money as a soccer player than you're going to make as a job after college. I'm not even talking about the top NBA stars. Even XBA players can get millions of dollars a year, and that doesn't include all the commercial sponsorships you get when you're famous. Think carefully about where you can find a job with such a high wage after you graduate from college. If it was before the Rebirth, the annual salary of several $1,000,000 is really Zhang Zhu's dream. But now, talking to him about a salary of several $1,000,000 a year is like paying off a beggar. Zhang Zhu politely refused. Coach Fang, what you said is very good, but I still don't want to go. Fang Manhwa pulled out his final third set of words you can try out for a period of time in the provincial youth training team. And if you feel that you are suitable for playing professionally, then you can stay in the team. If you don't feel comfortable, you can always quit and continue reading your book without delay. Besides, if you really stay in the provincial team, you don't even have to take the college entrance exams, and you can relax and rest on your own, while other people stay up late every night studying. Think about how much less suffering you can endure. Zhang Zhu said, Sorry, I don't have to stay up all night to study. How can such an easy thing as studying be described as suffering? Coach Fang, you don't have to persuade me anymore. When Mr. Fong saw that this man was not going to move, he was a bit sad but not too disappointed, since Zhang Zhu refused. He could safely and boldly recruit Chu Heiyuan. Okay, Mr. Zhang Zhu, the fact that you can insist on choosing this path of the college entrance examination proves that you are a very opinionated person, and we respect your thoughts. When Zhang Zhu was about to leave, Fong suddenly thought that Coach Wang might come to see Zhang Zhu again. So he called him back. Fellow student Zhang Zhu, your basketball level is too excellent. There may be other provincial team coaches coming to contact you in the future. No matter what they say, just stick to your opinion and don't be influenced by them. He has already told Zhang Zhu about the provincial team's recruiting speech, and Zhang Zhu has not been moved at all. Mr. Fong did not believe that Coach Wang could convince the man in front of him. After Zhang Zhu left the office, Fang Wenhua said to Hao Dongshan with a smile on his face, since Zhang Zhu has his own ideas. Then let's go talk to Chu Heiyuan, and just in time. I have to call the leader to talk about this matter. After school, Zhang Zhu returned home feeling a little tired. That afternoon game was a bit confrontational and a bit sweaty, not to mention a full day of school. After the meal, her mother, He Huli, said to Zhang Zhu Zayojua, This afternoon a man called me, said he was the provincial basketball team's coach Huang, asked if you would like to join the provincial team's youth training. Do you know about this? Zhang Zhu patted his head and said helplessly, I played a ball game this afternoon, and I might have been spotted by someone from the provincial basketball team, but I really don't want to join the provincial team. He Huli smiled and said, I also asked your homeroom teacher. She said that this matter is true. I did not think that you still have this ability. Then Coach H. Wang still said that you can earn tens of millions of dollars in endorsement fees in the future. It's not that easy, Zhang Zhu said casually. The provincial team couldn't convince him, so they came to lobby his family to come. In his eyes, these are small profits, but his family doesn't see it that way. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Mom, how about this? You push Coach Wang's WeChat to me, and I'll have a chat with him. That's fine. After finishing his homework and taking a shower, it was still early, so Zhang Zhu wanted to take a break before going to study for the competition. So he opened his cell phone to WeChat and submitted a friend request to Coach Wang. Then it switches to mobile QQ. Who played WeChat back then? The small red dot 99 in the upper right corner of the QQ icon on the desktop of the cell phone gives Zhang Zhu a bit of a headache. The first thing you see is 99 class group messages. There are too many. Let's look at this group at the end. Scroll down. The first one is the message from Liu Hanjiang. Go look at the space. It's full of your pictures. Super cute beauty girl. All the junior high school students in Zhongcheng City know you. You are too handsome today. And you may have better luck with the peach blossoms lately. The confession wall is full of confessions for you. Super cute beauty girl, say something. You're not still studying, are you? Boat just finished writing homework. Wait for me to look at the space. Tap into the dynamic. And the first thing you will see is 3 middle school students love learning. This is the official account of the Student Union of Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School. Today there are 9 pictures posted on the top of the account, forming a 9-panel grid. The copywriting is also very simple. It just introduces the contents of the 9 pictures. P1 Chu Heiyuan hit a 3-pointer with precision. P2 Song Bingjia dunks the basket. P3 Junior Class 19 students on the basket. P4 Chu Ho Yuan with the ball. Planning and strategizing. P9 the varsity basketball team lost. There is not a single picture with Zhang Zhu in it. And the copy does not mention him at all. The most liked comment at the bottom, this number isn't being operated by the junior high school girl who cursed me out by the basketball court today. Is it? And then a clear swipe of the comments Zhang Boat writing Buckle Chu Hao Yuan. I don't know how many of them I've swiped. But Zhang Zhu doesn't even bother to scroll down. I continue to scroll through the space, basically reposting and criticizing the student union's comments, until he swiped the River City 3rd Middle School confession wall. This QQ number was initially created and operated by some of the students themselves, and was later incorporated by the student union. So although this QQ number is called confession wall, but it basically does not send confession information. Occasional messages of confession are also similar to the today is the 300th anniversary of the founding of Zhongcheng No. 3 Middle School, and I'm going to profess my love for my alma mater. This kind of confessional message. For example, there is one in this case. Let's take a look at the amazing moments of Mr. Zhang Zhu riding the buckle. The bottom 9 pictures are all of Zhang Zhu riding a buckle. There is only one picture emphasized in the copy P5 Zhang Zhu rides and buckles Chu Heiyuan. Dude, is there an internal conflict in the student union? The 2 account operators have a grudge against each other. There were hundreds of likes, and even other likes on various high school confession walls. White Wall of Zhengzhong Road Middle School. White Wall of Zhongcheng Foreign Language School. White Wall of Zia Shiyi Middle School, Junior High School. White Wall of Zhongcheng 6th Middle School. Bottom comment, the walls are killing me. Wall to wall understands program effects. I like this kind of picture. Give me more. The student union's official website came out to take the blame. The basketball team of Middle River Road Middle School gives you a nod of approval. The basketball team of Zhongcheng Foreign Language School gave you a favorable comment. The basketball team of the junior high school, of the first affiliated middle school of the Zia, she gave you a nod of approval. Today's QQ space is basically full of talk about this matter. Brush to the latest one, and then pull up to refresh. Appear to 3 students love to learn to apologize for the dynamic. I am very sorry. In the first place, the editorial oversight, only a part of the picture, now repost a dynamic. There are about 20 pictures in this dynamic. And the weighting of the basketball team and class 19 is basically balanced. And we haven't missed Zhang Zhu's highlights. There was even a scene of students cheering from the sidelines. Zhang Zhu also saw photos of Zhu Coco running onto the field to deliver water and Liu Hanjiang asking their teammates for autographs. Someone commented below, aren't these the 2 school beauties? They're not obsessed with Zhang Zhu too, are they? There is also a review by John Shaw. She only belongs to me, you're overthinking it. Liu Hanjiang is in the same class as the basketball players in the junior high school, and she is purely cheering for her own class, which has nothing to do with Zhang Zhu. Otherwise, why did she get everyone to sign up? Not just Zhang Zhu. Others commented on Zhao Junyan brother. Good analysis. You are the logic master. Aren't you? After I was done, I went to the chat page and chatted with my friends who were playing basketball with me. At this time, Coco Zhu sent a message. Huh? Why is she messaging me? We don't usually talk on our cell phones. Coco Zhang Zhu, There's a math problem I can't do. Can you help me with it? Oh, so you're asking me about math. That's pretty good. Who knows I'm a very enthusiastic and helpful person. Both take a picture and send it to me. Yu Coco sent a quadratic function question. Zhang Zhu did not take a few minutes to solve it. Coco, wow. So it can be solved that way. It's really too ingenious. This kind of questions are similar. You can do it very fast even if you read a few more questions. Coco, that's not necessarily true. I'm not as good as you are. Coco, if I ask you a question in the future, will you teach me? But of course, I love to help people. Coco, it can be a bit of a problem, but I try my best. Coco, thank you. I'll surprise you at the end of the week. What's the surprise? Coco, I'm sure you can't know the surprise now. Boat emoticon after chatting with you, Coco. Zhang Zhu clicked on Liu Hanzheng's chat box again. Boat, you said the confession wall is full of confessions for me. How come I don't see them? You're not looking at our school's confession wall, are you? I'm not talking about our school's confession wall. I'm talking about other schools' confession walls that have a lot of confessions for you. I looked at those pictures, and they say such mushy things, like Brother Zhang is so handsome, and Brother Zhang is my ideal type. But then I won't be Chu Hao Yuan anymore. There is also a boy who confessed to you, and the words he wrote were too harassing. So it looks like it's Chen Yunjian who did it. But he's kinda into compulsion. I went to the class group to brush up for a while, and all I could talk about was today's game. I'm a little bit bored, but then a message popped up on WeChat. Coach Wang of the Provincial team applies to add you as a friend. Zhang Zhu agreed. The Provincial team Huang coach Zhang Zhu students. I and your parents discussed the matter of your entry into the Provincial team. Your parents said to see your own wishes, and will not oppose what you do. So can we have a chat recently? But no need to chat. I have already told your coach Fang. I do not enter the Provincial team. The Provincial team Huang coach in this case. I do not force. Coach Fang is now handling the Chu Hao Yuan to join the youth training procedures. A week if you change your mind. At any time you can contact me. A week later if Chu Hao Yuan's contract is signed. Then if you want to join the Provincial team. You can only wait until next year. Boat okay. Thanks for the reminder. The Provincial team Huang coach the end of this year. The Provincial Basketball Association, United Sports Bureau, Education Bureau, and many other departments to organize a city middle school students of the basketball competition, which is also organized every year sports projects. If you have time to sign up to participate in it. But I'll think about it. Coach Wang said nothing more. In this era, there are no games on the cell phone and no short videos. So Zhang Zhu found some paper books and read them for a while before going to sleep. The temperatures in the last few days have been very unusual, with a very sharp drop in temperature. Tonight, it is raining heavily outside, the wind is howling, and the sound of windows shaking and crashing is extremely disturbing. Zhang Zhu tossed and turned, and it took him a long time to fall asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I felt that my whole body was freezing cold and I was shivering. Zhang Zhu sneezed. Chu, we won't have to change to winter quilts in this summer. Forget it. I'd rather not change it. I can't believe it's going to be this kind of weather for a few days. After arriving at school, the class teacher, Chen Ruya, once again emphasized the importance of this week's final mock exam and asked everyone to take it seriously. After a certain math class, Zhang Zhu was called to the office by his math teacher, Guo Yuan. How is the competition going these days? Are you struggling? It's okay. Those 2 books are still pretty easy to learn, and I'm already a good chunk of the way through the first one. By this time, Zhang Zhu's math grade had come and gone. Mathematics, level of E0, progress 5100. Guo Yuan was a bit surprised. You're learning so fast, then you are quite good at math. In the office, another young math teacher, Zhu Shanyu, echoed, Mr. Guo, this is the Zhang Zhu student you mentioned. Right. He's quite handsome. Usually, after Zhu Shanyu has said something like this, there will be a twist, and this is also his best way of speaking, which is to speak up first and then down later. Sure enough, he began to pave the way for his real purpose below. Recently, Mr. Zhang Zhu's fame has been incredibly loud, and this time I finally got to meet the real person. Guo Yuan said curiously, Mr. Zhu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Zhu hasn't even started the competition yet. How can he be famous? So Mr. Guo doesn't know that this student of yours has been playing basketball lately. And yesterday, he even beat the school basketball team. And I heard that the coach of the Provincial team is coming over to snatch him up. Guo Yuan recently busy to go to the Education Bureau to hold a meeting. This aspect of the news really did not pay attention to. Quite interested to ask there is this kind of thing. At that moment, Zhu Shanyu sighed, seemingly with an emotion of great regret. It's so hard for our Jiangsheng no. 3 middle school to produce a student who can engage in competitions. But I didn't expect that he would end up running off to play basketball. What a pity, Zhang Zhu said. This teacher, you misunderstand. I just play basketball occasionally, and I don't want to make it a career. I still focus on competition. Zhu Shanyu shook his head. Mr. Zhang, it's not that I don't believe in you. It's just that I think that if you go to play basketball, you might still be able to get some results. But you basically won't be able to get any results if you go into competition with your current attitude. Zhang Zhu was puzzled. What's wrong with my attitude? Is it improper? Zhu Shanyu said. When you are studying for the competition, you should throw away all the recreational activities like basketball and bury yourself in the sea of questions, so that you can only have a chance to achieve certain results in the competition in which many high school students participate. You beat the varsity basketball team in basketball, so you must have spent a lot of time on it. If that's the case, then how can you compete? Why don't you just go to the provincial basketball team and torture yourself by studying for a tournament? Zhang Zhu scratched his head and said, this teacher, you better not worry about me. Zhu Shanyu sighed, that's right. I've been a bit lenient, but I do feel sorry for Mr. Guo. You're the first competition student Mr. Guo has brought up. Mr. Guo thinks so highly of you. Aren't you letting down his expectations like this? Guo Yuan said, well. I also did not force Zhang Zhu must be in the competition to achieve what kind of results. Expect him to go to get the provincial first prize that is not too realistic. It's not too realistic to expect him to win a provincial first prize. It's also good to explore the competition in advance and practice his math thinking. Zhu Shanyu saw that Guo Yuan had already opened his mouth, so he didn't put any more pressure on Zhang Zhu. Guo Yuan asked Zhang Zhu to come closer and whispered, this time to call you here is to talk to you about one thing. You in July to participate in the preliminary round of the math competition. The preliminary round is the province out of the problem. This time by an old professor of Zhongsheng University out of the problem. I heard that did not control the difficulty, resulting in the difficulty of the competition then even higher. But you don't have to be too nervous. The number of applicants for this preliminary competition is just not too many, and the importance and rigor of the preliminary competition is not too high. So this time, as long as the students who participate in the preliminary competition will be able to enter the repechage. So it doesn't matter how well you do. Just think of this preliminary competition as a practice run. And don't feel bad if you don't do well. However, you need to pay attention to the repechage, which will be held in September. It is a nationally standardized examination. The questions are more standardized. The examination will also be based on the scores of the provincial first, second, and third prizes. And the top 50 or 60 provincial first prize winners will be able to enter the provincial team of the Olympic Games. You can get a provincial third prize is the best. In fact, cannot get it also does not matter. Do not have too much pressure. Zhang Zhu generally understood and nodded. The book I gave you to learn, High School Mathematics Competition Training Tutorial, is full of knowledge for the repeats. If you finish it, you can come back to me, and I'll find you a few sets of exam papers for the repeats. The days went by as usual. Everyone is preparing for the final practice exams on Thursday and Friday. The final exams are set at a high level of difficulty in order to simulate the final exam. Many students are very worried. Liu Hanjiang is no exception. These days and Zhang Zhu talk less, coupled with the cloudy and rainy weather in the past few days. The temperature has dropped dramatically, making the whole environment feel rather depressing. The time came Wednesday night. After learning about the competition, Zhang Zhu fell asleep on the bed. The quilt is still the same. Zhang Zhu is a person with an iron head, and has not changed a thicker quilt in the past few days. And today is no exception. Alarm bells ring during the day on Thursdays. Zhang Zhu reached over and turned off the alarm clock. Wanting to get up, suddenly he realized that he was dizzy, swallowed, and his throat felt like it was being cut by a knife. The first reaction was, it's bad. You can't be catching a cold. Cold hands and feet all over the body. With difficulty, he got up and opened the curtains. The windows were closed. It's strange. The windows are closed. Why does it feel like the wind is still blowing in the cool room, following the source of the wind? Zhang Zhu found a gap in the upper part of the wall that was covered by the curtains, and the cold wind was pouring into the room through the gap. Fuck, when did this house fall apart like this? Surely something will happen when you rent a cheap house in the middle of nowhere. Gotta get someone to fix it. Achoo, cough, cough, cough. Zhang Zhu sneezed and coughed a few times. Mother Hewley has already gone out to work. If she was still in the house, she would have to buy some medicine for Zhang Zhu by now, after washing up and eating breakfast. Zhang Zhu called his mother. Hey Mom, there's a leak inside my room. There's a crack in the wall. Get someone to fix it. Ahem, got it. Boat, you have a cold. Do you want to give your teacher a vacation today? No. There's still an exam today. And I don't have to go to class afterward, so I can come back early and rest. Then you have to take care of your health. And if you don't feel well during the exams, have the teacher call me in time. I'll bring you some medicine when I go over this afternoon. Mom, I know. After carrying the school bag out of the door, Zhang Zhu only felt sore and heavy steps. I don't think I have a fever, do I? It's no wonder. This cold wind has been blowing against me for 3 nights. Even my iron body has to catch a cold. You can't be too headstrong from now on. Now he feels much the same way he will feel years from now, when he catches a virus in some major world-wide public health and safety event. How can I take the exam in this condition? Zhang Zhu now can only hope that the system has given the fast recovery this talent. He only knows that this talent can heal external wounds quickly, but whether it is useful for internal wounds such as fever and cold is still unclear. Thursday morning language test. Zhang Zhu was a little headstrong when he was doing the paper. He was now dizzy and couldn't read the text at all. The front of the multiple choice questions is not bad, just used to judge the right and wrong of each option. Even if you really cannot see into it, randomly blind a can. The back of the reading questions is troublesome. A lot of things cannot see but also hard to pull a few sentences. Writing an essay is not so bad. You can find a few points and write an argumentative essay to finish the job. The difficulty is that he can't use anything that happened after 2013 as an argument, but there are many things that he can't react to in the first place as to when they happened. Therefore, it is better to do nothing and use the ancients to make all the arguments. Yuan, Zhuji Liang, Lai Bai Du Fu, Sushi, Zin Wu Kai, Yu Kaiyan, Wang Yongming in China, Foreign Aristotle, Russell, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Roman Roland, Cooking Immortal, Sushi Immortal, Groceries, R.B. Summer Camp, German Sewers. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you guys to fill out my 800-word essay again, after the language examination. It was already 11 o'clock. Many students are holding the test paper to the answer. Many people are wailing that the multiple choice questions, and how many wrong. Saying what finished. This time the test cannot be 100 points. Middle school language 120 points, but after all, the multiple choice questions in language can't be answered correctly just by matching the answers. And the students don't know how many points will be deducted for the later reading questions, so most of them are still relatively stable. The real thing that made the students' minds explode was the afternoon after the math test, which is still to come. I didn't feel any difficulty when I took the test, although my brain was a bit foggy. I finished the test an hour early. When I was done, I fell asleep on the table. After handing in the paper, he estimated that there would probably be a few miscalculations. Since he hadn't been that careful when he was working on it, I'm guessing a few points will be deducted. But the rest shouldn't be a problem. I didn't expect the whole floor to be filled with the wailing of the students after the test. Why is it so hard? Let's match the answers. How many multiple choice questions did you get wrong? Who's going to tell you the answer? Aren't you going to make yourself unhappy? How many big questions did you leave blank in the back? 2 ways. You're so good at this. I emptied 3 big questions. Hang on or don't you sympathize? Zhang Zhu did not discuss with them on the answer to the question of the practice. Directly carrying the school bag to the school outside to go. He just wants to go back to sleep now. On the way, he meets Ryu Hanjiang, whose facial expression shows that she is very upset. Liu Hanjiang asked, "How did you do?" "It's okay. I did so poorly on the test. I'm screwed this time. It's okay. It's just a mock exam." "Huh? Why is your face so red? Why are you so depressed today?" Liu Hanjiang stretched out her snow-white jade hand and pressed it against Zhang Zhu's forehead. "Surprised it's hot. Do you have a fever?" "I guess so. Pretty bad luck. Are your parents picking you up?" "Do you want me to take you back?" Zhang Zhu shook his head and said, "The house I live in is right next to the school. Just a few steps away. I finished my exams earlier and returned home earlier. Usually at this time Huli should still be on her way here. But today she left work a little early to check on her son's health. The wall has been repaired by a master, and the quilt has been replaced with a thicker one. There is cold medicine on the table, if you still feel sick after taking it. I will take you to the hospital. I'm fine. I don't need to go to the hospital." In the evening, Zhang Zhu did not continue to study. Simply look at the phone. The space is full of discussion of the final mock exam. He does not care about this. So early to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Zhu's fever was still not relieved. Friday morning was an English test. And although Zhang Zhu read a lot of English papers, during his doctoral studies. He was not as good as a junior high school student at analyzing the differences between many close definitions of words. There are always those unreasonable questions where all four answers mean the same thing. Zhang Zhu didn't want to waste his brain cells when he encountered this kind of question. So he just chose one according to his sense of language and finished it. After the English test, first Liu Hanzheng ran over to him and pulled him to correct his answers. Zhang Zhu let his examination paper be raped by her. Huh? Why did you choose D for this question? I don't know. Blind guess. Why are you talking so perfunctorily? I really guessed blindly. Okay. The answers are correct, and there are 5 different ones. I'll find someone else to match. Next, it was his good buddy, Chen Yunjian, who came to find him to answer the question. Chen Yunjian is a man with a unique habit of answering questions when his answer is different from someone else's. He tries to do his best to convince the other person that his answer is correct. Zhang Zhu, how can you choose A for this question? In the original text, that David obviously stabbed Annie with a knife, but in this option A, it says that David killed Annie. Can these two be the same thing? Just because David stabbed Annie with a knife doesn't mean that David could actually stab Annie to death. Does it? I think we should go with B for this question. David was a murderer. Zhang Zhu, I've forgotten how I chose. Maybe you chose the right one. Chen Yunjian saw a few more differences with Zhang Zhu and casually pulled Gao Yifan over to him. Gao Yifan, what did you choose for this question? Gao Yifan, I'm not right about the answer. It will affect my mindset. Chen Yunjian placed the examination paper directly in front of his eyes and pointed to the question. This question is the third question of the second reading. I chose C. Zhang Zhu chose D. What did you choose? Gao Yifan was now forced to listen to someone else's answer and had to respond to Chen Yunjian. I chose the same as Zhang Zhu. After hearing this, Chen Yunjian became anxious. How can you choose D? D is obviously wrong. He said a lot more about his understanding, and then Gao Yifan actually had the heart to discuss with him. In the end, neither of them convinced the other. That's the thing about English questions. They are so uncertain that you never know which of two options, both of which are slightly wrong, to choose until you have observed the final answer. Chen Yunliang continued to find a dozen students to answer the question and tried to convince each one of them. In the afternoon is the physics exam. Although Zhang Zhu can see from the way the questions are written that the teachers are trying their best to make the questions difficult. But the level of difficulty is really a bit too low for him. For him, the most difficult part of the whole paper was probably the reading of some voltmeters and ammeters. He has basically forgotten all about this kind of experimental topics. After the physics exam, this final mock exam will be over. Once again, the entire floor of the school building resounded with wailing. Gao Yifan picked up the paper and walked towards the physics teacher and asked him a few questions on the paper. Some of the students around us also gathered around to see what the answer was. Gao Yifan asks a question. The physics teacher agrees with him, and then the students around him start chanting that they didn't notice these details during the exam. In the end, word of mouth spread that Gao Yifan got a perfect score in physics, and Gao Yifan just humbly said, "It's not necessarily full marks. There may be some demerits that I didn't notice." Then his words caused another round of worship. When Zhang Zhu was packing his bag, Liu Hanzheng came over with a sad face. "What should I do, Zhang Zhu? I failed the exam this time. It's just a practice test. It's fine. Just do better on the final. Besides, I didn't do too well either, so we're half and half. It makes me feel better if you say that. Have 2 days of fun on the weekend, and then worry about grades next week." Well, are you feeling better? Almost done. Teachers are very quick to correct papers in mock examinations, such as those organized within the school. For languages and mathematics, which were finished yesterday, and even for English, which was taken this morning. The results may have been out long ago, and for physics, which was taken in the afternoon, it is possible that the corrections can be made by the evening. So on the evening of this day, many impatient students sent private messages to their teachers asking for their grades. Class clusters in space are again full of demons. All sorts of bigwigs basked in their results, and even pretended to say I didn't do well. And then there were a lot of supporters underneath. There are a lot of people who say things like, "I'm so strong for Takagami, and Takagami is so strong." Friday passed quickly. By Saturday, after 2 days of feverish symptoms, Zhang Zhu's illness was almost over. Therefore, he went to the Bright Heart training course as normal today. Unsurprisingly, he entered the classroom half a minute late and came to sit beside Coco Zhu. "I owe you a cup of coffee. I'll get it for you after class." Coco Zhu said there's no rush on coffee. "You'll go somewhere with me first after class." "Oh, what place? Make it so mysterious." "You'll find out after class." Although it is not as cold as the wind and rain of the last 2 days, the temperature has not yet risen. Coco Zhu is wearing a white shirt with a coat on the upper half of her body today, and underneath she is wearing a pair of knee-high socks and a short pleated skirt, with her calves swinging back and forth unobtrusively, which is a bit cute. Even his face, which had always been high and cold, had softened a lot. After class, Coco dragged Zhang Zhu to the basketball court near Mingxin's training class. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Zhu asked curiously. "Can you snap a basket for me? I'll record a video." "Huh? What's there to record?" Coco Chow said, "Just promise me." "I said I'd surprise you today." Well, I'd really like to see what you're selling in your gourd." There happened to be a group of people playing basketball nearby. So Zhang Zhu went over to borrow a ball. That group of people all had tattoos on their bodies, and the one who fought the best inside had the largest tattoo area, and even had a blue dragon tattooed on the top of his neck, and looked up and down at Zhang Zhu, and said, "It's not impossible to borrow our balls. You'll have to go 1v1 with me and still beat me to do it." Zhang Zhu sighed. "How can borrowing a ball have so many problems?" "Okay, I'll go first, for the sake of a quick battle." Zhang Zhu took the ball himself first. A few consecutive foul shots. The green dragon tattooed man hit no resistance. "I've won. Can I borrow the ball now? I'll only need it for a short time." "No, in the first place, it was you who held the ball and attacked. I didn't take a single shot. How can I say you won?" "That's because you didn't defend me on one shot. If you don't let me have the ball for an offense, I'm not going to lend you the ball." "Okay, hurry up. I'm in a hurry." Next, the green dragon tattooed man was covered by 3 consecutive caps by Zhang Zhu, and couldn't even touch the rim. "Big brother, I'll be back soon." After Zhang Zhu left, the green dragon tattooed man sighed, "This kid is really powerful. Zhao boss like to watch basketball. If you can pull him over to play a game, Zhao boss a happy. Maybe to give us a few brothers to spread money." Boss Zhao has recently encountered a bit of resistance to that project, and is busy as hell, so it'll be a while before he's pulled into play. The other tattooed man next to him said. The green dragon tattooed man said, "Well, we all know very well about Boss Zhao's hobbies, but I'm not too sure what Mr. Zhao likes. I still want to send Mr. Zhao some gifts on his birthday." Another tattooed man said, "I heard that Mr. Zhao is infatuated with a female classmate in their school, and he loves her to death, but that female classmate doesn't buy his account." The green dragon tattooed man was a bit surprised and said, "With Mr. Zhao's status, how dare someone reject him? Who is that female student? Which Big Shot's daughter in Zhongcheng City?" The other tattooed man said, "I didn't hear about that, but I was told the family does have a little money." The man with the green dragon tattoo asked, "How much is a small fortune? Millions or tens of millions?" His family also does some contracting work and other things. The total assets are estimated to be at most a few tens of millions. The green dragon tattooed man said disdainfully, "So it is a contracting project, Zhongcheng City in this line of work, which can be compared to our Zhao boss of a finger. It's not even necessary for Boss Zhao to intervene. I'll go and meet his father, and that schoolgirl won't be a piece of cake." Another tattooed man said, "Don't get involved in Mr. Zhao's affairs. Maybe you'll end up making Mr. Zhao unhappy if you do something clever." The green dragon tattooed man said, "Mr. Zhao still doesn't have Boss Zhao's temperament. This kind of girl usually Boss Zhao doesn't even look at her. Mr. Zhao even tolerated her rejection." Another tattooed man said, "After all, Mr. Zhao is just a teenage boy. When he grows up for a few more years, he might have more women around him than you do." After Zhang Zhu dunked the ball, Zhu Coco gave him an okay sign with satisfaction. "Now you can tell me exactly what you're going to do." "Well, it's nothing really. It was just to draw you a picture." "Painting? What painting? I've studied painting before, and when I saw you playing basketball on Monday, I suddenly had the urge to draw a picture of you. It's as simple as that. I drew it based on the photos of you riding on Chu Heiyuan on the confession wall in our school. But those photos were not clear enough to see your facial expression. That's why I wanted to make a video of you, to capture your demeanor when you dunked the basketball." Zhang Zhu laughed. "Then you simply shoot me alone dunking video is not enough, I ride dunk Chu Heiyuan, when the expressions certainly do not want to now. One person dunking so easy to write, Coco Zhu said you don't have to worry about that. In fact, just now when you and that tattooed uncle were fighting one-on-one, I've already recorded the video of you playing basketball, and the expression on your face at that time should be very real. Yeah, send me the drawing when it's done. Looking forward to your masterpiece." Zhang Zhu returned the basketball and was ready to leave. Coco Chow called out to him, "Aren't you forgetting something?" "What is it?" "You were going to buy me coffee." Zhang Zhu slapped his head. "Oops, I just forgot. What do you want to drink? What would you like to drink?" Sugar sweetened drinks or Starbucks? Coco Chu smiled sweetly. Anything. Then don't be sorry if I buy you a saccharin drink. I've been drinking for weeks. What's wrong with this one? Zhang Zhu looked at him and smiled back well. For drawing me a picture, I'll buy you a Starbucks. Starbucks? You drink iced Americanos, don't you? Coco Zhu nodded. Just give me a medium cup. Zhang Zhu pointed to the medium-sized cup and said to the waiter, Waiter, give me a medium iced American. The waiter said, Sorry, sir. This is a large cup. This is only a medium cup. Zhang Zhu looked at the waiter's finger, pointing to the smallest of the 3 cup models, and said that this is the medium cup. Said solemnly, I don't care what you call it. I want the center cup inside these 3 quilts of yours. As he said this, he pointed his finger at a medium-sized mug. Waiter, sorry, sir. This is a large cup. Our cup models are medium, large and extra large. Do you want a large cup? Coco was a bit tense at the side and said to the waiter, Just give us a medium cup. The waiter was a little unsure and asked, Excuse me, ma'am, is the medium you are talking about the same medium as the medium this gentleman is talking about? Coco Chu said, When I say medium cup, I mean the smallest cup in your store. The waitress said, Yes. I understand. You want the medium cup that we have in the store. Zhang Zhu also did not want to play with the service staff again, and did not slap his own face like Liu Yonghao. Said to Coco, Well, you usually drink a king-sized glass, so I'll buy you a king-sized glass today, too. And to the waiter, give us 2 extra large iced Americans. The attendant put on a professional smile. Yes, please wait. Coco Chu said, Don't you think ice Americano is bitter? Why don't you order something else? Zhang Zhu revealed a purely straight smile and said with a smirk, Isn't coffee all the same flavor? The 2 of them found an out-of-the-way seat in the corner and chatted about everything. It was a long conversation, until the bitterness of the coffee had dissipated. Monday, cloudy and sunny. When Zhang Zhu got up from the bed, his left eyelid involuntarily fluttered a little, and his right eyelid also involuntarily fluttered a little. If the neurons hadn't temporarily short-circuited, then something might have happened today. Zhang Zhu feels the same way. When I arrived at the school, I took a look at the spirit of the students. A few families are happy, and a few are sad. Typically, grades will put up a number of giant posters in the middle of the hallway, on each floor, where the junior grades are located on Mondays at noon. The poster is simply the grades of all students in the grade, but it's still morning. The final grades haven't come out yet, and the students are all apprehensive. In the first language class, the language teacher arranged for the language representative to hand out the language exam answer sheets. Zhang Zhu received the answer sheet, the total score of 91 points, essay 38 points, languages are worth 120 points, and essays are worth 50 points. Liu Hanjiang, who was beside him, got the examination paper and sighed. What's wrong with you? You got a 99 on your language test. Isn't that high? Why are you so downcast? Usually when the paper is issued, Liu Hanjiang is the first time to put his head over to look at the situation of his paper. But today she did not move. Some abnormal. Ugh, I did so poorly in math and physics. I was going to rely on language and English to pull up my scores. But it turns out that I only got an average level in language. I definitely failed this time, generally speaking. When you are a student, when your best friend says that you did not do well in the exam, the best means to comfort him is to tell him that you did worse than she did in the exam. But this time, Zhang Zhu wasn't sure how well he had done on the exam, so it was hard for him to find words to comfort Liu Hanjiang. After Yan Maotong, whose seat is 1 aisle away from Zhang Zhu, got her paper, Zhang Zhu heard the sound of her asking questions to nearby students in a loud voice. Hey, this question, why give me a point deduction? You can put your paper to me a pair. At this time, the student being asked will unconsciously look at Yan Maotong's examination paper. And then this student issued Yan Maotong's expected surprise. Yan Maotong, how come you scored 107 points? So high, you should be the highest in our class. Afterwards, the circle around Yan Maotong turned their heads towards her seat and took her test papers to look at them. My God, 49 points for the essay. Only 1 point deducted. I've never seen an essay with only 1 point deducted. It is this time, Yan Maotong, just the right place to modestly say oops. This time is just good luck only. Composition, this kind of thing who say accurate it, is in front of the deduction of a lot of points. I feel quite a pity. Then, the fellow student beside Yan Maotong continued, what's the pity when you've scored so high? If you'd done a better job in front of you, wouldn't that have put your score at 110? In this way, a harmonious atmosphere has developed around Yan Maotong. The language teacher said, in this final mock exam, the highest language score in our class was Yan Maotong, who scored 107 points, and the highest grade level score was a student from another class, who scored 109 points. Yan Meirong's composition this time was very well written. The teacher gave her a score of 49. When we talk about the composition later, we'll focus on this one of Yan Meirong's. Hearing the language teacher's praise, Yan Meirong slightly bowed her head, but the smile on her face could not be concealed. At the same time, her side light glanced at Liu Hanjing and saw that Liu Hanjing was bored. The pleasure in her heart became even more intense. Some students asked each other, how much did Gao Yifan score? His language is the most unstable subject. If his language score is still good, I'm afraid this time the first grade will be his again, later. I don't know which classmate reported Gao Yifan's grades. I just saw Gao Yifan's test paper. He scored 100 points in language. So high, then his grade 1 ranking should be secure. When it comes time to explain the essays, the language teacher will usually let a few students who scored higher on their essays come up to the podium and read out their essays one paragraph at a time. And then the teacher will explain the essays one paragraph at a time. At this point, the sense of achievement of these students usually reaches a very high level. Students who are able to read their essays from the podium will receive a score of no less than 45 on their essays. So besides Yan Meirong, there are only 2 or 3 other students in the class who are eligible. When Yan Meirong read her essay aloud, her eyes looked at Liu Hanjing from time to time, and her arrogance was obvious to Zhang Zhu. Liu Hanjing, heart clear, just lowered his head to read his own paper. After class, Yan Meirong got up from her seat and deliberately rubbed off Zhang Zhu's answer sheet. Oops, I'm really sorry. I dropped your paper. I'll pick it up for you. Wow, Zhang Zhu, you scored 91 points. That's a pretty good score. If you put in a little effort, you might be able to raise it by 5 or 6 points. Zhang Zhu squeezed out a smile and said, thank you, after Yan Meirong put Zhang Zhu's paper on his desk. He then saw the marks on Liu Hanjing's paper in passing. Wow, Sister Liu Hanjing, you're amazing. You scored 99 points on the exam. This score should be able to rank in the top 10 in language in the class. This score is already very high. Sister Liu Hanjing, you should be very satisfied and happy. Liu Hanjing was silent and ignored her. See Liu Hanjing unhappy look. Yan Meirong heart pleased little bitch. This time not as high as me. See how you in the future in front of me, in math class. After the teacher handed out the papers, there was a lot of sighing and wailing. Why can't you get a 100? I've got it all wrong. You're comparing me. Zhang Zhu did not care about it until he got the paper and found that he only scored 110 points, which was a bit of a surprise. Mathematics is worth 120 points. Why did I get 10 points for such a simple question? Until he slapped his forehead after scanning the entire answer sheet. I got the process of 2 questions right, but the final result was wrong, and I got the answer cards wrong for 2 of the multiple choice questions. Did I lose my mind on the math test the other day? It is a great pity. After Liu Hanjing got the examination paper, he didn't read it much, but just stared blankly. When Zhang Zhu looked at her, he realized that she had already covered her score with a stationary box. However, it is evident from the intensive deduction of marks on the examination paper that her marks were not satisfactory. Out of courtesy, Zhang Zhu turned his head and stopped looking at her table. In the end, Liu Hanjing started to say, "What did you look at me just now?" Zhang Zhu put his hand on the back of his neck and said, "My neck is a bit uncomfortable. Just now I just turned my neck. You just want to see me laugh." Liu Hanyang lightly opened her vermilion color and said coldly. Zhang Zhu's heart suddenly gave birth to 10,000 question marks. He was very puzzled by this behavior. "No, I'm just concerned about my tablemate." Zhang Zhu thought for a long time and finally replied, "Just caring about the table." Liu Hanjing snorted coldly and then didn't say anything. Zhang Zhu didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. After a while, Liu Hanjing opened his mouth again. "Do not talk to me." "Right. Good. You scored 110 points, and do not put me in the eyes. Just want to see me laugh. Right?" Zhang Zhu's heart gave birth to 100 million more question marks. "I think you're being a little aggressive in your presentation." Liu Hanjing mouth flattened, a very sad look, took a deep breath and said, "You do not understand me. After class we will talk about it." At the same time, the group of students who were very concerned about Gao Yifan shouted out Gao Yifan's results. Gao Yifan scored 119 points. Almost all the eyes of the class gathered towards Gao Yifan. 119 points. "This score is so unbelievable. Even Chen Yunji," I exclaimed. "I basically did all the big questions in a blindfolded way to mix up the step scores. So how can anyone score 119 points in this paper? Is there really that much difference between us?" Gao Yifan seems to be not moved at all. Like an old monk sitting in meditation, When one of his classmates talked to him, he responded, "I didn't do well this time." There was a detail that I neglected, which led to the deduction of a point. I need to pay more attention to it. It was as if he was saying that even if the examination paper was difficult, he should have scored full marks in order to give a normal performance. Math teacher Guo Yuan said, "This math test was very difficult, but our classmate Gao Yifan scored 119 points. First in his grade, which is very impressive. Out of more than 1,000 students in the whole grade, only 13 of them scored above 110 in math. In our class, there are 3 students who scored 110 points or more, which is the highest number among all classes. This time in math, our class average is 89 points, ranked second in the grade. Students can refer to this average score to see how they did." Next, the whole class learned that Zhang Zhu scored 100 points and another boy scored 112 points. As for Liu Hanjing's score, it had been covered by her, and no one could see it. Yan Miorong got the examination paper, and also said with some sadness, "Oops, I didn't do well this time. I only scored 79 points, which is 10 points lower than the average score. And it's a waste of the marks I got in the language test." Yan Miorong also asked Zhang Zhu, "You are also too powerful. This time even managed to get 110 points. In the future, you can be sure to guide me in math. By the way, do you know Sister Liu Hanjing's score? She can get to the top 30 of her grade every time she gets her total score. She must have done well this time too, at least better than me. Can you tell me how many points Sister Liu Hanjing scored?" Zhang Zhu said, "I'm not that concerned about other people's grades. Yan Miorong, well, that's a shame." I was hoping to encourage Sister Liu Hanjing. Liu Hanjing was so annoyed that he shoved the answer sheet directly into the drawer. By noon, several huge posters had been put up in the middle of the wide corridor, on the floor where the second grade was located. The poster is very simple grade level ranking: student's name, the student's class, total score, language score, math score, English score, and physics score. This ranking is very simple and crude, and is based purely on academic performance. But this ranking is probably the fairest ranking in life, compared to the bonus points for various group activities in college later in life. The maneuverability of this grade ranking is almost non-existent. Even though it's lunchtime, the poster is already filled with people. The English and physics papers have not yet been distributed, so they can't wait to find out their total scores. Holy shit, how did I get such a low English score? There are a lot of holes in the English question this time, and you may have stepped on all of them. Zhang Zhu also took a glance at these posters as he passed by. In first place was Gao Yifan. Gao Yifan, second year, class 19, 434, 100, 119, 116, 100 English is worth 120 marks and physics is worth 100 marks. In Zhangcheng, the second year of junior high school, chemistry classes had not yet been added, so the full score of the physics exam at this time was 100 points. Zhang Zhu is not too surprised. The test master is indeed very capable of taking the test. He looked down for his name, only to see that he was ranked at 39. Zhang Zhu, second year 19, 399, 91, 110, 107, 91. Why did I get so many points off for English and physics? I don't care about English, but I got 9 points for physics. Did I get all the meter readings wrong and the answers to the big questions wrong? Zhang Zhu is usually in the top 20 in his grade, but this time he was able to get 39th place, which is already a wave of points pulled by math. Hey, whatever you do on the test is what you do, and it doesn't really affect me anyway. Zhang Zhu was curious about Liu Hanjing's score, so he searched from top to bottom. Liu Hanjing is usually ranked in the top 30 players in the grade. But this time, Zhang Zhu, to the first poster of the 100 people, looked all over. The name of Liu Hanjing did not see. No way, she didn't fail the top 100. Continuing to look back, I saw Yuhan Chang's score at 142. 142. Ryu Han Chang, 19th year, 371, 99, 82, 110, 80. Class average isn't even close. No wonder she didn't want to show me her math scores. Suddenly, he scanned Yan Miaotong's grades. You look book grade rank 108. 108. And Gan Miaotong, second year. Class 19, 377, 107, 79, 108, 83. I'm afraid the estimation of Ngan Miaotong's words today is much more than usual. He went back to the top of the poster to find the grades of a few more people he knew well. 61. Coco Zhu. The second year class 5, 386, 101, 89, 109, 87, 166, Chan Wan Chu. Junior class 19, 367, 93, 81, 105, 88, 805. Zhao Junyan, second year, class 4, 256, 81, 30, 85, 60 well. Zhu Koko did pretty well. Chen Yunjian didn't do well this time. And for Zhao Junyan, I don't know what his normal level is, so I'll count it as a good test or a bad one this time. Suddenly, a jade hand rested on his shoulder. Subconsciously, Zhang Zhu was about to perform a grappling technique, but having learned from the last time, he just sank his shoulders and dodged this time, turning his head. He saw that it was indeed Liu Hanjiang. Will you stop scaring me behind my back all the time? I'm getting a heart attack from you. Liu Hanjiang still looked depressed, only this time he didn't have the same temper. As in class, I came to apologize to you. Apologize for what? I was in a bad mood during math class and took it out on you. I was wrong. Please forgive me. She bowed stiffly to Zhang Zhu like a doll with hair straighteners. Then her upper body popped up and stood straight again. The sun has risen in the west today, right? And you're still apologizing to me. Zhang Zhu was surprised and wanted to laugh. Liu Hanjiang stretched out her pink fist and pounded his chest. You're quick to say forgive me. Liu Hanjiang and Zhang Zhu had a good time and were in a much better mood. At least the face looks better. In the afternoon, before the English class started, the English class representative, MS and Gan Maodong, went into the office of the homeroom teacher, MS Chen Ruya. She has to help the class teacher to organize and distribute the English papers. While Yan Maodong was organizing the papers, Chen Ruya was looking at the class report card and chatting with the teachers of other classes. The homeroom teacher of class 18 said to Chen Ruya, Teacher Chen, "Congratulations. Your class Gao Yifan scored first in his grade again." Chen Ruya sighed. I don't worry about Gao Yifan. It's just that all the other students in our class with good grades have regressed this time. You know Liu Hanjiang from our class. He's usually in the top 30 of his grade, but this time he didn't even make it to the top 100 of his grade. The homeroom teacher of class 18 said this does happen when the questions are difficult. Many students with good grades are usually more stable, but when they encounter very difficult questions, they tend to misbehave. There are also some students in our class who used to be very good at the exam who didn't do well this time. The homeroom teacher of class 17 suddenly came over and interjected, Mr. Chen, your class that Zhang Zhu recently quite famous. Our class students say that he is not only good academic performance, physical education is also very powerful. How is his test this time? Chen Ruya shook her head. Don't mention it. Zhang Zhu, that kid usually does have good grades. But this exam also fell out of the top 20 of the grade and scored 39th in the grade. The homeroom teacher of class 17 walked over to Chen Ruya's desk, looked at the report card on top of her desk, and said, Zhang Zhu scored 110 points on the math test. So high. His math is indeed more stable. Only his language and English tests are a bit lower. He usually actually does okay in all subjects. But I don't know what's going on this time. He got such a low score. The homeroom teacher of class 17 said, maybe his brain is inclined towards science, and he is not yet open to the arts. The conversation between the class teachers were all listened to by Yan Maodong. At this time, Yan Maodong, inspired, in a kind of gossip tone, said Zhang Zhu usually is actually a literature and science excellence of the school bully. I see this time did not test well, mainly because he was distracted. The homeroom teacher of class 17 said, that's right, he's probably spending his mind on playing basketball. Does he want to take the path of a gym student? Yan Maodong covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher, he is not necessarily only distracted to the basketball. In other places may also spend a lot of effort it, such as, and other female classmates talk about love. I can't blame him. He gets good grades, plays basketball well, and is pretty handsome, so he does have a lot of female classmates who like him. Talking about love is a sensitive word for classroom teachers in some secondary schools. Chen Ruya frowned and said, you just said that Zhang Zhu is in love. Which girl is he in love with? Is it in our class or another class? Yan Maodong hurriedly shook his hands and said, Mr. Chen, I just blindly guessed. You cannot misunderstand. I also do not know Zhang Zhu. In the end, there is no love. Just I see Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanjiang relationship is relatively close. Usually also often do some physical interaction, a little like the meaning of a young couple, but I still think they didn't talk about love. After all, both of them are schoolmasters, focusing on their studies, How can they still have time to talk about love? Chen Ruya muttered, I looked for the two of them to chat last time. Look at their appearance is not like talking about love. Could it be that they are lying to me? Yan Meiorong said. Mr. Chen, perhaps they are really just classmates. Only that their relationship is slightly better than that of ordinary classmates. Chen Ruya heart more and more skeptical. No wonder, this examination. Two people's grades are sliding down a lot. Will not really be because they are talking about love. Meiorong ah. Do you still remember their usual behavior ah? Did they make some very intimate gestures like hugging and kissing and such? And Gan Meiorong put on a pensive expression and said after a moment, I don't remember much. I don't usually pay any deliberate attention to them. I just have the impression that the two of them are always fighting. Well, I probably understand the situation. Chen Ruya said. You go and hand out the English answer sheets. Okay, Mr. Chen. When she walked out of the English office, Yan Meiorong pulled out Liu Hanjiang's answer sheet and looked at each question. She was patiently searching for any questions that Ryu Hanjiang had done wrong, and the teacher had forgotten to deduct points from her. After looking carefully 3 times, and Gan Meiorong couldn't find it, however, she did not lose heart, but smiled wryly. Little bitch, this time you finally got a lower test than me, and by so many points. Later on, Mr. Chen will definitely find you to talk to you. Let's see what you'll do then, in the afternoon. When the bell for English class rang, Chen Ruya said Jiangju, Liu Hanjiang, you guys come to my office. Jiangju was a little strange and glanced at Liu Hanjiang, who was also looking at him. Neither of them knew what was going to happen. In the homeroom office, Teacher, why did you call us here? Jiangju asked. Chen Ruya's face was icy cold as she pointed at the door and said, Let's go to the corridor above to talk. In the corridor, Chen Ruya's tone was very unkind, and it could be heard that she was angry. What the hell is going on with you two? Jiangju teacher, what situation are you referring to? Chen Ruya looked at Liu Hanjiang. Let's start with you. Liu Hanjiang, what happened to you recently? Why did your grades drop so much? Ryu Hanjiang, I did so poorly in math and physics. Chen Ruya, I know you did too poorly in math and physics. I'm asking you what the reason for your poor performance is. Have you ever thought about it? Liu Hanjiang, maybe. It's because the questions are harder this time. And I don't know how to do many of them. Chen Ruya, the questions are not only difficult for you, but also for other people. So why can other people do better than you? You have to look for reasons from yourself. Liu Hanjiang, maybe I haven't learned a lot of knowledge thoroughly lately. Liu Hanjiang looked down at her toes, and Chen Ruya stared at her for a few seconds before looking at Jiangju and you. Why did you do so poorly? Jiangju teacher, I had a fever during the exam and was very sick, so I misread a lot of the questions. Otherwise, I would have gotten a few tenths more. Chen Ruya, well, fever is indeed a good excuse, but you should know that last year our school's Zhang Mingji, who had a 39-degree fever during the midterm exams, still managed to end up as the top student in the city's midterm exams. The name Zhang Mingji has been on the lips of all teachers since last year, as a role model for everyone to follow. At many flag-raising ceremonies, the principal mentioned his name, praised his learning methods, and said that the notes he took were works of art. Often it is true that when a person gets to the top, all of his learning methods are correct and should be emulated by the whole school. Jiangju said that may be because last year's examination is relatively simple. Zhang Mingji, if 39 degrees high fever to take this mock exam. Perhaps the test and I almost. Chen Ruya's face sank, listening to your tone. You seem to be very unconvinced about this time's results. You have to pay attention to one point. Don't look for excuses from the external environment. Look for reasons from yourself more. Jiangju, I had a fever when I took the exam, so I'm not looking at myself for the reason. At this time, Jiangju even felt that his way of speaking and his tone were a bit like those rebellious middle school students. Chen Ruya angry voice is 8 degrees higher. You must I make it clear. I'm still waiting for you to admit it. Say, how long have you two been in love? Jiangju, we don't have. Chen Ruya, if you cheat the teacher again. It's against the school rules. Do you know that? Jiangju's heart somehow also rises up a gas. Simply said directly, we've been talking for a month now. When these words came out, Liu Hanjiang looked at him with surprise, and his eyes changed, but he didn't dare to say anything, and just slightly moved his foot to step on him. Chen Ruya said solemnly, How far have you progressed? Have you ever held hands? Have you ever hugged? Have you kissed? Jiangju looked at the blue sky outside the corridor and thought back for a while, then said, Should be considered holding hands, but hugging and kissing is not tried. Liu Hanjiang said sharply, You are talking nonsense. Who has held hands with you? Jiangju, didn't I scratch your wrist in gym class last time? That's kind of hand-holding. Ryu Hanjiang, I was just kidding you that time. How can you call it hand-holding? Zhang Zhu, well, then we didn't hold hands enough. Chen Ruya said the two of you grades have slipped so much. Have not thought about is that you talk about the problem of love. Maybe I usually say these you do not believe. But this time it is very obvious that love affects your studies. The two of you used to be very good students. I hope you can spend your time on your studies, and wait until you get to college before you fall in love. Do you think so? I'll give you two a different seat next class, so you won't sit together. Chen Ruya's tone of voice is much more moderate. This kind of emotional rhythm, with ups and downs of changes in the discipline, can play a very significant effect, can guide the students to put their own thoughts and discourse. Liu Hanjiang did not say anything, but just looked at Zhang Zhu with a side light. Zhang Zhu said, Teacher, I think we are now most of the time is in the study, and not in love on a lot of thought. The behavior of changing seats is not necessary. Chen Ruya's voice was harsh again. You are still being stubborn with the teacher, aren't you? You are still thinking of dating Liu Hanjiang. You a junior high school student, even hair did not grow full. Know what is to get a date. Can you be responsible for each other now? After all, Zhang Zhu has a mature state of mind, and the anger that was there at the beginning has already disappeared. And now his voice is incredibly calm. He said, Mr. Chen, do you know the controlled variable method? If you think that talking about love affects our grades, then why not hold off for a few more days to see the results? And if this final exam our grades are still the same, then I'm convinced of your set of words. Nothing to say. If our grades on the final exams go back to where they were, or even improve, then your kind of argument goes out the window. Chen Ruya, I know, you said so much, must still be unconvinced. In that case, I have no choice. I have notified the parents of both of you. They will come over later. Then you put your words and your parents to talk about it. Listen to what they say. Zhang Zhu, I have already said what I think. Only the result of the controlled variable method can convince me. There is no way to convince me simply through lecturing. Chen Ruya impatiently waved her hand at him. All right, fellow student Zhang Zhu. Go back to the classroom first. We'll have a good talk when your headmaster comes. Then he said to Liu Hanjiang, you stay here. I still have something to tell you. Zhang Zhu gave Chen Ruya a slight bow in greeting and calmly returned to the classroom. Only Liu Hanjiang and Chen Ruya remained in the corridor. Liu Hanjiang, I know very well. You as an adolescent child already have a very strong sexual consciousness. To the opposite sex full of curiosity. To the beauty of love is very longing. But you may not know what the consequences of love. Teachers have seen too many students who got pregnant in middle school and then had no choice but to have an abortion when they were later exposed. You may not realize how painful this is for a girl, or understand the heavy price of a failed relationship. Next, Chen Ruya gave Liu Hanjiang a 20-minute lesson in physiological hygiene, opening the door to a new world for Liu Hanjiang. Although Liu Hanjiang had more or less come across some of this knowledge while reading Duo Land and some of its author's other works. But now Chen Ruya with some cases for systematic explanation. Liu Hanjiang was still shocked. You look book, Liu Hanjiang. You are still only at the stage of physical contact. If you go further, the consequences are not something you can control. Ryu Hanjiang said, Teacher, I understand. At this time, a middle-aged man with a somewhat fat body and thinning hair came to the office door. The middle-aged man is dressed in a rather expensive manner, a black suit without the slightest wrinkle, with a string of gold bracelets on his right hand, and a gold watch of considerable value on his left hand. Are you Mr. Chen Ruya? Yes, I am. Are you Liu Hanjiang's father? That's right. My name is Ryu Fukuo. Nice to meet you. Liu Hanjiang opened his mouth in a small voice. Dad, you're here. Liu Fukuo's face was solemn. If I don't come. Who knows what you've done at school? Chen Ruya said, Okay, Liu Hanjiang, you go back to class first. I'll communicate with your father. When Liu Hanjiang arrived at the door of the classroom, the physics class had already started for more than 10 minutes. Report. After Liu Hanjiang made her report, she silently walked toward her seat, and her classmates all looked at her and whispered. What did the homeroom teacher ask her to do in the morning? Why is she only coming to class now? I heard it's because she's in a relationship with Zhang Zhu. What? Zhang Zhu has the ability to get the schoolgirl. Yan Meiyodong looked at her with a distressed expression and smiled cheerfully. When Liu Hanjiang returned to his seat, Zhang Zhu asked, What did the teacher say to you just now? Just telling me not to talk about love and stuff. Liu Hanjiang hesitated again and again, finally opened his mouth, asked in a very small voice, Why did you just say that you have been in love with me for a month? Baby, go to bed early. Liu Hanjiang listened to the voice of Zhang Zhu inside the cell phone and giggled. Suddenly, The door opens, and Liu Fuguo walks in. Liu Hanjiang was shocked and closed QQ as fast as he could. "Dad, what are you doing in my room all of a sudden?" She was more than nervous, and her heart was beating so much faster. "It's nothing. Dad just thought he talked too hard this afternoon and came over to talk to you." "What's there to talk about then?" "I've got studying to do, so don't bother me, Dad." Liu Hanjiang pretended to look at the questions on the workbook sent by Zhang Zhu and contemplated. But in fact, he could not look into it at all, and his heart was in a mess. "Dad knows that you are still chatting with that classmate named Zhang Zhu right now." Liu Hanjiang stammered, I didn't I was just discussing the topic with him." Liu Fuguo sighed. "Dad has decided not to oppose your love affairs anymore." "Huh? Dad, you agree?" Ryu Hanjing was surprised. "But Dad has requirements for you. You can't be too close to each other. You can't come back every day and talk to him for more than 20 minutes. You can't hold hands and hug and kiss or even go further. If you can do all this, Dad will stop interfering with you and Zhang Zhu talking about love." Ryu Hanjing, "Yes, I can do that." Liu Fuguo hesitated, but still asked, "Zhanger, if there are other boys pursuing you, what will you do, Dad? Why are you asking these? Since Zhang Zhu and I are in a relationship, I'm sure I'll reject any other boy who pursues me." "What if the guy is rich and willing to spend a lot of money on you?" "That's no good. I don't need that kind of money." "Why do you ask?" "Dad, no, it's nothing. I'm relieved you said that, Dad. Go to bed early." After Liu Fuguo left the room, Liu Hanjing picked up his cell phone and opened QQ, clicked on Zhao Junyan's chat box, and saw that the last message on it was sent this afternoon. "The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new restaurant in the middle of the river, and I've arranged for you to have a meal in the best private room. Below is a picture of the menu, with the names of each dish labeled in 3 languages. It looks like a high-end restaurant. Inside, there are both Chinese and Western dishes, which often cost thousands of dollars, and the wines at the back even cost 6 figures. Liu Hanjing looked at Zhao Junyan's chat box and fell into a deep thought. "Could it be that you said something to my dad that made him change his mind? Thanks for your kind words, but I don't have time this weekend." Pops up immediately on the chat box, "She only belongs to me. I'll let you know when it's time." "I can arrange it anytime." Liu Hanjing wanted to type a response, but after a long hesitation, he put down his cell phone. Throwing off her slippers, she jumped up high and smashed straight down on top of her super large cot, her body swinging into a big shape. "My favorite bed is more comfortable. In the office of the Director of Public Security of the Northern Province. Tonight, the director is on duty." The cell phone rings. See the number displayed on the screen of the cell phone and the note name on the number. The hall manager frowned. It seems that tonight he is going to be busy. 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, a well-dressed middle-aged man entered the director's office in a hurry. "Mr. Hu, this is a matter of great urgency for my daughter's safety." "Mr. So, I have just contacted the director of the City Security Bureau, and he has already arranged for the police to expedite the case." Jiangcheng City Security Bureau, Criminal Detective Division. Veteran criminal police officer Yang Zujun woke up the 2 students who were drowsy. "Wake up! There's a sudden major case to deal with." "Master, what's going on? Can't even the district's detachment solve it?" "Cut the crap and come to the emergency meeting in the command center." The director of the Jiangcheng City Security Bureau personally presided over the meeting. Yang Zujun's disciple was shocked. "My God, how strange it is that the secretary can only have a meeting at this point." The secretary put up a picture of a young girl on the screen and said the girl's name is Su Kinking, 14 years old. Her father called her phone at 1837 this evening, and no one answered. Then her father asked relatives and friends around her, and only at 8:00 p.m. did he confirm that she was missing, so he reported her to the sheriff's office. The secretary said solemnly, after assigning tasks to the vigilantes below him, "This girl has a very special status, and you must treat her with seriousness." At that moment, the operator came into the conference room. Reporting to the secretary, "Just received a call from the police in the morning. The caller said he saw a kidnapping case in Yonghan District. Turn it over to the Yonghan District Sheriff's Department for processing." The caller reported seeing 4 males suspected of abducting a teenage girl. The secretary jerked his head up. "Come over here and give everyone a detailed account of what happened." In Shijia village, 3 kilometers north of Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, 4 men in black brought the young girl inside the house and came out not long after. The maiden was not with the 4 of them when they came out. The 4 of them didn't pause for a second and drove off in the black SUV. 20 minutes later, a dilapidated minibus stopped in front of the house. A man and a woman got off the bakery bus. Both of them looked quite old, ugly and dressed in dirt. The man said, "This is it, woman, yes. This time we really met a big grudge. The person who sells the baby not only does not charge us money, but also subsidizes us 30,000 yuan. This is not the cake that falls from the sky. I think it's probably because that child can't be sold because of his missing arms and legs. So he only wants to subsidize us. Woman, you should be happy with that. You're complaining when people give us money and beg us to sell it." The woman pulled a key from her pocket and opened the door to the house. Inside the darkness, the woman turned on the flashlight, only to see the center of the house, a wonderful girl lying on the ground. Hands and feet are tightly tied by the rope. The eyes were black cloth blindfolded. The mouth is also stuffed with cloth. She struggled to scream, but couldn't make a sound. The light from the flashlight shines on the young girl's face. "My dear old lady, how did this child grow up to be so beautiful?" the woman exclaimed. "Man, that's strange. Why do we need money to sell this child? Normally, if we can catch this kind of goods, we can manage our meals for a year. I think there's something fishy going on here." The woman said angrily, "You say a few words, Yun province. There is a family got rich, want to get a good daughter-in-law for their son. Just can sell this girl to them. With this girl looks, at least can be sold to 50,000 yuan, including the previous 30,000 yuan. This order can earn 80,000 yuan. In the past, there was no such good business." The man's sludge-filled hand pinched the young girl's face. "This skin is so tender. What kind of family would have to raise such a boudoir?" The woman hurriedly pulled him away. "You can't help yourself. If you dare to break her body, we'll lose at least tens of thousands of dollars on this order." The man impatiently shook off the woman's hand. "I know. So much nonsense. Let's carry her to the car." What they said in the morning had reached the girl's ears, and now they carried the girl out of the house. And she struggled so hard that she almost fell to the ground. The man got angry and slapped the young girl. "If you move again, watch out, I'll beat you to death." The woman shouted, "You old bastard, don't hit your face. If you mess up your face, do you know how much money we will lose?" The black cloth covering the girl's eyes was wet, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The two of them carried the girl to the old, dilapidated baker's cart, with the woman driving and the man sitting in the back. "Doll, I was worried that you were deaf and mute, and that's why you sold it to us. But I didn't realize that you have good ears." The man pulled the cloth from the girl's mouth and said, "Can you speak? Say a word and I will listen." The girl's teeth were clenched and her body convulsed with extreme fear. The man slapped her hard across the body, and the young girl screamed in pain. So it's strange to be able to speak, not even as a mute. The woman driving in front of her said, "Gag her. What if she yells and draws people in?" The man spat, ready to stuff the cloth back into the young girl's mouth. At this time, the young girl cried out, "Let me go, and my father will give you as much money as you want." The man laughed. "I want $100 million. Can your father afford it?" The young girl nodded. "Yes, as long as you let me go. My father will give you $100 million. The man laughed out loud. Female dolls are really talking nonsense when they brag. Then he forced the cloth into her mouth. After the old bakery truck had been traveling for more than 10 minutes, the woman asked, "Have you noticed that there seem to be a few cars following us all the time?" The man looked back and saw about 5 or 6 cars following them in the distance in no hurry. "Well, it seems like it does. So drive faster and lose them." The woman pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the old baker's cart sped up to its maximum speed as it sped through the sparsely populated area. The car is just too worn out and a bit rickety. Suddenly, the roofs of the cars behind us lit up with police lights and horns blaring at the same time. "Listen to the van in front of you. This is the sheriff's department. Stop immediately and accept the investigation. Listen to the van in front of you. This is the sheriff's department. Stop immediately and accept the investigation." The woman panicked. What should we do? How did the cops find us? The man looked at the young girl, and with a hardened heart, he pulled a knife out of his pocket and said, "Just drive your way, and if the cops dare to stop us, we'll take this girl doll as a hostage." After another 5 minutes, 3 cars came out of the fork in the road ahead, also flashing police lights. Next, 4 police vehicles wrapped around the front, back, left, and right sides of the old baker's cart, moving forward at the same speed as the old baker's cart. The window of the police car on the left opened, and the sheriff's deputy reached for the microphone and said, "Stop the car right now." After all, the woman had never seen such a scene before, and her hands were shaking as she drove. Suddenly, all the police cars around us stopped at the same time. The old bakery truck crashed into the rear of the police car in front of it, and the man, the woman, and the teenage girl, all of whom were not wearing seat belts, fell forward at the same time. By the time the sheriff's deputies got out of the police car and opened the van's door, the man had tightly strangled the young girl, while the sharp knife was pressed against the large artery in her neck. "Let us go or I'll kill her." All the surrounding police cars stopped, and a dozen of armed security officers surrounded the old bakery truck. The sheriff's negotiator begins a mental attack on the man. At the edge, veteran criminal police officer Yang Zujun is also on guard with a gun. The apprentice asked him. The snipers came out so fast this time. Yang Zujun gave him a sign to keep quiet. "This time it's about speedy resolution, if it takes longer. I'm afraid it'll psychologically traumatize the girl." The apprentice was secretly staggered. He had already very much overestimated the identity of that young girl. He didn't expect that every time he could bring him a new shock. After half an hour of stalemate, the negotiator finally found a moment of slackness in the man when he was brought water by the negotiator. The negotiator's hands reached out like lightning to control the man's wrist with the knife. On the other side, a policeman followed and punched the man on the head, and the man fainted. The sheriff's deputies rescued the girl, untied her, removed the blindfold and the cloth from her mouth. The girl was on the verge of fainting. Unable to speak, "Mew, I love you. Baby, go to bed early." At the request of Liu Hanjiang, Zhang Zhu said a lot of things. When Liu Hanjiang went to sleep, Zhang Zhu then ran to the balcony and activated the optical eye. He saw that the black SUV of the 4 men in black had disappeared. And he saw an old man and an old woman carrying a young girl into an old baker's cart. Finally, he saw a group of police vehicles forcing the old baker's cart to stop. Looks like it's really a kidnapping case after all. Zhang Zhu's face was a bit heavy, although he saved a young girl. He was also involved in this case. There's got to be a way to eliminate any possible suspicion on me, or I'm not going to be able to protect my system. After half an hour, Zhang Zhu let out a long breath, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. "I don't know if it will work, but it's all I can do." Tuesday morning was another meta day. After class, the students did exercises and started to move freely in the recess of Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School. Zhang Zhu came to the side of Liu Hanjiang's seat and asked, "How was the work done on those questions given to you yesterday?" "Let me take a look for you." Liu Hanjiang took out the homework book given by Zhang Zhu. "I don't know how to do any of it." "Teach me quickly." "Zhang Zhu, I first give you a little hint for each question. You then see if you can make it. At noon when I give you a lecture." "Okay," Liu Hanjiang said. "After going back yesterday, what happened to you?" "Zhang Zhu, what's going on?" "Ryu Hanjiang, what did your parents say about you being in a relationship?" "Zhang Zhu, oh." After my reasoned explanation, they decided not to interfere with me and made a pact with me. Ryu Hanjiang smiled and said, "Me too. Liu Hanjiang is not stupid. Zhang Zhu spent a day to make her thoroughly understand those math and physics problems." Zhang Zhu believes that with Liu Hanjiang's meticulousness on this final exam, she will only be deducted 1 point at most for these 2 subjects after she has done all the difficult questions. When I got home in the afternoon, after dinner, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who? Ho Wai Lai?" inquired loudly. Looking through the cat's eye at the door, a middle-aged man in a suit stood outside, carrying a purse in his hand, and a young girl stood by the man's side. "Your family's Zhang Zhu's 911 call yesterday saved my daughter, and we've come to say thank you." Zhang Zhu heard the sound, also looked toward the door, only to see that the girl's skin is fair, wearing a beige dress, wearing a beret, hands folded in front of the body, quite a kind of elegant and quiet temperament. From the appearance of the lower half of her face, Zhang Zhu can confirm that this is the girl who was kidnapped last night. Open the door, the 2 guests put on the shoe covers. Huli and Zhang Zhu invited them to sit down. Zhang Zhu poured 2 glasses of water for them, and then put some melon seeds candy. Zhang Zhu surveyed the man. The watch he wore on his wrist did not have that extreme exaggerated luxury at first glance, but he could still see a small line of writing on the dial through his optical god's eye. Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe. The man's black leather bag has no logo on it, but you can also see its exquisite workmanship. A little extra threads cannot be found. The man introduced himself. "My name is Su Jingzun. I'm the chairman of the capital city Yuan Hang Technology Company Limited. This is my daughter Su Qingqing Limited. This name Zhang Zhu simply have not heard of, and now cannot immediately take the phone to search. But from the 2 people's speech and demeanor to see, belong to the kind of very educated and understated." The 4 people first simply chatted for a while, and Huli also learned from the chit-chat that Zhang Zhu's call to the police last night had saved the day. Su Qingqing sat very upright, from time to time lifting up the cup to sip a few sips of water. Recalling the events of last night, still have palpitations. When the atmosphere is almost ready, Su Jingzun steps into the main topic. "Mrs. Ho, as a thank you for what your son has done, I have to give you a little gift. Please do accept it." He opened the logo-free black leather bag in his hand and took out 2 thick envelopes from it. Here is $200,000. 100,000 is for you, and the other 100,000 is for your son. So you can buy the boy more of his favorite things. $200,000 is not a small sum of money for any average well-off family. Hewley was so reluctant. Mr. Sue, it is only right for my children to help others. How can they accept money from others? And Su Jing-zun took turns pulling for a long time. Finally, Su Jing-zun put an envelope into the hand of Hewley. Said this way, Mrs. He, no matter how. This 100,000 you must accept, and I'll give you my cell phone number. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. By the way, does your son have WeChat? You can ask him to add my family's Kinking's WeChat. And you can look for Kinking if you have anything. Hewley saw that the other party's feelings have reached this point. It is not too good to refuse, but only agreed to do so. Another exchange a while. Zhang Zhu learned. Su Jing-zun and Su Kinking this time just to visit relatives in Zhongsheng. Only a short stay, a few months. Did not think of running into the kidnapping of things, thanks to the timely intervention of the Security Bureau. So Ching was not killed, although the traffickers have been caught. The 4 men in black who kidnapped Su Kinking have not been found. After the Su family, father and daughter left, Zhang Zhu went to the balcony to look downstairs, only to see that they drove away in an inconspicuous BMW sedan. He picked up his cell phone and searched for Farhang Technology Co., Limited, and indeed there is no fame. Do not know what the props body is to do what the company can only be roughly seen, as if it is an internet company. I searched the word Su King-zun again and got not much information, but all of them are shocking enough. Su Jing-zun's grandfather's name is Su Chen, who made a great contribution to the opening of Zia State decades ago. Su Jing-zun's wife's name is Wu Jing-yun, and she is also the granddaughter of one of the famous generals of the Summer Kingdom. The grandfather of Su Jing-zun's wife was even higher in rank than Su Jing-zun's own grandfather, and it's the high-to-the-sky kind. There is a reason why this information is still available. The youngest 2 generations of the So and Wu families do not have any politicians, and the previous generation of elderly people, who had made a career in politics, have all passed away. But that's all the information that can be searched. I've met someone who can pass for heaven today. Zhang Zhu was a bit emotional. Ho Weilai went to his room and once again asked in detail about what happened last night. Zhang Zhu gave a brief account and then asked his mother for money. Mom, that Su Dong gave $100,000. And I did such a great job. You have to give me some pocket money to use. That depends on what you do. Zhang Zhu's eyes rolled and he said, Mom, in fact, I secretly bought an astronomical telescope on your back. Spent more than $2,000. Saved for many years of the New Year's Eve are gone. If not for that astronomical telescope. I cannot report this, police it. You have to give me this $2,000 reimbursement it. Hewley was surprised. You spent so much money. Why didn't you say anything to Mom, Zhang Zhu, if I told you? You would not have agreed to my purchase. In fact, since I learned physics, I've been very interested in astronomy, and I've been wanting to buy one for a long time. So I finally bit the bullet and bought it on your back. Ho, why lie then? Where did you put the telescope you bought? Why haven't I seen it before? Zhang Zhu, I've been hiding it inside the school. If I take it back, won't you find out that I've spent such a large sum of money? Hewley, okay. I'll give you this amount of money, and next time you spend this much money, talk to your mom in advance. Hewley directly transferred 3,000 yuan to Zhang Zhu on his cell phone. Thank you, Mommy. Zhang Zhu was happy and couldn't close his mouth. At night, Zhang Zhu opened WeChat and looked through Su Kinking's circle of friends. It's very clean. The last friend circle was sent half a year ago. The things that are sent are basically trivial matters of daily life. For example, taking the family dog out for a ride today, or going to a horse farm to learn how to ride tomorrow, skiing in the Alps in winter, and sunbathing in Bali in summer, a star concert to sit in the first row to take pictures. A 3-star Michelin restaurant opened the first to run over to try. There are not many messages in the circle of friends. Just a few in total, however, judging from the photos. Su Kinking is still very smiley, with a cheerful smile and a very warm and happy feeling. Indeed, she could not be unhappy even if she wanted to be. Su Tsing-ching, thank you for yesterday. Boat it should be. Next, Su Kinking's WeChat status changed to the other party is typing a message. After a long time, the status became normal, but the message was still not sent. Zhang Zhu didn't look at it anymore and put down his cell phone. It's Thursday, the first day of finals. When Zhang Zhu woke up in the morning, his mother, Hewley, was still out the door. Zhang Zhu put on his school uniform and found another set of casual and very trendy clothes in his closet. How trendy is this outfit? No one would recognize him as a student if he wore this suit. Zhang Zhu stuffed this set of clothes into his school bag, ate breakfast, and hurried toward the school. The morning is still a language exam, but this time Zhang Zhu did not have a fever and was much more comfortable with the previous questions. When I wrote the essay, my mind became clearer. No longer only Gyuan, Tao Yuanming, Lai Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, Zin Wuki, Wang Yongming, Yu Qian, Lu Zun, Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, Nietzsche, Russell, and other arguments, but also combined with the current hot news to write an essay similar to an essay. Oh, I thought I had prepared for the civil service examination back then. So writing this kind of small essay is not a degrading blow. After the language exam, Zhang Zhu handed in his paper with confidence. In the afternoon, the math test began. The test papers have not been sent down yet, and Zhang Zhu took a few deep breaths. For this math test, he has to write it as fast as he can, preferably within an hour. It is now 2 p.m. If he can finish writing by 3 p.m., he can hand in his paper early. The mother usually arrives at the rented house around 6:00 every day. In between, there is a 3-hour gap, and these 3 hours, he has to take them. When the papers were sent out, Zhang Zhu was like a machine running at high speed, shutting out all the sounds of the outside world. As a matter of fact, he still underestimated his own ability. Every question on this paper is no different for him than the chicken and rabbit problems in elementary school. All of them are complete giveaways. He didn't even feel the difficulty, even if I had taken this paper when I was a PhD student. I am afraid I would not have been able to do so well. 35 minutes later, Zhang Zhu finished the whole paper. The time spent thinking is almost negligible. It is purely the time consumed by the process of writing the answer. Because he was writing so fast, his hand was almost numb. After packing up his stationery and moving his wrists, Zhang Zhu took the paper and handed it to the invigilator. "Teacher, I'm done." As soon as these words came out, all the students in the classroom stopped writing and looked at Zhang Zhu in unison. They looked at me like I was a monster. Many people cannot help but let out a gasp, if not for the strict discipline of the examination center. Maybe this building will be this classroom inside the student's noise. Is he still human? I didn't even finish my choice of questions. The proctor was also surprised when he asked, "Don't you need to check again?" Zhang Zhu said, "No need. I have already checked." Sighs continued to ring through the classroom. The invigilator had no choice but to maintain discipline. While Zhang Zhu grabbed his things and slipped out of the classroom, picked up the school bag on the floor, ran to the first floor of the men's restroom to change into the set of trendy clothes that had already been prepared, and also put on a pair of sunglasses. At this moment, Zhang Zhu looks like a young man in society. But it is a pity that his hair is not dyed yellow. Walking out of the school, I didn't hesitate for a moment and went straight to the subway station to get on line 4 of the subway. After about an hour, Zhang Zhu came to the busiest city center of Zhangcheng, following the directions on the cell phone map. He entered a commercial complex. "You have come to a telescope store." He had been mulling over the internet for a long time yesterday before he decided to come to this boutique. Both the location and the price were similar to what Zhang Zhu had expected in his mind. After consulting with the store staff about the data of each telescope, Zhang Zhu chose an entry-level one. He estimated in his mind that he should be able to see Shijia village, 3 kilometers north of Zhangcheng Middle School, from the balcony of his home through this telescope. "Handsome, we have this telescope for sale at 2,998. So expensive, however." Zhang Zhu still did not hesitate and bit his teeth to buy it. He needed to save time and did not bargain with the shopkeeper. "It's now 4:30. Only an hour and a half before my mother returns." Zhang Zhu calmly walked out of the boutique. He could not impress the shopkeeper too much, so he could only wait until he reached the outside of the boutique. And then he made a mad dash to the outside of the commercial complex. Then this sat on the subway line 4. Zhang Zhu's sunglasses have not been removed. Legs wearing the whole jeans highlight his identity, coupled with his delicate milk muscle, as well as exceptionally handsome face. A lot of girls over to find him accosted to WeChat. You look book sorry. I have a girlfriend." Zhang Zhu refused without exception. And he now has only one thing on his mind, which is to go home. He also called his mother and asked, "Mom, where are you now?" Ms. Ho Wai said, "Oh, I've just left now. I've just arrived at Kating Street. I guess there are still 50 minutes before I can go back." "Why did you come back so early today?" Zhang Zhu said. "Today's examination, so the school will be released earlier. I will wait for you at home." Oh, as he spoke, he covered the microphone, fearing that the outside noise would expose him. When I got home, it was already 5:50. And Zhang Zhu ran up the stairs 3 steps at a time, opened the door, ran into the room, hurriedly took off the trendy clothes, neatly stacked them, put them back into the locker, and finally changed into the school uniform. After doing all this, Zhang Zhu's heartbeat was estimated to be twice as fast as usual. Cold sweat broke out on his head. After opening the box of the telescope and reading the manual, I assembled the telescope. It was 6 o'clock, and Hewley's car was already downstairs. She's always on time. Zhang Zhu picked up a hobby knife and scratched a mark on the telescope's outer shell, then sprinkled some ash on top of the telescope. As for the details of making the telescope old, Zhang Zhu does not need to do too much detail at this time. There is plenty of time to make the old tonight. After all the preparations were completed, the mother returned. "Mom, you're back. Telescope I got back from school. Just put it at home. Be careful when you pass by. Don't bump it. I accidentally fell once before. Geez, I know. Fuck around. If the Security Bureau insists on checking Zhang Zhu's online purchase record, it can find out that he has not purchased any astronomical telescope. Investigating even more closely, the sheriff's department was able to find out that Zhang Zhu went to the downtown business complex between 3:00 and 5:00 p.m. on Thursday and bought an astronomical telescope. In this way, Zhang Zhu's system had to be exposed, but Zhang Zhu, as Su, Kinking, kidnapping witnesses, and there are sufficient reasons to explain their own through the telescope from home to see 3 kilometers away from the village of Shijiazhuang. The police should not be too suspicious and difficult for him. After familiarizing himself with the use of the telescope over and over again, Zhang Zhu was able to disassemble every part of the telescope and adjust the magnification freely like an old player. The cell phone screen lit up, tapped into QQ. Liu Hanjing sent a message. "This afternoon's math exam classmates say it's so hard. Even harder than the final mock exam, but I feel it's so easy, and a lot of the questions are very similar to the ones you gave me a few days ago. Boat isn't that great. Doesn't that mean I got it right? Why didn't I see you after the exam this afternoon? Where did you go? Why didn't you wait for me? Boat, alas. The math paper has too few questions, and I wrote it too fast. I finished it in 30 minutes or so. You can't let me sit in the classroom for an hour and a half. Can you? I'll go home after handing in my paper. Super cute beauty girl. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea to get a good idea of what I'm doing. After the exam, someone told me that there was a person in the next exam room who handed in his paper half an hour early and said he had already checked it. He said he had already checked his papers, but he was in class 14 and didn't know you. No wonder when I was clearing out my bag, I kept hearing someone shouting, 'Is Zhang Zhu still a human being? Zhang Zhu's math isn't just a bunch of random writing.' Is it? How do you write so fast? I'm usually stuck on the math test, and sometimes I don't even have time to do some of the questions. But write fast is mainly because I hand fasted. Write math paper has been non-stop right more than half an hour. I hand are written numb. Boat, by the way, you should have done all the questions on this math exam. Right? Can you estimate how many points you have deducted? Of course. I finished the math test 10 minutes early. I checked my paper, but after I finished, I wasn't sure if I made any mistakes, and I didn't dare to check my answers with others. So I'm going to be conservative and estimate a score of 115. The corner of Zhang Zhu's mouth lifted up, and every time Liu Hanjiang conservatively estimated. Basically, there was not much deduction. No, I'll give it to you after you finish your exam tomorrow. Who wants you to give candy? You're kinda arrogant. After a while, super cute beauty girl, remember to bring a bag of white rabbit milk candy tomorrow. At night, Zhang Zhu's cell phone ringtone, dialing, the other side of the voice of the vigilante. May I ask if you're Mr. Zhang Zhu? Yes. Are you free tomorrow? The sheriff's department needs to ask you a few questions about the kidnapping that occurred on Monday night. As a witness, would you be available to come in tomorrow to take a statement? Uncle Sheriff, I'm sorry. I'm still a junior in high school, and I have a full day of school tomorrow. Well, do you have time the day after tomorrow? I have tutoring the morning after too. Yes, because this is a very serious case. We need you to come in time to make a statement. Do you have time on Saturday afternoon? Yes, I'll be there Saturday afternoon. After asking for the location of the police station where the statement was taken, Zhang Zhu hung up the phone. Phew, what goes around comes around. Opened WeChat and sent a message to Su Kinking. Boat, did you go to the police station today to make a statement? It didn't take long for Su Kinking to reply. Su Tsing Chinga. I took notes the day before yesterday. Are you going to? Boat, yes. Can you give me a general idea of the process and environment of taking notes? I'd like to be mentally prepared. Su Tsing Ching, no problem. Afterwards, they had a friendly exchange. Boat, I heard that you usually live in the capital city. This time after coming to Zhongsheng, You do not need to go to school. Su Kinking, I may have to go to Lai Guo to study next year. So from this year onwards, I will hire a tutor to teach me. But are you going to high school, Enrico? It is indeed very common and normal for people from such a family to go to study in the Republic of Korea. Su Tsing-ching, no. I'm going to university in Lai Kwok. Zhang Zhu was a bit surprised that this had touched on some of his knowledge blind spots. But if I remember correctly, you're only 14, right? You're going to college next year. Don't you feel like you can't keep up with your studies? Su Kinking, well, I'm already studying the contents of the university, and it's really a bit difficult. But if I study for a year, I should be able to familiarize myself with it a bit in advance. But you're not studying calculus and linear algebra now. Are you? Su Tsing-ching, yes. So you know that too. Well, I'm pretty good at it. It's not difficult to understand these two subjects. So you'll be able to do it. I'm sure you can do it too. Su Kinking, I can't do it. I'm learning so slowly now. But so, which college are you going to next year? Su Kinking, it should be Harvard University. I have a few friends I know there. I went to the Harvard Business School. I hope the classes there are not too difficult. Zhang Zhu was silent. He felt the world's participation, although Zhang Zhu knows it's easy for him to go abroad at his current level. He'll have to wait until next year to get a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad AMO, and then wait until the year after that before he can apply for admission to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the United States. He was 16 years old at the time, and Su Kinking could have gotten into Harvard at age 15 and looked like she was having no trouble at all. But you go to Harvard undergraduate tuition should be a little expensive just after the fight. He slapped himself. What's that supposed to mean? Is that all the money the Su family needs? Su Kinking, I don't know. But I remember hearing my dad say that Harvard doesn't require us to pay tuition. Su Kinking, but Harvard, that side of the conditions require really quite a lot. I learned a lot of sports in the first few years, but also participated in a lot of activities. Are to go to Harvard to do the preparation. Su Kinking, I don't think these materials are of much use. I heard the people at Harvard say that you can get on without them. Well, it was me who was abrupt. Zhang Zhu thought for a long time and finally sent a message the boat well. Then we are quite destiny. The year after, I estimate, that will also go to MIT. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. But I'm sure I'm going to be able to make it. That's great. MIT and Harvard are so close. We can visit each other. Although Su Kinking is still in Zhangsheng, she already has the joy of meeting an old friend from another country. What are you going to major in at MIT? IMO MIT. Su Kinking, you can still take the IMO exam. You must be very good at math. You must be very good at math. Then, Zhang Zhu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Su Kinking to have heard of IMO International Mathematical Olympiad. On second thought, I understand, after all. It's normal for people who go abroad to know one more piece of information. IMO is the most prestigious of the 5 major international Olympic competitions: mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and informatics. And naturally, there will be colleges and universities that will throw olive branches to students who participate in IMO. Not to mention Kingxia University and Capital University in Xia, where the top 10s in the domestic math competition are guaranteed direct admission to these 2 universities. MIT, as the strongest science and technology school in the country, also favors IMO gold medalists. Basically, IMO gold medalists apply to MIT and are awarded a full scholarship by MIT along with their acceptance. So if you get a gold medal from IMO, you can attend MIT without stress. With Zhang Zhu's level of IMO, perfect scores. Going to MIT would be a walk in the park. I'm not bad at math, but I'm good at it. Su Tsing-ching, well. You're definitely loading up on weakness. I'll wait for your good news next year. On Friday, English was taken in the morning and physics in the afternoon. During the English exam, Zhang Zhu felt like he was back in his doctoral studies in English literature. Alas, times have changed. After casually finishing his English paper, Zhang Zhu had nothing to do, and it was useless to hand in his paper early in the morning, so he stared blankly at the white clouds outside the window. It was only during the physics exam in the afternoon that Zhang Zhu suddenly remembered that his physics level was also LV1. I've been so focused on math that I've forgotten about physics, so the physics exam, Zhang Zhu also liked the examination of mathematics. Fast writing the answer. The difference is that the junior high school physics answer process is not as much as mathematics. Handwriting is not so numb. The physics exam took 1.5 hours, and because it took a while to read the questions, it took Zhang Zhu half an hour to finish his physics paper. The writing is still a bit too slow. He didn't want to sit inside the classroom like he did in the morning. Turned in his papers early, and headed out of the school with his book bag. halfway there. It suddenly occurred to me, why don't we wait for Liu Hanjing? There is still an hour left before the end of the examination. Zhang Zhu was bored and ran to the school gymnasium. After fumbling around for a long time, I realized that the basketball inside was basically leaking and soft. Finally, he had to touch a soccer ball and take it to the playground to kick it. The soccer field of Zhongsheng-no. Three middle school, like those of many secondary schools, has had all the soccer frames removed, leaving only a large piece of grass in the middle. The greatest use of this lawn is for the entire school to stand on it during the flag-raising ceremony on Mondays, and during the broadcasting, exercises from Tuesdays to Fridays. Zhang Zhu threw his school bag to the edge of the lawn and played soccer as he pleased. In fact, he has never practiced soccer, and it can even be said that he does not know how to do it at all, stopping the ball, carrying, passing and shooting. After playing for a few minutes, Zhang Zhu felt that his ball sense had improved. A system beep sounded in his head, omnipotent learning system. Soccer ability activated. Soccer level LV0, progress 100. Can this be activated? He then played soccer for an hour on the playground. Soccer level LV0, progress 2100. He now feels that his tape skills have taken a quantum leap from an hour ago. After returning the soccer ball, Zhang Zhu waited for Liu Hanjing at the classroom door with his bag. I saw Liu Hanjing jumping out of the examination room. Zhang Zhu, by the looks of it, you're quite happy. Liu Hanjing said proudly, that's right. I feel so easy this time in physics too. Zhang Zhu, so, you did quite well in physics. Of course, Liu Hanjing looked at Zhang Zhu. However, it's thanks to you that you gave me extra lessons. She held out her hand and said with a smile, where are the things? Don't be quick to bring it over. Zhang Zhu, what is it? Liu Hanjing, where's my great white rabbit milk candy? I did so well on the test today. You said you'd give it to me. You still remember. I almost forgot. Zhang Zhu took out a bag of great white rabbit milk candy from inside his school bag. Liu Hanjing tore open the bag and took out a candy and stuffed it into Zhang Zhu's mouth. I'll give you a candy. I'll be nice to you. Zhang Zhu, stinky face. The wool comes from the sheep. Liu Hanjing, why are you sweating all over your body? The sweat on Zhang Zhu's body had stained his school uniform, revealing his toned pectoral muscles, and Liu Hanjing's gaze was unconsciously attracted to him. Zhang Zhu just kicked an hour ball. You look book, a little sweat is normal. Liu Hanjing, what? Does that mean you turned in your paper early again? Zhang Zhu, hush. Keep it down. Don't make a fuss. Liu Hanjing surveyed him with a strange look. What are you staring at me for? I wonder if your brain has been modified by aliens. Why are you so powerful? Your boyfriend's great. Aren't you glad? Happy, of course, on Saturday morning. Zhang Zhu came out of the Mingzin training class, did not go home, and walked toward the police station. When taking notes, apart from a female security officer responsible for taking notes, there was also a middle-aged male security officer in police uniform sitting next to him. When he introduced himself, the male security officer said his name was Yang Zujun, and that he had worked as a criminal police officer for many years. The questioning process was relatively short. After asking Zhang Zhu's name, gender, home address, work unit, and a series of other questions one by one, the policewoman asked him through a question and answer form about the kidnapping he had witnessed. Mr. Zhang Zhu, may I ask how you saw what happened in Shijia village on Monday? I was playing with my telescope the other night when I stumbled across that incident in the stone village. Senior criminal police officer Yang Zujun asked when you called the police. You said you saw 4 men in black leading a young girl into a house. Did you get a good look at the faces of the 4 men in black? Zhang Zhu, no. Yang Zujun, how did you tell that it was 4 men in black? Zhang Zhu, inside the telescope. I see 4 people, but the details of the faces are not clear under the magnification I adjusted. Did you buy a telescope because you like astronomy? Yang Zujun asked in a kind voice, but Zhang Zhu was able to hear from his words that Yang Zujun was skeptical of himself. Zhang Zhu, that's right. I've always thought that physics is very interesting, especially astronomy. Yang Zujun, do you like to use your telescope at night? Zhang Zhu, occasionally I use it, and it was a coincidence that I found the kidnapping the other day. After the questioning was over, the policewoman asked Mr. Yang Zujun, Mr. Yang, you asked the child so many questions in the morning. Do you have any suspicion about him? Yang Zujun, why? I just thought it was too coincidental that day. So I asked a few more questions. Policewoman, you're having an occupational disease again, aren't you? That's just a junior high school student. Yang Zujun, don't you think that junior high student is a bit too mature? From his demeanor, he looks like an adult. Woman, share, if why don't I feel that way? I think you're the one who's been paranoid all day. Yang Zujun said with a firm gaze, I believe in my intuition. Zhang Zhu was walking towards the entrance of the security bureau when a man at his back called out to him. When I looked back, it was Yang Zujun, Sheriff Yang. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me? Yang Zujun waved his hand. The question has been asked. I see that your home is quite far from the security bureau. Do you need me to drive you back? Don't bother. I can get back on my own. You're still a junior high student. It's still a little too dangerous to go back by yourself. Not to mention the fact that those kidnapping suspects haven't been caught yet. So it's better if you let me take you back. The first time I saw him in the car, I saw him in the car. And I saw him in the car, and I saw him in the car. Zhang Zhu sat in the back seat, and Yang Zujun and the two of them did not have much to talk to each other, appearing to be more constrained. The atmosphere in the car was very quiet, and Yang Zujun was the first to break the mood. Mr. Zhang, I remember that you only started studying physics in the second year of your junior high school. So you have only studied physics for 1 year now. I actually had some exposure to physics before my junior year, just not systematically. Zhang Zhu is somewhat helpless. This Yang Zujun is still testing him. He decided to grasp the initiative of the conversation share, if Yung. With the advanced surveillance system nowadays, can't we find out the faces of the 4 kidnappers? The 4 kidnappers wore hoods when they took the girl. Don't ask for more specific details about the case. We have to keep it confidential. When we arrived at the downstairs of the rented house, Zhang Zhu got out of the car intending to go upstairs, and Yang Zujun also got out of the car, followed Zhang Zhu, and said, Mr. Zhang, look, I've sent you home. Why don't you invite me to your house to have a seat? It just so happens that I want to take a look at that astronomical telescope at your house. The cheeky, Zhang Zhu still agreed to invite him into the house. It so happened that Huli was also at home. So the mother and son started to entertain Yang Zujun with water and melon seeds. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Yang Zujun revealed his true intentions. Mr. Zhang, I've always been curious as to where you were that night when you were able to see 3 kilometers away with your telescope. Mr. Yang, come with me and I'll show you around, but I must warn you, that telescope is very expensive, so be careful not to damage it. On the balcony of Zhang Zhu's room, the angle and magnification of the telescope have been adjusted. When Yang Zujun looked into the eyepiece, he could just see the house in Shijuezhuang. You can really see it. And you can see it so clearly. This telescope is really amazing. He praised it while observing the telescope. There were shallow, irregular scratches on the telescope housing and some dust on the telescope frame. It's been a long time since I bought this telescope. Indeed, it's been a while since I bought it. Zhang Zhu also deliberately did not say how long he had bought it. This telescope is so good. It should be quite expensive. It's about 2,000 or so I can bite the bullet and save it. Oh, you said you saved it. Could it be that this telescope was not bought for you by your parents, but that you paid for it yourself? Yeah, I was worried my parents wouldn't approve, so I had to sneak around and buy one online with the money I'd saved. Yang Zujun revealed a meaningful smile. Not bad. You are willing to spend so much money on your hobby. After spending so much money, I actually feel quite guilty inside. I always felt a bit of a loser for buying this. But after Su Kinking and her father came over a few days ago and gave us some money, I feel much better. Yang Zujun came out of Zhang Zhu's room and talked to Huli again. Do you remember when your children bought that telescope? Huli, this child himself carried us to buy. How do I know? He really strong personality. Yang Zujun, did you not see the telescope after your children bought it? Huli, this child is very smart. In order not to let us do parents find, deliberately hide the telescope to the school inside. When Yang Zujun heard this, his face changed imperceptibly for a moment, and then instantly returned to his smiling state. After chatting a few more times, he left the house rented by Zhang Zhu. Take your cell phone out of your pocket and dial the number. Hey, Chen, can you help me check a person's online shopping record? Lao Yong, what case have you come across again? You have to apply to the top to check online shopping records. The approval process is very strict. Whose online shopping records do you want to check? Is it a suspect? That's not true. Just a witness. Male or female? How old? Male. Sophomore in high school. Maybe 14. 14 years old. Lao Yong, you're out of your mind. A 14-year-old child or a witness. Even if I write an application to the top, I can't get it approved. Okay. Yang Zujun was about to hang up the phone. Suddenly a flash of lightning in his head, and then opened his mouth to ask Zio Chen. Do you know Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School? Near there is no, what cell? Astronomical telescope place. You wait, I'll check it out for you. After a while, Zio Chen sent a message to Yang Zujun The nearest place where you can buy telescopes near Zhangcheng 3rd Middle School is a little over 10 kilometers away. And there are a few stores in the center of town, so I'll send you the location. Yang Zujun, according to the location of Zayuachin sent, first ran to the nearest Zhangcheng 3 Middle School of a boutique, into the store to show his identity as a security officer, and then asked the shopkeeper, have you had any high school students come in here to buy anything lately? Clerk, a high school student. I don't remember. Mr. Sheriff, can you describe what it looks like? Yang Zujun, personal head of 1 meter 8 or so it. Maybe carrying a school bag or wearing a school uniform. Long, a little handsome. The body is also a little strong. The clerk muffled his memory and shook his head. Sorry, I don't remember. I don't have a deep impression. Yang Zujun, and hard to run to the city center of a few stores to ask the same again. Did not get any progress. After exiting the downtown business complex, he let out a long breath, smiled and patted himself on the head. Lao Yong. Lao Yong, you're still a little too paranoid. 4 kidnappers are still missing. Why are you holding on to a junior high school student? He stubbed out his cigarette, got into his sedan, stomped on the gas, and sped off, after sending Yang Zujun away. Zhang Zhu received a message from Liu Hanjiang. Tomorrow you always have time, right? How about going to the mall with me? And also find a restaurant to eat. Boat, yes, you can. You can say where to go and hang out. Oh, I can't believe you answered so quickly. I'm really surprised, but I don't need you to spend money on anything. Tomorrow, let's go to the Dragon Lake Sky Street in the city center. Boat, no problem, 9 a.m. I'll wait for you at Dragon Lake Sky Street. It's too early. I still have more than an hour to go there. And I want to sleep more tomorrow. Boat 10 o'clock in the morning then. Okay, I'm going to talk to my dad. After talking to Liu Hanjiang, Zhang Zhu organized the current situation. Math and physics will probably have to read some cutting-edge papers to progress any faster once he reaches LV1. But that's harder for him nowadays. A thesis is sold for tens of dollars. He certainly cannot afford it. And only after entering the university, he can enjoy the free thesis resources provided by the university. So now he plans to upgrade all the content he can learn through the textbook to LV1, and wait for the rest until he gets to college. Well, let's get calculator and chemistry up to LV1 first. He found the PDF version of the basic textbook online and started learning it. In the evening, after a busy day, Ryu Fukuo is sitting on top of his Land Rover Championship, driving towards his home. This afternoon, Liu Hanjiang called him, said tomorrow to go to Long. Utianji play, he promised, but also to Liu Hanjiang call a few $1,000s. The cell phone rings again. It's Hao's, brother Hao. What do you want to see me about? A little thing. Just want to ask where your girl is going to play tomorrow. Why do you ask? Howie, I'm asking on behalf of Boss Zayo's son. He wants to meet your girl. Liu Fuguo's palms pinched a sweat. Brother Hao, are you accompanying Mr. Zayo to look for my girl? Hey, you don't have to worry about this. I know you're afraid that I'll scare your girl. And Mr. Zayo doesn't want me to meddle too much in what's going on between them. So tomorrow, there'll only be Mr. Zayo going to look for your girl by himself. So just put your heart in a million pieces. Liu Fuguo took a deep breath and said, My girl should go shopping at Long, who Sky Street tomorrow. How okay, I know. Old Liu listen to your tone, you are not very happy. Listen to my brother, a word of advice. Zayo Gongzi and your girl, if you can always talk to the wedding words. Your family is not soaring. Our Zayo boss, what background you should be more or less heard some. That is the background of the sky. Not to mention the Zhangcheng city. Is the entire Tingbei province of a hand to see the Zayo boss. We'll have to sell him a face. So you are more to cooperate in the first place. In one of the most expensive places in Zhangcheng city. There is a high-class clubhouse by the mountain and by the water. The mountains are man-made wigwams, and the water is a man-made creek. To be able to build such a large piece of clubhouse in such a high-priced area, the owner must not only be a tycoon, but must also have a deep official background. It is also true that the clubhouse was built by Kyung Lung Holdings Limited, and the founder of this company is Zayo Minqiang. Zayo Minqiang's son, Zayo Junyan, was sitting in the highest-end room of the club, and a woman in a cheongsam with a stunning figure was talking about Gazheng in the corner of the room. This woman is only 30 years old, looks very good, is the general manager of the club, named Fang Lai Zayo. Can be in such a young age to become the general manager of the club. Many people rumor that she is Zayo Minqiang outside the lover. On weekdays, many bosses in the neighborhood want to meet with her and have to make an appointment in advance. But today Fang Lixiao specially put off all the things, just to accompany their Zayo boss's son, Zayo Junyan's side. Sitting on the side of a large area tattoo, Even the neck are tattooed with blue dragons of the man named Wu Jin Hao. Many people call him Ho. At this time, Wu Jin Hao just hung up his cell phone. You look book, Zhao Junyan said. Uncle Hao, this matter actually does not need you to intervene. The melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. I hope that the ground is to rely on her own ability to attract her, rather than relying on her father's coercion. Wu Jin Hao patted him on the shoulder and said, Mr. Zhao, I am looking anxious. You are the son of Brother Zhao. You only need to tick your finger. There will be 10,000 women in your arms. And you went after Liu Hanjiang, and she even ignored you. How in the world can such a thing happen? What woman would dare to let our brother Zhao's son suffer? If I hadn't pushed her, then Liu Hanjiang might not have realized how good you are, and it would have taken a long time for you to get her. What's more, I just asked about Liu Hanjiang's going to play at the Dragon Lake Sky Street tomorrow. And I'm not going to intervene personally, so you can just go to the Dragon Lake Sky Street tomorrow and look for her. At this time, Fang Lixiao finished a song of Guzheng and came to the tea table, pouring half a cup of tea for Zhao Junyan and Wu Jin Hao. Lily is still so elegant in her work. Wu Jin Hao looked at Fang Lixiao's perfect curves and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Fang Lai Zhao gave a shallow smile. Brother Hao, since you've asked about where the girl that Mr. Zhao is in love with will go tomorrow, in what way are you going to allow Mr. Zhao to reach out to that girl? Wu Jin Hao scratched his head. I'm not good at this. If it were me, I'd just walk up and confess to her. Zhao Junyan anxiously said, How can this be done? How can it be done so simply? Besides, I also confessed to her from before. She has always rejected me. Fang Lai Zhao said, It's not impossible for Brother Hao's suggestion, only that it still needs Mr. Zhao to have a little bit of courage. Zhao Junyan's sister Lai, did you think of something? Tell me quickly. Confess in public, Zhao Junyan exclaimed in surprise. If you are rejected, won't you lose face? The public confession will give the girl a very strong psychological pressure, and it will be even more effective if some onlookers are arranged to help push the girl to accept. Fang Lixiao's soft voice seemed to give Zhao Junyan great encouragement. Zhao Junyan was a bit moved, but still asked, What if she still refuses? Mr. Zhao's previous repeated expressions of affection were all rejected. And if he is rejected again this time, it means that that girl really doesn't have the slightest bit of interest in you. Fang Lixiao looked at Wu Jin Hao and said, When the time comes, it may be necessary for Brother Huo to make a move. Wu Jin Hao laughed. Don't worry, if I make a move, won't whichever girl be a handful? Zhao Junyan said in a deep voice. I don't want to use coercion to gain a relationship. I want her to love me willingly. Fang Lixiao smiled faintly. Mr. Zhao is still inexperienced. As long as two people have been together for a long time, no matter how they are together, they will naturally develop feelings in the end. If you want that girl to fall in love with you, you must first get along with her. Zhao Junyan, let's talk about the public confession first. Fang Lai Zhao, I can find the person in charge of the Dragon Lake Sky Street. The center of the piece of the big screen rent for a day, but also that side of the stereo and other things are rented over. The scene of the atmosphere group and the environment decoration, I can also find a professional team to arrange. Zhao Gongzi just need to confess on the line. That kind of scene is still bigger than that, and I don't think a girl in middle school can handle it. Zhao Junyan hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. On Sunday morning, a large group of people flooded into Long, Hu Tianji, with the same purpose, which is to pick up the girl who was confessed to and answer the boy who confessed to her later. The boss gave them a request to make a big effort to pick up the girl who was confessing. Surround the girl. If the girl does not agree, do not let her go until she agrees to stop. Dragon Lake Sky Street, the center of the first floor of the location of a giant screen. Now or advertising page. Later Zhao Junyan confession. The screen will become a line of words above I implore MS. Liu Hanjiang to accept Mr. Zhao Junyan's confession of love. The sound system of the commercial complex and the additional sound system arranged by Lydia Fong are all in place. And there is a veteran presenter with a microphone. The hosts started memorizing their lines yesterday afternoon and trained until late at night, and came in early this morning to get ready. As a presenter for more than 10 years, he is very good at guiding people verbally to follow a set program. He believed that he could complete his task easily today. On the ground, rose petals formed 2 large love hearts, filled with rose-scented candles, and surrounded by a screen to prevent the candles from blowing out. There are also dozens of people from the atmosphere group at the entrance of Long, Hu Sky Street, and as soon as Liu Hanyong came in, they flocked to Liu Hanyong to go to the center of the first floor to receive Zhao Junyan's confession of love. On the second floor, There were a few third-line singers on standby, and once the background music started, they would come down from the escalator while singing, and slowly surrounded Liu Hanjing. If time permits, maybe Lydia Fong will hire a first-rate singer. No celebrity dares not to give face to Zhao Mingqiang. Zhao Junyan is resting in the lounge, holding a bouquet of flowers worth tens of thousands of dollars. On the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors of Longfor Sky Street, there were people on standby, and when Zhao Junyan delivered the flowers, they were holding the cannon tubes that sprayed colorful ribbons. When 99 cannons are fired at the same time, it will be an extremely romantic rain. Businesses in the mall also wanted to come out to see why there was such a big show outside. But today Long, who Tianji told them to stay in their stores, a corner of the mall, Wu Jin, how is secretly watching. Zhao Junyan originally told him not to follow, but he still cannot help but come to join in the fun. Lily's really something, making such a big scene. That little girl would be brave not to be scared to tears. At 9:50 a.m., Zhang Zhu was waiting at the entrance of the subway station in the city center. The last time he was here was on a Thursday afternoon, when he rushed over to buy a set of telescopes. At this time, Zhang Zhu didn't wear that trendy clothing, but just wore an ordinary t-shirt, sports pants. At 10:02 a.m., Liu Hanjing came out of the subway station wearing a pink headset with a Bluetooth headset, a black cap, a short-sleeved t-shirt with a black leather vest, and a pair of skinny jeans underneath. She was holding 2 cups of milk tea in her hand, and when she saw Zhang Zhu, she took off her earphones and handed him a cup of milk tea at the same time. Let's go. Inside the Dragon Lake Sky Street, I remember there is an archery center. We can go and have some fun. Archery? It feels quite interesting. Zhang Zhu was at this time very powerful and very interested in this kind of thing. The two were walking along the road, and without realizing it, they got closer, and their hands accidentally touched each other. Liu Hanjing did not dodge, and directly took the initiative to grab Zhang Zhu's hand. Didn't you and your dad agree that we couldn't have physical contact? Liu Hanjing pouted, afraid of what? You look book anyway. We also only talk about 2 weeks. If my father finds out later. The big deal is that we have broken up. Zhang Zhu could feel that Liu Hanjing's hand crossed his fingers and squeezed him hard. Have you heard Tete's new song? It just came out today. I've been listening to it on the subway. No. I've heard less. Zhang Zhu shook his head. Well, I'm halfway through this song. Why don't you let me finish it first? Liu Hanjing put the headphones over his ears, and his body began to sway rhythmically to the melody. Zhang Zhu's arm was also swayed by her. What song are you listening to? Zhang Zhu came close to her ear and asked in a loud voice. Liu Hanjing took off his earphones and asked, What did you say in the morning? I didn't hear you. Zhang Zhu repeated the question again. Liu Hanjing, of course it's a love song, and it's the kind of love song that's very hot. In the lyrics, the hero and the heroine kiss the first time they meet. When I'm done listening to it, I can hum it for you. Then the headphones were put back on. A few steps later, the two entered the first floor of Hu Sky Street. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Zhu felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. A host holding a microphone shouted, Let's welcome MS. Liu Hanjing. Dozens of atmosphere groups at the entrance surrounded the two of them, crowding them toward the center of the mall. Hey, did you go to some event? Why are you surrounded by so many people? Zhang Zhu shook Liu Hanjing's hand, but unfortunately, Liu Hanjing was swinging as hard as she could, and the music in her headphones prevented her from hearing the sounds outside. Mr. Zhao, that girl is here. You can go out and meet her. A member of the atmosphere team comes into the lounge and informs Zhao Junyan. Zhao Junyan immediately stood up straight and straightened his body to the full-length mirror in front of him. Straightening his attire, today, he wore a handmade custom-made suit. Probably cost more than 80,000 yuan. Fang Lixi. I also asked a professional makeup artist and hairdresser to customize his look. It can be said that at this moment, the gangster spirit on his body is almost impossible to see. Coming, Zhao Junyan took a deep breath, held the bouquet of expensive flowers, straightened his back, and walked out of the lounge with his head held high. On the first floor of the mall, Liu Hanjing and his wife were surrounded by people, and they were about to arrive at the place where flowers and candles were used to make love hearts. Zhang Zhu shook Liu Hanjing's arm, but Liu Hanjing thought that Zhang Zhu was also swaying with her. Heart happy, swinging even higher, but also hummed along with the lyrics in the headphones. Boy, just take my hand and start to dance. You know I want your love. At that moment, the big screen in the center of the mall lit up and played a warm-up animation containing the QQ avatars of Liu Hanjing and Zhao Junyan. The surrounding atmosphere group also gathered around, some of them holding balloons and fluorescent sticks. The host says, Sound of music, Sound of music. The first sound is the sound of the piano. In order not to steal the wind, Zeo Junyan. Playing the piano in the second floor of an invisible corner to play. Then the guitars started to play. The background music followed, and a few third-tier singers on the second floor followed the beat and started singing love songs. My heart beats for you, I pray for you, because love made it possible for us to meet, with the sound of music. Zeo Junyan has already walked out of the lounge, and a few steps later, he will reach the circle of love made of roses and candles. The third line singers also eased down the escalator, walking a little slower, keeping a rhythm a few seconds slower than Zeo Junyan. MS Liu Hanjing, please come over and stand in the middle of this circle of love, and Mr. Zeo Junyan, please stand over with the flowers as well. At this time, the atmosphere of the group's staff has been for Zeo Junyan, opened up a walkable road. Through this road, Zeo Junyan saw the ground of the two love circles, as well as the opposite side of the Zhangzhu and Liu Hanjing. Boy, grab on my waist and kiss me. Boy, grab me by the waist and kiss me. Yu Hanjing continued to hum the song, as if he had completely empathized with the voice inside the headset. Numerous dopamine, endorphin, and phenylethylamine molecules are acting on neurons in her brain. Liu Hanjing loosened his grip with Zhangzhu's hand and hugged his waist. Feeling Zhangzhu's hard side abdominal muscles, his head couldn't help but come to the side of Zhangzhu's face. His red color gently kissed him. Bu often, love comes so suddenly and impulsively. At this moment, Liu Hanjing only has Zhangzhu in his eyes. No, the bouquet of flowers worth tens of thousands of dollars fell to the ground, and the bright red petals scattered. Zeo Junyan's cry seemed to have consumed all his strength, and his legs unconsciously weakened, and he fell to the ground. On the giant screen, the picture has changed to a few throbbing words. I implore MS Liu Hanjing to accept Mr. Zeo Junyan's confession of love. It also comes with a bouncing sound effect to make the text come alive. I don't know which person on the 5th floor, perhaps misheard or got nervous, released the gift tube directly from his hand. Next, the people in charge of spraying the ceremonial fountains on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors responded one after another, and 99 ceremonial fountains sprayed an uncountable number of ribbons at almost the same time. The ribbons were falling from the sky, like colorful snowflakes, and it was a sight to behold. The sunlight reflects off these ribbons, filling the room with colorful light. Liu Hanjing's vermilion bushes left Zhangzhu's face. Her face was tinted with a blush, and she lowered her head to see the rose petals and candles on the ground. He lifted up his head again, saw the radiance of the sky, and sighed, it's beautiful. She took off her headphones and looked at Zhangzhu. It's like a testimony of our love. Zhangzhu had just come to his senses from the warmth of her mouth, and immediately took her hand and said, I think we should hurry up and leave this place and change to another shopping mall. Liu Hanjing do not know what happened. To his pull some resistance, a face of doubt. Why ask later? For now you listen to me. Zhangzhu picked up Liu Hanjing in a princess hug and dashed out directly towards the entrance of Long Uskai Street. In the face of this man who is as strong as an ox, a group of people along the road could not stop him. Nor did they want to do so. Wu Jin, how quickly ran out from the corner and helped Zeo Junyan up. The moderator rushed to save the day by saying something confusing and meaningless. He had prepared a script for a long time yesterday, but he had not uttered a single word, and he had never anticipated such a situation. So it is already a high standard for him to be able to speak now. The third-tier singers, who have spent years at the bottom of the entertainment world, could see what was going on here at a glance and stopped singing. Only the pianist is still playing obliviously. At Wu Jinhao's behest, the MC guided the atmosphere group out of the venue, while the clean-up crew swept up the ribbons. Flowers and candles. The giant screen is also back on the advertising page. Mr. Zeo, you're okay. Zeo Junyan's eyes were now scattered, as if he had lost his soul. Mr. Zeo, I'll take you to the lounge to have a seat first. In the lounge. Zeo Junyan, breath extremely weak, murmured, Why she will like someone else. Mr. Zeo, don't be discouraged. Although your sweetheart has a lover, it's not like you can't snatch her back, as long as you agree. I have a way to make that girl jump into your arms by herself. Zeo Junyan is still self-conscious. Said I thought, she just because she did not want to delay the study only rejected me. I didn't realize that she already had someone else in her heart. Wu Jin, how said, her little lover which compared to Zeo Gongzi you are, as long as you a command. I will bring people to catch that little white face and beat him up, so that he consciously leave that girl, to ensure that he did not dare to put a fart. Zeo Junyan's eyes gradually fierce, I remember correctly. He should be called Zhangzhu. Did not think that the words he said to me before. All lies, Howie. Do whatever you want. I just need to see that Ryu Hanko never likes him. Wu Jinhao's mouth grinned. No problem. This is just like our boss Zio's son. At the entrance of the shopping center, Liu Hanjing said in a delicate voice, "What are you doing?" "I hate you. Let me down." Zhang Zhu put Liu Hanjing down and told him what had just happened. Liu Hanjing was stunned. "Is it such a big deal? Let's not go to Long, Hu Sky Street today. There are other shopping malls nearby. Let's go somewhere else." "Yeah? I remember there seems to be a bowling alley over by Cheetah Plaza. We can go and have some fun." "Well, on the way, there's still time to talk about some of the things you've been up to with Jinyan Shaw." "What? Don't you think too much? I don't like him." Monday. The weather was sunny. Teachers in the second grade at River City 3 are in the midst of a busy season. The final exams are held jointly by all middle schools in the city, and for the sake of fairness, each school cannot change the papers of students from their own school. Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School corrects the papers of the city's strongest middle school, the junior section of Zia Shi Zhangzhong. Teachers are counting the papers, which will be loaded onto trucks and transported to the first affiliated school of the Zia Shi. By about Monday afternoon, all schools will have received their school papers. For most of the students, Monday was a time of apprehension, and the humid air in the early morning makes you uncomfortable. However, in the 19th class of the second year, the students' minds were on another matter. I was scared when the head of the grade school came in just now. Yeah, the head of grade, the homeroom teacher, and a teacher I've never seen before all came into the class at the same time. I've never seen that before. What do you think they called Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanjing out for? Haven't you heard? Liu Hanjing and Zhang Zhu kissed. What? Where did you hear that? Why didn't anyone tell me? Didn't you see Space? That video in Space is going crazy right now. Oh, I seem to have some impression, but the copy of that video is too flamboyant. I remember it seems to be called The Famous Flower Has a Master, revealing how Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School's schoolgirl was captured by the basketball king, who in their right mind would click on such a video. Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanjing are so pathetic. I guess they'll have to be lectured by several teachers in turn. And thanks to them, there's no homeroom teacher sitting in front to supervise morning reading today. Ungan Meorong saw Zhang Liu. 2 people were shouted out. The inner heart of stolen joy at this time also joined the discussion of the students, if you ask me. It is not because Liu Hanjing bowled. Now I've developed to kissing. The future is not to go further. Some of the boys started snickering and giving each other a you-know-what look in the office of the Political Science Department. The head of grade, head of the Political Education Department, and Chen Ruya were sitting in a triangular formation with a formidable and intimidating expression. Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanjing stood in front of the desk like 2 little sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In front of these 3 people, the grade school director is the highest position, so the red face of the work is done by the director of the Political Education Department. All the harsh words are said by the director of the Political Education Department. The head of year would help out, doing the whitewash, speaking in a much softer tone than the head of school, but meaning the same thing. The 2 of them complemented each other with their strength and flexibility, and they were invincible with their grace and power. No student survived their onslaught for more than 10 minutes, and most were in tears after 3. It wasn't long before there were tears in Liu Hanjing's eyes as well. "Teacher, we've agreed to break up after this week, and I promise there will be no more excessive physical contact." Zhang Zhu said, "What? You have to wait until next week. I don't think you're taking what we just said seriously. I want you to break off your affair. Right now, not next week. Do you understand? The head of the Political Affairs Department reveals severity in every word. Don't talk so hard. You're scaring the students." The head of year took over the conversation and continued to speak to Zhang Zhu. "We do teachers. Everything is for your own good. I'll put it to you this way. Once I have also seen completely disobedient students. We will be in their file on a note. This file is to be with them for life, and later they look for a job. Other people see that they have a black spot on the file. It is likely that they will not be recruited. You can say, their life has been ruined. In other words, their lives are ruined. Do you understand what I am saying? I also see that your grades are good. You should be reasonable people. So why didn't you do that? I also hope that you can cherish this opportunity that I gave you." The head of the Political Education Department said, "Why talk so much? If it wasn't for the fact that their grades were good, I wouldn't bother wasting so much time talking to them. Besides, their grades have slipped so far that we can't see them anymore. Zhang Zhu, teacher, the last time was an accident. Our grades will pick up later." The head of the Political Education Department snickered. "A rebound. People study at home on weekends. You guys play outside and kiss. And you're telling me your grades are going up. I knew you were stubborn, but I didn't expect you to be this stubborn." let's talk about this final exam. I don't even say that your grades can make any progress compared to before. Even if it's to go back to the original top 30, you can't do it. Do you know that in your heart, I've seen too many students like you who think they're something when they're really nothing. He stood up. To Zhang Liu, 2 people said so. I do not make it difficult for you. You each write 5,000 words review. And write a guarantee. Commitment to the underage before the absolute will not talk about love, and the other side of the boundaries. This matter is so past. Other also no longer say more. This morning in the office to write. Write and then go back to class. The head of the grade also said, you 2 used to be good students, but your grades dropped to such a degree after you fell in love. I hope you can have a sense of crisis, and letting you write a review is not to punish you. It is to let you recognize your own mistakes more clearly. And you shouldn't harbor any grudges. Do you know that? The 3 teachers came out of the office after the lecture. That guy is really stubborn, the grade master sighed. Originally, these 2 could have competed with students from other schools in the city. But now they're kind of half gone. It's okay, anyway. We still have Gao Yifan in our school for this final exam. He'll definitely be able to get a contract with our high school. The head of the political education department said, this final exam is a citywide joint exam, and the top students will be prioritized by the top-ranked high schools to extend the olive branch ahead of time, that is, to sign contracts with these outstanding students. Students who are signed up for the program only need to score the same number of points on the midterm exam as they did on the general high school entrance exam, and then they will be admitted directly to that high school in the 2nd grade. Only a few teachers know this information yet. Moreover, teachers are strictly forbidden to disclose the information to the students at River City High School. The reason is very simple. The 3rd Junior High School of Zhongcheng City and the 3rd Senior High School of Zhongcheng City belong to the same Yonghan district. The top talents of the 3rd Junior High School are of course given priority to the 3rd Senior High School. The moment the final exam score line came out, the Zhongcheng 3 High School will immediately learn the news, and then find the Zhongcheng 3 Junior High School several top students to sign a contract. In this way, the brain drain to other schools can be avoided, and if students know this information, they are likely to contact other top high schools in advance, and then the talent won't be retained. Monday, July 1, 2013, was the day when the joint final exams for the 2nd year of junior high school in the city of Gangtok were corrected. In the office of the 2nd year Mathematics Teaching and Research Group, Zhu Shenyu, who likes to gossip, is publicizing Zhang Zhu's story to colleagues who do not yet know. Have you heard, Zhang Zhu? That boy has committed another crime. And a female classmate kissed on the street was photographed. Alas, it's really the one who can't be helped. It's hard to become a great man. Teacher Guo, I really feel sorry for you. Guo Yuan's eyes also widened. There is such a thing. What's the situation? Tell me. Zhu Shanyu briefly described the widely circulated video in Q-Zone. Sighing, Mr. Guo, tell me, does this look like he's going to prepare well for the competition? Even if we don't talk about the competition. If we just talk about this final exam, with the way he looks now, I'm afraid he'll do even worse than he did last time. Guo Yuan frowned tightly. He also had some doubts about Zhang Zhu's behavior. Wait for him to finish the preliminary examination this month, and then see what the situation is. Zhu Shanyu, Mr. Guo, I suggest that you should have a good chat with Zhang Zhu and ask him to give up this path of competition. Since his energy is so scattered, it is better for him to work on the knowledge within the classroom, so as not to be unable to even go to a key high school by then. Guo Yuan, the grade school director, and the political education department should have talked to him, and he should have thought about what he wanted to do, and I still believe that he is a smart person. If he really doesn't have the energy to do the competition, I won't try to force him. Zhu Shenyu laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face he still wore a worried expression. AI, that's good. It's a shame about that kid. What school do you want to go to in high school? In the office of the political education department, Zhang Zhu was writing a review while asking Liu Hanjiang. I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, it's those major high schools. You'll likely have to make a choice today. Why? Liu Hanjiang stared at Zhang Zhu with wide eyes, puzzled. Because you're estimated to be in the top 3 in the school, or even in the city, on this test, and there will be high schools coming to get you to sign a contract. Zhang Zhu suddenly laughed, of course. The first one to find you will definitely be our Zhongcheng 3rd High School. After all, it's a brother school with our Zhongcheng 3rd Junior High School. Well, I actually kind of want to go to the senior high school of Zia Shiyi High School. Liu Hanjiang said hesitantly. That's right, after all. It's the best high school in Tingbei Province, and in the top 3 of all high schools in the whole of summer. so of course it's okay for you to sign a contract with them. Zhang Zhu said, however, this afternoon the school may look for you and ask you to sign a contract with the 3 high schools in Zhongcheng. At that time, no matter what they say, you just refuse it. What about you? You must have done well on your exams this time too. What school are you planning to go to? Zhang Zhu laughed. If I say I'm going to the Zhongcheng 3rd High School, do you still want to go with me? This. Liu Hanzheng lowered his head and broke his fingers, and after a long time seemed to have thought about it, and said, it's not impossible. Zhongcheng 3 High School is also the Provincial Key High School. Liu Hanzheng grabbed Zhang Zhu's wrist, of course, provided that you don't lie to me. Zhang Zhu's eyes deepened as he said, I think it's better if you don't let my choice interfere with your own decision. Why? Because I probably won't be in high school. Then, Zhang Zhu gave her a clear explanation of the relevant policies of the competition guarantee. Liu Hanzheng listened to the astonishment of the small mouth opened so. You're going to college next year. That's right. Are you so confident that you'll make the national training team in math? What if you don't? Zhang Zhu grabbed her wrist back and exasperated. Good you Liu Hanzheng. In your heart you curse me not to pass the exam. Is not it? No way. Zhang Zhu, no matter what. When the school comes for you this afternoon, just follow your heart. In fact, he was not worried about Liu Hanzheng was induced to choose the Zhongcheng 3 High School. What is the bad side of the past life? Liu Hanzheng High School is to read the Zhongcheng 3 High School, and then the college entrance exams as the same as the domestic ranking of the top 2 of the Metropolitan University. Then the Zhangzhou test of the Shanghai University of Transportation, rankings to rely on the front. At noon, the question papers were delivered to the school. The students were on lunch break, while the teachers of each subject were busy counting the scores. And the teachers of the political science department can have a good break at noon. The director of the political education department returned to the office after lunch. Si Zhangzhu and Liu Hanzheng, still inside, frowned and asked, why are you two still here? The review is finished. The voice was dignified and seemed to contain anger. Zhangzhu, I'm almost done. Probably a few hundred words to go. Still not finished. Can't you finish writing only 5,000 words in one morning? You've wasted half a day's study time. Don't you know, the head of the political education department was so fierce that Zhang and Liu had no choice but to keep quiet and listen to his lecture. Tell you what, you guys write your pledges first, and then write the rest of the review when you get back to the classroom. And hand them in this afternoon. Don't disturb the teachers inside the office on their lunch break. Zhang Zhu finished writing the pledge and showed it to the head of the political education department. Why do you have it written that you promised to break up next week? The head of the political education department's voice was several decibels louder. WTK & Co. because we do break up next week. No, give me a rewrite. Make sure you write about breaking up now. The head of the political education department crumpled up the pledge in his hand and threw it into the trash can. This teacher, to be honest, you are a bit aggressive. Zhang Zhu was a bit angry. What do you mean? You're starting to educate me. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You know, the head of the political education department also got angry. It's fine, if you don't want to write about it. Then don't blame me for writing about it in your file. Liu Hanzheng lightly bumped Zhang Zhu's feet with her small leather shoes and whispered to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu, just give in to the softness. It's not good to get a note in the file. Zhang Zhu said, this teacher, you want me to write it is fine. You take out the piece of paper inside the trash can. I will change 2 words on it is not it. Confound it. The head of the political education department yelled, already furious, slapping the table and getting up. Well, since you're unrepentant, don't blame me for taking things to the extreme. Taking 3 steps toward the office door, he bumped into a man head on. Oops, it's the grade school director. Sorry, I just walked in a hurry and bumped into him. The head of the political office smiled apologetically. What's going on? Why are you yelling so loud? The head of year asked. Mr. Zhang Zhu has shown no remorse whatsoever. And I want to make the situation clear on his file. Oh, so that's how it is. Don't be in a hurry. We can discuss this matter later. You go back and sit for a while to stabilize your emotions. The grade-level director pushed the director of the political education office to sit down on the seat and then said, Liu Hanzheng student, you come with me for a moment. I have some things to talk with you. You look at the book Zhang Zhu student. You first sit in the office for a while. I will also come to talk with you later. Then he said to the head of the political education department, you don't yell all day long. As a teacher, how can you yell at students? You can calm down Mr. Zhang Zhu's emotions. Don't force him to write anything, but don't be butthurt. Do as I say. and I'll have to criticize you if I hear you treating your students badly again." The head of the political education department was dumbfounded, not knowing why the attitude of the head of the grade suddenly came to such a big reversal. P.S. Next up is the chapter push session. When my friend approached me for a chapter push, I couldn't help but laugh. I'm so cool a book, which has the ability to give him traffic, but we're all new here, so it's only right that we help each other out. The following books are from friends, and are expected to be officially signed tomorrow. The Opening of Academic Domination, Teaching Newton How to Do Things. Introduction. Freshman Zhu Heoran inadvertently discovered that he could use his cell phone to communicate with the ancients. 10 years later, Mr. Zhu, can you talk about your feelings about winning the Nobel Prize in Physics? Expected, I guess, but I still think the previous Fields Award-winning results are more valuable. Well, as the winner of the Turing Award, the Fields Medal, and the Nobel Prize, can you talk about your understanding of scientific development? What is the key to your success? It's the work of past sages. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. University life. Advanced research daily. A small number of mathematics and physics vocabulary appear in the book, only to enhance the sense of immersion. Can be eaten with confidence in the grade school office. The head of the grade school pointed to the benches and said, "Mr. Liu Hanjiang, please sit down. Liu Hanjiang, student. This morning let you and Zhang Zhu write review is just a kind of educational way. Hope you can understand. I also believe that you have realized and corrected their own mistakes. This matter we put it aside." The first move of the headmaster was to pacify Liu Hanjiang and bring him closer, so that Liu Hanjiang would unconsciously accept what he was going to say. "Mr. Liu Hanjiang, next I would like to congratulate you on achieving the first place in the whole school with a score of 452 points. Out of 460 points, the head of years said with a smile on his face, 452 points. Liu Hanjiang was stunned. She thought that she might have scored higher, but she didn't expect to score so high. Not bad. This score is already very high. It shows that your strength is very strong, and you should be very competitive when you take the middle school exam in the future. The grader said, "So have you thought about which school you're going to go to in high school now?" He first asked Liu Hanjiang about his favorite school, so that Liu Hanjiang could make a move first, and then he could dismantle it. Ryu Hanjiang, summer teacher's first affiliated high school. I think, sure enough, the grade director was not surprised in his heart. The test was so high, indeed. The first thought was all to go to the Zia Shi-1 annexed middle school. For this situation, he had already prepared a speech well. It's really good to have this ambition, but just because you did well on this exam doesn't mean you'll do as well on the midterm. My side just have a very good opportunity for you. Our Yonghan district of Jiangsheng 3 High School is also the provincial key. Their admissions office to see you this final examination performance is very good. Want to sign a contract with you in advance. As long as you next year's midterm examination can be examined to the line of the general high school, can be into the Jiangsheng 3 High School of the focus of the class. For you, this condition is no different from a guaranteed admission. And your junior year will be completely stress-free. What do you think? The head of the grade, this move is to eat accurate and Liu Hanjiang information gap. That is to say, he thinks Liu Hanjiang do not know other schools are also willing to sign with her. Liu Hanjiang, but I heard that other schools will also sign contracts based on this final exam score. The grade manager's expression froze as he thought, how does she even know that? Fortunately, he was very experienced and immediately stabilized his position. The fact that you know about this matter shows that you have a very broad vision. But you have not thought about one point. The summer teacher at secondary school is the province's top students' convergence of places. You cannot enter the summer teacher, a secondary school in the focus of the class, is not good to say. Even if it is want to become that side of the top students or very difficult. It is very difficult to become that side of the teacher's focus on cultivating the object. And the Jiangsheng 3rd High School can directly allow you to lock in their top experimental class. After you get in, you will definitely be the top student there. All the resources will be prioritized and tilted to you. Under such conditions, it's definitely not worse than going to the first affiliated middle school of the Zia teacher. It's almost a catch-all, and one that would make any top student hesitate. Liu Hanjiang is not a vegetarian, and he can also bargain, but, from what I heard from Zhang Zhu, the one he wants to go to is also the first affiliated middle school of the Zia teacher. The year director face a black. The reason why he just did not take out the report card to show Liu Hanjiang, but only verbally, is because the second place in the grade is exactly Zhang Zhu. on the premise that they do not know the achievements of the other side. The grade officer can still be broken down one by one. If Liu Hanzheng and Zhang Zhu collusion, then it will be more difficult to convince them. I will also chat with Zhang Zhu later. Let him also with you to Zhongcheng 3 High School. If you can be a couple relationship with the same to go to Zhongcheng 3 High School. But also will become our school of a pile of beautiful talk. Of course, the premise is that between you to control that degree. The head of year takes a further step back. In that case, if I choose to sign a contract with the Zhongcheng 3 High Schools. Teachers, you won't force us to write any reviews or pledges. Words can't be said. I only said that I want you to grasp the degree of talking about love. Balance love and study. Don't cross the bottom line. This morning, I asked you to write a guarantee is really no longer necessary to write. There is always room for flexibility in what the head of year says. Teacher, I have to go back and think about it. And talk to my parents about it. Well, why don't you call Zhang Zhu over? After Liu Hanyang had taken a few steps, the head of the grade school called out to her again, wait. Teacher, is there anything else? Why don't you go back to the classroom first? I'll go get Zhang Zhu over here. The head of year walks in, from the Gov's office. Fellow student Zhang Zhu, come have a chat with me. Zhang Zhu laughed. Teacher, my review is still a few hundred words short of being written. Let's talk when I'm done. The head of the political education department said, if you are told to go, you go, don't push it. Old Sang, speak in a more conciliatory manner. The head of grade said, fellow student Zhang Zhu, you've written more than 4,000 words first. And you've reviewed enough, so you don't need to write the rest. Come with me, okay, Zhang Zhu said, but I have not yet written my pledge. And there are still some disagreements with this teacher, Zheng, in the political education department, over the content of the pledge. I have to reach a consensus with Mr. Zheng before I can do so. Director Zheng of the political education department stood up violently. Fellow student Zhang Zhu, I'm warning you, you're deliberately provoking. Teacher Zheng said let you and a little more peaceful. Do not all day open voice roar to and fro. The grade school director said to Zhang Zhu, you don't need to write that pledge anymore. Come talk to me, Director Zhang. What this Zhang Zhu has done has already violated the school rules and regulations. You look at the book. Mr. Tsang, the head of the political affairs department, is a bit hot-tempered, and he really dares to confront Mr. Cheng, the head of the grade, when he gets angry. Mr. Tsang, if you think I'm condoning Zhang Zhu, you can go to the principal. And I'm sure the principal and I will have the same attitude. You'd better put your temper away for a while and calm down. Director Zheng's tone was serious and unquestionable, and after speaking, he took Zhang Zhu to his own office. Still angry, the head of the political education department picked up the phone and called the principal's office. Hello, is this Principal Wang? Yes, what can I do for you? Mr. Tsang, Principal Wang. I don't know if you've heard of Zhang Zhu from junior class 19. Recently, some of his affairs have been making a lot of noise, and everyone knows about them. Zhang Zhua. I really heard. This final exam, he took the city's second. Many schools should be scrambling to get him. I have already instructed Mr. Zhang must let him in Zhongcheng 3 High School contract. This is also the meaning of the District Education Bureau. Mr. Zhang, the head of the political education department, had his hand shaken, almost letting the microphone fall out. Principal Mr. Tsang, do you have any news about Zhang Zhu to report to me? Director Tsang, no, in the microphone. The principal's voice is very happy, by the way. I also heard a very interesting thing. This final exam. The second-year class, 19 students Liu Hanzheng, exams the city's first. It is said that she and Zhang Zhu is still a couple relationship. This thing we can even take it to publicize it, as a student perfect balance between love and study example. Snap, the microphone fell directly out of Director Tsang's hand and onto the table. The principal's voice was still ringing on the phone. Hello, Director Tsang. Can you hear me? In the afternoon between classes before math, Zhang Zhu returned to the classroom, and Liu Hanzheng immediately greeted him. What did Mr. Cheng say to you? Did she tell you that the Zhongcheng High School is looking for you to sign a contract? He said I got second in my grade, and he wants me to go to River City 3. What about you? What did you say? Zhang Zhu laughed. Of course I meant to say that it depends on you. I have no requirements for the school, and I don't want you to be influenced by my decision to make your own judgment. Liu Hanzheng snapped. Aren't you putting all the pressure on me by doing this? What kind of pressure can you be under? Just make the decision as you see fit. And I'll support you no matter what. Then, I signed Zhongcheng 3 High School. You can be sure to accompany me to Labela. Do not want to cheat or back out. Zhang Zhu wondered. Did not you say that you want to go to the Zia Shifu, a secondary school? Why are you thinking of going to Zhongcheng Third High School now? This is. Liu Hanzheng averted his gaze and looked away. I'd like to have some peace and quiet, so that the teachers don't pull us out for a lecture every now and then. If I go to Summerhill First High School, those teachers will come back to pick on both of us from time to time. Zhang Zhuhei, in the end, I still influenced your decision. Liu Hanzheng laughed. People will inevitably be influenced by others. This matter is settled. No further changes are allowed. As Zhang Zhu walked towards his seat, Liu Hanzheng called out to him once again. Hey, wait, what else? Liu Hanzheng, do you still have the memo that I gave you last time? You mean this one? Zhang Zhu took out a piece of crumpled paper from his pocket and wrote on it from now on. You're my boyfriend. Time June 24, 2013. Warranty July 7, 2013. Liu Hanzheng snatched the memo. How did you need it into this? This is the testimony of our love. Sorry about that. Liu Hanzheng pouted. You have to promise me a request or I'll stay mad at you. What's the request? Change the warranty, at least until next year. When the bell rang, Zhang Zhu returned to his seat with a new memo in his hand that read Witnesses of Love. Time July 1, 2013. Warranty July 7, 2014. Zhang Zhu opened the pen bag and put the memo into a separate compartment. In the office of the second-year math team, after each teacher counts the grades of his or her class, she submits the grades to the head of the team for compilation. Each subject team leader then submits the grades for each subject to the grade level coordinator for compilation. The head of the grade instructed these teachers not to inquire about the grades of other classes until the report card was posted. As a result, every teacher now knows only the grades of the students in his or her class. As the principal's husband, Guo Yuan certainly wanted to play a leading role, so he did not inquire directly to Class 19 class. However, Zhu Shanyu is a gossiping maniac. He is now itching to know the results of the students in other classes, especially the 19th class of the second year led by Guo Yuan. So he purposely sighed, Hey, our class did really poorly this time. Only one student scored more than 110 points, or just 110 points. This has instantly provoked complaints from other teachers. Teacher Zhu, you can be satisfied. Our class doesn't even have one person who scored above 110. In my class, 100 is a high score. The question paper this time came out even harder than the mock exams, and a lot of people in my class didn't even pass. Zhu Shan, you see the atmosphere has been, then began to ask about the results. Do you know? This time our school has a few students' math test to 110 points or more. I think it's definitely less than the final mock exam. There were 13 people who scored 110 or more on the final mock exam. And I don't think there were more than 10 on this exam. I want to know too, but Director Cheng won't let us ask for grades. Zhou Shanyu waved his hand and said, I know what Director Cheng has in mind. He just doesn't want us to reveal our grades to the students. So let's discuss it amongst ourselves and not tell the students. Won't that be enough? He also said toward the head of the math faculty. Oh, head of the faculty, just show us the report card. We won't tell. The head of the teaching and research team took a sip of tea and said slowly. Teacher Guo wasn't even that eager to ask, What are you guys in a hurry for? A few years ago, the position of head of the mathematics teaching and research unit was still Guo Yuan's. In recent years, Guo Yuan has a lot of things to do and often needs to go to the education bureau for meetings. So he gave up the position to the current head of the unit. As a result, the current team leader has a better relationship with Mr. Kwok. Mr. Guo's class has Gao Yifan, this kind of math school bully. This time must test also very high. Mr. Guo certainly not anxious, but our other classroom teachers are very apprehensive in their hearts. Prepare the lesson are not well prepared, Zhu Shanyu said. Teaching and research leader, I can't show you the report card yet. But if you have any questions you can ask. I'll try to answer them. The other teachers also gathered around. Ready to hear some news? Zhu Shanyu asked. How many people in total have scored 110 points or more in our grade? Teaching and research leader, there are 5 of them. 5? So few. Teachers look at each other with a questioning look in their eyes. Zhu Shanyu asked a circle of teachers, Is there anyone in your class with a score of 110 or higher? Is there anyone in your class with a score of 110 or higher? The circle of teachers around him shook their heads. Zhu Shanyu, none of your classes have any, and there is 1 in my class. So in that case, the remaining 4 are all in the class led by you, Mr. Guo and the team leader. The head of the faculty nodded. Not bad. Seo Sanyu, how many points did you get on the grade 1 exam? Faculty leader, 120 points. Hissed the surrounding teachers, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Can any student get a perfect score on this paper? Team leader, Are you sure it's not an error in grade registration? I've confirmed it many times, and it won't register wrong. Zhu Shanyu was also surprised and said in a daze, I thought Gao Yifan might get a high score, but I didn't think he would get a perfect score nowadays. The student bullies are much more powerful than we were back then. Teacher Guo is really lucky to have such a powerful student. The head of the teaching and research group wore a smile. Gao Yifan did do well in the exam, and the students led by Teacher Guo are really quite impressive. Zhou Shanyu is actually very envious of Guo Yuwen, and this long-term envy has slowly evolved into jealousy in his heart. Why do you let Kwok Yuwen take care of all the good students? Give me Gao Yifan, and he'll get a perfect score, right? Therefore, he urgently needs to find out Guo Yuwen's weaknesses, mistakes, so that he can eliminate the jealousy in his heart. Suddenly, Zhu Shanyu's mind flashed out a person's name. Team leader, how did Zhang Zhu, the competition student under Teacher Guo's guidance, do on the exam? Although he's been spending all his time in love lately, I really hope he can score 110 points so that he won't lose face to Mr. Guo. Teaching and research team leader, this you can rest assured. Zhang Zhu did test above 110 points. Did not let down Mr. Guo's expectations. Damn, I didn't expect this Zhang Zhu's math score to be quite stable, and this has allowed him to mix it up to more than 110 points. Zhou Shanyu's fists were clenched, and his mind quickly thought about which other students in Guo Yuwen's class were worth talking about, when a second name popped into his head. Zhang Zhu's love interest seems to be called Liu Hanjing. Right, I heard that she used to be a good student, but it's a pity that she wants to fall in love with Zhang Zhu. And her results in the last mock exam were so bad that she only scored 82 points in math. Team leader, can you tell me what Liu Hanjing's grade is? This time I really hope that she can change her ways. Not to say that her grades will go up, but at least to maintain the level of 80 points, and then go down. Her grades are about to fail. Teaching and research team leader Director Cheng has instructed that I cannot tell you Liu Hanjing's results. But you don't have to worry about this student. She did very well. Zhu Shanyu was anxious and a bit angry. Team leader, why can't we talk about her grades? Gao Yifan's results you have told us. She is no better than Gao Yifan's exam. Cannot be higher than Gao Yifan's exam. Teaching and research team leader, when did I tell you about Gao Yifan's grades? Zhu Shanyu, didn't you just say that Gao Yifan scored 120 points? The head of the teaching and research team, did I say 120 points were scored by Gao Yifan? Zhu Shanyu, if it's not Gao Yifan, then who else could it be? Who else could have gotten this score? Head of the teaching and research section, I can't tell you yet. I have to get Director Cheng's permission. Xuanyu, well, even if you don't tell me Gao Yifan's score, then Liu Hanjing's score can always be told. Right? Your selling lawsuits like this is not intentionally angry people. In fact, Zhu Shanyu Hart already roughly guessed Liu Hanjing's score. Can be in the head of the teaching and research group was said to be very good. Then Liu Hanjing must have been more than 100 points. It's just that the team leader is so petty and cautious that he has to hide and pinch a score of more than 100 points. At that moment, the grade-level director, Mr. Cheng, came to the office of the math team, came to the desk of the head of the team, and said to him, I just finished talking to Gao Yifan, so I can announce the grades now. So why don't you come with me to put up the grade posters? Okay, Director Cheng, the head of the teaching and research team said, and walked out with Director Cheng. Zhu Shanyu went forward and called out to the head of the teaching and research group, head of the group. Now you can't hide it from me anymore, can you, in the morning? You were too strict. You even refused to tell me the score of Liu Hanjing. The head of the grade school turned back and looked at Xuanyu with a strange gaze. If I didn't hear you right, you just said Liu Hanjing. Xuanyu, yes, although she did well on the exam, and the group leader has strictly followed your instructions. But is it necessary to hide a score of 100 or so points at the top of the day like this? Director Cheng and the head of the teaching and research team looked at each other and both laughed. Director Cheng said, go take out your report card and show it to them first. The head of the faculty pulls a report card from his desk drawer that shows the grade-level math test scores. I'll put this report card on my desk, so if you want to see it later, you can take it and look at it yourselves. Zhu teacher, just 120, 118. These three people are breaking away from the rest of the class in math. And the last student in our school to score above 110 was in my class of 20, and that student scored 112. Teacher Zhu, it's not that I don't want to tell you Liu Hanjing's scores, but Director Zheng instructed me not to disclose the scores of the top 3 grades. I'm really sorry for making you wait. After that, he laughed out loud, as if he had been holding it in for a long time, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. The other teachers couldn't help themselves. Zhu Shanyu stood frozen in place. his brain messed up into a ball of glue. His mouth kept shivering. Liu, Zhang, in the 19th class of the second year of junior high school. A large part of the math class has already been held, mainly by Mr. Guo Yuan, the teacher who explains the exam questions on the blackboard. And it is near the end of the class report. At this time, Gao Yifan walked in from the outside of the classroom. His face was full of vigor, and his report was shouted particularly loudly, "Incoming," as soon as Guo Yuan finished speaking. The bell rang, and the student's tense state became relaxed. When Gao Yifan returned to his seat, his classmates asked him, "Gao Yifan, look at your smug face. What happened?" Gao Yifan said just. He spoke so loudly that the whole class could hear what he said. My classmate said enviously, "In that case, you don't have to study for 1 year in junior high school." "Right, that's too good. You look book." Gao Yifan looks serious, although this is the reason. "But I certainly will not slack off. Learning is like a boat against the current. Do not advance or retreat. The 3rd year, I have no pressure to go to school. Just can focus on learning, and strive for the midterm can help Zhongsheng 3 in the city to get a good ranking." The table said, "If you're that good, aren't you going to get the top spot on the midterm?" Now the words cannot say too full. After all, there is still a year to go. I do not have a great grasp of the examination of the top student. But everything still have to do their best. In his heart, Gao Yifan likes to be praised by others, but his words are still humble. People in front of him, behind him, and to the left and right of him, all turned around to congratulate him. What high genius, high school bully, and so on. His ears have heard a cocoon. Zhongsheng 3 high schools are scrambling to sign with you so early. Gao Yifan, you didn't come first in the city, did you? This is also too powerful. In previous years, the city's first most of the time is the summer teacher attached to the first middle school. Junior high school people take. You are to help us, Zhongsheng 3rd middle school, to praise Ah. In fact, Director Cheng had absorbed the lessons learned from the 2 previous occasions, when he talked to L.A. Yu Hanjiang and Zhang Zhu. And when he exchanged views with Gao Yifan, he did not tell him what his ranking was. So, Gao Yifan enjoys the bragging rights of his classmates. But he doesn't know how many places he got in the exam. Okay, I've taken everyone's blessings. And in the future, if you have any questions about your studies, you can ask me and I'll try my best to help you. Gao Yifan's hands were waving, and his chest was surging with the grandeur of pointing out the mountains and rivers. P.S. Today is a good risk. The evening final exams to more than 8 o'clock. Back to the dormitory began to write. But also good in the last 2 minutes of today's 4,000 words to catch up. False alarm. Today almost break more. The school bell rang not long after. Liu Hanjiang stood up and picked up the water cup, intending to get water. When passing by Yan Maodong's seat, Yan Maodong suddenly stretched out a foot. Liu Hanjiang didn't pay attention and directly tripped. Luckily, she reacted in time and braced herself against the table with both hands, not falling to the ground. But the glass of water in her hand still fell to the ground. Good thing it was a plastic cup and didn't break. Oops, Sister Willow. Sorry about that. Yan Maodong opened her mouth wide, revealing a surprised and somewhat apologetic expression. I just had some questions that I wanted to go and ask fellow student Gao Yifan, and I was just about to get up when I didn't think that I would happen to trip over Sister Liu. It's okay. Liu Hanjiang didn't want to talk to her and picked up the glass of water on the ground, ready to leave. Sister Liu, wait a moment. I remember that you seem to have been called out today by the grade of Director Zheng. Right? Gao Yifan students were called out by Director Zheng. Is because the Zhongsheng 3 high schools fancy him and want to sign a contract with him. Then Sister Liu was called out most of the day. Director Zheng is looking for you. What is the matter? Could it be that the first affiliated school of the Zia teacher has taken a liking to Sister Liu and is coming to sign a contract with you? Yan Maodong blinked her eyes and looked at Liu Hanjiang with a sincere face, as if her words were really just a question. Around the classmates also laughed. They are clear that Liu Hanjiang was called out because of what? Yan Maodong asked. The words successfully amused them. Liu Hanjiang said, "The first affiliated high school of Ziashi is indeed the best high school in the province. But I have already decided to sign a contract with the 3rd high school of Zhongsheng, although it's a pity. But I do have my own considerations." The words out. Around the students laughed more intensely. They all think this is Liu Hanjiang thick skin, willing to play the clown, through the self-black to win the goodwill of other students. Yan Maodong did not expect Liu Hanjiang to answer this way. This is not the strong Liu Hanjiang that she has always known. Sister Liu is so amazing. Is Sister Liu really sure that she can get a contract with the first affiliated middle school of the Zia Teachers Association? Yan Maodong's mouth was wide open. Her hands closed over her mouth, and her eyes were bulging, as if she really believed what Liu Hanjing said. I remember last week's modeling test. Me and Sister Willow tested about the same high. I thought I was doing pretty well on this week's final exam. But I didn't realize that I'd already been left far behind by Sister Willow. The surrounding students are all looking at this side, as if they are watching a movie. Liu Hanjing suddenly smiled crookedly, and stretched out a hand to pat Yan Meiyodong's shoulder, saying, "Yan sister, don't be discouraged. This time, although the test is not as good as me, but work hard. Next time there is still a chance to close the gap. I look forward to you, yo." Yan Meiyodong heart some gas. There 2 times the sarcasm of the weird and strange did not stimulate the Liu Hanjing. On the contrary, was she borrowed the slope down the donkey to take advantage of the tongue. Sister Willow, you're such a joker. The results haven't even come out yet, so how can you be so sure that I didn't do as well as you? Yan Meiyodong finally removed her disguise and went straight for the head-on attack. In fact, I feel that I did quite well this time. I only missed 2 big questions in math, but I wrote down all the steps, so I should be able to get some points. And there was only 1 question at most that I couldn't do in the other questions. If we do this calculation, I can score at least 85 in math, which is even higher than my score in the last mock test. As for language and English, they were originally my strengths, and my physics scores were relatively stable every time I took the test. So, even though this final exam is harder than the mock exam, my score has improved instead. I wonder how much did Sister Willow score? And what's the confidence to say that the score can leave me far behind? Liu Hanjing, Sister Yan, this is your fault. Obviously, you are the one who said that your grades are far behind mine. I only agreed with your point of view. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going to go fetch water. Class will start in a while. As she was about to leave, Gao Yifan, who was sitting diagonally in front of Yan Meiyodong, stood up and blocked her way. In Gao Yifan's mind, Liu Hanjing said just now that he could get a contract with the first affiliated middle school of the Zia Teachers Association, which is a disrespect to his grades and a slap in his face. After all, he said a few minutes ago that he could sign a contract with the Zhongcheng Third High School. Liu Hanjing, a student who can't even get into the top 20 in his grade, can go to a school even better than him. Does it mean that he signed this thing has no gold content? Liu Hanjing students, I think we as students, or should be down to earth, do not empty talk big talk. Deceive others at the same time is also cheating themselves. You say right, Liu Hanjing was puzzled. When did I make empty promises? Gao Yifan, I didn't want to make it clear. But since you don't know yourself, I have to reason with you. What you said in the morning is like saying that the Zia Shi First affiliated middle school is asking for a contract with you. How can this happen? How can this happen? You are not a top student. How can you be qualified to let Zia Shi Payan Middle School treat you like this? Since you've already said your words, you can't take them back. I just want to tell you, people should be self-aware. You're a female classmate, bragging like those greasy guys who masturbate and drink all day long. It's not right. I hope you can correct it right away. By this time, Zhang Zhu had already circled around from his position and walked over, gently pushing Gao Yifan away and pulling Liu Hanjing's clothes towards the outside of the classroom. Come with me to fetch water. And leave these 2 nagging fellows alone. Liu Hanjing was led out of the classroom by Zhang Zhu like a gentle lamb. Woohoo! All the students in the classroom made similar noises, which could be called an uproar, but not really. Usually, when a classmate shows public affection, the class will collectively make this sound. The quiet classroom erupted into a frenzy. Chi, what is this? You've been caught lying and you're running away. And Gan Meiyodong was so angry that she stomped her feet. No matter, these little tricks will only be a passing cloud in the end, if one's strength is not up to it. Bragging alone will not serve any purpose. Gao Yifan still looks like a light-hearted person, as if nothing can enter his eyes. At that moment, a noise came from the corridor outside the classroom. Grades are posted. The grades are posted. Students are pouring out of the classroom, wanting to be the first to know their grades and rankings. Gao Yifan said it doesn't matter. I already know I'm number 1, so there's no need to look at it and so on. But his legs still honestly stepped out of the classroom. In the corridor, Mr. Cheng is putting up posters of report cards with several teachers. The leaderboard posters were posted from back to front and are still being posted for 901-1000, surrounded by more and more students. Director Zheng had to hand over the work of posting posters to a teacher beside him, while he went to organize the students to disperse. Students, teachers are putting up posters, so don't gather here. It will add a lot of trouble to our work. You can come and see it in the next class. All the posters will be up by then, so students just have to look at it. It took Mr. Cheng a while to evacuate most of the gathered students. But there were still some students whose classes were closer to the corridor, walking around and taking a look at the posters. Teachers posting posters very familiar with the action. Even half a classroom not even used, all the posting has been completed. Junior class 19 is the closest to the corridor, and the students in the class were the first to gather here. Angan Meorong first looked at the second poster, looking carefully from top to bottom. Last time she came 100 and something, and she was sure that this time she would do better than last time. After searching the second poster twice, she didn't see her name, nor did she see Liu Hanjiang's name. Then looking to the first poster, from the bottom up, she found her name at number 91, rank 91, Ngan Meorong, junior class 19, total 378, language 102, math 86, English 108, physics 82. What the heck? How come the total score is only 1 point higher than last time? Although math improved by 7 points, but unfortunately language regressed by 5 points, and physics regressed by 1 point. However, because the overall difficulty level was much higher this time, she only improved by 1 point, but improved her ranking by 17 places. Yan Meorong was a bit disappointed, but then revealed a smile. Liu Hanjiang can't even get into the top 200 this time. Let's see what she'll do. Next, she ran to the third poster and searched from top to bottom for Liu Hanjiang's name. No luck. The fourth poster, too, was nowhere to be found. Fifth, sixth, all the way to the ninth sheet. She couldn't find Liu Hanjiang's name. She had a horrible thought in her heart, although she guessed that Liu Hanjiang would do very poorly in the exam. But no matter what, Liu Hanjiang couldn't have gotten over 900th place. Then, Liu Hanjiang could only be on the first poster and ranked above her. Ngan Meorong did not accept this result, and she still held out hope in her heart that Liu Hanjiang's name would appear on this last poster. Look at the first name on this poster, rank 901, Zhao Junyan, junior 4, total 216, language 75, math 20, English 81, physics 40. Yan Meorong could not help but blush a little. I and brother Zhao is really a pair of heavenly creation. His ranking is only 1 more than me, 0. This does not mean that the barrier between us is 0. There is only fate left. The more I thought about it, the more ashamed I became, and it took me a while to get over it. Yan Meorong continued to look down the list. All the way to the end, Liu Hanjiang's name still did not appear. No way. Did she really get back into the top 30 again? At that moment, Zhang Zhu and Liu Hanjiang walked over with a cup of water in one hand, shoulder to shoulder. Yan Meorong said, disheartened, Sister Liu, I didn't think you'd make it into the top 30 of your grade this time. Your grades are still really stable. Liu Hanjiang smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sister Yan, for the compliment. Gao Yifan, who was walking slowly behind the many students to show that he didn't care about his grades, came over and, hearing what they were saying, opened his mouth. The top 30 in the grade is not bad, but it's not enough to support you to tell such a big lie. If it's the midterm, the top 30 in our school's grade may just be able to reach the score line of the first affiliated middle school of the Zia teacher. But just based on this ranking, you want them to sign an early contract with you. That's just a fool's errand. Zhang Zhu, Gao Yifan, don't jump to conclusions. There are high and low scores in the top 30 grades. So let's take a look at the scores, shall we? Gao Yifan habitually looked at the first line of the first poster, ranking 1. Liu Hanjiang, junior class 19, total 452, language 113, math 120, English 119, physics 100. He stood as dumbfounded and frozen as if he had been struck by lightning. How could it not be me in first place? How is it possible that there could be someone who got a perfect score on a math test besides me? Yan Meorong was looking from the bottom up and never found Liu Hanjiang's name when Gao Yifan's movement attracted her, and she followed Gao Yifan's gaze to the first line. She shivered and took a few steps closer for another look. Then he rubbed his eyes again and looked again, and Gan Meorong's brain felt like it had been hit by a hammer, and she was a bit dazed. First, he was shocked, and then in an instant, that intense feeling of jealousy came back to him. Since the last time she had scored dozens of places higher than Liu Hanjiang, this feeling of jealousy had been alleviated for a week, and now it was coming back like a furious sea. Yan Meorong's fists were clenched, her nails pinched hard into her flesh, her body trembled, but she could not speak. Gao Yifan came back to his senses from his stupor. But I can barely accept second place, and when I'm lucky enough to score 120 points in math, it's a coincidence that I can get it. Then his eyes moved to the second line, ranking 2. Zhang Zhu. Junior Class 19. Total 441. Language 103. Math 120. English 118. Physics 100 what? I didn't even come in second place. How is it possible for two people to get a 120 in math besides me? You watch? Gao Yifan covered his chest. He only felt that it was already hard to breathe. His eyes barely looked towards the third line, rank 3. Gao Yifan, Junior Class 19. Total 431. Language 99. Mathematics 118. English 116. Physics 98. I can't believe. I missed Zhang Zhu by 10 points. Suddenly, a bright voice rang out. What a gap in the file break. Zhang Zhu's good buddy. Chen Yunjian excitedly pounced on Zhang Zhu and almost knocked him down. Zhang Zhu, this score of yours is a gap between the gears. And your wife, Liu Hanjiang, is also a gap. This exam is really strange. The top 3, even one person, a file. Everyone is higher than the back of 1 or 2 10 points. This can let us ranked behind how to catch up. Gao Yifan, as if he had been hit by a violent attack, trembled and found a wall to lean against, tilted his head up, and looked at the sky at 45 degrees, only to feel that the blue sky had become gray. Zhang Zhu and Chen Yunjian were joking around. Don't talk nonsense about wives. You're yelling so loud. Do you want me to be famous in the whole school? Liu Hanjiang's face was flushed. His heart was happy, and he couldn't stop smiling on his face. Aren't you already famous all over school? Chen Yunjian said, this time really let me open my eyes. I have never seen the total score of the exam, only deducted 8 points of the person. Sister-in-law, this time I am afraid to test the city's first it. What are you calling your sister-in-law for? Am I that old? Liu Hanjing scolded. Yan Miodong couldn't hear their laughter and ran back to the classroom in a bored state, sat down in her seat, and pounded the desk fiercely. The busy Monday is finally coming to an end, and school is over for the 3 middle schools in Zhangcheng. Group after group of people passed by Liu Hanjiang and Zhang Zhu and walked quickly towards the entrance of the school. The two of them just walked slowly, trying to lengthen the distance from the classroom door to the school gate in this way. The two were very close, but did not hold hands after all. It is in the school. Afraid of bad influence. Zhang Zhu, we made a deal. Go back and say to parents agreed to sign a contract with Zhongqing 3 High School. We pull the hook. Liu Hanjiang's little thumb hooked up and reached out to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu reached out and pulled the hook with her. In fact, Liu Hanjiang just wanted to touch Zhang Zhu. Her jade hand and Zhang Zhu's white hand touched each other, and a ripple seemed to spread in her heart. At the entrance of the school, Liu Hanyang and Zhang Zhu were facing each other. Liu Hanyang lifted his head, and Zhang Zhu lowered his head. Ryu Hanjiang, I want to kiss you so bad. Zhang Zhu still in front of the school, not afraid of being yelled at by the security guards. Ryu Hanjiang, then give me a hug. Zhang Zhu, we can find a place farther away from the school gate, under an osmanthus tree, 500 meters outside the school gate. Liu Hanjiang hugged Zhang Zhu tightly for a while. After saying goodbye, Zhang Zhu watched Liu Hanjiang's back disappear at the end of the long street, and then turned around and walked towards his home. The rented house is quite remote, and the nearest door to the school is through an alley. On one side of the alley, there is a small area enclosed by a wall, and on the other side, there is another small area enclosed by a wall. The alley is not so narrow that a sedan can pass through it, but it is not so wide that 2 sedans can't pass through it. Zhang Zhu walked to the middle of the alley. In front of the intersection suddenly appeared a group of short-sleeved tattooed men. About 10 or so. Several of them are very familiar. He thought carefully about the group of people he had met at the basketball court below the Mingzin training class last weekend. Zhang Zhu even borrowed a basketball from them and used it to take pictures and draw pictures for Zhu Qi. And in the meantime, he gave a few foul shots to the leader of the group, the man with the blue dragon tattooed on his neck. The group of people in front of us are all holding long knives and steel pipes, and they are obviously not good people. This old man, how are you? You want to play with me again recently? Zhang Zhu smiled and waved at the green dragon tattooed man. The man with the green dragon tattoo is none other than Zhao Mingqiang's confidant, Wu Jinhao, who is known as Brother Ho. Play what ball? You kid is too good at basketball. I can't beat you. Wu Jinhao rubbed the steel pipe in his hand and approached Zhang Zhu step by step. Then why did you come to see me? Why did you bring so many brothers? Did you come to buy me a drink? I have to warn you, I'm still a minor. I can't drink. Zhang Zhu squatted down and tightened his shoelaces. Egu, you guy can think too much of me. Can let me invite guests are all the rich and famous. You do not have that qualification. Wu Jinhao swings the pipe carelessly, his steps not in a hurry. Then why have you come to me, and who are you people? Zhang Zhu stood up and tightened his pants again. I came to teach you a lesson. Oh, what lesson? Don't touch a woman you shouldn't touch. Zhang Zhu laughed. I've touched too many women, not to mention my family and friends. Even the convenience store cashier mom, I have had money with her. I don't know which one of the women in the old brother's mouth is referring to. Don't pretend in front of me. You must know it in your heart. Do you know who Liu Hanjiang's favorite woman is? Wu Jin. How jabbed the steel pipe to the ground. How can you get your hands on the woman that I, the crown prince of the strong dragon group, have my eyes on? And what if I touch it? Zhang Zhu took the bag off his shoulder and weighed it, feeling that it was a bit heavy and not quite right for his hand. We also talk about rules, since you touched it. Then leave a hand, Wu Jin. How raised his left hand slightly. And the dozens of boys behind him showed the long knives and steel pipes in their hands, pointing at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu slightly shook his head and sighed, opened the zipper of the book bag, and threw out the books one by one. Why did you throw the book out? Wu Jin, Hao asked. These days, the school bag is as heavy as the pressure on students, and you can't swing it without losing a few books. At this time, Zhang Zhu's remaining light caught a glimpse behind him. There are only two people behind him, Song Bingjie and Long Taoyi, who beat him up last time under the Mingzin training class. But now both of them are holding steel rods in their hands, and their fighting power has been upgraded to a higher level than before. Oh, you just got these two stinky fish and shrimp to block me in the back, but it's just as well. I can return the few blows these two hit me with. Long Taoyi said contemptuously. Zhang Zhu, in the last basketball game, you made our basketball team lose face. And this time when it falls in our hands, at least we have to let you shed a layer of skin, Song Bingjie said grimly. Let's see how you can still play basketball in the future when Hao cuts off one of your hands. Zhang Zhu laughed, carrying his school bag, turned around and took a few arrow steps towards Song Bingjie and Long Taoyi. Without taking a few steps, he arrived in front of Song Bingjie and smiled towards her. You're not coming. I can't even find a chance to beat you both. As he said that, he sidestepped the steel pipe that Long Taoyi chopped at him. Song Bingjie also took the steel pipe and smashed it at Zhang Zhu, but her hand suddenly froze in midair. Zhang Zhu's hand grabbed his wrist like an iron clamp and folded it with force. Ah, with a scream. The steel pipe fell out of his hand and was caught by Zhang Zhu. Thanks for the steel pipe from the old iron. Zhang Zhu thumped Song Bingjie on the head with his free hand. Song Bingjie's mind went blank, and she instantly fell to the ground. Without looking, Zhang Zhu directly swung the steel pipe horizontally and framed the attack of the Dragon Tao isolated steel pipe. Another punch lands and Long Taoyi falls to the ground. Zhang Zhu shook his hands, moved his muscles and bones, and then danced the steel pipe out a few sword blossoms to find the feeling. The level of the members of Zia's national Wushu Sanchu team really lives up to its name. He'd always wanted to try his hand at real combat, and today was the day to do it. Bah, Wu Jin, Hao spat on the wall. I shouldn't have believed these two little brats, insisting that they could break the back, but now they're giving weapons to the other side. He raised the steel pipe and shouted, Brothers, charge up with me. Don't let Zhang Zhu escape. A dozen men with shiny weapons ran through the alleys, picking up dirt and dust. On the other side of the alley, there was only one man, and he just stood there, quiet as a statue, when the group of people on the other side came close enough. Zhang Zhu picked up his school bag and threw it forward with all his strength. This throw could not stop the 10 or so people on the other side, but it could stop their forward momentum for a short while. In this fleeting moment, Zhang Zhu made a move. The first one to fall was a fat man with a long knife. The long knife in his hand was picked into his hand by Zhang Zhu with a steel pipe. Next, Zhang Zhu used a steel pipe in one hand and a long knife in the other, using only 2 strikes on each person. The long knife to cut the legs and the steel pipe to hit the head. One after the other, the punks fell. But Zhang Zhu was like a loach, rolling around like a loach, flawless, in the blink of an eye. There were only 4 people left on the other side. TMD, I've run into a tough one today. Wu Jin, Hao cursed angrily. Boss, what should we do? Should we retreat first? A gangster with a long knife beside him asked. Fuck you. I've been on the road for over 10 years, and I've never been shady. Bang! The steel pipe struck Wu Jinhao's head, and he only felt the sky spinning and fell to the ground. I'm sorry. You guys are creeping around too much. Can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. Zhang Zhu pointed at the remaining 3 punks and said. The 3 gangsters took a few steps back and glanced at each other. They had a heart-to-heart. They all sensed the determination of their companions. So they turned around and ran. Snort, snort, snort. The 3 of them only felt a sharp pain in their legs and fell to the ground. Their legs were all cut by the long knife in Zhang Zhu's hand, creating a long bloody scar. 3 more strikes and they were knocked out. Few that was dangerous almost got hurt by them, Zhang Zhu let out a long breath, came to Wu Jinhao's side, and squatted down. Stop pretending. I just had a good control of my force. You should be awake now. Wu Jinhao opened his eyes and looked at the knife in Zhang Zhu's hand with a hint of fear. But his mouth still did not give way. Are you really in middle school? How can you fight so well? What? You just said you want to chop off my hand. Why don't you say it again? Are you being shady? Wu Jinhao narrowed his eyes. I'm backed by the strong dragon group. Kid, take it easy with your words. You're still talking when your life is in someone else's hands. Zhang Zhu smiled. If you let me go, we can talk terms. It's against the law to kill someone. You know that, right? Not only will you get kicked out of school, you'll go to jail. Wu Jinhao's teeth were clenched, and his mind was racing, thinking about how to stabilize Zhang Zhu. I'm not criminally liable for killing you. Do you realize that? Besides, you guys started it. The knife and stick in Zhang Zhu's hand rubbed against each other, making a piercing sound. Wu Jinhao shivered in fear, but still held on, trying to keep himself calm, and said, Do you want money? I can give you money you can't earn in your life. You can take it to fill up games and drink and pick up girls. Zhang Zhu put the knife on Wu Jinhao's neck. Sorry, none of this interests me. Don't know. Wu Jinhao finally confessed this big brother. Is little brother, I was wrong. I will never dare to offend big brother again. I will count out to big brother. With that, he slammed his head into the ground. When Zhang Zhu saw that the effect of intimidation had been achieved, he did not continue to force the matter, and the next step was to pacify him. Well, don't kowtow. It's not like I like people kowtowing. Wu Jinhao stopped, but did not dare to speak, looking at Zhang Zhu with fear and trepidation. I don't want money or anything. I only have one request. Don't bother me anymore. Okay. I'll do whatever big brother says. Wu Jinhao looked at the brothers lying around and felt some sadness in his heart. They're not dead. I was careful what I did. I only knocked them out. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. Big brother's great kindness. Wu Jinhao without teeth cannot forget. Wu Jinhao has two great skills to make it on the road. One is righteousness, and the other is kowtowing. When it's time to get shady, it's time to get shady. And when it's time to pay respect to the peer, it's time to pay respect to the peer. Zhao Junyan even did such a dirty thing for Liu Hanjing. Zhang Zhu felt nothing but disgust in his heart. Big brother, it wasn't Mr. Zhao who arranged this. It was me. Just after Wu Jinhao said this, he felt that it was not good. Wouldn't he be provoking Zhang Zhu by saying this? So he hastily changed his words. No, I didn't set it up. It's who arranged this. Zhang Zhu stroked the steel rod and looked at him with a smile. My lord, forgive me. I wouldn't dare. Wu Jinhao started to perform the kowtow technique again. All right. You give me an oath with your life. No, with your boss Zhao Minqiang's name. You strong dragon group and I will draw a clear line here. From now on, well water does not interfere with river water. Wu Jinhao was forced to take an oath, of course. Zhang Zhu didn't believe that he would keep his oath, but he didn't continue to threaten him. Big brother. Can I take the brothers away? Wu Jinhao asked cautiously. No, I have to call the police, and you can't leave until the sheriff takes you away. Wu Jinhao nodded. He didn't care about the vigilantes. The power of the Kainglong group in Tingbei province is deeply entrenched, and there is still a big tree in the heavenly court to protect them, so a mere security bureau cannot touch them at all. Zhang Zhu dialed the phone number of the sheriff's department, and then waited at the same place. After about 10 minutes, several police cars drove over and took Zhang Zhu and Wu Jinhao into the car. Inside the security bureau, I ran into an old acquaintance, veteran criminal police officer Yang Zujun, after the police station to do a statement. You look book, Yang Zujun proposed to drive Zhang Zhu back. Zhang Zhu did not refuse. On the road, Zhang Zhu remained silent, while the doubts in Yang Zujun's mind grew deeper and deeper. Mr. Zhang Zhu, have you studied fighting before? Oh, I've studied a little. Which teacher taught you? Self-taught. Yang Zujun was silent. Originally, in the Su Qingqing kidnapping incident, he had already dispelled his suspicion of Zhang Zhu. And now his suspicion has risen again. This junior high school student is really too weird. So weird that he felt that Zhang Zhu could do anything. Yang Zujun sent Zhang Zhu home. After entering the house, Zhang Zhu saw his mother, He Huli, waiting very anxious. Yang Zujun also followed into the house to explain the specific situation to He Huli. Emily was surprised and happy to hear that. Zayaju, is what Sheriff Yang said true? Can you really beat up a dozen people all by yourself? Zhang Zhu nodded. Yes. Yang Zujun heard their conversation and asked Ho Wai Lai keenly. Mrs. Ho, according to what you said just now, your son is so powerful in Kung Fu. Don't you know it yet? Huli, my son, from childhood excellent grades. The mind is buried in the study, which have the time to practice martial arts. Yong Zujun pondered for a moment, then smiled and spoke to Zhang Zhu. Mr. Zhang, let's leave each other a phone number. Do you have WeChat? Can we add it? Could be. After coming out of Zhang Zhu's house, Yong Zujun leaned against his car, took out a cigarette, took out his lighter, lit it and took a drag, kind of. Yong Zujun laughed and exhaled a ring of smoke from his mouth. Back in his room, Zhang Zhu opened the system and checked his ability level. Fighting level LV1, progress 7100. After a fight, Zhang Zhu was a bit surprised that he could go up so much. In his spare time these days, he had incidentally learned a bit about computers and chemistry for the competition, and the corresponding ability levels had activated. All-purpose learning system, computer power activated, calculator level of E0, progress 10100, Omni learning system, chemical abilities activated, chemistry level of E0, progress 10100. It's a long way to go. Zhang Zhu made a long pause, and his mind was full of thoughts, very worried, although he had repelled Wu Jinhao and the others today. It was far from reassuring. This time, Wu Jinhao is not clear that a junior high school student can have such a fighting force. When he is well prepared, he can always find the door to take revenge on Zhang Zhu, but Zhang Zhu couldn't do anything about it. Wu Jinhao was in the dark, and Zhang Zhu was in the light. Wu Jinhao could instruct his minions to retaliate against Zhang Zhu with no bottom line at all, while Zhang Zhu could hardly find Wu Jinghao's door to give him a punch. The fundamental reason for this is that the deterrent power of Wu Jinhao's side and Zhang Zhu's side are not on the same level at all. The power of the Kyung Lung group behind Wu Jinhao is spread all over Tingpei province, while Zhang Zhu is all alone. In modern society, we have to emphasize on power and background. It is useless to rely on the ability to fight. And it is no different from a small yakuza. Zhang Zhu's biggest worry is that Wu Jinhao will find his family to take revenge. I have to find a backer, too, but how? Zhang Zhu is a junior high school student. His parents are ordinary laborers, and he can't find any power in his relatives that can make the Kyung group afraid to do anything. At that moment, the cell phone screen lit up and flashed a WeChat message. Su kinking Zhang Zhu. Are you free this weekend? Zhang Zhu stared at the cell phone for a while and laughed out of relief. Here comes the backer, the Su family. As the descendants of the great achievements of the Xia kingdom, at the beginning of the founding of the country, only need to open their mouths to say a word, can keep his family's peace. But I'm free. What do you want to see me about? Su kinking, there is a musical called Cats in the Tingpei Provincial Grand Theater on the weekend. It's a world touring show. I've always wanted to go see it, and this time it happens to be in Tingpei province, so I've got an extra ticket here. Do you have time to go with me to see it? Zhang Zhu hadn't thought about how to reply yet. Su kinking then sent a message. Su kinking, the musical is in the evening. If you have time, we can find a place to have a meal together in the afternoon. I haven't thanked you for the last time, so let me treat you to a meal this time. But yeah, I also happen to want to see a musical. Su kinking, then we'll make a deal. I'll send you a message in advance that day. You tell me the location. I'll directly send the driver uncle to pick you up on the line. But okay, that's a lot of trouble. Su Ching, no trouble at all. Liu Hanjiang, I didn't mean to go out with another woman. I just couldn't help it. And I won't have any excessive behavior with her. Zhang Zhu mentally apologized to Liu Hanjiang for a minute. Huh? Why didn't Liu Hanjiang send me a message today? Usually at this time, Liu Hanjiang would have started bombarding him with news. But today he didn't say a word. What's wrong? What are you doing? Boat. After waiting for a while, Liu Hanjiang didn't reply. Zhang Zhu felt something strange and called her again. 1, 2, 3. At the 50th second, Liu Hanjiang picked up the phone. Zhang Zhu, baby, why don't you reply to the message? Liu Hanjiang didn't reply on the phone. Zhang Zhu vaguely heard the sound of two people arguing, but the specific content was not too clear. After a while, Liu Hanjiang's voice appeared, which was hoarse and urgent. As if angry in despair, Bo, I'm arguing with my dad. I'm hanging up now. I'll talk to you more about it tomorrow at school. The phone hangs up. Zhang Zhu mobile phone thrown aside, jumped to the bed, fell asleep. It's been quite a day. Within 3 seconds he was asleep. Tuesday, July 2, 2013. The weather was cloudy. Zhongsheng 3rd Middle School remained as usual. However, Zhang Zhu felt very strange, feeling as if there was something different from the past. What is it? It wasn't until the 3rd class period that he realized what was missing. The gardenia that Liu Hanjiang puts on his desk every morning is gone. Liu Hanjiang, who dragged him to fetch water during every class, didn't come to see him today. The feeling that Liu Hanjiang liked to pinch him and squeeze him and caress him had disappeared. He finally knew what was wrong. It turned out that Liu Hanjiang had been avoiding him all day, running out of the classroom early to avoid Zhang Zhu in every classroom. During the lunch break, students go to the school cafeteria to buy lunch, and some students take boxed lunch back to the classroom to eat. Today's Liu Hanjiang also bought a boxed lunch, but did not return to the classroom, but walked to a sparsely populated path on campus. The branches of the trees on both sides of the path blocked the sunlight as much as possible, leaving only shifting patches on the ground. Finding a secluded place to sit down, Liu Hanjiang ate silently with a boxed lunch by himself. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked the sunlight in front of her. "I knew you were hiding here." "Ah." Liu Hanjiang lifted her head and screamed in fright, pointing her finger with chopsticks at Zhang Zhu. "What are you scaring me for?" Zhang Zhu held out a bottle of green-colored drink and handed it to her. "Bought you a lemonade. Take it." Liu Hanjiang lowered his head and did not accept. Zhang Zhu shook his head and pulled her down with him. "Is something on your mind today? Keep avoiding me." Liu Hanjiang didn't say anything. "Zhang Zhu, I didn't buy any cold lemon juice. Don't you like it? Then I'll buy you ice in the future." Liu Hanjiang hemmed and hawed. "Can you not be so nice to me?" Zhang Zhu, "Liu Hanjiang, please scold me. I feel bad." Zhang Zhu, "What the hell happened to you? Why only half a day later?" Like a new person, Liu Hanjiang repeatedly tried to open his mouth, but he swallowed his words when they came to his lips. Zhang Zhu did not rush her and just waited patiently. Finally, Liu Hanjiang said in a very low voice, "We may have to split up." "Why, didn't we agree on a warranty until next year?" Zhang Zhu was puzzled in his mind. My dad won't let me fall in love with you anymore," Liu Hanjiang said. "Why is that? Or are you afraid I'll interfere with your studies?" Zhang Zhu asked. Liu Hanjiang, "No." Zhang Zhu, "Then why?" Liu Hanjiang, "It's because of Zhao Junyan. My father said that the Strong Dragon Group threatened him. If I dare to talk to you about love again, let my father's company's capital chain broken, borrowed from the bank of tens of millions of loans cannot be repaid. Let my father's company bankruptcy." Zhang Zhu, "So, what do you think? Is your father forcing you to fall in love with Zhao Junyan?" "No way, I can't be in love with Zhao Junyan, not even if I die." Liu Hanjiang was very agitated, and then said in a small voice, "It's just that we may not be able to talk anymore. I understand you. You don't want to be in a relationship with Zhao Junyan, but you have to give the side of the Kaianglong group something to talk about. Breaking up with me is kind of a compromise." Zhang Zhu cuddled up to her. "I understand you, but you can't afford to mess with Strong Dragon. The snake of the earth." He sighed again. "Hey, but have you ever thought that even if you do this, if you don't go and talk to Zhao Junyan about love, will the Strong Dragon Group let your father go?" Liu Hanjiang's eyes were already filled with crystal tears. "Do you mean that you want me to talk to Zhao Junyan about love?" Zhang Zhu, "Of course not. Who do you think I am? I just want to remind you. I will try my best to help you." Suddenly, Liu Hanjiang cried out and jumped into Zhang Zhu's arms. "I am so afraid that I cannot withstand the pressure, finally still, and Zhao Junyan together. I am so afraid that this kind of thing will happen. I have been afraid to see you today. I am afraid that you scolded me. But I now find that you scolded me I heart instead better. I am so bad to you. You scold me a few words." "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh." Zhang Zhu kept holding her in his arms, letting her cry uncontrollably in his arms until his clothes were all wet with Liu Hanjiang's snot and tears. Don't be afraid when the sky falls. I will take care of it first. Let's break up in these few days. You can also give an explanation to the side of the Strong Dragon Group." Afternoon. Liu Hanjiang and Zhang Zhu never spoke again. In the evening, Liu Hanjiang came home, did not eat, directly rushed into his room, locked the door, throwing her school bag on the floor. She plopped right down on the bed and didn't move a muscle. "Zhanger, you're hungry. Come out and have a meal with Mommy." Liu Hanjiang's mother, Tang Zhaoqui, knocked on the door. Liu Fuguo was also by the door, his ear pressed against the door to listen to the movement in the room. "I'm not eating," Liu Hanjiang shouted toward the door. Liu Fuguo opened his mouth. "Zhanger, Dad knows you're in a bad mood. But the meal has to be eaten, You eat the meal and then go back to the room can be, The sound of the door lock turning sounded and the door opened. Liu Hanjiang walked out with a cold face, walked to the restaurant, and started to eat. Liu Fuguo and Tang Zhaoqui also ate along with him. "Zhanger, did anything interesting happen at school today?" "Zhanger, this is the chicken wings your mom specially made for you." "Eat more." "Zhanger, are you under a lot of pressure to study?" During the meal, Liu Fuguo gave Liu Hanjiang a lot of words, but Liu Hanjiang always ignored him, did not respond to a word. "Zhanger, This dish is delicious. I'll give you some. Liu Fuguo offers Liu Hanjiang a dish, but Liu Hanjiang knocks it away with his chopsticks. Snap. Liu Fuguo slammed his chopsticks on the table and shouted angrily, "Who do you want to show your face to? You haven't responded to a word I've said to you. Do you still recognize me as your father?" Liu Hanjiang also threw his chopsticks onto the table. His demeanor not giving way. "You have the nerve to say that. Are you such a father? If someone gives you a little bit of money, you'll sell your daughter to someone else to play with, right?" Liu Fuguo pointed at Liu Hanjiang's nose and said, "A little money. Do you know how much money that is? That's over $90 million. I work hard every day to earn money for you too. Don't I? I every day to the leader to carry bags, accompanied by laughing and drinking. And now the whole body is sick. Every night when you sleep, body tingling, you know. I do not have a day in more than 10 years to sleep well at night. You live in a big flat of more than 400 square meters. You can buy whatever you want. It is not my more than 10 years of desperate work outside to put together. Is it? Now my company is going bankrupt. You don't contribute at all. You only know how to enjoy your happiness. Right?" Liu Fuguo more and more excited. Spittle flying. Face appeared cinnabar red. "There." Tong Zaiwa Kui yelled and stopped the two men. Liu Fuguo, due to emotional agitation, collapsed on the seat, breathing heavily, as if he could not breathe. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Tang Zao Kui leaned into him quickly and asked anxiously. "My high blood pressure is back. But it's not a big problem. Just take it easy." Ryu Fukoku comforted her. "Dad," Liu Hanjiang said with tears in her eyes, "go back to your room. You both need to calm down. I'll go get the medicine for your dad." You look book," Tang Zao Kui said to Liu Hanjiang. Liu Hanjiang returned to the room, sat down on a chair, the upper half of his body lying on the desk, his back undulating up and down, huffing why. Half an hour had passed, and the tears on Liu Hanjiang's face had dried up. So she got up from her seat and walked toward Liu Fuguo's room. Ryu Fukuo came out of the room. The two of them were facing each other, and Liu Hanjiang spoke first. "Dad, just sorry. I already broke up with Zhang Zhu. You can go and talk to the side of the strong dragon group. It's just that if they insist me to talk to Zhao Junyan, Zhanger, Dad was just talking in anger. How can I force you to fall in love with someone you don't like? Don't worry. Dad will discuss with the Kainglong group. But Dad, will they still not let us go? Although the strong dragon group is overbearing, it is still necessary to be reasonable. And I also have some friends in the official circles, so I should be able to be of some use." Ryu Fuguo said kindly and opened his arms. Ryu Henyang hugged his father tightly. Back in the room, Liu Hanjing sent a message to Zhang Zhu. "My dad doesn't force me to fall in love with Zhao Junyan anymore. But I don't know what I'll do if the Kainglong group's side insists on sticking it out to the end. But I also have a bit of a beef with the Kyung Lung group. I will find a way to warn the Kyung Lung group. We probably won't be able to be lovers again, at least not for a while. But we've been lovers for a week. We've experienced what it's like, and if there's a chance, we'll be able to renew our relationship." At the end of the last class on Friday, Zhang Zhu walked out of the school alone. It's a little lonelier than before. But the joy of summer vacation has dulled the sadness, although the vacation. But Zhang Zhu did not rush to leave the rented house to go back to his hometown to live, because he still has a few things not to do. At the end of the week, there is one last session of the Mingzin training class. And after this session, he will not enroll in any more training classes. After tomorrow's training class, I still have to accompany Su Kinking to have dinner and watch a musical. TTKAN next Monday, he has to take the exam for the preliminary round of the National Middle School Mathematics Competition. I guess we can go home next Monday after the exam. Back home, put the school bag. Zhang Zhu lying on the bed. All relaxed, don't think about anything. Just give your brain a break. If it were possible, he'd love to lie down all the time. But unfortunately it wasn't. The cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Kinking. Su Kinking, a new restaurant has opened on Hongjiang North Road. And I heard from my friends that the food there is not bad. So let's go and have dinner together tomorrow afternoon. My treat, she sent a link. Zhang Zhu clicked on it. It is a new style of Chinese restaurant, but the menu is labeled each dish in 3 languages. Although Zhang Zhu could only read 2 of them, he did not know which language the third one was, but he can still see the price clearly. Most of the dishes are over $1,000, with the cheapest being in the triple digits. How many telescopes can you buy with this meal? Zhang Zhu unconsciously gulped. Su Kinking, it just so happens that this restaurant is very close to the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater, so we can take a walk there after eating. Zhang Zhu, the food in this restaurant is so expensive. Isn't it a waste of money for you? Su Kinking, it's not bad. My allowance is enough for us to have a full meal. Zhang Zhu, emoticon rich woman begging for a hug, Su kinking, you do not feel let me break the bank or feel embarrassed. I invited you to eat, the original intention is to thank you. Just hope that you can accept this intention of my next. Su kinking, besides, you saved my life, which cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Isn't it worth the price of this meal? Zhang Zhu wanted to say, I don't have any psychological burden for White Pao. He had only made a polite remark. But he did not expect Su kinking to send him a long series of words to console him. Seeing Su kinking so understanding, giving himself a step down, Zhang Zhu is a bit touched. White Pao idea, he is embarrassed to say. Zhang Zhu, I'm at your disposal. Su kinking, where are you leaving from tomorrow? I'll ask Uncle Driver to pick you up. Zhang Zhu sent Su kinking the address of a shopping district near the Mingxin training class. Tomorrow, after he finishes his training class, he doesn't have to come back. He will directly play in the shopping district for an afternoon, and then go to accompany Su kinking in the evening. A seamless transition on Saturday, 3 minutes into the class. The instructor had already begun his lecture, holding a cup of iced Americano with the Starbucks logo in his hand. Zhang Zhu walked quickly into the classroom and sat down next to Coco Zhu. Here, I owe you for last week. Zhang Zhu put the iced Americano on Coco Zhu's desk. Zhu Coco looked at him with a smile. Did polar bears run to the South Pole today? You even took the initiative to buy me a Starbucks. Have you been flush with cash lately? Zhang Zhu heatedly smiled. Isn't this the last class? I'm counting this week's share together. This cup of Starbucks should be able to top up the amount I owe you for 2 weeks. It's fine, it's fine. I'm kind of embarrassed that you're the one who's always buying me coffee anyway. Coco Zhu said, by the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. You got second in the city in the final exam. It's not bad. It's still a little far from being number 1 in the city, Zhang Zhu said with a smile. And Zhu Coco smiled back. They both thought of the same person. Zhu Coco, I heard that you were also signed by the Zhongcheng 3rd High School. You don't have to come to school in your junior year. Zhang Zhu indeed signed a contract, but the schools still have to go, at least to keep a general high school line it. Zhu Coco, in any case, you two young couple, you and Liu Hanzheng can be really powerful. This time let us Zhongcheng 3 middle school steadily over the summer teacher, attached middle school, junior high school ahead. Simply look at the results of this final examination. Others still think that the first junior high school in Zhongcheng City is our Zhongcheng 3rd middle school. Sitting in front of the queue, Ling Ling could not hear. He took the final exam to the summer teacher, attached middle school, junior high school grade 3rd. Thought this exam is so difficult. The summer teacher, attached middle school, junior high school, high IQ god, can certainly crush other schools. The city's top few, the result did not expect the city's top 3, are in the Zhongcheng 3 middle school. Summer teacher attached to the 1st middle school, junior high school's face are disgraced. As a member of the junior high school, of the 1st attached to the summer teacher, she naturally also felt very humiliated. To top it all off, she only scored 110 in math on the final exam. For Q Linling, a competition student who has been trained by the school, this score makes her ashamed to be in the competition class. Although her overall score was higher than most in her competition class, she subconsciously ducked to the side when she heard people talking about her final exam results. After all, she had the lowest math score in the entire competition class. Q Linling turned around violently and said angrily, it's just a small final exam. Right? Why are you guys blowing it out of proportion? You guys probably don't know it. But I've already signed a contract with the high school section of Xia. She first affiliated middle school, by virtue of my results in this final exam. While you guys can only sign a contract with Zhongcheng 3rd High School. So what's the point of your Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School being in the top 3 in the city? You'll end up signing a contract with a garbage school. Not only did she scold Zhang Zhu, but she also scolded Gao Yifan, who was sitting next to her. You said that you signed a contract with the high school section of Xia, Shiyi High School, on the basis of your final exam results. So why don't you tell us what your grades were? I'm all ears. Zhang Zhu said in a strange manner, in this way. Since you are studying mathematics competition, I only ask you about your math scores. Okay? Zhang Zhu still remembers. Q Ling, originally junior high school, is a mathematics competition, and then went to high school, because the mathematical talent is really not very good. Feel that in the mathematics, competition on the results cannot be achieved, and finally turned to the biology competition. The success of the national training team guaranteed entry into the Metropolitan University, so he was very curious about Q Ling's math results this time. Q Ling's face was red with anger, and she gasped through her nose, but she could not speak. After holding her tongue for a long time, she finally said, so what if you scored high in math? The questions are essentially just simple questions that involve only middle school knowledge. And if I'm a little more serious, it's easy for me to get a perfect score. The questions on this final exam, compared to the math competition, are just as difficult as playing house. Your high score on the math exam this time only shows that you're a little more careful in doing the questions. And when it comes to the really difficult questions, I'm afraid you won't even be able to read the questions. When it comes to the math competition, Q Linling's confidence is back, and her gaze towards Zhang Zhu is gradually becoming more and more overlooking. Huh? Did I hear you right? You don't think the math competition is hard, do you? Zhang Zhu opened his mouth as if he was really shocked. Q Linling said disdainfully. You just read a book high school mathematics competition training tutorial. Learn the simple questions in it, thought you could understand it, and thought you were great. You don't realize that this book is just an introductory book. And if we in the competition class bring this book to school, we will be laughed at for the rest of our lives. Wow, you're really something. Zhang Zhu did not want to do much with her, and just gave her a perfunctory sentence to get rid of her. If I remember correctly, you're supposed to take the preliminary exam next Monday, so you must have been studying a lot, right? You must have been very nervous before the exam, thinking that if you passed the preliminary exam, you'd be awesome. Q Linling sneered, but I want to tell you one thing. The preliminary competition by our province independent proposition itself is not as formal and professional as the National Standardized Examination Review, and the number of applicants for the preliminary competition is relatively small. It is an individual can pass the examination. You are still preparing for the preliminary competition. Feel nervous and exciting. I review have been prepared for a number of rounds. You didn't realize that the preliminary exams you're so proud of are worthless in my eyes. Did you? Admit that you're a frog in a well, and stop bragging about your grades on a crappy street exam like finals all day long. Based on years of experience, Zhang Zhu could clearly tell that Q Lingeling was in a hurry. The most obvious characteristic of the rush is an impotent rage, a lot of talking, and an attempt to show superiority over the other side. But in the end, in the eyes of the public, she is just a clown. Zhang Zhu, you're in a hurry. Your grades aren't great, but your mouth is quite hard. HMPH, still talking about the final exam results. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. I have nothing to say to you. After all, we're not from the same world. I can only respect other people's destiny. Q Ling turned around and said no more. Zhang Zhu shook his head. This person is really inexplicable. The last session of the Mingzin training class ended. And Coco called out to Zhang Zhu, I finished the oil painting I told you about last time, and it's in the studio where I'm learning to paint. So why don't you come with me to take a look? Yeah, in an art studio near the Mingxim training class. Many of the students were painting, their hands covered with colorful pigments. The glass door pushed open, and a man and a woman walked in. Both were tall, the man 5'8", and the woman 5'7". Some of the students peeked at the two and exchanged whispers. A male student said, Who is that boy? He looks like Zhu Coco's boyfriend. Another male student said, Coco Zhu is usually so cold, but she has a boyfriend. The former male student said, You don't know. The colder the exterior, the more flirtatious the heart. One of the latter male students said, That boy is quite handsome, and he's a good match for Coco Zhu. The former male student said, The goddess of your heart has run away with another man. Aren't you sad? The latter male student said, What's the use of being sad? I can't get my hands on this kind of goddess anyway. By the way, why are you only talking about me? Didn't you also say that Zhu Kik is your goddess? The former male student said, Hey, we are in the same sickness. I even went to Sam's Club today to buy some delicious food to send to Zhu Coco. Now I can see that I can keep it for myself to eat. The next male student said, What, did you go to Sam's Club too? The first male student said yes. I saw a few days ago Cheng Zheng. That guy sent Sam's member store of the things Zhu Coco received. I thought she is not like to eat there. Why do you also go to Sam's buy? The latter male student said, Nonsense. You can see that Cheng Zheng has succeeded in delivering the gift. Can't I see it? The teacher of the studio is an old aunt wearing glasses and with half-white hair. When she saw Zhu Coco coming in, she greeted him happily and saw Zhang Zhu at the first sight. You're the guy in the oil painting by Coco Zhu. You do look very decent. Zhu Coco's face was a bit hot, and she hurriedly said, Oh, Mr. Wu, my painting should be dry. Can you help me mount it? No problem. You guys come with me. Inside the studio there is a slightly smaller space with many paintings. Zhang Zhu saw the painting of himself at a glance. On the top of the painting, Zhang Zhu is holding a basketball in his hand and is about to dunk the basket. While he is underneath him, it is the captain of the basketball team of Zhongsheng Third Middle School. Chu Heiyuan, what a great drawing. Although Zhang Zhu could not read the painting, he could sense that it was not a simple one, and that a lot of effort had gone into it. Of course, it's Coco Chu's. Teacher Wu said if Zhu Kiki did not want to go to the Metropolitan Film Academy to take the music, film, and television that way, with her painting talent, the examination of a Kingxia University's College of Fine Arts is not any problem. Zhu Coco was ready to stop coming to learn painting, but that day, for the sake of painting this painting, she came to me again. I thought she had changed her mind, but it turned out that she was for the sake of painting, and then sent it to you. You don't know how much effort Zhu Coco has put into this painting. Her home is close to here, and she usually comes here after class to paint for a while before going home. And she asked me not to tell her parents, to have Coco Zhu pay so much attention to you. You're a very lucky little man. Zhu Coco said softly, Mr. Wu, there's no need to talk about this little matter. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to guide me through this painting. She's calm on the outside, but her toes are gripping the ground like crazy. Hey, wherever you want. You can come anytime you want. After mounting the paintings, Yu Book and the two of them went back to the front of the studio. The painting students also more or less heard what Mr. Wu said, and now they all turned their heads to look at Zhang Zhu with hostility in their eyes. Some of them were staring at the painting in Zhang Zhu's hand, so red-eyed that they wanted to go up and tear the painting to pieces. The painting that Coco Zhu has been coming over to paint every day for 2 weeks was meant to be a gift for this kid. A boy said through clenched teeth, as if he were about to gnash them, I wonder why she draws so seriously. It's for her sweetheart. The other one's hands were shaking with jealousy, and the paint accidentally spilled onto the canvas. I'm going to turn that little white face into the ugliest devil in my painting. Zhang Zhu saw an empty spot inside an art room with a lot of snacks and drinks on it. So he asked Coco Zhu whose seat is that. Why is there so much food on it? Coco Zhu said, Oh, that's my seat. I usually sit in that seat. As for the food, it's probably for my classmates. I said I don't want it, but they like to give it away, so I can't help it. Sometimes I have received some, but I have never opened them. Zhang Zhu, then are you going to take these things back? Coco Zhu, no need. I've finished my painting, so I won't be coming back here anytime soon. The students in the studio stood up when they heard this and glared at Zhang Zhu. Shouting with hatred, don't you run. Kid, I'll fight you. Not good. Slip away. Zhang Zhu hugged the painting and pulled Zhu Coco out of the studio. Behind him, a group of male students stood at the door of the studio, spitting hard at him. This Saturday, Yu Han Jiang had a morning of trouble, caused by a phone call on Friday night. Liu Fuguo received a phone call from Wu Jinhao. Liu Fuguo, what do you want? WUJNHO tomorrow afternoon. Our Duke Xiao of the Strong Dragon Group is going to treat your family's Liu Hanjiang to a meal at that Fulan Hotel near the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater. Liu Fuguo, alas, Brother Hao, didn't I discuss this with you? My family Liu Hanjiang broke up with that boy Zhang Zhu, and won't have any more thoughts of love until I reach adulthood, and you also promised me that I won't force my girl anymore. Wu Jinhao said impatiently, When did I promise you? I only said that I would go back and discuss with the people of our group. Do I need to ask for your opinion on what decision our group wants to make? Liu Fuguo, yes. Yes. Brother Hao, I was stupid and said the wrong thing. Wu Jin, how I'm calling to inform you that I'm letting your family, Liu Hanjiang, go to the Fu Lin Hotel alone tomorrow afternoon. So don't follow me, so as not to disturb our Mr. Xiao's pleasure. Remember to come early, don't be late. Liu Fuguo wanted to fight a little more, but Wu Jin, Hao just hung up the phone. Liu Fuguo called Wu Jin, Hao several times. Wu Jin, Hao did not answer. He also gave up, from Friday night to Saturday morning. Liu Fuguo has been persuading Liu Huanjiang, but Liu Huanjiang never let go. Finally, when it was time for lunch on Saturday, Ryu Fuguo said, Well, Zhanger, Dad actually does not want you to go. The Strong Dragon Group side let you a girl to go alone. This is not decent. This afternoon you will stay at home. Liu Hanjiang, Dad, what are you going to do? Liu Fuguo's Strong Dragon Group, that side I certainly cannot offend, since you do not go. It is only good that I buy something over to compensate for the gift. Liu Hanjiang looked at her father with a worried expression. Dad, the Strong Dragon Group is so overbearing. Will anything happen to you? Liu Fuguo smiled and comforted her. The rule of law society. There can be nothing. You do not worry about it. Good to stay at home to play, After organizing a good outfit, Liu Fuguo went out of the house. Liu Hanjiang stood in the doorway and looked at his father's back. 1,000 feelings condensed in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Wu Jin, Hao muted his cell phone and put it aside. not answering it no matter how many times Liu Fuguo called. He switched to another cell phone and dialed a number. When you get through, there is a clip sound on the phone. Wow, it's Hao calling. How can a busy man like Hao find the time to call me? Wu Jin. How I remember your name is Yan Miodong. Right, last time at the Dragon Lake Sky Street. I saw that you served our strong dragon groups, Mr. Zhao quite well. Yan Miodong where? It's my honor to rub Brother Zhao's shoulders and pound his legs. I'm not ready to rush to do it. And Gan Miodong heard a hint of implied meaning in Wu Jinhao's words. So she seized the opportunity to show her loyalty. Wu Jin, Hao smiled and said, Very well. You're a young girl with a high level of awareness. And I see that you're also very agreeable to me. So now I have a chance for you. Do you want it? Yan Miodong's eyes lit up, and without the slightest hesitation, she replied directly, I want it. Wu Jin, Hao said with some surprise. I haven't even said what the opportunity is. And you're just saying you want it. And Gan Miodong brother Hao of the Kyung Lung group is a famous figure in the northern part of the court. And a bunch of people will snatch up anything that he throws out. And now that brother Hao has named me for a chance. It's surely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So how could I possibly not want it? Wu Jin, Hao laughed loudly. You girl is a bit interesting. I think highly of you, in that case. I won't keep you in suspense. Since you like our groups, Mr. Zhao, then you must know Liu Hanjing. Right, I know him. He's in my class. Upon hearing the name Liu Hanjing, Yan Miodong subconsciously developed a wave of jealousy and disgust, but she did not let it affect her communication with Wu Jinhao. Wu Jin, how well then? The thing is like this. Our Zhao Gongzi is going to invite Liu Hanjing to dinner tomorrow afternoon. But you know, Liu Hanjing is not interested in Zhao Gongzi, so although she verbally promised, but tomorrow afternoon is very likely not to come. Then Zhao Gongzi must be in a very bad mood. If you can grasp this opportunity, perhaps you can capture Zhao Gongzi's heart in one fell swoop. The more Yan Miodong listened, the more excited she became, and finally said excitedly, Thank you. Brother Hao has really done me a great favor. I will definitely thank Brother Hao if I have the opportunity to do so in the future. Wu Jin, Hao couldn't help but nod his head, thinking to himself this little girl is indeed a person who understands. Yan Miodong said, But Brother Hao, why do you say Liu Hanjing verbal promise, but not go, according to my understanding of her? As long as she promised something, there are very few things that she does not do. Wu Jin, Hao said coldly, This matter does not need you to worry blindly. You only need to know that Liu Hanjing verbally agreed to this matter, and don't ask much else, of course. If Liu Hanjing really comes, then you can only go home empty-handed tomorrow. Whether you are willing to come or not is up to you. Yan Miodong, whether Liu Hanjing comes or not, I will definitely go, even if there is only a small chance. I must seize it. Hanging up the phone, Yan Miodong was so excited that she stood on the bed and bounced around, almost trampling the bed, lying on the bed. She was still so happy that she kept turning from side to side. This night, her mind conceived of countless kinds of, and Zhao Junyan after the couple things. This is also her life in the first sleepless night. Zhang Zhu dragged Yu Coco to escape from the hostile area of the students in the studio. Your drawing classmates are horrible. Zhang Zhu laughed. They're usually pretty nice. Just maybe a little agitated today, Coco Zhu said with some embarrassment. Then she changed the subject. It's noon now. Where are you going to eat? Zhang Zhu, I haven't thought about it either. I have something to do this afternoon. So originally I was going to find a place to eat at a nearby shopping mall for lunch. And then I could go to the arcade to play. But now I'm holding such a large painting in my arms. I'd better move it home first. Yukoko thought for a moment and said, Such a big painting. Your home is far away from here. It's really hard to move it back. I think it would be better to go to my home for dinner. My home is in this neighborhood. If you are not convenient to move the painting, you can first put it in my home, and then I will send it to you later. Zhang Zhu, yes. I'm the best at this kind of thing. Yukik laughed. Then you must rub to saturation. Ah. Do not then go out and say I treat you badly. Snow ripple floating corridor courtyard, one of the highest-end several small districts in Zhongcheng City. The neighborhood is also famous for Zhongcheng City's rich area. The 10-meter-wide gates of the small area will stun you before you even enter the area. As you walk through the neighborhood, the lush greenery and clean pathways make you feel like you are in a national park. Zhang Zhu walked here and was unconsciously attracted by the environment. So this is where your family lives. No wonder you have such a quiet demeanor. Coco Zhu smiled sweetly at his compliment. You can always come to me if you want to come and develop a quiet temperament in the future. Zhang Zhu, your family can live here. Should be a company. Coco Zhu playfully said, I won't tell you. It's my secret. This neighborhood is full of villas, and Coco Zhu's house is also a 3-story villa. When I entered the house, it was very spacious, and a middle-aged woman greeted me. This woman should be Zhu Coco's mother, named Zhu Qielin, according to Zhu Coco. Her mother is already 40 years old, but Zhang Zhu looked at this woman. Skin care is still like a girl. Zhu Qielin was wearing a sam in the color of celadon. Her figure was concave and convex, and she revealed a kind of extreme charm when she raised her hands and threw her feet. If Zhu Qi is a pure and elegant lily of the valley, then Zhu Qielin is like a lotus flower in the water, with an incomparable color. Zhang Zhu is not clear why such two very different temperament will appear in the mother and daughter. Coco, this is the classmate called Zhang Zhu that you mentioned, right? Zhu Qielin asked. Yeah. He had something to do this afternoon, and it was inconvenient for him to go home, so I brought him here. Coco Zhu said, it just so happens that your dad is also coming home today on a rare occasion, so I had the chef cook a few extra dishes. Zhu Qielin greeted Zhang Zhu cordially. Classmate Zhang, don't be formal when you come to our home. Ask Zhu Coco to take you to play casually. I will call you out for dinner when it's ready. The villa is large. And along the way, Zhang Zhu saw the piano room, study room, fitness area, and dance studio, without Zhu Coco leading the way. Zhang Zhu felt he might get lost. Coco Chow said, there's less to play with in my house, so you might get a little bored. Zhang Zhu, if you consider this boring, then my house is boring through and through. Coco Chu pursed her lips and smiled. What do you want to play? Zhang Zhu, you should play the piano quite well. Why don't you play the piano for me? Sure, but don't laugh at me if I don't play it right. How can I laugh at you when I don't even know the business? Zhu Coco played a simple song for Alice with a melodious sound, and Zhang Zhu sat listening, nodding and smiling from time to time in response. Looking at Zhu Coco's straight spine, elegant swan neck, slim and comfortable legs, as well as the long and slender fingers beating on the piano keys, Zhang Zhu was thinking in his heart in the morning, I heard from Coco Zhu's mom that Coco Zhu's dad seldom comes home. Why is that? Is he too busy making money outside? But it was not for him to ask about other people's family matters. At the end of the song, Zhang Zhu immediately applauded and praised Coco Zhu. It's so good that even I, a non-musician, can hear the style of everyone in it. Coco Chu was happy, and you could see the overflowing joy in her expression. At that moment, Zhu Qielin's voice came, dinner is ready, come and eat. Zhu Coco took Zhang Zhu to the restaurant, which has 2 dining tables. The large one is usually not used, and the small one is just enough to seat 4 people. Zhu Coco and Zhang Zhu were sitting side by side, and Zhu Qielin was sitting across from them. Coco Zhu asked, Mom, is Dad still not back? Zhu Qielin looked at the wall clock. It should be soon. That's what he said. Just then, the door opened, and a man in a black suit walked in. The man's image was very well taken care of. But that wasn't enough to impress Zhang Zhu. What really makes Zhang Zhu have a deep impression on this man at a glance is that the man's face that is not angry and self-important temperament. Whether it was in his eyes or in his expression, you could tell that this was a man who had been in a position of superiority for a long time. The man has formed special lines on all his facial muscles because of the long and majestic expression. This is the mark of a superior person. The man's first glance was placed on Zhang Zhu as he stared into his eyes. The man's eyes were incredibly sharp, and of all the people he'd met, there were very few who dared to meet his gaze head-on. And today, one more. This is a bit of a surprise to him. The man saw an arrogance in Zhang Zhu's gaze. An arrogance that came from youthful arrogance, which made him a bit upset. He is accustomed to power and majesty, and he is not accustomed to others having the courage to challenge him. Dad, you're back. Coco Chow jogged over. The man hugged Coco Zhu, and a hint of relief appeared on his cold expression. Zhu Qielin also went up to greet them. Zhang Zhu, as a guest, naturally also have to follow. Guests, the man said. It seemed like a careless remark, but Zhu Qielin felt a sense of caution in his words. Yeah, it's Coco Zhu's classmate, stopping by for a meal today. Zhu Qielin said. Then Zhu Coco introduced Zhang Zhu to his father. The man listened patiently without the slightest change in his expression. When Coco Zhu finished speaking, the man said, Okay, I know. Let's eat together at the dinner table. The men were relatively silent, and the entire atmosphere of the chat was supported by Zhu Coco and Zhu Qielin, with Zhang Zhu also picking up a few words from time to time. The few words the man said were basically a test for Zhang Zhu. Ask him about his family background or something. Zhang Zhu could feel the hostility in the man's words. Not long after the meal, Zhang Zhu asked to leave. Coco Zhu, uncle, auntie, thank you for your hospitality. I have something else to do. I have to go first. I'll give you a ride. Zhukoko sent Zhang Zhu all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood and returned home. Dad, why are you so cold to Zhang Zhu? In fact, Coco Zhu has always been able to see it, only that she did not say it directly in the first place. Coco, I usually warned you to play with those high-level people. You said that Zhang Zhu, his family is only an ordinary bottom family. You look book, and such a person to mix with you do not have any good. If it wasn't for your face, I would have booted him out in the morning. Isn't there a lot of people your age in our neighborhood? You should hang out with them more. You should never let your circle of friends be filled with people much lower than you. Papa Zhu's tone was a bit stern. When you grow up, I will introduce you to the sons of some of the elite in the political and business worlds, and you will have to interact with them more to move up the social ladder. Coco Zhu was a bit aggrieved, but her father was the absolute authority at home, so she didn't dare to refute or even dare to say anything. Zhu rushed over to ease the atmosphere. Aya, our Coco is just an occasional friend, so don't be so strict. By the way, why did you remember to come to us today? Zhu said sadly. I haven't been here for half a year. It's not easy for me to come here today, so don't say those cold words. Why? I've come to Tingbuk province to discuss a business deal, and the man I'm talking to is a very important person, Zhu said in surprise. Is there anyone else you can call marvelous? A rare smile appeared on Papa Zhu's face. Of course. The other party is a descendant of the founding fathers of the Summer Kingdom, and he just recently came to Tingbei province. Then I really must thank him for taking the time to come over. Zhu came to the man's back and rubbed his shoulders skillfully, her plump body wrapped in a cheongsam, but without a trace of extra flesh touching the man in an indistinct manner. The man's hand unconsciously went to the flesh-colored stocking on her leg, the baby's still on the sidelines. Really? Zhu spat. The man smiled and cuddled Zhu and went upstairs. Snow ripple floating corridor courtyard. In a large bedroom of more than 100 square meters, messy celadon-colored cheongsams, broken flesh-colored stockings. Hormones filled the room. The sound of violent clashes and crisp slaps echoed through the room. When the gasping storm dies down, all is quiet in the bathroom of the bedroom. Zhu rinsed, and the man rinsed as well. No man of this age who has ever met Zhu will not be stirred up by the fire in his heart. Zhu has also reached the age of a tiger, and there are some gaps that are hard to fill when the shower of water falls, but fails to douse the dry fire that has already burned once. I'm afraid everyone will admire the physical strength of a man who, at his age, can still withstand such a fierce round of violent battles. Another storm rolls in, and unlike the previous one, this one takes place in the bathroom, with the addition of water from the shower, giving the storm an additional source of water. The so-called mandarin ducks playing in the water, and bees and butterflies falling in love, are just like this. Lying on the bed, the man began to think about the coldness and warmth of life, the world, thinking about the ultimate mystery of the universe, thinking about why people exist, until Zhu also lay beside him and said delicately, Shujun, you're amazing. It took a moment for the man's thoughts to be brought back to reality, after a lot of aftermath booing. The man's short-lived pleasure is completely over, and began to look sad. Shujun, what's troubling you? Men never fail to spill out all their troubles when they are around Zhu. Zhu is like a man's emotional garbage can. All the negative emotions she has to accept and give men physical and mental comfort, which is also the greatest value she can provide to men, emotional value. That is why she has always been understanding and must be understanding. That is her job. I'm not too sure about that business. I'm negotiating with the nursery group this time. Zhu hugged the man's arm and asked, you're already one of the top 100 billionaires in summer. Is there any business you can't negotiate? Alas, there are some things you don't quite understand. Having money doesn't necessarily mean having power, but having power can always mean having money. The man sighed and said, the Su family behind the Protective Benefit Group is the descendant of the founding merit of the Summer Kingdom. You may not know what this concept is, but you have to know that the Su family's opinion can reach the heavenly court, and the 9 elders of the United Nations have to sell their face. Compared to them, my stature is nothing more than a trifle. The Union is the highest leading organization of the Xia Kingdom, consisting of the 9 elders and the 18 heavenly kings, of which the 9 elders are the most powerful, and a separate elders' council is formed for the purpose of leading the Union. Therefore, the Council of Elders has the final say in the affairs of the entire Summerland. Most ordinary people might not be very clear about how big the gap between the 9 elders and the richest man in the Xia Kingdom was. Or perhaps they knew rationally that there was a gap, but had no concrete concept of it, but Yu Keelan has been accompanying the man for a long time. And from time to time, she hears some political and business news from him. After a long time, they naturally have a clear enough understanding of the 9 elders. Although the origins of the Su family can be traced back to the beginning of the Summer Kingdom, after all, it has been a generation since they entered the public office system, so their influence on politics should not be as far-reaching as it used to be. Right? Yu Keelan asked in the man's ear, exhaling like an orchid. There are some things you still don't know too well. Those other meritorious descendant clans, from the beginning of the origin, all look up to Old Master Su. As long as that old master of the Su family is still around, the Su family will still be the top family. The man said. Yu Keelan's big watery eyes stared and said, according to you, you want to fix that old master of the Su family. The man shook his head. I don't even have the qualification to see him. How can I think of fixing him? Su old master has a son called Su Jingzun, is the current head of the Su family. I only need to convince him on the line. Alas, when there was a great opportunity for me to do a favor for Su Jingzun. It's a pity that I didn't grasp it at that time. Zhang Zhu walked out from the 10-meter wide gate of the snow ripple floating corridor courtyard and took out his cell phone to open the search software. Why do I seem to have seen Liu Hanjiang's father somewhere? Zhang Zhu searched the Zia Guo rich list based on his impression and found a person whose photo was very similar to the man in it. Fei Shu-chun, chairman of Qin Yen Enterprises, age 56. Huh? Why is his last name Fei? Does Yu Keek take her mom's last name? He searched again for information on Fei Shujun's family, and none of it was accurate. However, there are rumors that his wife is the daughter of a certain high-ranking official named Wang Chunhong. Zhang Zhu searched the internet, but did not find the name Yu Keelan. Interesting, mistress. Coco Chow's villa, big bedroom on the bed. Yu Keelan gently said, Shujun, I believe in your ability. You start from scratch to now this position. This kind of thing you deal with the most skillful. Fei Shujun is still worried. I used Wang Chunhong's family connections to get on the line of Su Jingzun this time. But it's only so he can see me once. Hearing Fei Shujun say the name Wang Chunhong on her bed, Yu Keelan body unconsciously contracted, but did not show any resentment, jealousy, emotionally disturbing behavior. She knew that maybe Wang Chunhong could be as naughty as she wanted to be in front of Fei Shujun. But she couldn't do that. Wang Chunhong can give Fei Shuj and all kinds of resources, and all she can give is her emotions and body. Maybe there's a daughter. Fei Shujun continued. I heard that Su Jingzun has a baby daughter named Su Kinking. Next year we'll go to the country's Harvard University to study. So I bought a house in Boston, ready to give her as a gift. Yu Keelan laughed. This is a nice and thoughtful gift from you. A sense of exhaustion flooded Fei Shujun's brain. He needed to start his lunch break. Alas, that's why I always tell Coco that she should get in touch with the upper class more often, and not always mix with some people from the lower class. If she could mix with that Su Kinking as a boudoir friend, or get acquainted with the children of other important people, things would be much better for me. Fei Shujun fell asleep immediately after saying that. Yu Keelan was a bit unhappy with Fei Shujun's idea of treating Coco as a tool person, but she didn't show it. And when the person next to her pillow fell asleep, she also gently drew the quilt over her head and went to sleep. Zhang Zhu had nothing to do as he wandered around the shopping district. He's still underage, so he can't go to the internet cafe. And he's watched the movie Generation of Youth in the theater with Liu Hanjiang. In the end, I chose the arcade. After scoring thousands of baskets on the basketball machine, Zhang Zhu went to a supermarket to buy 2 bottles of wine. Then, he received a message from Su Kinking. Su Kinking, I've sent the driver uncle to pick you up. Just wait there. Zhang Zhu, yes, thank you. A low-profile black sedan parked at the entrance of the shopping district. But the Rolls-Royce logo of the goddess of celebration is too conspicuous, attracting a group of passers-by to take pictures. For the sake of low-key, Zhang Zhu swaggered into the car. The driver drove in the direction of the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater. Next to the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater, there is an unobtrusive hotel called Fulin Hotel on the outside. The hotel looks a little bigger than a normal hotel, but on the inside, it is very luxurious. When Zhang Zhu got off the bus, Su Kinking was waiting at the parking place. She wore a black shirt dress, a pair of white socks on her feet with a pair of casual brogues, and a designer bag in her hand. This outfit looks like the girl next door, but Zhang Zhu can see a very small logo on her clothes and purse in some extremely inconspicuous places. Hermes. The sunlight reflected Su Kinking's delicate white and red skin, and the breeze blew her hair. Just by standing there, she displayed a kind of nobility, and with her absolutely beautiful appearance. She looked like a princess who came out from a fairy tale. Su Qingqing was very joyful when she saw Zhang Zhu, jumping up and down to greet him, making a small jump and stopping in front of Zhang Zhu. Welcome to Su Qingqing's invitation. She was all smiles. Zhang Zhu took out the wine he bought in the supermarket in the morning and said, I didn't bring anything with me this time, so I bought some wine, but I only remembered that we minors are not supposed to drink. These 2 bottles of wine cost him more than $500, although still not worthy of Su Qingqing's status. But when Zhang Zhu felt that he had spent this money on the flesh, the little bit of guilt he had left disappeared. Aya, you're too polite. You've brought so many things. Su Qingqing took the wine and led Zhang Zhu towards the Fu Lin Hotel. On the way, Zhang Zhu sensed 2 disturbing auras and looked around, only to see 2 strong men with sunglasses wearing suits, although they were walking aimlessly. Their gazes were looking towards Su Qingqing's side from time to time. Well, have you seen those 2? They've been watching you, Zhang Zhu asked in a low voice. Su Qingqing looked at the direction of Zhang Zhu's finger, then smiled and said, Oh, them, don't worry. They are the bodyguards my father arranged for me, after I was kidnapped last time. My dad was still worried about me, and now when I go out, he is forcing me to let these 2 bodyguards stay by my side. Indeed, it's better to be safe, Zhang Zhu nodded. I just wanted to invite the 2 of them into the restaurant for a meal. But they said my father had instructed them not to take it lightly, so they are now patrolling outside. Su Qingqing spread her hands helplessly. They entered the hotel and came to the front desk. Su Qingqing went ahead and asked about it, and Zhang Zhu waited on the sidelines. What, didn't I reserve the harborfront suite? Why are you telling me that it's not available now? Su Qingqing questioned, I'm sorry. Maybe there was a problem with our system when you made your reservation. We can arrange the Jiangteng box for you. What does it have to do with the system? I called your customer service to make a reservation. Excuse me, I'll go ask our manager. Zhang Zhu had done his homework before coming to the hotel. The top private room at the Fu Lin Hotel was the harborfront private room. And although the Jiangteng private room was also very good, it was still a bit inferior to the harborfront, both in terms of price and environment. After a while, the waitress came back from the manager's office and said to Su Qingqing MS, Su, I'm sorry. We had 2 customer services that day, when 1 customer service received your call. The Harborview room had already been reserved by the other customer service. I'm very sorry. We will compensate you for 1 dish for free. You can choose from the menu. Su Qingqing looked at Zhang Zhu and asked, Zhang Zhu, are you willing to go to the other box? Zhang Zhu, I'm fine with both. Su Qingqing said to the waiter, well, you have to say on the line. I see you work is also very tired. Also do not want to make things difficult for you. You take us to it. Just then, a man with a blue dragon tattooed on his neck walked into the hotel with a teenage boy. Before they could speak, a man in professional attire rushed out of the manager's office, and judging by his badge, he must be the hotel manager. Mr. Zhao, Brother Hao, you 2 are here. The private room has already been booked for you 2. I'll have someone bring you there. The hotel manager nodded. Is it the harborfront box? If not, I'm leaving. Wu Jinhao, with a cigarette in his mouth, ruffled the hotel manager. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Zhao and Brother Hao that of course are going to dine in the top-class box. The hotel manager laughed. Wu Jin, Hao snorted coldly in the future. If Mr. Zhao wants to dine with you, he's only allowed to go to the Harborview box. Don't talk to me about being booked, as long as Mr. Zhao wants to come. The Harborview box is never booked. Do you understand, Howie? I understand. Wu Jin, Hao led Zhao Junyan past the hotel manager and ran into Zhang Zhu and Su Qingqing. His footsteps suddenly stopped. You look at the book, blatantly looked at Zhang Zhu. You kid is also here, ah. Zhang Zhu, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You think I want to see you. Wu Jin, Hao didn't say anything to him, and led Zhao Junyan to the Harborview box. The waiter beside Su Qingqing looked embarrassed. The lie he had just told for the manager was instantly exposed. It's okay, you don't have to worry. I can understand you. I don't blame you, Su Qingqing said lightly. The waiter was surprised with some gratitude. After all, those who had the strength to book the Harborview room were all rich and wealthy, and it was not uncommon for them to insult him as a waiter. Zhang Zhu was also a bit surprised. So you are so understanding. Su Qingqing snapped. What, am I just a big bad guy in your mind? Of course not. It's just that I might be stereotyping your class a bit. You come with me and we'll talk as we walk. Su Qingqing led Zhang Zhu towards the Jiangteng box. You know about the Kyung Lung Group? Right, Zhang Zhu, I know. That's one of the largest enterprises in the North Ting province. Su Qingqing Phúc Lam Hotel is the property of Kyung Lung Group. And that Xiao Junyan just met me is the son of the chairman of Kyung Lung Group. My dad told me not to get into conflict with the Kyung Lung Group in the court. Zhang Zhu, even a man like your father is jealous of the Kyung Lung Group. I'm not sure. Su Qingqing smiled faintly. But I didn't argue with him, mainly because I didn't want to spoil our meal. P.S. Big paragraph was censored and changed a lot. Maybe a little late to post. Very sorry. Phuc Lam Hotel, Jiangteng Box, in the tens of square meters of the private room. There are only two people, Su Qingqing and Zhang Zhu. Su Qingqing came to the large sofa in the private room, letting her body be pulled downward by gravity, her buttocks collapsing onto the sofa, her body bouncing. She thinks it's funny. There is a heavy square menu on the coffee table. Su Qingqing casually turned it over and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Zhu, you order what you like to eat. I'm fine with that. Su Qingqing, well, I'm afraid you won't like it. So let's do it this way. I'll order 2 dishes and you order 3. How about it? Zhang Zhu, why do I have to order one more dish than you? Su Qingqing laughed. I see that you're quite strong, and I'm afraid that you don't have enough to eat. Zhang Zhu, then I'll have to specialize in the expensive ones. Su Qingqing, you can order all the most expensive ones. The waiter stood silently watching the 2 kids on the couch, ordering and arguing together. Su Qingqing pointed at a dish. This looks delicious. Zhang Zhu, this is not good. Su Qingqing, have you eaten? Zhang Zhu, I've never eaten. Su Qingqing, how do you know it's not good if you haven't eaten it? Zhang Zhu, it's too cheap. Su Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. Then you come and order. Zhang Zhu pointed to a dish that cost more than $3,000. This looks quite tasty. What does truffle taste like? Su Qingqing, I can't describe the flavor. You'll know when you've eaten it. Zhang Zhu ordered 3 dishes. He thought he had been very restrained. Only spent more than 10,000 yuan. Su Qingqing casually ordered 2 home-cooked dishes. Zhang Zhu, order something expensive. The 2 dishes you ordered only add up to $200. Doesn't that make me too bossy? Su Qingqing, I'm tired of the expensive ones, so it's good to have some home-cooked food. I haven't had Tingbei food for a long time, so I'd like to try it. In the harborfront box, Wu Jin, Hao walked in with Xiao Junyan. Xiao Junyan sat down on the sofa, his legs folded high in the air. Uncle Hao, are you telling the truth? Did Liu Hanjiang really promise to come here today? Wu Jin, Hao patted his chest and said, of course. Mr. Xiao, I won't make you unhappy. Let's tell you the truth directly. I did use some coercive means to put pressure on Liu Fuguo, to persuade him to persuade Liu Hanjiang to come to have a meal with you today. But Uncle Hao, this is also for your sake. You want to chase a girl. Always have to contact it with others. According to Xiao Gongzi, you used to chase the law. She even connected to the opportunity to contact or not to give you. I watched the anxious which made this means. Xiao Junyan didn't have the stubbornness he used to have, but nodded. Uncle Hao, I also think that what I did before was too wimpy, and what you've done has really cleared my head a bit. Wu Jin, Hao laughed loudly. It's good that Mr. Xiao can realize this. It's not a waste of my hard work. This is just like the style of the future successor of Strong Dragon Group. Xiao Junyan, when it comes to our Kyanglong Group, my father seems to be particularly busy lately. Speaking of Xiao Junyan's father, Wu Jinhao's expression instantly became solemn. Boss, Xiao has been receiving big shots lately, so it's normal for him to be busy. Xiao Junyan asked, what big shot? Wu Jin, Hao hesitantly said, did Boss Xiao not tell you? Then I wouldn't dare to make up my own mind. So I'll let Boss Xiao tell you. But Xiao Junyan didn't let up and kept on asking. And finally Wu Jin, Hao spoke up. The son of the 7th elder, since this meal is to thank you for saving my life the other day, there has to be something to drink. In the Jiangteng box, Su Qingqing and Zhang Zhu were sitting side by side at a large dining table. Zhang Zhu, then I'll go and ask the waiter to bring the menu over again. He had just gotten up when Su Qingqing pulled him back. Come on, we got something to drink. She pointed to the 2 boxes of wine on the coffee table that Zhang Zhu had spent $500 on. You're so brave, that's white wine. Su Qingqing, the big deal is to drink less. Just a small sip is fine. My father has been controlling me. This time sneak a little drink. He does not know. Zhang Zhu, then what if your dad comes after me? I don't have your dad's heavenly means. Su Qingqing, if you don't say anything. If I don't say anything. My dad won't know. She took a bottle of wine like a thief, opened it, and put her nose to the mouth of the bottle to smell it. A strong scent of wine came upon her, and she was choked for a moment without paying attention. Cough. Cough, my missy. You might as well stop drinking. Su Qingqing said in a gentle but non-refusable tone. Ugh. Don't you care? I'm happy today. I have to take a sip of everything, after pouring a little wine into each of the 2 special wine glasses. She and Zhang Zhu raised their glasses together. Thank you, Zhang Zhu, for helping the sheriff's deputies save me. I did it after that. He tilted his head back and finished his drink. Zhang Zhu, is this what you mean by only taking a sip? Su Kinking, yes. Isn't this a small bite? What a silly girl. Mistaking white wine for beer, luckily. The glass was small, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At least it wouldn't make Su Kinking drunk. Zhang Zhu also drained his small cup. Hey, the wine is so bad. I don't know why my dad and the others like it so much. Su Kinking frowned at the smell of alcohol, and it took a long time for her to slow down. Outside the Phuc Lam Hotel, a black Land Rover has found an empty parking space and stopped. A somewhat obese, rich, middle-aged man walked down. Suits worn but also neat, carrying a fine handbag in hand. Liu Fuguo came to the front of Fu Lin Hotel and called Wu Jin. How? Brother Hao, I'm at the entrance of the Fu Lin Hotel. May I ask which box Mr. Zio is in? NG King Ho Harborfront box. Come on, we've been waiting for a long time. Liu Fuguo ran into the hotel, ran to the door of the Hei box, stood still, organized the dress, took a few deep breaths, reached out and knocked 3 times. Incoming. A masculine man's voice came out from the box. Liu Fuguo pushed open the door, and his face was immediately filled with smiles. Aya, Brother Hao and Mr. Zio are both here. Liu Fuguo came to the coffee table in front of the sofa with small steps, put the handbag in his hand gently on the coffee table, and said, Mr. Zio, this is the sneaker I specially asked someone to buy. Nikes, and there is Jordan's autograph on it. So let's consider this as my gift to Mr. Zio for meeting him. Zio Junyan did not say anything, but Wu Jin, how cold snort less give me this set. Who cares about you this broken sneakers? I let you go to notify Liu Hanjiang to come over to eat. You also promised me at that time. Said that will be able to call Liu Hanjiang over. But now you run over. Liu Hanjiang even a shadow there. This is not to take us to make fun of it. Liu Fuguo heart bitter can't say where did I promise you. Didn't I tell you that Liu Hanjiang is not willing to come? But she still had a smile on her face. My girl is busy with her tutoring today, so she couldn't come over. Make up classes. She has signed a contract with Zhongcheng University, but also in that hypocritical learning, a what big. Also, I also figured out, since she is really heartless to me, I do not force you go. Take this sneakers of yours together. Zio Junyan got up and walked to the window, hands folded behind his back, silently looking at the scenery outside the window. No joy or sadness in his eyes. Liu Fuguo heart clear. Zio Junyan is angry, but he cannot help. Liu Hanjiang, if you refuse to come over. Zio Junyan, this anger is certainly no way to eliminate. Wu Jin, Hao is actually very happy in his heart. Compared to Liu Hanjiang, he prefers Ngan Mayotong, an obedient girl, to be Zio Junyan's girlfriend. Mr. Zio has sent word for you to leave, so you should hurry. Wu Jin, Hao said in a low voice. Liu Fuguo's forehead is sweating. This is to completely offend the strong dragon group. He hurriedly said, Mr. Zio, Brother Hao, it's my fault. It's because I've accustomed that girl at home to be cruel. I'll go back and bring her here, even if she doesn't want to. I'm sure I'll drag her here. Wu Jin, how eyelids fluttered. And in his heart he cursed, why did you change your mind again at this time? This old man. He looks at Zio Junyan and worries that his heart's affection for Liu Hanjiang has made him agree to Liu Fuguo's request. Zio Junyan was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. No need. You go. Tell Liu Hanjiang that I won't entangle her anymore. The past me, I was too stupid. Liu Fuguo's face was pale, and the cold sweat on his body had soaked his tight shirt. Zio Junyan's remark may have been a casual remark, but it came from his heart. However, after hearing this, Liu Fuguo had 100 different interpretations of this sentence. Mr. Zio said he would not entangle anymore, and that he was too stupid. Is this completely turning against me? Wu Jinhao's face flashed a smile, and then fleetingly said sternly, what are you still here frozen? Didn't you hear what Mr. Zio said? If you are told to get lost, then get lost with that. He walked straight up and grabbed Liu Fuguo and left the door together. Then closed the door behind him. Get out of here and stop stalking. Ryu Fu Kuo Kiho. That's over 90 million. Get out, get out, get out. This is not the time to talk about this. Wu Jin, how impatiently waved his hand at him. Liu Fuguo walked towards the door as if he were a zombie, chanting repeatedly, it's over, it's over. After Liu Fuguo left, Wu Jin, how immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Hello. Ngan Mayotong, where are you now? A surprised voice came from the other side. It's Brother Hao. I'm at the cafe next to the Fu Lin Hotel. I've been here since noon, and I've been waiting until now. WUJNHO, hurry up and come to the harborfront box at the Fu Lam Hotel. If anyone stops you, you can report my name. And Gan Miotong, I'm going over there now. In the Jiangteng box. Half of the food on the table had already been eaten. Su Kinking's face was flushed, and she was slurring her words. Zhang Zhu, your wine is a bit strong. I'm a bit dizzy. Su Kinking smiled slightly with a blush on her face. Very touching. Zhang Zhu, eat more. Take a rest. I feel that your alcohol capacity is not bad. After an hour, you can almost wake up a little bit. Su Kinking, I feel that eating with you is really an amazing experience. Zhang Zhu, where did this come from? Su Kinking, at the very least. You won't be fighting with me for the bill like everyone else. After saying that, both of them laughed. Su Kinking, there is also a strange feeling that I only ate this much, but I feel full. My stomach is a little bit bloated, and I feel like throwing up. Zhang Zhu, you that is not eaten. You are. Before she finished speaking, Su Kinking directly spat out. Wow, Zhang Zhu is worthy of the level of the Sanchu national team. The reaction speed is extremely fast. Quickly bring the handbag containing wine bottles over to catch Su Kinking's vomit. It was only after 10 minutes of vomiting that Su Kinking was able to catch her breath. Zhang Zhu took a lot of paper towels and handed them to her to wipe her off, and also asked the waiter to bring a hot towel over. You're okay. It's my fault. I shouldn't have bought the booze. Zhang Zhu's heart was full of apologies. I'm okay and not so okay. Su Kinking spread out on the chair and said breathlessly. Zhang Zhu, what's wrong with you? Are you still not feeling well? Su Kinking, I don't have much of a health problem. But you saw my ugly vomiting today. She spoke in a whining tone, but her voice was not very loud because she was very weak. I swear I didn't see it. Zhang Zhu also pointed to the sky and swore, You won't send someone to kill me. Well, you, Su Kinking giggled. What are you thinking about? I'm not that bad. You look book, and I don't have that ability. Zhang Zhu poured her a cup of hot juice. Do you want to drink some? Su Kinking ended up with a glass and took a small sip. You're not allowed to tell my dad that I drank today. Zhang Zhu, of course I won't say anything. I'm afraid you'll tell your father. Su Kinking said with some annoyance. When will this drunkenness go away? I have to go to the musical later. If the drunkenness doesn't go away after the musical, my dad will scold me when he sees me. Zhang Zhu, you are all sober now. I believe in your ability to drink. It's just that you drank a little too hard for your first time. So pay attention next time. I threw up everything I ate. I need to eat more or don't starve later when I watch the show. Su Kinking propped herself up and went to clip some more food to eat. Zhang Zhu stood up and prepared to dispose of the bag containing the vomit. But when he stood up, his shoes were all wet, and his feet were soggy and uncomfortable. Su Kinking looked at his shoes with an apologetic face and said, I'm sorry. I'll go buy you another pair of shoes after dinner, and we'll go see a musical after you change. Inside the harborfront box, Wu Jinhao and Zhao Junyan are having a meal. It's been a while since I've eaten here, so it's not a bad place to have a meal, Zhao Junyan said coldly. Wu Jinhao responded casually, keeping his attention on the doorway. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Wu Jinhao directly got up and went to open the door. A well-dressed girl stands at the door. Brother Zhao, you're here. Can I come in and sit down? At the entrance of the harbor view box, Yan Meotong, carrying a small bag in her hand and dressed in a JK uniform with knee-high white stockings, stood there timidly, looking at Zhao Junyan with an impassioned gaze. And Gan Meotong, why are you here? Zhao Junyan was a little surprised. How did you know I was here? Yan Meotong rubbed her hands nervously. I just if Brother Zhao is not willing to do so. Wu Jinghao interrupted her, alas, where is the word? Since you are Mr. Zhao's friend, then naturally we can't treat you badly. You have come here. We can't kick you out by any means. You know, our strong dragon group's people are the most hospitable. Quickly come in. Wu Jinhao enthusiastically led her into the private room. Closing the door behind him, have you eaten yet? Zhao Junyan asked. Not yet. Brother Zhao, can I eat with you? Angan Meorong stood at the dining table, her head bowed, her hands rubbing the skirt of her JK skirt, her feet standing in a slight figure of 8, her knees covered by white stockings rubbing against each other. He lifted his eyes up from time to steal a glance at Zhao Junyan. She's just a sweet, sweet girl. Then of course there is no problem. You quickly sit down, Wu Jinhao was about to greet her to sit down. But was Zhao Junyan lifted his hand to interrupt. Zhao Junyan came to Yan Meotong's side, his feet circling around her, turning from the front to her back, his eyes surveying her the whole time. And Gan Meotong was a bit at a loss for words. Do you really want to eat with me? Zhao Junyan's voice came from behind, of course. Yan Meotong said categorically. Zhao Junyan smiled slightly and grabbed her by the shoulders, pushing her to the seat facing the door before pressing her shoulders hard enough for her to sit down, as if pinning her to the seat. In that case, You'll have to abide by the rules of how we eat at the Strong Dragon Group. What rules? Yan Mayorong asked. Xiao Junyan said as he moved the seat of the seat next to her out and sat down. Picking up a hot towel and wiping his hands, it is simple to say that it is a rule, and that is to drink. Drinking? I've never had one. Yan Mayorong looked confused. My parents never let me drink. Uncle Hao. Have the waiter bring up a bottle of Moutai. Xiao Junyan made a gesture and Wu Jin. Hao went out to find the manager. If you go back later tonight, the booze should be almost gone from your body, and your parents won't be able to find out. Yan Mayorong, then how late do we have to go back? Do we still have to stay up late for this meal? Xiao Junyan pointed out the window. The design of the round building, said. See that building? Do you know what it is? No. Yan Mayorong nodded. That's the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater. I heard that there is a very famous musical tonight. A lot of dignitaries are ready to run over to see it. Tonight, go with me to see that musical. Xiao Junyan said. Yan Mayorong said somewhat worriedly. Does that musical have to end late? I only talked to my parents about going back after dinner. Xiao Junyan gently buttons the table with the knuckle of his middle finger and says, Originally, I bought an extra ticket and was planning to go see it with Liu Hanjiang, but unfortunately, she doesn't want to see me, but it just so happens that you are here. I can give you that ticket, if you don't want to see it. Then forget it. Yan Mayorong heard what he meant and made her decision in a mere second, Brother Xiao. I promise to go to the musical with you. What are your parents going to say? Xiao Junyan looked at her with a smile. I'll just tell them that I'm going to see a musical with my classmates at the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater tonight. What if they don't agree? Yan Mayorong bit her mouth and said, Then I'll turn off my cell phone and go back to whatever they say. Ha 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 ha, very good. Xiao Junyan laughed heartily, just as Wu Jin, Hao walked in with a bottle of Moutai. Uncle Hao, fill us up. Wu Jin, Hao looked at Xiao Junyan with some surprise in his eyes, but also some appreciation. The area around the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater is a very famous and affluent area of Zhongcheng City. There are a variety of brand-name boutiques, clothing, cell phones, cars, building blocks. Su Qingqing led Zhang Zhu around the neighborhood, followed by 2 bodyguards. Su Qingqing doesn't like the feeling of being watched, and she doesn't like being pointed out by passers-by. So she keeps the 2 bodyguards a little farther away, so that passers-by can't tell who the 2 bodyguards are protecting. Hee, there's Alvy's store there. Su Qingqing looked diagonally ahead. Why don't I go there and buy you a pair of shoes? Zhang Zhu shook his hand. I can't afford it. I've spent more than $10,000 on a meal. I can't let you buy me a LV. Zhang Zhu said, I'm not shameless to that extent. He looked at his vomit-soaked shoes and said, Besides, I'm a sneaker. If I go back and wear an LV shoe, my mom will catch me and ask me about it. Let's find a place that sells sneakers. Then, Zhang Zhu pointed to a store next to LV. Isn't that the store that sells sneakers? Jordans? Find a Nike. Get you a pair of AJ. They should look good on you. Zhang Zhu, but the shoes I'm in now aren't Nike either. Su Qingqing, the shoes you have now are not Jordans either. Zhang Zhu said, I'll listen to you. The 2 were planning to check out the stores in front of Jordan's, and they happened to pass the LV store on the way. These days, there's a line at the door of LV. Zhang Zhu looked at the LV doorway queue of 10 meters and lamented. Su Qingqing, do you want to go in and take a look? No need. In front of the LV store, a young man is standing in line. His posture straight, his head high, his hair styled by a professional hairdresser. A short-haired girl came over with 2 cups of milk tea. You look book Zibin, your milk tea. The man took it, inserted the straw and drank. Too bad there's no coffee shop nearby. I usually only drink coffee. Linling, I heard that you have a preliminary exam for the math competition next Monday. Right? Did I bring you out here to delay your studying? The short-haired girl laughed and said, Then just take a random test for the preliminary round. You can pass it anyway. You don't have to put too much effort into it. Lin Ling, it's your birthday soon. I'll buy you a LV bag as a birthday present. I wonder if you're satisfied with it. Of course I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with everything you send. The short-haired girl was all smiles, even though the man was a few years older than her, and the 2 weren't together during most of her school days. However, they live in the same neighborhood, and their parents have a better relationship with each other. They have been playing together since they were small, so their relationship is even closer than that among their classmates. At that moment, the man's gaze suddenly froze. What are you looking at? The short-haired girl followed his gaze. Only to see a noble and absolutely beautiful girl walking towards this side. Is she that pretty? You've been staring at her for so long. The short-haired girl's words were tinged with jealousy. No, I was just attracted at first sight, but after that, it was average. How can I compare to Lin Ling? The man snorted. HMPH? The short-haired girl continued to look at the absolutely beautiful girl, only to see someone she wasn't expecting next to her. The beautiful girl is followed by a 5'8" sturdy teenager, who has a pair of red high-top AJ sneakers on his feet that are particularly eye-catching. Chang Boat. The short-haired girl said in surprise. Chang Boat. Q Linling. When the short-haired girl saw Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu also saw her, and it was none other than Q Linling, an old classmate of Ming Zin's training. Zhang Zhu, do you know that girl? Su Qingqing lifted her head to look at Zhang Zhu, and the scent of the wine sprayed onto Zhang Zhu's face as she spoke. The students in the training class are also studying competitive math, so let's go over and say hello. Zhang Zhu walked up and said, What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. I thought I would have to wait until the preliminary round of the math competition to see you next time. Q Lingling snorted coldly. What? You want to show off in front of me after scoring high in the final exam? Do you think you can beat me in the competition? Looks like you didn't listen to a word I said to you last time. You don't even deserve to be called a contestant when you're a person who learns an entry-level competition book that doesn't make it to the top. With your Jiangcheng No. 3 middle school that has almost no competition resources, you can only rely on luck to play in the end of the term examination. This kind of low-level examination above the wind. Want to achieve results in the competition is a bald toad wanting to ascend to the sky insane delusion. Su Qingqing frowned and said, Why are you talking like this? Zhang Zhu shook his head helplessly. Let's just ignore this crazy bitch. After that, he pulled Su Qingqing and prepared to walk away. Stop, Q Lingling said sternly. Who are you calling a crazy woman? Zhang Zhu didn't want to get entangled with her and said, Sorry, I accidentally said the wrong thing just now. Q Linling still blocked their way, sniffing vigorously with her nose around Su Qingqing. I'm warning you. You're still underage. If you dare to do anything bad, I'll call the police to arrest you. If you dare to do something bad, I'll call the police to arrest you. The contract that you've signed with Zhongcheng High School may still be cancelled. Q Linling's tone is extremely yin and yang. She saw that the man beside her, her childhood playmate Yu Zibin staring at Su Qingqing, was already very upset. Now Zhang Zhu came over and ignited this explosive barrel of hers. Zhang Zhu's side light glanced at Su Qingqing's expression, only to see that her gaze was gloomy and her breathing was heavy. So he hurriedly stopped in front of Su Qingqing's body and said, Q Linling, you mouth clean. What escort girl, not escort girl? Su Qingqing is from a rich family, generous very much. This pair of sneakers is she gave me. Q Linling laughed out loud, and Yu Bin, the well-built man beside him, couldn't help himself. Zhang Zhu, it's just a pair of AJ. Where did you get the confidence to say she's generous? It's a few $1,000s. You don't take money for granted. I wouldn't even let her give me something that expensive. Q Ling pointed at the signboard of the LV store and said, Zhang Zhu, have you seen that signboard? Do you know what this store sells? Zhang Zhu, I've heard of it. Isn't it just a luxury store in your eyes? Luxury goods probably cost a few $1,000s at most. Q Linling covered her mouth and laughed. That's right. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. I've told you before that you're a frog in a well. Not only do you not know how much difference there is between the competition's strong school and your crappy high school, but you probably don't even dare to guess the price of luxury goods. Yu Bin put his hand on Q Linling's shoulder and said, This kind of bottom feeder will only be limited by his narrow vision for the rest of his life. Lin Ling, you don't have to be on the same page with him. HMPH, you don't know him. He even called me a crazy bitch. And you're still defending him. Oh, I see. I think you just want to defend that escort. Q Lingeling shook her shoulders violently and broke away from Yu Zibin's hand. Exasperated, don't you touch me. Yu Zibin knew she was angry, so he apologized and said, Lin Ling, don't be angry. This time my mom gave me $100,000. I'll take it all to you to go to LV inside the scanner. How do you think? Q Linling's eyes lit up. You mean it? Remaining Zibin, of course. Q Ling turned her head to look at Zhang Zhu. Her eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Zhang Zhu, you heard it. LV inside a random clothes and bags are tens of thousands of dollars. You never thought clothes and bags can be sold so expensive, right? She looked at Zhang Zhu's face, trying to catch a hint of surprise in his expression, but there was only embarrassment on Zhang Zhu's face. Heh, a frog at the bottom of a well. Now you know how small your eyes are. Q Linling internally developed contempt for him. She enjoyed Zhang Zhu's embarrassing emotions and continued, Your 1,000 or 2,000 sneakers don't mean shit in this store. Su Qingqing then said coldly, I think you are only a frog in the well. You take $100,000 to LV and dare to call it sweeping. She was very angry, but she never used profanity and didn't know how to scold people, so she had to learn from Q Linling and the others and return the favor. Zhang Zhu stood between Q Lingeling and Su Qingqing and said, Q Linling, you and I are considered top of the results. The future is likely to be examined to the Qingxia University or Metropolitan University, such a top university. So we are likely to meet again. The future may also become a leading industry. We and the money. Do not argue again. This matter is over. Okay? He was quite embarrassed for Q Ling and wanted her to shut up. Yu Zibin, however, smiled faintly. I need to correct you on one point. Qingxia University and Capital University cannot be considered top universities. Zhang Zhu, then what's left? Q Linling snorted a laugh. You look book-patted Yu Zibin's shoulder. Said you should have heard of the English Cambridge University. The world's top 5 schools. Zibin next year to go to Cambridge University to read undergraduates. What the Qingxia University, the Metropolitan University, and even a college of the University of Cambridge is not comparable to. Yu Zibin unconsciously stretched the collar of his coat. The thing he is most proud of nowadays is that he got into Cambridge University. Su Qingqing also followed her example and snorted, saying, What is Cambridge University? The name is good. But the actual difficulty of applying is even worse than the Ivy League schools in the country. What's so great about getting into a Cambridge University? Yu Zibin's proud face froze and instantly went cold. But he still maintained his poise and said, I wonder what college this escort. Oh no, what college did this beauty go to? Su Qingqing said, I'm going to Harvard next year. I thought she was quite knowledgeable. But I didn't realize that she is a person who likes to make things up. Yu Zibin laughed. Harvard University in recent years to the summer country's application requirements are much more stringent. The summer country within the mainland want to apply for Harvard University undergraduate. Only high-level children of public officials only have the opportunity. I do not know this young lady. Are you an elder's daughter or the daughter of the King of Heaven? Or did you look at some QS college rankings and only remember the name of the one-ranked school and then casually brag that you got into Harvard? Su Qingqing was so angry that her teeth were itching. These two people in front of her were so uninvolved, as if they had been living in their own world. Q Lingeling pulled Yu Zibin. Forget it. My anger has subsided. These two stinky fishes and shrimps are not worth our effort. Let's go and queue up. Let's go and leave those two idiots alone. Zhang Zhu said, but Su Qingqing did not have the slightest intention to move. Zhang Zhu, can you do me a favor? What favor? Su Qingqing stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at the Louis Vuitton signboard. Go to the store and pick out a few things you like. Huh, are you going to buy it for me? Su Qingqing laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. You can help me choose. I have dyslexia. Zhang Zhu, since you say so, then I want it. Don't regret it if I choose it. Su Qingqing, good. I was worried that you wouldn't choose. Okay, I'll go stand in line then. You hang around for a bit. And I'll chat you when I'm in line. Zhang Zhu walked towards the group of people queuing up at the entrance of the LV store. Su Qingqing pulled him back. Don't go stand in line yet. Wait for me to make a call. Zhang Zhu didn't know what she was selling, so he waited for her at the same place. Zhang Zhu has never been to a luxury store, and in his previous life, he didn't even dare to look at the signboard of LV, and didn't know what the process was, so he listened to Su Qingqing, a veteran luxury goods customer. Hey, Manager Zhao, it's me. Su Qingqing, yes. I'm not in Lingnan now. I've come to Tingbei Province. It's like this. I'm at the entrance of LV store next to the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater. But there are too many people in line. Can you help me out? Okay. Thank you, Manager Zhao. Su Qingqing hung up the phone, carrying her bag in front of her with both hands, and smiled crookedly. Now you don't have to go stand in line. Zhang Zhu heard that Su Qingqing's call ended in less than 2 minutes, and asked you got it done so quickly. Could it be that Manager Zhao is the store manager of this LV store? Su Qingqing shook her head. No. I usually live in Lingnan Province, and Manager Zhao is the manager of an LV store in Lingnan Province. Every time a new product arrives in Lingnan Province, he will send it to our home for me to pick first. And I have a better relationship with him. He's a store manager in Lingnan Province. How can he control Tingbei Province? Su Qingqing, he should contact the LV headquarters in Daxia and let them communicate with the store. At least I'm a member of LV, so it's not like I can't get this kind of treatment. Zhang Zhu, I see you all dressed up in Hermes. I didn't think you'd still buy LV stuff often. Su Qingqing, each store's things I have bought, but usually or Hermes use more. Maybe because I take equestrian lessons with Hermes Harness, more accustomed to their products. Zai Bin, we've been waiting in line for more than half an hour. Why are there still so many people in front of us? Q Linling complained, having drunk a large portion of the milk tea in her hand. Zibin consoled. Isn't it just a musical tour of the Northern Provincial Grand Theater today, and with all the dignitaries here? There must be a lot more rich people around, so it's only reasonable to queue up. Q Ling Ling said, oops. You are not to this store to buy a lot of times. The store's young manager, and you are more familiar with. You give him a phone call, let him let us in cannot. Zibin considered for a moment and sent a message to Manager Yong. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, Mr. Yung did not reply. Zibin didn't want to wait any longer and dialed Manager Yong's number. Manager Yong. I'm Zibin, Manager Yong. Oh, Mr. Yu, I'm sorry. There are too many people in the store now. I'm a bit busy. I didn't see you. We chat in the morning. I'm sorry. May I ask you to find me what's the matter? Zibin. Manager Yong. You're doing very well today. I've been waiting in line for half an hour at your store. Manager Yong heard what he meant from his words and said, Alas, I'm really sorry. Our store has too many customers today, and the queuing time may be longer. Tomorrow there should not be so many people. You can come over anytime tomorrow. Zibin. Manager Yong. Do you have any way to let us go in and buy it first? I guarantee we will buy it as fast as we can. Manager Yong said with difficulty, Mr. Yu, really sorry. This we really cannot do. Those guests in front of us have been waiting for a long time. If I give you this opening, I am afraid that they will be scolded to death. I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death by them if I open this door for you. I'll apologize to you in person when I'm done. Zibin. No. That's really bothering Manager Yong. I'll hang up first. Hanging up the phone. Zibin threw out his hands towards Q Ling and said, There's nothing we can do. We can only continue to wait. Q Ling Ling, anxious, stomped his feet. We will be going to the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater to see a musical. And then wait for it will not be late. The 2 tickets, but my father spent a lot of effort, looking for a lot of connections to buy. Cannot be wasted. It's okay. Zibin consoled. Look, we're in the middle of the line, and there aren't many people in front of us. So we'll definitely be able to make it before the musical starts. After a while, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, wearing a blue suit, came out of the LV store. Hey, isn't that Manager Yong? Zibin pointed at the middle-aged man and said, He just said that the store was busy, but now he has run out. Does it mean that he has finished with the store? Q Lingaling shook Zibin's arm and urged him, Then please ask Manager Yong to let us go in first. Zibin waved towards Manager Yong, who caught a glimpse of him and walked towards him. If it isn't Mr. Yu, long time no see, Manager Yong. Congratulations. The store business is so good. You come out. This is. The store thing's busy finished. Seeing as I've been to your store many times. Can you let us 2 go first? Manager Yong held his forehead and said helplessly, Mr. Yu, I still have a lot of things to do. How can I be busy? I'm coming out to deal with a matter arranged by the headquarters. I'm sorry. I can't entertain you. Zibin was very understanding and said, Then I won't bother Manager Yong. You go and get busy. Manager Yong did not walk away, but took out his cell phone, opened a photo and said, In fact, I came here to ask you one thing. You have seen this person. He showed the photos on his cell phone to Zibin and Q Ling. The 2 of them saw the image of the young, green beauty in the photo, looked at each other, and blurted out, We've met before. Isn't this the chaperone? Escort? Manager Yong scratched his already small amount of hair. Then maybe you guys didn't see the same person. I'm bothering you guys. I'll go look around the neighborhood again. Zibin pointed in the direction of Su King and said, Manager Yong, there is no need to look for her. She is in that place. We have met just now. See, Manager Yong's face was a bit odd and surprised. And when he looked in the direction of his finger, he really saw a woman who looked just like the one in the photo. Mr. Yu, thank you for showing me the way. Manager Yong immediately jogged towards Su King. Zibin, what do you think that Manager Yong is doing? Who knows? Su King paced back and forth, with her Hermes bag in both hands. The little shoes occasionally kicked the green slate tiles on the ground, and jumped up to tap every now and then. The owner of this store hasn't come over yet, so it does seem to be a busy day. Su King chatted. She looked around. Her eyes finally landed on Jiangju's shoes, and she nodded her head contentedly. You look pretty bright in those shoes. And I seem to have a pretty good eye for choosing shoes. Jiangju laughed and said, You said you have dyslexia. How come you don't have it when you're choosing shoes for me? Maybe most dyslexics like to choose things for other people. Su King laughed softly. Look, that one seems to be the manager of this store, and he's coming toward us. Manager Yong jogged to a stop in front of Su King, and with just one look at her, he immediately confirmed that this woman was not simple. Although the logo on the clothes is very small and hard to see clearly, Manager Yong has been in the luxury goods industry for so many years. He can tell at a glance that Su Kingking's entire body is Hermes from the style of the clothes. So he asked in a very humble tone, "May I ask if it is MS, Su Kingking?" "Yes, that's great. My last name is Yong. You can call me Manager Yong. The headquarter called me. I realized that you are a valued customer. Let you wait for a long time. Do you want to go into the store to choose clothes now?" Su Kingking, "No need. You take them out, and I'll choose a few at random." Manager Yong understood and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." He ran quickly into the store again. "You told him to take the goods out. How much would that be?" Zhang Zhu exclaimed. "Why not? I'm just asking him to bring out a menu. And then just check off a few boxes." Su Kingking said, "Can you do me another favor?" "What?" Su Kingking's expression was a little blushing, and a little angry. Those two people who mocked me and slandered me in the morning were too much. "Can you help me scold them back? Huh? If you want to curse them, you can do it yourself. I'll be around to give you a hand." Su Kingking squirmed and said, "I am not very good at it." Zhang Zhu looked at her somewhat speechlessly for a few seconds before saying, "No problem. Although I'm very high quality and haven't cursed many people, I can give it a try." Q Linling watched Manager Yong go to Su Kingking's side and return to the store, and wondered in her heart what exactly did Manager Yong find her to do, seeing that after Manager Yong left, Su Kingking and Zhang Zhu walked towards them. Q Linling turned her head away disdainfully, not wanting to look at them. When Zhang Zhu and his team approached, Q Ling looked at him with slanted eyes. "What are you doing here again? Don't you think you're ashamed enough? Or do you want to beg me not to reveal your bad deeds of going to nightclubs to find escorts?" Zhang Zhu said, "I came to tell you something." "What is it?" "Zhang Zhu, we are not frogs at the bottom of the well. And this friend of mine is not an escort. You are only frogs at the bottom of the well." He didn't know how to scold for a while, but he could only say a sentence with almost no offense. "Gee, you're not even as good as me at cursing." Su Kingking covered her face. "You should say that she is only an escort. Her whole family is an escort." Q Linling couldn't help but laugh out loud at the duo's actions. "Zhang Zhu, why are you such a loser? Wanting to give your chaperone a chance to get back on her feet. But in the end, she couldn't even speak clearly. So she came here specifically to make a fool of herself. You're the wimp, and no, don't call me a chaperone anymore." Su Kingking's mouth bulged in anger. Q Linling said with a punch of laughter, "Yo, you seem to have a strong sense of self-esteem. I'm telling you, in this business, it's not a good thing to save face. Okay? Don't stand here and get in my way. Go play wherever you want. I won't talk to the security guards." She waved her hand, dismissing them, and then stared viciously at Yu Zibin, saying, "Zai Bin, think about where your eyes were looking in the morning, and how you felt about an escort." Yu Zibin said righteously, "Lin Ling, I've seen these two people thoroughly. I won't waste a single bit of energy on them anymore, and you should stop talking to them. They're not worth it." Q Ling Ling, that's more like it. At the door of the LV store, Manager Yong ran out with a stack of beautiful cards. Seeing that Su Kingking was no longer in her original position, she scanned around and found Su Kingking and Yu Zibin standing together. So she hurriedly ran over. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Yu. So you know MS Su. Then you should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have let you wait here for so long in vain." Manager Yong, "Are you saying we can go in now?" Yu Zibin said in surprise. Manager Yong, "Of course. MS Su's friends are always welcome." Q Ling Ling grabbed Yu Zibin fiercely and came to his ear and whispered, "What MS Su? Where are you looking for a woman again?" Yu Zibin was a bit aggrieved and whispered in Q Ling Ling's ear, "I haven't heard anything about MS Su. Maybe Manager Yong is mistaken, but it doesn't matter. We can just go in." So he asked Manager Yong, "Manager Yong, can we go into the store first?" "Sure." After Manager Yong finished his pleasantries, he handed Su Kingking the thick stack of beautiful cards with both hands, and respectfully said, "MS Su, this has all the goods in our store on it, so take a look and see what you like." Su Kingking sidestepped, didn't take his card, and said in a cold voice, "Manager Yong, I think you've got it wrong. I don't know any Mr. You at all." "What?" Manager Yong was a bit confused for a moment, but he had a quick mind and quickly explained a mess. "Su, that's really sorry. I thought that Mr. Yu's family conditions are also very excellent, and he might be in the same circle as you. But I didn't think that it was because of my poor eyesight that I recognized the wrong person. Please forgive me." Su Kingking pointed her finger at the Yu Zibin duo, who had already walked to the entrance of the store in the distance, and said coldly, "Manager Yong, since you know that you've mistaken the wrong person, shouldn't you take care of the two of them who jumped the queue in under my name?" "Yes, it is." Manager Young ran quickly toward the store entrance again. Yu Zibin was already halfway into the store with Q Ling when Manager Young stopped him at the back. "Mr. Yu, there are still some questions for you about MS Sue, you can come into the store later. Come with me now. Not knowing what was going on, the remaining 2Q followed Manager Yang to Sue Kinking's side. MS. Sue, Mr. Yu, there might be some misunderstanding between you two. You Zibin Manager Yang. Is she the MS? So you're talking about… Yes, I am, Sue Kinking said. Manager Yang, you let them in on my behalf just now. But I hope you won't do that now. Just let them queue up honestly. Q Lingling said. What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are? We are the oldest customers of this store. You books spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. You want us to queue up again? Sue Kinking Manager Yang. You should consider what to do. Q Ling Ling to questioning tone to Yang Manager, said Yang Manager. We are real money and you have spent money. If you for such a chaperone to drive us out, then we will not come back to buy things. Manager Yang has been sweating all over the back. He does not want to offend both sides. But now it is difficult to ride the tiger. His mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. And finally he clenched his teeth and said to Yu Zibin, Mr. Yu, I'm very sorry. The authority to cut in line is only available to our VIP clients. I really can't let you cut in. Yu Zibin, good. Manager Yang, you are a little bit of mercy are not speaking Then I have no need to buy things from you in the future. Q Linling was in a hurry. She wanted to force Manager Yang to let them in. But she didn't realize that Manager Yang wouldn't eat this trick at all. Originally Yu Zibin was going to buy her LV, but now she's the one who can't afford to lose. Q Linling shouted. What's the point? We can't jump the queue. Does that mean she's entitled to jump the queue because she's an escort? She's wearing this shabby outfit, not even a logo, and it's more than enough for her to spend tens of thousands of dollars at your store. Manager Yang said sternly, This lady, please show some respect. MS, Sue is a VIP of our store and enjoys a variety of preferential services. He didn't look at Q Ling again, but respectfully handed Sue Kinking the stack of beautiful cards in his hand once again, and handed her a pen to use for checking off the boxes. This time Sue Kinking caught it and threw it to Zhang Zhu, saying choose whatever you want. Zhang Zhu hand holding the stack of LV menu, looking at the name of the goods on it. Do not know what to do, only the name of the goods on the menu. Even what the actual look is not clear. Would it be too hasty to let me choose? Sue Kinking clasped her hands on her chest and tilted her head sideways to look at him. I said, you can choose at will. Men's and women's clothes, shoes, and bags are all fine. Whichever name looks good to the eye will be hooked. Q Ling Ling sized up Sue Kinking and stared at her facial expression for 5 seconds, then said to Manager Yang, Manager Yang, we'll buy as much as she buys. Can you let us in? Manager Yang wiped his sweat and stammered. Our company does not advocate such behavior. But if MS, Sue agrees. I can also give you an opening. Yes, of course I agree. Sue Kinking looked at Q Ling coldly. Hearing this, Yu Zibin tugged on her arm and whispered, You're crazy. She's an LV member, and I only brought $100,000. How can I spend the same amount of money as her? Q Ling also said in a low voice, although I just missed my eyes, mistakenly thought that she is an escort. Her family may indeed have a little money, but that is after all her parents' money. Do you think her parents will give her a lot of money to spend as a minor girl? Yu Zibin nodded contemplatively, thinking that what she said made some sense. I think she is just a little girl. She is just trying to save face and play with her temper. She doesn't think things through. If she really wants to buy a lot of expensive things, she is not capable of doing that. That's why I dared to say that to Manager Yang. Yu Zibin is still a bit worried. It was Q Lin Ling who said this, but if he can't afford it, he will lose face. Why, Yu Ling Ling could see what he was thinking and said, If I had not said so just now, we would not have known how long we would have to queue up. Besides, from the way she acted in the morning, I could conclude that she was pretending to be rich, just to show off in front of us. Yu Zibin, what move? Q Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. Did you hear what she said to Zhang Zhu just now? She wants to buy LV for Zhang Zhu. It's really a child's temper. She was spoiled at home, thinking that her parents will always be accustomed to her. But if you use your brain to think about it, if her parents are rich again, will they allow her to be a little girl to give money to a strange man outside? Yu Zibin gave a slow hum, agreeing with Q Ling. Q Lin Ling sipped her milk tea and squinted at Sue Kinking, sneering, I think she'll at most buy 2 or 3 dresses and spend $50,000 or $60,000 pretty much. We'll definitely be able to get it for $100,000. Zhang Zhu understood what Sue Kinking wanted at the moment, so he didn't intentionally save her money and picked 2 bags, 2 women's tops, and 2 pairs of women's sneakers. He also chose a pair of sneakers for himself. After choosing, Zhang Zhu handed the stack of cards to Sue Kinking. I've chosen, you see if it's okay. Su Kinking spread out the card and looked at it. Said, no, Zhang Zhu. How can you choose so little? Just choose more. Why did you choose only one pair of shoes for you? Look more to see what you like. Zhang Zhu waved his hand. Su Kinking, this card only has the name of the product on it, not even a picture. I don't know how to choose. You'd better choose yourself. Su Kinking, then after I buy it for you. Don't think I've chosen an ugly one, and don't wear it. Zhang Zhu, why would I? I can't thank you enough. Next. Zhang Zhu saw a scene that shocked him. Su Kinking took a pen and quickly ticked the top of the card. Talking from time to time, I think this bag is good. I forgot to buy it when I was in Lingnan before. Well, Zhang Zhu, this dress should fit you well. Buy you one. I've always wanted to buy one of these watches, but unfortunately they don't fit me, so I'll buy you one. Su Kinking ticked the boxes on the card, as if she were ordering in a restaurant, and after 5 or 6 minutes of choosing, she said with satisfaction, okay, that's it. See if there's anything else you'd like to add. She handed the card to Zhang Zhu again. Zhang Zhu took the card and looked at it. The hooks on it dazzled him. He could not even count how many pieces he had chosen. But he just chipped his head no. Your choices are fine. All right then, Manager Yang. You prepare these goods. Later you take a POS machine out. I'll use my card to swipe it. Don't put it on my mom's account. Su Kinking slipped the card into Manager Yang's hand. Manager Yang took it and just roughly scanned it. The joy in his eyes was hard to hide. He answered okay. MS, Su, please wait. After that, he immediately ran back into the store. Yu Zibin said to Q Linling's ear, Linling, they seem to have bought quite a lot of things. What if we don't have enough money for $100,000? I think she was just circling around, just pretending, although Q Linling said so on her lips. You look at books, but she also began to be a little worried. Hesitated for a few seconds, and then clenched her teeth and said if we don't have enough money for $100,000. I'll take out the $50,000 that I've been saving for so many years, and we'll have $150,000, which is enough to buy 10 pieces of clothes. The two of them can only buy one set of clothes and one set of shoes for each of their bodies. What's so great about that is this woman willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars on Zhang Zhu. Their family for the 6 official family, although the social status of high, but not much money, can save $50,000 has been very difficult. Q Ling heart is dripping blood, but her blood at this time do not care about so much, simply intend to spend a brain. 10 minutes later, Manager Yang came out of the store again and walked over. Q Linling said hatefully, Manager Yang, you say how much they spent. We spend the same amount of money is. Then you do not say words do not count. Must let us in Manager Yang just smiled politely at her, and then came to Su Kinking, holding a 1-meter-long ticket in his hand, and said with a bow, MS, Su, because our staff took a little time to count the things you bought, so let you wait for a long time. Our staff is trying their best to pack the goods for you. Please wait for a while. This is the receipt for your purchase. Please take a look. Su Kinking did not bother to look at the ticket, but said directly, well, how much is the total? Just say it. Manager Yang looked at the total price of the bill, and read it word for word. The total is $1,473,500. Okay, bring the POS machine over to me and swipe my card. Su Kinking said in a breezy manner, as if she had casually bought a snack at a roadside stand. How much? Behind Manager Yang, there was a shocked voice from Q Ling. How much did she spend? Manager Yang politely repeated. That's a total of $1,477,305. Mr. Yu, this lady, if you're going to spend the same amount today, I can let you cut in. Q Ling was shaking with anger. Her whole body was cold and she was breathing heavily, but she could not say a word. She wanted to say, It's only $1 million or so, isn't it? You think I don't have it. But what little shred of rationality she had left was stopping her. Linling, let's go. Yu Zibin pulls her along, wanting to get out of this place as quickly as possible. At the moment, he just wanted to dig a hole in the ground and burrow right out. His eyes averted, and his head bowed as he shifted from side to side, afraid that someone nearby would memorize his appearance. If ye have no money, ask me for a loan, and I will lend it to you. Su Kinking smiled and said to Q Lingling, Oh, if you want to borrow money, you have to write a note. Then I have to call my lawyer over. It's too much trouble. But if you guys come over and beg me, I wouldn't mind lending it to you directly. You're an awful bitch. Q Linling's fists were clenched tightly. She was already furious and had lost her mind. She took a few steps forward and slapped Su Kinking in the face. Ah! Su Kinking screamed and subconsciously dodged, her hands blocking her face, the Hermes bag in her hand just covering her face. A few moments later, Su Kinking realized that she had not been hit and lowered her hand to see that Zhang Zhu's hand was as firm as an eagle's claw, controlling Q Ling's hand. And no matter how much Q Ling struggled, she couldn't even move a bit as a result. In the distance, Su Qinking's 2 bodyguards had been staring at this side, and quickly ran over when they saw this situation. "Miss, are you okay?" Su Qingqing patted her chest to ease her panic and said, "I'm fine." The 2 bodyguards were also relieved. If Su Qingqing was hurt on the street, they would not be able to keep their jobs. After Zhang Zhu controlled Q Linling, he advised Q Linling, "Calm down. In a society of law and order, don't hit people. We can talk about anything." "Stinking hooligans," Q Linling screamed. "Everyone come and take a look. This man grabbed me and wouldn't let go. He played a hooligan on me and wanted to molest me." She yelled so loud that everyone in the entire commercial plaza could hear her. A lot of people slowly gathered around, and Zhang Zhu let go of his hand, letting her spill her guts. "Let's have a judgment. This bottom man is playing tricks on me in the street." Q Lingling was not shy to accuse Zhang Zhu of the crime with a sense of conviction. Yu Zibin really couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled Q Linling, saying, "Linling, stop fooling around. Let's get out of here." Q Linling shook off his hand. "If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. I've been bullied by him so much." "But you didn't come to help me. Instead you thought of leaving. Are you still a man? What's wrong with you?" "I'll call the police if you don't stop." Su Qinkqing frowned. Q Ling tilted her head and said, "What? You're rich, aren't you? Do you want to help this lowly man to bully me? Everyone come and take a look. This man and woman, both are no good. The man is a hooligan. The woman has so much money at such a young age. Who knows if she is clean or not? The surrounding passers-by don't know the truth, but they just look at Su Qinkqing's side. There are 2 fierce bodyguards. They feel that they are not to be messed with, and from the beginning, they have a little bit less goodwill towards Su Qinkqing, and they are more willing to believe in Q Ling's words." Q Lingaling was still arguing her case, snotting and crying. "They jumped the queue to buy clothes. I just wanted to stop them, but they came over and beat me, bullied me, and played hooligans on me instead. It's not easy for me." After hearing her words, the passers-by resonated with her in their hearts and began to rebuke Zhang Zhu. "And Su Qinkqing, why are you 2 like this? Don't you follow any rules? Do you know that you are rich and ungrateful? What's the use of making so much money? They don't have any morals, and in the end, they will become the worms of the society." Q Linling cried loudly, her arms covering her face, and a smile curled up at the corners of her mouth. "Listen up, people. It's not true. It's this girl who's turning things upside down." Manager Yang was trying his best to protect the interests of Su Qinkqing. "A major client." The onlookers were all accusatory. "Oh, is this guy the manager of that OV store?" "Yes, that's him. He's a luxury store owner. Of course he has to meet a lot of rich people with crooked asses. Of course he will speak for the rich. Tell me, you beat me and humiliated me. How to compensate me? I want you to pay $100,000 of moral damages." Q Linling pointed at the Su Qinkqing duo and yelled, "Zhang Zhu, Q Linling, you're really crazy. Well, at a time like this, you still dare to scold and humiliate me." Everyone saw it. Q Ling spread her hands and showed the surrounding people. At that moment, a group of people who were at the end of the queue, at the entrance of the LV store, also came over to join in the fun. They had witnessed the whole thing from the beginning, and naturally understood what was going on. After hearing Q Ling's words, they couldn't help but start to scold her. "Why are you so unreasonable? Girl, yeah, he said he was going to spend $1.5 million on something at the store, and then he couldn't afford to pay for it, and his words were like farts. Hey, if it isn't Yu Zibin. Why are you hanging out with this crazy bitch, Yu Zibin?" Seeing that he was recognized, gripped the ground hard with his toes, giggled twice, turned his head, and walked straight away at a fast pace. After this group of people had joined them, the people around them began to ask them for details, so they patiently explained the situation. While people are willing to believe in the seemingly more disadvantaged Q Linling, they are more willing to believe in a larger group. 5 minutes later, Q Ling's lie was already broken. "Zibin, where are you people?" Q Linling was already panicking, and realizing that Yu Zibin was no longer with her. She was anxious to escape. However, they were stopped by Su Qinkqing's 2 bodyguards. "What are you doing?" "Get out of the way." Q Ling pushed and shoved the bodyguard, but she couldn't move at all. When the surrounding crowd realized the truth, they began to attack and blame Q Ling. Q Lingaling almost drowned in spittle. Manager Yang's voice was stern as he said to Q Lingaling, "This lady, please don't come to our store in the future. You are not welcome in our store. Why? Customers are God. I come to your store to spend money. Why don't you let me in?" Q Ling is now fighting against the crowd without any fear. At this time, Two people in the distance dressed in the uniform of the security guards came over. You look book came to Q Linling's side. One left and one right to control her. What are you doing? Let go of me, the two policemen said to her. This girl, you may not know that what you are doing is picking quarrels and provoking trouble. And if it were not for the fact that you are still a minor, you would probably have to be detained. But for now, you will still have to come with us. We need to educate you a bit. Q Linling struggled. How can I have that kind of time? The musical is about to start. If I'm delayed, my ticket will go to waste. No matter how much she struggled and defended herself, she was eventually taken away by the police officers. Zhang Zhu put down his cell phone and let out a long breath. This person's madness is really endless. If I didn't call the sheriff, I'm afraid I'd have to get entangled with her for a while longer. Su Kinking carried her bag in front of her with both hands and smiled sweetly towards him. Thanks for helping me block that slap in the face just now. It should, Zhang Zhu said. You spent so much money on me this time that you could have let me take a bullet for you. Su Kinking blinked her eyes. Are you really willing? It won't be a lie, right? Of course I'm not lying to you. After all, as long as I don't die, whether it's from a scratch or a stab, I can always recover with the quick recovery skill. Zhang Zhu, by the way, you spent so much money this time. Doesn't it hurt? Speaking of which, I'm still kind of heartbroken that I've lost most of my monthly allowance. Su Kinking's mouth flattened. But this money should also be spent. After all, I let Manager Yong probably lost you Zibin as a client. How about compensating him? Manager Yong put Su Kinking's purchases into bags, both hands full of bags, and came from the store to Su Kinking. MS, Su, this is the goods you just bought. I have separated the men's and women's clothes you bought. You can take an inventory. I'll hold it for you. Zhang Zhu took the handbag in Manager Yong's hand. Well, Manager Yong, thanks for your help today. We have to go, Su Kinking said. Manager Yong, it's only right to help. Take your time. Su Kinking once again asked the two bodyguards to keep a certain distance from them, and pulled Zhang Zhu towards the Rolls-Royce. Let's put our stuff in the car, and then we'll go to the musical. There's still half an hour left. Let's walk fast. We should make it. At the entrance of the Grand Theater of the Northern Province, the flow of people has already increased. Tickets were being checked by the security guards at the gate, and many formally dressed celebrities from all walks of life were entering the venue. There are three people who are obviously dressed differently from these people. Two of them were wearing casual clothes, and one was wearing a JK uniform. Mr. Zio, I won't go in with you, Wu Jin Hao, who had a green dragon tattooed on his neck, said to the two youths in front of him. Uncle Howie, are you sure you don't want to go in? We should still have tickets here, although they may not be in the first row. But at least they are in the first 3 rows. Zhao Junyan was dressed in a casual suit, with his hands in his pockets, and Yan Meiyotong's hand went through the gap between his body and his arm, and took his arm. The two of them are very close to each other, and seem to be very intimate. Wu Jin, Hao laughed to himself. I'm a rough man. How can I look into this kind of thing? It's better for you guys to go in and look at it. I'll just stroll around outside. At the same time, she gave Ngan Meiyotong a wink, imploring her to perform well. Yan Meiyotong smiled and nodded. All right then, Meiyotong, let's go in. Well, I'll listen to Brother Shaw. After seeing the two of them into the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater, Wu Jin, Hao felt relaxed and happy, so he just wandered around the neighborhood. Suddenly, his eyes rested on a very ordinary street lamp, under which stood a very ordinary man, wearing a black jacket. The man paced back and forth by the streetlight, the cigarette in his mouth without stopping, his eyes glancing from time to time at the entrance of the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater. Zhuang Shu, didn't he accompany Elder Zio's son with Elder Zio? Why is he here now? Wu Jinhao's eyes twinkled, and with a bad smile, he circled around the far side of the road and sneaked up behind Zhuang Shu, just as Zhuang Shu was lighting his cigarette once more. Wu Jin, Hao bellowed woe, shocked. Zhuang Shu hurriedly turned around and quickly reached for the inner compartment of his jacket with his right hand. Ha 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 ha, Lao Zhuang, after all these years, how can you still be scared by me? Wu Jin, Hao laughed out loud. Youngsu breathed a sigh of relief and slowly pulled his hand out of the jacket's compartment. Old Wu, can you stop scaring me like that? What if I get a heart attack from you? Wu Jin, Hao slapped him violently on the back. Lao Zhuang, it is you who are always being scared by me, that I only scare you. If one day, no matter how much I scare you, you are still indifferent, then I definitely have no interest in scaring you anymore. Zhuang Shu gave him a blank look and said, Didn't you accompany Mr. Zio? Why are you here alone? Wu Jin, Hao smiled. I've already helped Mr. Zio get a date. He's watching a musical with that girl in there right now, right? I haven't asked you yet. Shouldn't you be with Boss Zio? Why are you smoking here alone now? With that, he took a cigarette out of the pack of cigarettes Zhuang Shu was holding, and lit it with Zhuang Shu's lighter. Don't ask so many questions about me. There are things you're better off not knowing. Zhuangzhu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Ayo, still with me to pretend deep. Old brother, I have something but the first time to tell you. You now with me to sell secrets, but really do not take me as a brother. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhuang Shu snatched the cigarette Wu Jin, Hao was holding in his mouth, threw it on the ground, and stamped it out with his foot. What are you doing, Wu Jin? Hao is a little angry, and reaches out to grab the cigarette from Zhuang Shu's mouth. But Zhuang Shu sidesteps and avoids it. You're so cheap. You don't even give your brother a cigarette. Do you? Zhuang Shu said. I am reminding you that your job now is to accompany Mr. Zio and protect him. Not to hang around here, Wu Jin. How hey, wasn't I staying out there so Mr. Zio could dally with his date? You make it sound like I'm going AWOL. Zhuang Shu, that's good. I'll arrange a task for you now for Boss Zio. You go in now and watch over Mr. Zio, no matter what happens. Just let him stay inside and don't run blindly. Wu Jin, Hao heard a trace of unusual meaning in his words, and his face instantly turned serious. Lao Zhuang. What do you mean by this? Could it be that something extraordinary is going to happen in there? He lowered his head again to come close to Zhuang Shu's ear and asked softly. Could it be that someone has installed a bomb under the Grand Theater to blow up this theater? Cough. Cough, cough. Hearing his words, Zhuang Shu was choked by the smoke. What are you thinking about all day long? This is the Summer Kingdom. How could this happen? And Ji Jin Ho, what the hell was that all about? Zhuang Shu has been playing tricks on him, making him impatient. You really want to know? Zhuang Shu flicked the ash of his cigarette. It's not a big deal, but it's enough to make you lose your head. Then forget it. Wu Jin, Hao waved his hand. I'm not afraid of death like you. Told you so. You had to ask questions. Zhuang Shu grumbled. Why don't you hurry up and go in to keep Mr. Zio company? Okay. Elder brother Shoji, I'll listen to everything you say. Wu Jin, Hao called Zio Junyan and told him that he wanted to go to the theater again and asked him to get him a ticket. Before leaving, Zhuang Shu once again cautioned, Old Wu, it's no big deal. Just don't let Mr. Zio run around. Don't worry about it. When have I ever failed? Wu Jinghao patted his chest and then walked towards the theater. Chong still smokes, paces, and glances at the theater door every now and then. At the entrance of the theater, Zhang Zhu and 4 others are checking the tickets. Uncle Bodyguard, your place is sitting directly behind us, so you are always at ease. Su Kinking was relieved when she saw the bodyguard nodding. Ms. Su, when the musical starts later, the scene is very dark. You mustn't get out of sight of the 2 of us. I know. It's just a big place. Where can I go? Su Kinking turned to introduce Zhang Zhu. This time, the musical was imported from the Broadway side of the Lai Kingdom, and although the actors were used from our Xia Kingdom, the other teams of writers, directors, and so on were all flown in from the Lai Kingdom to direct the show. I've seen their publicity, and it's very interesting. Zhang Zhu, well, I like watching musicals too. Su Kinking, really? Then what musicals do you like to watch? Zhang Zhu, this well, I'm just being polite. Why do you like to ask questions to the end? You little girl. Zhang Zhu does a Spring Festival skit count. Su Kinking covered her mouth and sneered. Well, not difficult for you. Later to see how the play. When they entered the theater, they went straight to the first row. The audience was about halfway there, and there were only 2 people sitting in the first row. A man and a woman, namely Zio Junyan and Yan Meotong. Wow, this theater is really big. I love it here. Gan Meotong sat next to Zio Junyan, looking from side to side, playing with her ponytail in her hands. Her legs in white silk, touching Zio Junyan's legs from time to time. Haven't you been here before? No. If Brother Zio hadn't brought me here, how could I have known that this place was so spectacular and beautiful? Yan Meotong's eyes were sparkling with starlight when she looked at Zio Junyan. Zio Junyan in the future. If you want to come here anytime you want to talk to me, I can bring you here. Well, thank you, Brother Shaw. I'm already looking forward to the next musical. Yan Meotong suddenly pointed at a person walking down the aisle. Hey, isn't that Zhang Zhu? Why did he come over? There's a girl beside him. Even if Zio Junyan Heart has already put down the Liu Hanjing. But now see Zhang Zhu. Heart cannot help but hurt. That day in the long Hu Tianji confession scene. The wounds on his heart has not yet healed. Yan Meotong got up and greeted Zhang Zhu. Why are you here too? Yan Meotong, it's quite a coincidence to see you here. Huh? Did you come with Zio Junyan? Zio Junyan got up with an expressionless face and exchanged greetings with Zhang Zhu. Yan Meotong looked at Su Kinking and said, Zhang Zhu, who is this person? Zhangju, she's a friend I've recently met. Called Su Kinking. Yan Meirong enthusiastically got to know each other, and Su Kinking then said with a smile, Zhangju, when you came here to watch the musical today, why didn't you bring your girl? Friend Liu Hanjiang, hearing these words. Su Kinking's gaze suddenly froze for a moment. Zhangju Yan Meirong, Liu Hanjiang and I have already broken up. So don't meddle in my affairs, Maio Tong. Let Zhangju and the others go to their seats first. Don't stop them. Xiao Junyan didn't want to hear the words Liu Hanjiang again, and pulled Yan Meirong back to her seat. Su Kinking's bodyguards had already sat on the seats in the second row, while Su Kinking and Zhangju sat on the seats in the first row. After Zhangju and Su Kinking took their seats, the two of them couldn't find a topic to talk about, and remained silent for a few minutes. At the entrance of the great theater of Tingbei Province, a man dressed in Western-style clothes is holding a very elegant Cheongsam woman in his left hand, and a tall and elegant girl in his right hand, walking towards the inside of the theater. Coco, it's not easy for Dad to come back. Let's have fun and watch this famous musical today. I managed to get the first row seats. Fei Shu-jun said to Coco Zhu. Yu Qilin's catkin gently stroked his shoulder and said softly, it's good enough for us mothers to have you come back. Zhu Coco had planned to go to the Metropolitan Film Academy or the Metropolitan Theater Academy in the future, for this kind of musical is naturally full of interest and cannot wait to go in at this time. Dad, I can't wait. Let's get in there. Coming to the first row of seats, Zhu Coco saw Zhangju at a glance. Why is Zhangju here too? Dad, I'll go say hello to him. She was just about to move when Fei Shu-jun stopped her. Coco, I've already told you to cut out this kind of bottom feeder from your circle of friends and mix more with the high-end circle. Don't go and say hello to him now. Forget about this person. Fei Shu-jun had absolute authority in the hearts of Zhu Qilin and Zhu Coco. And Zhu Coco could only look at Zhangju and silently walk to her seat. Before she sat down, she looked at the girl beside Zhangju, as if she was talking to him. Zhangju, that girl is so tall. Why does she keep staring at you? Does she know you? Su Kinking asked Zhangju curiously. Well, she goes to the same school as me, and takes the same training class as me. And her name is Coco Chow. Su Kinking, so you don't have to go up and say hello to her. Zhangju, it looks like it shouldn't be necessary. Her father doesn't welcome me. Su Tsing-ching, did you still see her father? His father was quite unfriendly to me. Oh, Su Kinking responded and continued to ask. Zhangju, that Yan Meirong just said that you have a girlfriend named Liu Hanjiang. Finally, as asked up, Zhangju nodded yes, before talking about, but a period of time ago has been broken up. You seem to be well liked, knowing so many people. Su Kinking said with a smile. Zhangju, I can become a friend of this big man of yours. You say I'm not good. I'm a 14-year-old girl who hasn't done anything yet, so how am I a big shot? Coco, stop looking over there and come talk to Daddy, Fisher said. Zhu Coco's gaze, however, stayed on Su Kinking. She sized up the girl with her good looks, elegant demeanor, and confidence in her demeanor, and she felt deeply threatened. Alas, Coco, I will introduce a big enterprise's son to you in a few days, when you meet the real elite second generation of the upper-class society. You will only know how mediocre that Zhangju is. Fei Shu-jun's hand on Zhu Coco's shoulder. Zhu Coco then slowly turned back to the head. Of course, although the sons of those big corporations are considered upper class, there is a certain gap between them and the real top dignitaries. Probably in the next 2 days, I will visit a real dignitary. Their family also has a daughter named Su Kinking. After I meet her once, then I will talk to you in detail about what the descendants of the dignitaries are like. Fei Shu-jun said to Coco Zhu in a serious manner, Coco, you have to work hard to get closer to a powerful second generation like Su Kinking. The lights go out and the curtain opens. The stage lights up. Hundreds of pairs of cat eyes light up. And with the appearance of actors dressed in cat-like costumes, the musical Cats has officially begun. This was the first time Zhangju had seen a musical live, and in his previous life, he had never experienced this art form, which was much older than movies. Soon he was immersed, when the play was about a third of the way through. Su Kinking suddenly came to his ear and whispered, I'm going to go to the restroom, and I'll put my cell phone and bag on the seat. So help me keep an eye on them. Well, there you go. I'm coming back from the restroom, and the track memory should just be starting. I wouldn't miss it. The song Memory is one of the most colorful vocals in the musical, and she won't want to miss it. Su Kinking opened her Hermes handbag, took out a packet of handkerchief paper, put her cell phone into the bag, and walked towards the restroom. The 2 security guards sitting in the second row also stood up at the same time and came to the aisle. Oops, I'm going to the restroom. Are you guys going to follow me? Su Kinking complained. Your father has instructed that your safety is of paramount importance. We'll be waiting for you at the restroom door. When I came out of the auditorium, the corridor was basically empty, and most people were still watching the musical. The public hall and the corridor are on the first floor, and you can see the night view of the city outside through the glass beside the corridor. After walking down the hallway for almost a minute, I saw the sign for the restroom, starting from the signage. One has to pass through a 10-meter-long walkway and 2 corners before reaching the door of the toilet. The women's restroom is on the inside, and the men's restroom is on the outside. Su Kinking went into the women's restroom alone, while the 2 bodyguards waited outside on the walkway, their backs to the restroom door. The restroom is not a small space, with 10 pits and a window facing the door. Su Kinking came to the door of the first pit, but found that the door was already locked, and the sticker on the door handle was red, indicating that someone was inside. Next, she came to the door of the second pit and found it locked again. Strange, are there so many people going to the toilet now? Su Kinking was puzzled in her heart, and when she came to the 6th pit, the sticker on the door handle was only green. Finally, we found an unoccupied pit. Su Kinking gripped the door handle and pulled the door open. At that moment, a tall, dark figure appeared in front of her eyes. Inside the pit stood a man in black wearing a monkey mask. After a second of stagnation, she tried to scream, but the man in black moved extremely quickly, pulling her into the pit with extreme force, while holding something in the shape of a plastic funnel in his hand and pressing it hard against her mouth. Su Kinking couldn't move her mouth and couldn't cry out, so she could only try to use the vibration of her throat to make a sound to alert the bodyguards outside. At this time, the loud sound of the toilet flushing sounded, drowning out Su Kinking's voice. The funnel in the man in black's hand was attached to a small cylinder through a hose, and he pressed the valve on top of the cylinder. Su Kinking only felt a moist vapor coming from the plastic funnel covering her mouth and nose, and this feeling lasted only 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, she lost consciousness and could no longer struggle or scream. The whole process was so short that even the sound of the toilet flushing did not stop. In the hallway, outside the restroom door, 2 bodyguards were solemnly guarding the room, and they didn't notice any movement inside when the sound of the toilet flushing stopped. One of the bodyguards glanced into the restroom and found nothing unusual, so he turned around and continued to guard the door. Just after he turned around, the dark figure from the restroom appeared behind him and punched him in the back of the head. "Aha!" the bodyguard grunted and fell to the ground, when the other bodyguard noticed the movement and looked this way. The elbow of the man in black had already reached in front of him. With a thud, another bodyguard fell. In the women's restroom, a man in black with a pig-shaped mask came out from another pit, and it was he who pressed the flush button of the toilet just now. "You move the girl out and tie her up right outside the window. My sevoflurane won't knock her out for long. I'll take care of these 2 bodyguards," the monkey-masked man in black said. The pig-masked man in black followed the instructions and opened the window of the restroom. The security net on the outside of the window had been removed long ago, and he entrusted Su Kinking to drill out through the window. The monkey-masked man in black took out a small bottle from his pocket, which was a bottle of special sleeping pills. He poured out 2 capsules from it and fed them into the mouths of the 2 bodyguards respectively. He then dragged the 2 bodyguards into the restroom and stuffed them inside the 2 pits, then locked the doors of the pits with special tools. The whole process took only 3 minutes. After doing so, the monkey-masked man in black tumbled out of the window and closed it again. Outside the window of the first-floor restroom is a small, remote bush, where the pig-masked man in black is holding a rope to tie Su Kinking's hands and feet. "Are your people always so slow?" The voice of the monkey-masked man in black revealed arrogance, contempt, and impatience. "Monkey, I'm almost done tying up." The pig-masked man in black took a black tape and stuck it hard on Su Kinking's mouth, and then used a piece of black cloth to blindfold her eyes. By now, the monkey-masked man in black had already moved the large suitcase that had been prepared and placed outside the window. The suitcase is lined with anti-shock pads and has an oxygen supply system. He put the tied-up Su Kinking into the suitcase, then zipped up the suitcase, stretched out his wrist, looked at the time on the watch, and said coldly 2 minutes slow. Then, dragging his suitcase with him, he headed towards the back of the courtyard directly outside the large theater in the northern part of the court. The pig-masked man in black followed him in a subversive manner, in the audience hall on the first floor of the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater. Zhang Zhu has already finished listening to the song Memory, and Su Kinking has not yet returned. "Why isn't she back yet?" Zhang Zhu frowned. "I'd better go see her." He got up, walked quickly out of the spectator hall, followed the signs, and ran towards the restroom. After passing through the winding road, Zhang Zhu came to the door of the women's restroom and looked inside at first glance. There was no one, just like the normal situation. Anyone there? Su Kinking. Are you in there? No one answered. Zhang Zhu felt more and more wrong. Directly walked into the female restroom. The doors to the pits are basically locked. Zhang Zhu knocked on the door, no response at all. He could not wait so much. Directly kicked the door open. Inside is empty. The next door, kicked in again, was again empty. When he kicked in the sixth door, there was a man inside who had collapsed on the toilet and was in a coma. He's seen this man before. He's Su Kinking's bodyguard. Zhang Zhu went up to the bodyguard and shook his head, but he couldn't wake up at all. He cursed angrily and kicked all the remaining doors open. Only one pit was filled with another bodyguard. Still unconscious, Su Kinking shouldn't have been missing for long. If someone kidnapped her, she shouldn't have gone out through the front door. Zhang Zhu's eyes went to the window of the restroom. He opened the window. The outside is empty. No security net. Looking out the window at the grass, there were a few obvious signs that it had been crushed and broken by human hands. He leapt out from the window and turned on the optical god's eye, his eyes scanning 180 degrees in front of him. Through the gaps in the iron fence wall surrounding the compound, Zhang Zhu could see the outside of the compound. When his eyes swept to the back of the yard, he saw two men in black walking calmly toward a black business car outside the iron fence. Dragging a large suitcase in their hands, the two men in black were wearing masks on their faces. Even if Zhang Zhu is a fool, he knows that there is a big problem between these two people. He darted towards the direction of the two men. And when he came to the barricade, he directly activated the super bounce skill to leap up and over the barricade. The monkey-masked man in black grunted suspiciously and stopped in his tracks. How did you get here so fast? Monkey, did the vigilante find out so quickly? No, not the vigilante. The monkey-masked man in black shook his head. Why don't you move the crates to the car, and I'll take care of this one. Good. The pig-masked man in black obediently carried the large suitcase to the car. There's been a kidnapping. Somebody help, Zhang Zhu shouted, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. But unfortunately, behind the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater is a park with few tourists, and at this time it is already night. The number of people is even less, and there is not even a single person to be seen in the surrounding area. Monkey Mask charged at him and flew up and kicked Zhang Zhu straight in the face. Zhang Zhu sidestepped and dodged, and at the same time returned a whip kick, first to the side of Monkey Mask's abdomen, and then suddenly changed direction when the leg was in midair, and swept towards Monkey Mask's head. Monkey Mask eeped in surprise. Fortunately, he was experienced and prepared. His arm quickly set up, blocking the leg and protecting his head. Only his arm was vaguely painful. Is there another bodyguard? He was in a state of shock and disbelief. This is the first time that Zhang Zhu was sure that the monkey-masked man in black was not an ordinary kidnapper. Ordinary kidnappers would never have such martial arts skills, but he couldn't afford to delay. He had to take it down quickly. Otherwise, it would be bad if he let these people take Su Kinking away, both face to face, both arms to protect the head. Footsteps virtual and real. You punch, I blocked. I threw a leg, you frame away. After a few moves like this, Zhang Zhu got a little anxious. If he were in a ring match, he could have just worn out his opponent to see who could take a beating. But not now. He needed a chance to submit his opponent quickly. Monkey Mask here is even more anxious. He does not want to get entangled further. They have already wasted a lot of time, and if they get entangled further with Zhang Zhu, there will be an additional risk of transporting Su Kinking. He thought to himself, the bodyguard is a grassroots organization. His ground skills should be very weak. I have to find a chance to kill him with jiu-jitsu. As soon as Monkey Mask thought of this, he immediately bent down and lunged towards Zhang Zhu's legs, diving in for a takedown. He's trying to drag Zhang Zhu into the ground game. The moment Monkey Mask's hand clasped Zhang Zhu's leg, his heart was delighted. Then he only needed to pull up this leg, and Zhang Zhu would be tripped backwards. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhu also knows jiu-jitsu. His body pressed down, his knees to the ground, the Monkey Mask. No matter how hard he pushed his hands, he could not bring Zhang Zhu's legs up. Luckily, he is experienced in kung fu. Immediately changed his stance, his body forward, his footsteps to the diagonal front stomping. He wants to pass his leg to the back of Zhang Zhu's knee, and then bring Zhang Zhu down to the ground. Zhang Zhu didn't give Monkey Mask a chance to cross his legs, pressing the back of his head against his chest, his chin against his upper back, and stretching his hips. The guillotine, Monkey Mask's neck suffocates instantly, and in a few seconds he collapses to the ground. Unless his strength can crush Zhang Zhu, this situation, the Monkey Mask has no solution. Zhang Zhu used all his strength at this time. The Monkey Mask did not have the slightest chance. if he could just hold on for a few more seconds. He could go and save Su Kinking. Bang, with a muffled sound. Zhang Zhu's legs were in severe pain, and his body's strength instantly dissipated, and the monkey mask broke free, however, due to the short time of suffocation in the morning. He is now dizzy. Yu Book cannot go forward to attack Zhang Zhu for a short period of time. Shit, there's a gun. Zhang Zhu saw a pig-masked man in black coming down from the business car, holding a silenced pistol in his hand, pointing at Zhang Zhu. If Zhang Zhu had not been wrestling with Monkey Mask in the morning, the shot might have hit his vital parts instead of his legs. Without thinking too much, Zhang Zhu jumped into the bushes at the back to hide. The pig-masked man in black fired so many rounds into the bushes that he emptied an entire magazine. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the vision was not clear, so only 2 of the 5 bullets hit Zhang Zhu. Blood flowed from the bushes. Monkey Mask had by now trembled and stood up, saying, "Let's go. We can't drag this out any longer." Pig Mask supported Monkey Mask and got into the business car. In the driver's seat of the business car also sits a man in black, wearing a horse mask. "Horse, get in the car." The horse-masked man in black stepped on the gas pedal, and the business car sped away. Behind the bushes, Zhang Zhu was shot once in the thigh, once in the shoulder, and once in the arm. The pain is unbearable. Luckily, he hadn't been hurt in any vital way, so as long as he wasn't dead, he could live. Zhang Zhu was ruthless, clenched his teeth, and directly snapped out the bullet embedded in the wound with his hand. This kind of pain is unimaginable. Ancient Guan Yu scraped the bones to heal the wound. Today there is Zhang Zhu bare hands to take the bullet. With great effort and courage, Zhang Zhu snapped off 3 bullets. He breathed heavily. Rapid recovery skill activated. The wound heals as fast as the eye can see. Destroyed bones are also being reattached. Zhang Zhu, are you crazy? Just leave this matter to us vigilantes. On the other side of the phone, Yang Zujun scolded Zhang Zhu in a stern voice. It's all right. I'll just follow from a distance. I won't go up to them rashly, not to mention that they still have a gun. So I definitely won't dare to go up to them rashly. After that, Zhang Zhu hung up the phone. Yang Zujun's guardedness and suspicion of him is very heavy. If not to save time, he would not directly call Yang Zujun, come to the side of the road and hail a taxi. After getting into the car, Zhang Zhu said to the driver, "There is a car with kidnappers in front of us. I have already reported to the police. We just need to follow that car. Don't lose them. Zhengcheng's driver has a cracked temperament." After hearing the situation clearly, without saying a word, directly pressed the gas pedal and chased up. "What's the license plate number of that car you're talking about?" "Little man, Court A85H96. I can't see the car." "It's okay. I have good eyesight and can see. Just follow the path I'm pointing. Vehicles are still flowing at night in the river city. The rear view mirror of every vehicle can be used as a springboard for light, reflecting a lot of information." Zhang Zhu turned on the telescope function of optical god eye and could see the tracks of the kidnapper's vehicle from the rear view mirror of a very distant vehicle. That is why he has the courage to follow up. Zhang Zhu opened the map software on his cell phone, always projecting the forward route of the kidnapper's vehicle. On the road, a license plate number for the Court, A85H96, of the big public business car is running smoothly. There were 3 people in the car plus the driver. Who is that man in the sky? Why is he so powerful? I wonder if he's dead. The pig-masked man in black's chest rose and fell as he breathed heavily. The monkey-masked man in black shook his head. "Your people's shooting skill is too bad. Just shooting a bunch of randomly can kill him is only a ghost, but it's enough for him to stay in the hospital for a few months. His martial arts skills are considered useless." The pigman laughed dryly a few times, and his eyes went to the large suitcase in front of the monkeyman. "Monkey, where are you sending Su Kinking?" Pigman asked. "Southeast Asia. Don't ask where exactly, monkey." "Why don't we just kill her? Wouldn't that be much easier?" The eyes under the monkey man's mask narrowed and said, "If the Su family knows that she is dead, all their energies will be focused on avenging the murderer. But if the Su family knows that she is still alive, then going to save Su Kinking is only their first choice." He knocked on his suitcase and sneered, "Even if the Su family has heavenly means and really has a way to go to Southeast Asia to find her, it's impossible to find her without spending 5 or 6 years of vigorous effort," hissed the pigman, sucked in a breath of cold air. Not realizing that his opponent's plan could be considered to such an extent, the monkey man reached out his black-gloved hand and stopped in front of the pigman. "Give me the gun." "Oh." Pigman pulls a silencer-covered pistol and a tube of buckshot from the side of his seat and hands it to monkeyman. "Isn't it too shabby to carry only 1 gun and 2 magazines on this operation?" Pigman grumbled. "We are only kidnapping this time. Not going to attack the vigilante. It's not good to carry too much stuff instead. The monkey man said you take off your coat, gloves, and mask and put them all in a bag for me. Huh? Why? The pigman had a moment of doubt. Nitrous reaction. If you don't want the sheriff to find out you used a gun, do as I say, the monkey man said in an unquestioning tone. The pigman didn't know what the nitrous oxide reaction was due to his lack of literacy, but he had to do it. Horsehead, you give me your mask too. And why is that? You're wearing a strange mask, and the sheriff is sure to suspect you. The monkey man took great pains to explain. The large commercial vehicle followed a predetermined route around the city, finally arriving at a very old neighborhood. This neighborhood can even be called an urban village. Low poles stand on either side of the narrow road, and a jumble of wires covers the sky over the neighborhood. A few sporadic cameras cannot monitor the entire neighborhood. Without convex mirrors at intersections in small neighborhoods, it is impossible to see both sides of the road clearly, making it extremely easy for traffic accidents to occur. The neighborhood is basically deserted, with only a few nail households left. The large public business car stopped at an intersection. The door opened, and the monkey-headed man got out with a suitcase in one hand and a black opaque plastic bag in the other. Inside the plastic bag are pig masks, horse masks, black coats, and black gloves, with the doors closed. The horseman pressed a button, and the license plate on the front and back of the car automatically flipped, changing the license plate to Ting A6C8 153, and the car's logo also flipped, from the public to Toyota. It took less than 10 seconds from the time the monkey man got out of the car to the time the car left. Holding out his wrist to look at his watch again, the monkey man stepped forward. Gang City Security Department. Hal Hu, please make sure you tell them to hurry, Su Jingzun said eagerly. I've already made all the arrangements. The Provincial Hall's special vigilantes have also been arranged. Su Dong, don't worry. Mr. Hu Zhangyong, the head of the hall, said, since the other side has guns, you and I will go together to the right minister of the prefecture of the People's Republic of China and ask him to ask for the armed vigilante forces to come out. Authors note the right Bajangju on the official position. In the province ranks second. The reason why not use the name in everyone's head is to prevent scrutiny. I have been afraid of scrutiny. Forgive me. The two of them made a phone call and then drove towards the provincial procurator's office. On the car, hall manager who said with apologies, Su Dong, we didn't catch the 4 suspects who kidnapped your daughter last time. And according to the clues, you look at the book, they probably fled to Southeast Asia. How did they escape? Su Jingzun asked. They had false identities. And it was only afterward that we learned through surveillance and flight information from neighboring airports that they had flown directly to Singapore. And as for their current whereabouts, that's not something I can know. Mr. Hu said, Hall Hu, do you mean that someone is covering them up? Su Jingzun frowned. Yes, well, all signs point to the fact that there is definitely a group targeting your Su family. Su Jingzun pondered for a while and said, I know. I will tell my father to see if he can make a move to check it out. If your father made a move, then he must be able to find out. Right, Mr. Hu said. In the Xia Kingdom, all officials above the 4th rank have basically heard of that old master of the Su family before he retired. That old man had served as an officer in a certain intelligence department of the army, although he has retired. If he makes a request, the intelligence department will more or less look upon him as a favor. Armed security forces stationed somewhere in Kiangsu City. The chief officer of the provincial forces, dressed in full military attire, faced the slightly haggard, middle-aged man in front of him. Commander Meng, I've already approached the mayor and the director of the sheriff's department, and they've already agreed. So please do it quickly. The paperwork can be added later, Su Jingzun said. They've already called me just now. And our armed vigilantes were on their way before you arrived. Su Jingzun let out a breath. That's good. That's good, thank you, Commander Meng. Commander Meng nodded. Your father has helped me many times, so it is only right that I do so. Driver, stop. Zhang Zhu directed the driver to stop at an intersection. After following the car all the way, the business car finally stopped, through the convex mirror at the intersection. Zhang Zhu saw the situation of the business car. He saw everything from the monkey man getting out of the car to the replacement of license plates and tags. Zhang Zhu borrowed the cell phone of the taxi driver to call Yang Zujun. Hey, Sheriff Yang, this is Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu, listen, we have already sent out the police. The technicians have already traced the route of the car you just mentioned, and we are rushing to it with all our strength. Su Qinking's father has gone to Zhongcheng City's armed vigilante force after realizing that the other party was carrying a gun. The situation is dangerous. You stay put and don't follow. Zhang Zhu did not respond to his words. but said the business car's car label and license plate number have changed. The car label has become a Toyota. The license plate number has become a Court, a 6C853. But Su Kinking is no longer in that car. I'll let the driver talk to you about the exact location. He handed his cell phone to the driver and opened the door to get out of the car. In the district, the monkey-masked man in black pulling a pulley suitcase calmly forward. He first came to a hidden corner, the hands of the black plastic bag directly on the ground, and then bypassed more than 10 buildings. Came to a narrow road. The narrow road is surrounded by walls on both sides, and at the end of the road, a black Honda sedan is parked. Open the trunk and place the suitcase flat. At that moment, there was a banging noise coming from the suitcase. And it was Su Kinking who was struggling. Settle down if you don't want to die. The monkey man gave the case's outer shell a hard knock, and the crashing stopped. Su Kinking was in the box, her eyes covered with a black cloth, without a trace of light. Her body was curled up, her hands and feet were tied, and she could not move, although surrounded by shock-proof soft cushions. But along the way, she had no less bumps and bruises. At this time, the whole body is sore and aching. She tried to straighten her body, but the shell of the suitcase got in the way. Su Kinking didn't know where she was. She just felt helpless, and her mind was blank. Monkey Man closes the trunk when he hears a noise from behind. He reaches into his jacket compartment for his pistol and quickly turns around. I saw Zhang Zhu fly out from the wall of the small area. No way, you've been shot, haven't you? How can you still chase me here? Before the monkey man pulled out his gun from his clothes. Zhang Zhu stepped forward and pressed down his gun arm with one hand, while the other hand was clenched into a fist and struck him directly in the face. Monkey Man blocked that punch from Zhang Zhu with his free hand. Next, each of them was in 2 places, fighting each other with 4 hands. The monkey man's hand with the gun was always suppressed by Zhang Zhu, while the other hand was always struggling with Zhang Zhu. After a few moves, the monkey man cursed angrily, "Fuck him." He gave up on pulling out his gun and went up to engage Zhang Zhu in close combat. By now, the monkey man's backside had already been pressed against the car's buttocks, and when Zhang Zhu threw a punch, he couldn't back off, so he had to lean back and fall on the car's back cover to avoid the punch. Zhang Zhu another fist without stopping towards his head. The monkey man waist and abdomen force, body to the side of the roll. Dangerous and dangerous to force away this heavy as 1,000 kilograms of a smash. Zhang Zhu's punch landed on the back cover of the car and directly dented the shell. Without the car's constraints on his positioning, the monkey man is much more flexible and pulls out his gun again. Zhang Zhu naturally will not give him this opportunity. A moment of respite do not leave him. Snatching forward. Fists like rain attack. Every punch hits a vital area. One punch can incapacitate your opponent. It's so damn difficult. Seeing that it would be difficult to take out the gun, the monkey man turned his hand to his back waist and took a dagger out of it. Swish! Zhang Zhu was unprepared, and despite his dodging, he was still slashed on the shoulder. The wound is gruesome, and a deep blood-colored scar appears on the skin. With a successful strike, the monkey man gripped the dagger back and stabbed at Zhang Zhu in a frenzy. Even with the quick recovery skill, Zhang Zhu did not dare to take the dagger with his flesh. If you grab the dagger directly with your hand, the pain will be transmitted to the brain through the nerves, and if the brain, which is already highly nervous, hesitates even for a moment because of the pain, the monkey man will be able to seize the opportunity. By then, even if the monkey man couldn't hit Zhang Zhu's vitals with a single punch, he could still take a few steps back and pull out his gun. Zhang Zhu had to back off and wait for an opportunity. However, the monkey man's martial arts skills were already on a par with his, and after gaining the upper hand, he forced Zhang Zhu to fight back. Zhang Zhu has retreated to the wall of the district, and there is no way to retreat. The dagger that the monkey man was holding backwards dipped downward, the tip of the blade pointing straight at Zhang Zhu's heart. Zhang Zhu only shifted his body to the right with a very small amplitude before his right hand grabbed at the monkey man's throat like an eagle's claw. Snort, the sound of a knife blade penetrating flesh. Ka, throat bone cracking sound. The blade penetrated into Zhang Zhu's side ribs, just a centimeter short of the heart, and drew a wound several dozen centimeters downward. Zhang Zhu's claws were already in the monkey man's throat. Grandpa, the corner of Zhang Zhu's mouth grinned as his hand directly tore through the monkey man's throat, while his other hand firmly grabbed his knife-wielding hand. The monkey's hand grabbed his throat and slowly fell down, and Zhang Zhu's knees weakened and he fell to the ground. Rapid recovery. Activate. The gift of a knife wound was slowly healing, while Zhang Zhu felt his body becoming more and more empty. This skill, it seems that it still consumes energy. When the bleeding had almost stopped, Zhang Zhu directly pulled out the dagger. The intense pain made him fall to the ground, and blood splashed out again. when the rapid recovery skill stopped the bleeding at the dagger's insertion point. Zhang Zhu's body was already weakened to the extreme. Not long ago, he had already lost a lot of blood when he keyed out the bullet with his bare hands. And now that he was injured again, he felt that his blood was almost insufficient. Zhang Zhu climbed to the side of the monkey-headed man, who was still trembling. "You guys aren't dead yet." Holding the dagger in both hands, Zhang Zhu stabbed him hard in the heart, putting his whole body weight on the dagger. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Zhu pulled out the dagger again, and the monkey man's trembling body had already stopped. "Hey, now you're dead." Holding onto the wall, Zhang Zhu stood up with difficulty and walked step by step toward the trunk of the Honda sedan. His hand felt for the switch button and opened the trunk lid, which held a large suitcase flat. Zhang Zhu grabbed the handle of the suitcase with both hands and gasped for a moment. After brewing his strength for a few seconds, with an explosive shout, Zhang Zhu used all his strength to move the suitcase out and put it on the ground. The half-healed wound is chipped again. Sitting on the ground and resting for a while, Zhang Zhu touched the side of the suitcase, unzipped the zipper, spread the box. Inside curled up a young girl. Although it was night outside, there was still light. Compared to the darkness inside the box, Su Kinking suddenly felt that her eyes were much brighter. Su Kinking struggled, her throat rattling. She couldn't see what was going on outside, but she could guess that she might have been taken to some kind of staging area by the kidnappers. Suddenly, the black cloth in front of his eyes was lifted, and a mass of blood stains appeared, before she could react to where she was and what was in front of her. The tape on her mouth was ripped off, causing tears to flow from her eyes. Su Kinking was so shocked that she didn't dare to speak and couldn't even scream. The next thing she saw was a blood-stained dagger dangling in front of her eyes, and she closed her eyes in fear, her body too tense to face what came next. She felt her hand being grabbed, the chill of the dagger encroaching on her well-maintained, delicate hands. Su Kinking sobbed. Her body rolled violently. She had to struggle. She finally remembered to cry out, "Help!" But a familiar voice came to my ears. "If you move again, I'll cut you with my knife." This voice is so gentle. At this moment is like heavenly music into her ears. "UUC book, Zhang Zhu." Su Kinking felt the ropes on her hands being untied, followed by the ropes on her feet, but she still dared not make any rash move. "Why? If you can't get up by yourself. Do you want me to help you up?" Zhang Zhu laughed softly, and his voice was already weak. Su Kinking climbed up from the ground, saw the body of the man in black lying on the ground in the distance, and saw Zhang Zhu sitting on the ground, covered with blood in front of her. "Where is this? Are you okay? Do I look good to you?" Zhang Zhu waved at her and said, "Come over here." "What are you doing? I almost lost my life saving your ass, and now you're defending me." Zhang Zhu laughed. "Oh." Su Kinking took small steps forward. Zhang Zhu handed her the dagger and said, "I'm too tired to hold on much longer. Here's this knife for you to try and defend yourself later if there's danger." Su Kinking stretched out her hand, but didn't dare to catch it. Zhang Zhu saw the blood on the dagger and realized that Su Kinking was actually afraid of the blood on it. He didn't force himself and threw the dagger on the ground and took out his cell phone from his pocket. "You always have to take the cell phone." Su Kinking stretched out her hands and carefully took the cell phone. Zhang Zhu let out a sigh of relief. His tense nerves relaxed, and a strong sense of exhaustion came like a wave. He lay down on the ground, and the moment before he closed his eyes, he suddenly remembered something and said to Su Kinking, "Oh yeah, cell phone code 61. After that, he fainted. Su Kinking opened her cell phone and entered 61 to successfully unlock it. She first opened the map software, checked the current location, and then dialed 110 police, 120 emergency calls. Finally, she dialed her father, Su Jingzun's phone. "Hello, I'm in a hurry. Please call back later." The voice of Su Jingzun came from the other side of the phone. "Dad, it's me, Green." When Su Jingzun heard her voice, he was surprised and happy. Then his expression became serious. "Did your kidnappers tell you to call me?" "You tell them we can talk about whatever they want." "Dad, no. The person who kidnapped me is already dead. It was Zhang Zhu who saved me. He is now seriously injured. You should quickly find someone to save him." Su Kinking told Su Jingzun about the location of the neighborhood. "Okay, just leave the phone on. Don't hang up. And tell me immediately if there's a situation. I'll be right there." Su Kinking put down her cell phone and came to Zhang Zhu's side, squatting down and checking the wounds on Zhang Zhu's body. She had never seen so much blood before, and she felt a strong sense of discomfort, even a feeling of wanting to vomit. But Su Kinking's reasoning told her that if she didn't stop Zhang Zhu's bleeding in time, he would probably die. She didn't want Zhang Zhu to die. She wanted Zhang Zhu to live well. "Su Kinking, you can definitely do it. constantly psyching herself up. Su Qingqing tried to calm herself down and forced her gaze to stay on Zhang Zhu's body, moving downward from that pale yet handsome face. The broken t-shirt revealed his toned muscles, on the outer side of the pectoral muscle. On the edge of the rib cage, a deep, gruesome wound appeared abruptly, and bright red flesh suddenly appeared on the white body, scaring Su Qingqing to close her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she overcame her mental hurdles, opened her eyes, stared hard at the wound, and began to observe. It's like, and it's not bleeding. Su Qingqing didn't know much about medicine, but she felt she should do something. Gotta find something to bandage him up with. His eyes looked to the dagger that had fallen to the ground. The blood on it had dried up, and the red color was crawling all over the dagger in a web. Su Qingqing picked up the dagger and scratched towards her sleeve. A black Hermes shirt dress with 2 long sleeves was sliced off with her dagger. Su Qingqing's 2 snowy lotus root-like jade arms were bare, and she was given 2 black strips of cloth. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she gently lifted up Zhang Zhu's upper body so that Zhang Zhu's body was lying on her lap. When the 2 bodies came into extensive contact, Su Qingqing could feel the surging iron blood breath of Zhang Zhu's entire body, and with the hot temperature, a strange feeling rose in her heart. She tied 2 strips of cloth together to bandage Zhang Zhu, but realized it was not enough. Su Qingqing again endured her fear and came to the side of the monkey-masked, black-robed man, whose throat had been torn out and who had died a gruesome death, and cut off the inner layer of his outer garment, returned to Zhang Zhu, and continued to bandage him. After everything was done, she probed her fingers under Zhang Zhu's nose and found that his breathing was still stable. So she was relieved. Next, Su Qingqing sat quietly on the ground, letting Zhang Zhu lie quietly on her lap, her eyes quietly looking at Zhang Zhu's face. Her jade-like hand gently stroked the wind-dried blood on Zhang Zhu's face, and her gaze softened a little. I don't know how long it took, but the sirens of police cars sounded around us. Strong searchlights, groups of security officers with professional anti-riot tools, surrounded the place. The police amplifier sounded, "You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender at once." Su Qingqing carefully placed Zhang Zhu on the ground, stood up and waved her hand and shouted, "We are here. Someone is injured. Please come quickly to save him." In the darkness, the voice of the system appeared in Zhang Zhu's mind. Fighting level LV1 progress 100. The progress of the host's fighting level has been detected to be full, and the host will be upgraded. Fighting level LV2 progress 0100. Upon reaching this level of fighting skill, the host's level of fighting is equivalent to that of a top Ultimate Fighting Championship, UFC welterweight fighter. The system will take the upgrade reward for the host. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the talent Special Skin. This skill is active and can be turned on or off at the will of the host. When this skill is turned on, the host's surface skin undergoes a reversible change in its material structure, forming a special skin. Special skin, the skin is resistant to extremely high and low temperatures, strong acids and alkalis, hydrofluoric acid, and other highly corrosive liquids. Its mechanical properties are extremely strong, and it has great resistance to deformation and fracture if a sharp object, such as a bullet, strikes the special skin. Its special material structure will spread the impact energy in the form of phonons over the whole body in a very short period of time, in order to prevent the skin from being destroyed. Remarks maintaining the special skin state consumes a great deal of energy, so please turn it on carefully and remember to turn it off in time. Zhang Zhu vaguely felt that the body's muscles continue to grow quietly in the brain. The neurons that control the fight are established, and the connection between the nerves and the muscles becomes more and more tight. Why is this skill description so long? This was Zhang Zhu's first feeling, and he wanted to try out the effects of the special skin skill. But his body was too empty and he was starving, so the idea was put aside. I don't know how long I slept. When a flash of bright light through the eyelids, lens, received by the visual nerve cells, Zhang Zhu woke up. Eyelids slightly open a slit, bright ceilings, the faint smell of potion, and he could feel the cool liquid running up his arm and into his body. Opening his eyes a little wider, Zhang Zhu saw a transparent medical bag containing medicine hanging on a metal pole, and a long, thin infusion tube leading to his arm. It turns out that he is already lying on the hospital bed. "Boat, you're awake." It's a familiar voice. It's her mother. "Ho, why lie? Mom, you're here. Of course I'm coming. Your father heard the news yesterday and took the day off to come all night. He's still asleep." Next, a tired voice came from the corner of the ward. On the simple folding bed, a man with an upright figure stood up and walked towards Zhang Zhu. "Who is Zhang Linbin?" "Zhang Zhu's father. Zayuazhu Ah. The doctor said that your body is not a big problem." There are stab wounds, but not serious. The recovery is quite fast. Tomorrow can be discharged. Your anti-inflammatories have been administered, and the doctor said he wanted to give you energy. So now you're on glucose. Zhangzhu smiled and said, Dad, I know. The head turned toward the inside of the ward, and unexpectedly found a young girl lying on the bed. Her dress was the same shirt dress from yesterday, except the sleeves were gone, and there were irregular cuts at the shoulders. Su Qinking's upper body was lying on the bed, resting on those two snow-white arms, with her hair scattered on the quilt. Zhangzhu stretched out the hand that was not injected and gently shook her head. Su Qingqing got up and looked sleepily at Zhangzhu. Her hair was disheveled, and there was still some drool at the corner of her mouth. The two arms had been pillowed with red marks. After seeing Zhangzhu, she cried out in surprise, Zhangzhu. You're awake? I'm awake. Zhangzhu nodded with a smile. Why did you sleep here? Didn't you find a bed to sleep on? Drool came out and wet my quilt a little. I'm worried about you. I've been guarding you all night, and you haven't even thanked me. And you still hate me. Su Qinkqing wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth with her arm, her face carrying some resentment. Thank you, and by the way, I don't mind you. Don't get me wrong. Zhangzhu said gently, Well, I should be thanking you. You risk so much to save me. I don't even know how to repay you. Su Qinkqing moved her chair in the direction of Zhang Zhaotu. Her face was very close, and she looked at him with emotion. Hey, didn't I tell you after you bought me those LV that all that money would be enough for me to give you a stabbing? So you don't have to repay me for anything. How can you do that? It's not worth it to work so hard for the money you spent on Louis Vuitton. Su Qinkqing's eyes were filled with guilt. Zhangzhu, okay? Don't think so much. You first go back to sleep. Dark circles are simmering out. Su Qinkqing let out an "oh" and stood up, suddenly, as if remembering something. She brought a plate from the side table with a peeled apple slice on it. This is what I have just peeled for you. Would you like to have some? Yeah. Su Qinkqing put the plate on the cabinet next to the bed. Zhangzhu tried his best to reach out, but couldn't reach it, and finally retracted his hand in frustration. It's too far. It's out of reach. It's too much trouble. I don't want it. Su Qinkqing gently said, Then why, Don? I feed you. Zhangzhu's eyes lit up, and he held back his laughter as he slightly nodded his head, and said with a very normal expression, Then you're in trouble. Su Qinkqing took a toothpick and inserted it into the apple, feeding Zhangzhu one piece at a time. Zhangzhu opened his mouth wide. Su Qinkqing passed the apple into his mouth, and Zhangzhu chewed vigorously. Yummy, not bad for an apple you peeled. Zhangzhu slurred as he ate. As you like. Su Qinkqing waited for him to finish, and then continued to feed the next slice, until the plate of apples was all finished. Su Qinkqing said, I see that you quite like apples. Do you want me to peel another one for you? Although Zhangzhu has a thick skin, he was too embarrassed to ask Su Qinkqing to peel apples for him again, and then continue to feed him. No, I'm full, you. Don't like to eat any more. No, I just see that you're too tired to cut yourself accidentally when you're peeling. So go back to sleep first. Oh, then I'll go home and take a nap, and come back to check on you when I wake up. Su Qinkqing stood up from her chair, and was called back by Zhangzhu. Anything else? Zhangzhu laughed. Go back and remember to change your clothes. Su Qinkqing looked at her sleeveless clothes, and spat with a slight blush on her face. Got it. You're the one who likes to talk too much. At the door of the ward, a middle-aged man in expensive clothes walked in. And it was Su Qinkqing's father, Su Jingzun. Zhangzhu, you're awake. Su Jingzun said thank you for saving my daughter. Then you can rest assured in the ward to recuperate from injuries. I arrange for you is the international department of the 3 hospital wards. Is the highest grade wards, the cost of all by me. You do not have to worry. This kidnapping case is being investigated by the sheriff's department. It's a complicated case involving many aspects, and the murderer's gun was obtained from an unknown source. I'll be the first to tell you when there's progress in the investigation. Next, Su Jingzun and Zhangzhu's parents exchanged pleasantries. Before leaving, Su Jingzun said, Zhangzhu, Zhang Dad, Zhang Mom, I would like to invite your family to have a meal together, to express my gratitude to Zhangzhu for saving my daughter twice. Tomorrow night, Zhangzhu should be discharged from the hospital. I don't know if you guys have time. I still want to introduce you to someone. Zhangzhu's parents said that they had time. And Zhangzhu said, I've got the competition's preliminary exams tomorrow during the day, so I should be just in time to have dinner with you guys when I'm done. Then it's settled. After that, Su Jingzun left the hospital room with Su Qinkqing, Zhongcheng City. You look at the book Snow Ripples floating corridor courtyard. In the 3-story villa, Zhu Qielin and Zhu Koko were eating, when suddenly the doorbell rang. Zhu Koko opened the door and saw Fei Shujun standing at the door with a happy face. Dad, you're back. Did you run into anything good today? So happy. Fei Shujun even forgot to take off his shoes. and casually left his bag on the floor. He gave Coco Zhu an impassioned hug, and then excitedly jumped and spun in place. Promised? Su Dong promised. Shujun, what's going on? Zhu Qiu Lin also step-by-step twisted walked over. Voice with infinite tenderness and style. Fei Shujun threw to the ground bag, picked up, patted the dust. Hung to the shelf. Su has promised to pick me up for dinner tomorrow night, and said I should bring Coco with me. Fei Shujun said, this means that the project I'm working on with the nursing benefit group will most likely come to fruition. See how happy you are. Zhu Qiulin's face was also filled with smiles. But why does our Coco have to go along? I don't know. Fei Shujun shook his head. But Su Dong also told me that his daughter Su Qingqing will also be there, and will introduce me to a few people at that time, and he hopes that we can get to know each other. He took Zhu Coco's hand and said, Cocoa, tomorrow you must dress up properly, organize yourself beautifully, and go with me, and I don't ask you to be able to beat Su Qingqing, but you mustn't look too humiliating. When you meet the offspring of a powerful family like the Su family tomorrow, you'll realize how despicable that what's-his-name Zhang Zhu that you had your heart set on before is. That way, you'll only really get him out of your life. On Sunday afternoon, Yang Zujun brought a civilian member of the sheriff's department to visit Zhang Zhu in his hospital room. He first of all, Zhang Zhu, made a commendation for the act of bravery, and then said, Mr. Zhang Zhu, are you feeling better? Almost done. Yang Zujun, well, that's good. I just asked the doctor, and the doctor also said that your body is not in any big trouble. So we should not have a big impact on you when we make the statement. Here we go again. Zhang Zhu said, if there is anything you can ask, I know everything. Next, Yang Zujun and the civilian staff around him asked Zhang Zhu many questions. What was done before entering the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater? And when was Su Qingqing kidnapped? When asked about the old neighborhood, Yang Zujun said, Mr. Zhang Zhu, the surveillance system in that small area is old, and it's difficult for us to restore the exact situation at the time of the incident. So what you say next is very important. So please be sure to speak in detail and accurately. I try. Yang Zujun of the 3 suspects on the commercial bus. Only the one in the monkey mask got off the bus. No one else. Zhang Zhu shook his head and said, no. After the monkey mask got off, the business car immediately changed the photo and car label. Monkey mask got off the bus with 2 things. One was a big suitcase with Su Qingqing, and the other was a black plastic bag. Speaking here, Zhang Zhu stopped. His mind suddenly flashed with electricity, quickly recalling the details before and after his fight with the black-robed man in monkey mask yesterday. When Zhang Zhu met the monkey man in that narrow alley, he only had a big suitcase in his hand, and the black plastic bag was not in his hand. Zhang Zhu's back was in a cold sweat at the moment. Did he say that they still have a partner to help dispose of the black plastic bag? If that accomplice had made a move that day, Zhang Zhu might have been in deep trouble. Mr. Zhang Zhu, what's wrong with you? Yang Zujun noticed his strange behavior. Zhang Zhu asked, Sheriff Yang, did you find a black plastic bag in that neighborhood? Black plastic bags, what's that for? Yang Zujun asked suspiciously, after Zhang Zhu explained the details to him. Yang Zujun immediately took out his cell phone and said, based on your description, it is likely that the plastic bag contained all of their tools of the trade, and they have probably been disposed of by their accomplices. But I'm still going to call my colleagues at the scene of the investigation and ask them to find out if that black plastic bag you mentioned is still there, and if it left any traces. After the phone, Yang Zujun's eyes suddenly became sharp. Asked next, I want you to tell you and the monkey mask black man fighting specific details. I am very curious as to how you managed to defeat a grown man with a gun and a dagger with your bare hands. I can talk too much about how to fight. Zhang Zhu will then 2 people out of a move, a style all to Yang Zujun compared again. He said basically is the truth, and the monkey head of the body wounds and forensic identification of the results are certainly on the right. Only when it comes to the last time when the monkey man stabbed him with a knife, he said that the monkey man had lost his strength. So the stabbing was not deep, and there was only a relatively shallow wound. Yang Zujun originally had doubts about whether someone had helped Zhang Zhu. Now Zhang Zhu has told all the details. Not personally experienced certainly cannot do. I didn't think you could fight so well. It's just a hobby. I learned a little bit of fighting, and it just so happens that I'm pretty strong. So I'm not too weak. After taking notes, Yang Zujun and the clerk thanked Zhang Zhu and left. Zhang Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. When Yang Zujun gets used to my ability, he should not have any more doubts about me. July 8, 2013. Monday, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Zhu was awake on the bed, after checking out of the hospital. Zhang Zhu got into his family's car and went to the place where he was going to take the exam for the preliminary round of the math competition, the senior high school of the first affiliated middle school of Ziyushi. This preliminary competition was divided into 2 sessions, 2 hours in the morning and 4.5 hours in the afternoon. The format of the preliminary round is different from that of the repechage and final rounds, as each province sets its own questions. The person in charge of the problem-solving team for the preliminary round of the Tingbei Provincial competition is an old professor from Zhongcheng University, who is a former coach of the National Mathematical Olympiad team and has always been famous for coming up with all sorts of difficult problems. The morning exam was from 9:00–11:00 a.m. Competitive students from the high school section of the Zia Shiyi Jianji Middle School arrived at the exam center early. Most of them just finished their sophomore year of high school, and only a few of them were first-year students. 8:30, a bus stopped in front of the school. A group of students got off the bus one after another. They are wearing the uniform of the junior high school of the first attached to the summer teacher. These are the future competition top students, trained by the junior high school division of the first affiliated school of the Ziyushi, many of whom have signed contracts with the senior high school division, and Q Linling is among them. The middle school race coach gathered the students at the school gates and mobilized them students. The questions in this preliminary round may be very difficult, but don't worry, you can absolutely all enter the repechage. So treat this preliminary round as a rehearsal. If we can do well in this preliminary round, then we will have more certainty in the subsequent repechage. Since our school was crushed by Zhongcheng No, 3 middle school in the final exam this time, we will get back on top of the competition. And we, Zia Teacher No, 1 Annex Middle School, are the strongest school in Zhongcheng City, or even the whole Tingbei province in the competition. The students were all very happy to hear that, and so was Q Linling, but her heart also has one more point of hatred. Hatred for Zhang Zhu. She hated Zhang Zhu for calling the police that day, which led to her being educated by the security guards for 2 hours. And when she finally went to the Tingbei Provincial Grand Theater, the musical was almost over. A car stopped at the school entrance. Zhang Zhu got out of the car, said goodbye to his parents, and then walked straight toward the school gate. Huh? Why are there so many people at the school entrance? Zhang Zhu was a little curious. Is it possible that the number of students participating in the competition in this school is so large that it can fit on a bus? Understanding this, Zhang Zhu can naturally guess that the group of students gathered at the door from the junior high school of the first affiliated middle school of the Zia Teacher. Compared with his own lone person, they are much more lively, taking a look at the signposts inside the school. Zhang Zhu followed the instructions and walked towards the examination center. A girl suddenly stopped in front of him. Isn't this Zhang Zhu? You're really here for the competition. Q Linling. Zhang Zhu frowned and didn't want to pay attention to her. But Q Linling kept stopping him with her dead skin. What the hell are you stopping me for? Q Lingeling said loudly to the students of the competition, this is the second place winner of the final exam of Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School. His name is Zhang Zhu. He got a perfect score in math. Her classmates gather around and perform the basic skill of the tournament circuit, filming the big guy. One by one, he blew rainbow farts and praised Zhang Zhu to the sky. Membrane Big Brother, Membrane God. Big Brother is here. Take my bow. Q Lingeling continued classmates. Zhang Zhu is now the sole seed of the entire Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School competition. Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School has placed its treasure on him. The students around us all marveled, wow. So powerful. Zhongcheng 3rd Middle School is really going to rise. Q Linling said yes. It is also because of the school's attention. Zhang Zhu learning competition can work hard. That high school mathematics competition, Cultivate Excellence tutorial, he has spent a lot of effort to gnaw it. The students in her competition class started to laugh. The high school mathematics competition tutorials are like a stunt in their competition classes. If a student makes some low-level mistakes, or comes across some relatively easy problem that he or she can't do, he or she will laugh at himself or herself and say, I can't even do that, so I'd better roll back and brush up on the high school mathematics, competitive mathematics tutorial. After Q Lingeling said this, the students in the competition class immediately made a judgment on Zhang Zhu's ability. And one by one, they did not try to film Zhang Shen anymore. Q Linling, you are so chatless. Zhang Zhu reached out and pushed her aside. Although Q Linling tried to stop, but her strength was not as strong as Zhang Zhu's, and she directly stumbled a few steps and almost fell down. Zhang Zhu, you're a guy who eats soft rice and likes to be a hooligan. Stop right there. Zhang Zhu turned back and said coldly, Crazy bitch. If you don't go to the examination center, you will be late. Q Linling could only watch in anger as Zhang Zhu walked into the teaching building. The morning exam is 2 hours long and is worth 140 points. There are 8 fill-in-the-blanks questions and 4 big questions. On the whole, the difficulty level of the questions was relatively normal, and for those questions where Zhang Zhu could not feel the difficulty level, he still handed in his paper early. Many high school competitors and some awesome middle school competitors were also able to turn in their papers early. The afternoon exam is from 1:35:00 and lasts 4.5 hours. There are only 3 questions in total. Each question carries 21 marks, and the total score is 63 marks. Zhang Zhu only slightly glanced at the question and realized that the question was unusual. It was an international mathematical Olympiad difficult question, far beyond the ability of the vast majority of the preliminary contestants. He understands the thinking of the national team competition coach who came up with the question, the one who came up with the question, presumably on a whim, to have the whole thing live, so that this afternoon exam would follow IMO, with the exam stretched out over a long period of time, and the total score far lower than the morning exam, even if his math skills are comparable to an IMO perfect level player. It would take a lot of time to do this kind of problem, but this kind of question is only to his liking. The kind of question that can be killed in seconds in the morning is really meaningless, only half an hour into the afternoon exam. A large number of students turned in their papers early. It's not that they've done it all. It's that they don't know how to do any of the questions and just give up. Those who can continue to do so are the ones who are truly at the top of their game, after almost an hour. The students of the junior high school, of the first affiliated middle school, of the Zia Teachers Association, had basically left, and only Q Lingling remained there, still working hard on her writing, after another half an hour. Q Linling also handed in her papers and left the exam room, her face full of complacency. What the hell is this question? The questioner used IMO question for the preliminary round. The students in the competition class shared a common refrain. When Q Linling was the last one to leave the examination center, they asked her, Q Linling, you can even work inside for more than an hour. You can't really make a question, can you? Q Lingling said cheerfully. I've seen a few IMO questions, and one of the questions in this exam is exactly the same as the one I saw, only the letters have changed a bit, and I still vaguely remember the answer to that question, so I made that question from memory. She looked inside the classroom and continued Zhongsheng 3 middle school that Zhang Zhu. Now still inside, pretend to do the question it. I guess he is afraid of losing face. Want to wait for us to go first after. Then go to hand in the paper. When I passed him just now, he covered his answer sheet tightly. Surely he didn't want me to see him hand in a blank paper. In the examination room, Zhang Zhu is still working on the questions. These 3 questions are also in accordance with IMO standards. The difficulty level is divided into simple, medium, and difficult. Simple questions Zhang Zhu spent half an hour to make. The other 2 questions he is still thinking silently. It looks like the 4.5 hours are going to be spent. Zhangsheng City, snow ripple floating corridor courtyard. Zhu Coco was sitting in front of the dressing table, while Zhu Q Lin was applying her makeup. Q Lin must put Coco's makeup a little better. Not too thick, too colorful, a little more natural on the line. You look book Fei Shu Chun just kept on pacing and nagging. Coco, when you and I go to dinner later, you must know how to be polite, and you mustn't forget all the table manners I usually teach you. Well, I'll emphasize it to you later when I'm in the car. If you don't know how to do it, just sneakily watch how Sue Kinking behaves and learn from her. Come on, you've been talking about it since yesterday. Coco's sick of hearing about it, Zhu Qielin said with a charming smile. Well, Su Dong said that someone wants to give me an introduction. I do not know which big official or what big family spokesman. Anyway, my network is certainly another line. Career will certainly be a step forward. Su Dong asked our family Coco to go. I guess it must be because he wants Su Kinking and our family Coco to make friends. Let our next generation can also be closely linked together as a common interest. Fei Shujun became more and more agitated, if that's the case. Perhaps in the future I might even be able to get into the core circle of their meritorious descendants, where there are resources that you and I can't even imagine. At that moment, Coco Zhu got up and said, Dad, I'm putting on my makeup. Here, let Dad see it. It's beautiful. Fei Shujun said, by the way, the set of more than 700,000 yuan of clothes that I customized for you should be arriving soon. And so on the next time you come back to immediately wear it. This lady's watch is a Patek Philippe. It's sophisticated and understated, and it's perfect for you. You can have this Hermes bag later. When you go to dinner, you must be in good shape. Your demeanor must be good. You must chew your food slowly, and you must not speak too loudly or too quietly.